As the story begins, the female lead, Xiao Qiao, is hated by the villagers. They push her into the lake, intending to drown her. Just a moment ago, Xiao Qiao was on a plane, crashing into a snowy mountain. Chaos erupted on board as people scramble for parachutes. The plane is about to explode. The bottom of the lake is bone-chillingly cold. Xiao Qiao gradually regains consciousness, her eyes snapping open. She finds herself in a strange and unfamiliar setting. What's going on? Where am I? She wonders. Xiao Qiao struggles to swim upwards. After a desperate struggle, she finally reaches the shore. Confusion swirls within her. What is happening? Wasn't I on a mission when the plane crashed into the mountain? I should be dying. How did I end up in the water? The village children, who despise her, stand on the bank pelting her with stones. They laugh cruelly. The idiot actually made it out. She endures the pain, dazed and unsure of what has transpired. The village women gossip amongst themselves, sighing. She finally crawled out. I thought that fool was dead for sure. Lucky to be alive, she must have a strong life force. Otherwise, how could she have possibly outlived both her parents? Seeing her on the shore, the children quickly scatter, taunting her as they flee. Ugly, unlucky thing, cursed her father, cursed her mother, and even cursed her grandfather. A couple of beggars on the bank watch her with interest. Look, even though she's an idiot, her body doesn't look half bad now that she's out of the water. The other beggar nods in agreement, a lewd grin spreading across his face. You've taken a liking to her, haven't you? With those words, they start to approach her, intending to take her away for their own pleasure. Let's take her back and give her a try. Who knows? She might have a unique flavor. You're not serious, are you? Xiao Qiao walks to the water's edge. Looking at her reflection, she freezes. Is this me? How did I become like this? I transmigrated. Seeing her dazed state, one of the beggars grabs her by the collar from behind. Ugly thing, get up. But now, she is no longer the fool everyone can bully. He's met with a sharp elbow to the face, drawing blood. The beggar clutches his mouth in pain, seemingly having lost a tooth. He stares at her in shock, speechless. You! Xiao Qiao fixes him with an icy glare. Who are you calling ugly? His face turns purple with rage as he grits his teeth and yells, You stupid fool! Have you taken the wrong medicine today? How dare you hit me? With that, he lunges at her. You ugly, unlucky wretch! I'm going to teach you a lesson today. In less than 90 seconds, Xiao Qiao has beaten him into a whimpering mess. He lies sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. The surrounding women stare in stunned silence. Seeing his companion beaten, the other beggar refuses to back down. He sneaks up behind Xiao Qiao, intending to deliver a cowardly blow. You crazy! He swings his club. Before she can react, it connects with her head. Blood trickles down from the wound, staining her cheek. A splitting pain explodes in Xiao Qiao's head. Fragments of the original owner's memories flash before her eyes. 3 months of losses, nothing sold. You say your parents were cursed to death by a bad omen. Then, the agonizing memory of her mother's death, followed by the ostracization and scorn of the villagers. The Jinx fell into the lake again. Stupid, unlucky Jinx. Snapping back to reality, she sees the thug raising his club again, preparing for another strike. Finally, her anger boils over. She turns to face them, fear replaced by fury. She grabs them both and unleashes a whirlwind of retribution. She doesn't stop until they both lie groaning on the ground, unable to move. As she wipes the blood from her face, Xiao Qiao processes the memories flooding her mind. So that's it. The original owner truly had a pitiful life, constantly bullied and abused. She winces, touching her wounds. This body is incredibly weak. One blow and I'm nearly out cold. Shivering from her prolonged immersion in the cold water, Xiao Qiao knew she needed to find some clean clothes and tend to her wounds. Now that she had this second chance at life, she was determined to make the most of it. I need to get home and take care of this, she muttered to herself. Using the original owner's memories, she navigated the familiar path back to her house. The sight of the small, dilapidated dwelling in the middle of a barren patch of land brought a sigh to her lips. This is my home now, she murmured, pushing open the creaking door. The interior was even more depressing than she had imagined. Her sharp senses immediately picked up the presence of another person inside. Her mind raced, quickly concluding that it must be a thief. Silently, she approached the figure, her hand raised, ready to strike. But as she got closer and saw his face, she froze, captivated by his handsome features. Her hand hovered in midair, her body stiff as a statue. Her aggressive intentions evaporated. He looked directly at her, his voice soft. What are you doing? Suddenly, a flicker of memory sparked in Xiao Qiao's mind. This strikingly handsome man, he was Xiao Lulang, her husband in this new life. Embarrassment flooded her. Oh, nothing at all, she stammered, forcing a nervous laugh. He observed her flustered demeanor with a cool gaze. His eyes swept over her soaked and tattered clothing, taking in her disheveled appearance. Without another word, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add a sarcastic jab. Always running around like a madwoman. Who knows what you get up to all day? With that, he walked straight out the door. But Xiao Qiao was in no mood to argue. Such a handsome man, and yet he was crippled and had a terrible personality. What a waste. The throbbing pain in her head reminded her of the blow she had received earlier. Oh, my head is spinning. I need to find something to stop the bleeding, she thought, suddenly feeling lightheaded. She entered the room to search for supplies. As she opened the door, her eyes landed on a familiar medicine box. A wave of relief washed over her. My medicine box, she exclaimed, rushing towards it. You transmigrated with me too, she said to the box, a joyful lilt in her voice. She pulled it into a hug. You may not be as shiny and new as before, but I won't abandon you. I'll take good care of you from now on, she promised, her voice filled with affection. She quickly treated her wound with some medicine from the box. It didn't seem to require bandaging. A knock at the door startled her. Who is it? She called out, surprised. Opening the door, she found Xiao Lulang standing there. What are you doing? He asked again. He remained silent for a moment, then placed a small bottle of medicine in her hand before turning to leave without a word. Xiao Qiao stared after him, bewildered. Hey, what's this? He replied curtly, medicine for your injuries. His unexpected act of kindness softened Xiao Qiao's initial impression of him. At least he has a conscience, she thought. Just as she turned to go back inside, a woman's voice called out from outside. Brother Xiao, what a coincidence, you're home, the woman said sweetly. Intrigued, Xiao Qiao cracked the door open to see who it was. It was Xue Ningxiang, the village widow. What is she doing here? Xiao Qiao wondered. Sister Xue, Xiao Lulang greeted. Xue Ningxiang entered the house and immediately took hold of Xiao Lulang's arm. I wanted to thank you for reading that letter for me the other day. You're home. You must not have eaten yet. I dug up some sweet potatoes and brought them for you. Xiao Lulang quickly pulled his arm away, his expression cold. No need, Sister Xue. We still have corn at home. You should take these back and eat them yourself. A forced smile plastered itself on Xue Ningxiang's face. Oh, I see. But inwardly, her thoughts were far from pleasant. Xiao Lulang was someone I found on the road with Xiao Qiao. If I hadn't been so scared back then, I would have taken him in myself. He wouldn't have ended up with that fool. Seeing her plan failing, she began to look around, subtly disparaging Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao is so thoughtless, running off somewhere and even eating at her parents' house. And with a feigned sigh, she continued, it's truly a hardship for Brother Xiao, having to worry about everything. If it were me, I would certainly take better care of him. As she spoke, she pressed closer to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Qiao is so useless, having a scholar for a husband, yet she still gallivants around all day chasing after other men instead of doing housework. What's the point of keeping a woman like that? She leaned even more brazenly against his chest. If it were just the two of us, it would be enough. Xiao Qiao, standing just inside the doorway, clenched her fists in anger. Then, with a bang, she threw open the door and stepped out. Oh my, isn't this Sister Xue Ningxiang? What were you saying just now? About it being just the two of you? Seeing Xiao Qiao standing there, Xue Ningxiang's face immediately changed. Stupid Xiao. Xiao Qiao, why are you home? Noticing Xue Ningxiang's flustered expression, Xiao Qiao felt a flicker of amusement, but kept a displeased expression on her face. Well, this is my house. Is it so strange for me to be home? On the contrary, what are you doing here in broad daylight? Hearing the tone of the rightful wife, Xue Ningxiang felt a pang of unease. I came to see Brother Xiao, she stammered. Xiao Qiao crossed her arms and stood directly in front of Xue Ningxiang, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Calling him Brother Xiao so intimately, are you very close with my husband? Just a few simple questions, and Xue Ningxiang was already floundering. I just came to bring some food, she mumbled. Xue Ningxiang suddenly felt like the woman before her was a stranger. She was different than before. Her instinct screamed that something was wrong. Well then, I won't bother Brother Xiao any longer. I'll be going now, she said hastily, turning to leave. I must be seeing things. How could that fool change so much? She'd only taken a few steps when Xiao Qiao blocked her path. Xue Ningxiang's anger flared. You, she sputtered. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? You said there's no point in me staying by my husband's side. So what are you planning to do? She raised her hand to shove Xiao Qiao out of the way, but Xiao Qiao nimbly sidestepped the clumsy attempt. Xue Ningxiang stumbled forward, off balance. At that moment, Xiao Qiao casually extended a foot, tripping her. Xue Ningxiang landed face first in the dirt. Xue Ningxiang sat up, clutching her mudcake face. You stupid goo family fool, she shrieked. Xiao Qiao remained standing, arms crossed, calmly observing her. Seeing that she couldn't get the upper hand, Xue Ningxiang turned to Xiao Lulang for support. Brother Xiao, she's bullying me. To her surprise, he simply said indifferently, Sister Xue Ningxiang, it's getting late. If you have nothing else to do, you should head home. Xue Ningxiang was stunned, unable to believe the man before her could be so heartless. But Xiao Qiao's voice cut through the air, her face cold. Go home. Didn't you hear him? Seeing Xiao Qiao's haughty demeanor, Xue Ningxiang could only gather her things and leave, fuming. As she reached the doorway, she couldn't resist letting out a hateful snort. Finding the whole scene rather amusing, Xiao Qiao stood there, laughing like a madwoman. Xiao Lulang, seemingly indifferent to the drama, was about to turn and leave when she called out, Hey! He turned back, annoyance etched on his face. What? She quickly pulled out the small bottle of golden powder he had given her. Thank you, she said. He simply grunted in response, his expression unchanged. Maintaining his aloof demeanor, Xiao Lulang said, Don't mention it, and turned to leave once more. His attitude only piqued her curiosity further. She watched his retreating figure, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips as she rubbed her chin. Meanwhile, having fallen into the lake, Xiao Qiao had caught a chill. She stood there, sneezing repeatedly. Achoo! She'd completely forgotten about her soaked clothes. She needed to find something dry to change into. She pointed to some clothes drying nearby and asked Xiao Lulang, Can I wear those clothes drying outside? Seeing that he remained silent, Xiao Qiao took his silence as consent. No answer means yes then. She hummed cheerfully as she gathered some clothes. After changing into the fresh clothes, she preened, pleased with herself. They fit perfectly. Not bad at all. Just then, her stomach rumbled loudly. She hadn't eaten anything all day. Xiao Qiao slipped into the kitchen and rummaged around, but found nothing to eat. Seeing only vegetables on the table, she couldn't help but complain. This house is so poor. But, determined to fill her belly, she rolled up her sleeves with a resolute air. No matter, she muttered, scallion pancakes it is then. In no time, she had whipped up a batch. Xiao Qiao, holding a fragrant pancake, turned to her husband who had just entered the kitchen. Want one? He didn't answer directly, instead asking with a hint of resignation, Did you use all the eggs? Xiao Qiao, nonchalantly placing the pancake on the table, replied, There wasn't much to begin with. It'll be gone in 2 days. What were our rations like before? Anyway, Xiao Lulang closed his eyes wearily. I copied scriptures and earned a little silver. Not much. The remaining cornmeal was all used up. Whatever you make, we'll have to ration it throughout the day. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao quickly swallowed the bite of pancake she hadn't yet finished, then slammed her chopsticks on the table in frustration. Absolutely not. Standing up and smoothing her sleeves, she marched out, muttering to herself, We'll starve to death at this rate. Xiao Qiao rummaged around in her room, finally finding a suitable basket. It was covered in dust, causing her to cough. Holding her medicine box, she thought, Might as well take this with me. She slung the basket onto her back and headed out. He asked curiously, Where are you going? Xiao Qiao replied brightly, To find food, not forgetting to add, If it rains and I'm not back, remember to bring in the laundry. After she had left, Xiao Lulang folded the pancake and took a tentative bite. As the pancake slowly melted in his mouth, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, surprised by how delicious it was. On a vast, wild mountainside, Xiao Qiao began foraging for mushrooms. With practiced ease, she dug up a ginseng root. Anything edible went into her basket. She hadn't expected the mountain to be so abundant. I can trade these vegetables for a little money, she thought. She stood up, lifting her small hand towards the sunlight. It's not easy getting a second chance at life, she mused. First, I need to solve this food problem, then I can start improving our lives. Suddenly, she noticed something and cried out in alarm. Is that someone lying there? Xiao Qiao approached the rock and peered over the edge. Discovering an old man lying motionless in a crevice. Why would an old man collapse in such a remote place? She wondered. She quickly checked his pulse. A sudden high fever brought on by a chill, enough to cause him to faint, and a dislocated shoulder. Xiao Qiao hesitated, wary of getting involved. Doesn't seem life-threatening. Best not to interfere. She was about to leave when she noticed a bundle beside him twitch. Opening it, she found 2 live chickens inside. Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up. A smile spread across her face as she changed her mind. Perhaps I should help him after all. She then used wooden splints to stabilize the old man's arm. Producing a modern syringe, she injected him with a clear liquid that looked like water. Finished, she moved the old man into the shade. Then, she mentally reviewed her actions. Arm splinted, fever medication administered. Moved him to the shade. He should wake up soon. Xiao Qiao stood, a satisfied grin on her face, clutching the bundle containing the old man's chickens. I don't give free medical care, she declared. These wild chickens will cover my fee. With that, she picked up the package and left, intending to make a delicious meal for her husband. Perhaps it would improve his complexion a little. Upon arriving home, she found her handsome husband being bullied by a group of thugs. You useless cripple. Get out of Qingchuan village. Yeah, get out of Qingchuan village. Brandishing their clubs menacingly, they threatened, if you don't get out of here, I'll break your other leg. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. Stop! A figure intercepted the thugs' clubs. Before they could react, Xiao Qiao had delivered a swift kick to each of them. One of the thugs, enraged, spun around. Who dares kick me? Xiao Qiao stepped forward boldly, a hint of triumph on her face, fearless and defiant. Xiao Lulang stared at her, stunned. The young thug, recognizing her, stammered in fear, Sister, what are you doing? It took Xiao Qiao a moment to recall that this was Gu Xiaoshan, the original Xiao Qiao's closest younger brother. Why is it you? Seeing their leader challenged, the remaining 2 thugs lunged forward with renewed aggression. You dare touch our boss? You're looking for death. Yeah, you want to die. But Gu Xiaoshan stopped them. Wait, he didn't finish his sentence. By then, Xiao Qiao had already moved in and finished the job. With a few deft movements, she had them yelping in pain. She nimbly dodged their attacks, finishing with a sharp blow to the back of one thug's neck. Seeing his comrades fall, Gu Xiaoshan pleaded desperately, Sister. Sweat beading on his forehead, he exclaimed in astonishment, When did you get so strong? He immediately rushed to her side, fawning. Glancing at the 2 down thugs, Gu Xiaoshan barked, You too, get out of here! Are you waiting for me to collect your corpses? Xiao Qiao coughed delicately. That's not important. You. Why were you bullying my husband? Gu Xiaoshan looked startled. Your husband? His face registered shock. Then he leaned in and whispered, Didn't you tell me to beat him up? You told me you didn't want that cripple around, so you could be with young Master Qin. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao fixed Gu Xiaoshan with a threatening glare. If anyone dares touch him again, they'll suffer the consequences. He blinked, bewildered. Huh? Since you married him, our family has ignored him. That useless cripple even defended him. Xiao Qiao pinched Gu Xiaoshan's arm, punishing him for his loose tongue. What's it to you? Just do as you're told. He winced. All right. I won't bother him again. Having dealt with her brother, she offered her hand to Xiao Lulang. Let me help you inside. He refused. No need. This misunderstanding can't be erased. But a sudden stab of pain shot through his leg, immobilizing him. Xiao Qiao seized the opportunity and swiftly hoisted him onto her back. Ignoring his protest, she said cheerfully, Let's go home. Gu Xiaoshan, left standing there, called after them in confusion, Sister, wait for me. On the way home, he pestered her with questions. Sister, what moves did you use back there? Teach me. I'll be so much cooler if I know them. She spoke sternly. Stay away from those thugs, or I'll deal with you next. Nearing their house, they noticed a young man with his hair in a top knot, dressed in blue and red, waiting at the door. Gu Xiaoshan, seeing the stranger, demanded loudly, Who are you? What are you doing in front of my sister's house? Xiao Qiao intervened. This is Feng Lin, a fellow disciple of mine. Feng Lin ignored Gu Xiaoshan, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Qiao. Then, pointing a finger at her face, he roared, You wicked woman, what have you done to Lulang? I thought you were just a fool, but I never imagined you'd injure Lulang's leg. You're truly vicious. Your parents must be cursed to have a daughter like you. Hearing such insults, Xiao Qiao furrowed her brow, her face darkening. Before she could react, Gu Xiaoshan lunged forward, grabbing Feng Lin by the collar, ready to brawl. Who the hell are you? Do you want me to tear you apart? Feng Lin remained defiant, provoking him further. Do you think you can just tear me apart? Feng Lin then explained. This This is the book I lent Lu Lang. To pay for this wicked woman's golden silk medicine, he pawned my book. He's got it back from me. Xiao Lu Lang quickly closed his eyes, trying to avoid the confrontation. It's nothing. It's not a big deal anyway. Before he could finish, Feng Lin, even more enraged, interrupted him. Not a big deal. The exams are just a few days away. Last time, because of your troublemaking, Lu Lang missed the exams. He's been so good to you, and this is how you treat him? Have you no conscience? Gu Xiaoshan, furious at hearing his sister insulted, was about to charge at Feng Lin. Who the hell are you? How my sister treats him is her business. Feng Lin retorted, equally enraged. That's why your sister is a wicked woman, and you're a vicious brother-in-law. You're all bad people. Xiao Qiao finally intervened. Enough! Xiaoshan, how can you let him insult me like this? Feng Lin placed the book on Xiao Lu Lang's lap and turned to leave. I've got the book back. Don't forget our promise tomorrow. Xiao Lu Lang replied with a weak smile. Yes, I remember. Before leaving, Feng Lin couldn't resist one last parting shot. You wicked woman. Remember, if you cause Lu Lang to miss the exams again, I will never forgive you. Gu Xiaoshan yelled after him. How dare you bully my sister? Come back here if you have the guts. Xiao Qiao stood there, lost in thought. She looked thoughtfully at her handsome husband. The exams. That night, Xiao Qiao couldn't sleep. Feng Lin's accusations echoed in her ears. Last time, because of your troublemaking, Lu Lang missed the exams. He's been so good to you, and this is how you treat him? You're heartless. She felt a pang of guilt, even though it was the original Xiao Qiao who was responsible. But thinking of her handsome husband, she felt a surge of motivation, determined to help him take the exams, no matter what. Exhausted, Xiao Qiao eventually drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a panicked voice shrieked, "The madman is killing people. Run!" Confused, she looked around. This was a medical clinic. Why was there chaos? Xiao Qiao turned and saw her husband there, supported by Feng Lin. Lu Lang struggled to speak. Brother, help me, let's go. She called out from a distance. Wait. Before she could finish, a thug appeared, brandishing a knife and slashing toward Xiao Lu Lang. Terrified, she screamed, "Stop!" In the midst of the chaos, Xiao Qiao jolted awake in her bed. She touched her face, realizing it was just a dream. Why would she have such a dream? It felt so real. Sunlight streamed through the window, and voices drifted in. Lu Lang, hurry up, the carriage is waiting outside. It was Feng Lin's voice. He was urging them to go to the clinic early. Last time, because of that wicked woman, you missed your chance to see Dr. Zhang about your leg. We can't let her tag along today. But Xiao Qiao, who had been eavesdropping, scoffed. If you're going to town, I'm going too. Her sudden appearance startled Feng Lin, who had just been bad-mouthing her. Xiao Qiao stared into the distance, still troubled by her dream. They were attacked at the clinic in her dream. She couldn't just ignore it. Feng Lin tried to stop her. You can't go. But she brushed him off. I'm going to pack a few things. Feng Lin was left exasperated. In the end, the wicked woman, as he called her, tagged along. They soon arrived at the clinic's entrance. A long queue snaked out from the door. At this rate, Xiao Qiao realized it would be well into the night before her husband even saw the doctor. Xiao Qiao stood there, thoughtfully stroking her chin, pondering how to bypass the line. She needed to find a way to clear a path for them. Suddenly, a child dashed past, happily munching on a sweet osmanthus candy. The image sparked an idea. I've got it, she thought. Xiao Qiao turned to Xiao Lu Lang, affecting a whiny tone. I want osmanthus candy, she declared. Then, raising her voice so it carried over the crowd, she pointed dramatically at him. Osmanthus candy from Li Ji's shop. I only want candy from there. If you don't buy it for me, I won't let you in. I'll even burn your books. Xiao Lu Lang remained silent, but Feng Lin, unable to contain himself any longer, exploded. You wicked woman. Only Dr. Zhang in this clinic can treat Lu Lang's leg. We absolutely have to see him. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? A pang of guilt pricked Xiao Qiao's conscience. She truly did want to help. She glanced at Xiao Lu Lang. He remained impassive, seemingly unfazed by the urgency of the situation. After a long moment, he pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he turned and headed off to buy the candy, leaving a bewildered Feng Lin sputtering in his wake. He's actually going to buy osmanthus candy? He knows Dr. Zhang only sees patients for half the day. Xiao Qiao herself was surprised by his compliance. He went so quickly. I thought he wouldn't agree, she mused. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from within the clinic, causing her to whirl around. Someone screamed, "The madman is killing people. Help! Stop him! Don't let him escape!" The attacker didn't get far before being wrestled to the ground by the crowd, a bloody weapon still clutched in his hand. Xiao Qiao froze, the scene eerily mirroring her dream. It wasn't a coincidence. The captured young man raved and cursed. "Doctor, you killed my wife. This is your retribution." A steward hurried over, barking orders. "What are you all standing around for? Take him to the magistrate, and someone take count of the injured." Snapping out of her stupor, Xiao Qiao saw the wounded and immediately sprang into action, rolling up her sleeves. She called out to the clinic steward, "Get cold water and cloths. Have all the injured stay put." "What?" he responded, taken aback. "If you want to help, then listen to me." He eyed her suspiciously. "Miss, this isn't your home." His skepticism quickly turned to awe as he watched her expertly stitch a wound. "Excellent. Such skillful suturing. Are you a doctor, miss? You've arrived at just the right moment. Saving these people is paramount." A young man rushed up. "Miss, what are you doing?" he began, but the steward cut him off. "Don't interrupt. Go and fetch clean water, cloths, needles, thread, and scissors." After a flurry of activity, Xiao Qiao finally finished tending to the injured. The steward gaped at her, utterly dumbfounded. "I've never seen such miraculous skill. This is truly..." Xiao Qiao straightened up, letting out a breath. "They're all out of immediate danger now." The steward, his face pale, clutched a blood-stained cloth and stammered, "Miss, who are you?" At that moment, a well-dressed man entered. "Steward, come quickly. The magistrate has sent someone to inquire about the incident." Noticing the bandaged patients, he asked in surprise, "What happened here? Who treated their injuries?" He looked expectantly at the steward, who quickly shook his head. No, not me, Master Dong. It was a young lady over there. Where did she go? Tell me quickly." The clinic owner turned to point out Xiao Qiao. It was her, but she was gone. Where did she disappear to? Xiao Lulang had returned with the osmanthus candy. Feng Lin fumed beside him. That wicked woman. Who knows where she's run off to? Demanding osmanthus candy and making us wait all this time for nothing. I knew we shouldn't have let her come. Xiao Lulang remained calm, trying to soothe his friend. The doctor's already finished seeing patients for the day. There's no point getting upset. News of the incident at the clinic spread like wildfire. You mean you didn't hear? A madman went on a rampage at the clinic today, slashing several people. Yes, that's right. I saw the magistrate's guards surrounding the place. I was lucky, another voice chimed in. I was the last one to get in, but as I was running out, I got slashed on the head. Thankfully, a kind soul stitched me up. Doesn't hurt anymore. Hearing these snippets of conversation, Feng Lin suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Lulang and I were there at the time. We could have been killed. Xiao Lulang's thoughts immediately went to Xiao Qiao. She had insisted on coming along, demanding osmanthus candy, which had delayed them. And then the attack at the clinic. Was it a coincidence? Lost in thought, he was startled by Xiao Qiao's sudden appearance. Seems like it wasn't so bad after all, she remarked casually. Feng Lin, seeing her, erupted in anger. Where have you been? And what were you doing all that time? She blinked, offering a flimsy excuse. I went to the market to trade some things I gathered from the mountain. Xiao Lulang didn't press her further, instead silently handing her a bag of candy. They're cold now. Not as good. Xiao Qiao, mid-bite of a pastry, offered him some. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, being out so early. Here, have this. It was, as expected, osmanthus cake from Li Ji's shop, undeniably delicious. Feng Lin, still fuming, grumbled from behind them. And you say that. If it wasn't for your craving for osmanthus cake, we wouldn't have missed Dr. Zhang's consultation. Ignoring his complaints, she simply replied, what a pity. He clenched his fists in frustration, thinking, last time, she saved Lulang and then forced him to marry her. If she finds out that Lulang escaped the attack because he was buying her osmanthus cake, that idiot will become even more insufferable. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao was thinking to herself, it's a good thing I had that dream. I need to pay closer attention to my dreams from now on. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage passed by. Feng Lin exclaimed, look, that's the headmaster's carriage. Xiao Qiao, puzzled, asked, which headmaster? The headmaster of the Thousand Fragrance Academy. The one where Lulang will be taking his exam in 3 days. A respectful voice addressed the person inside the carriage. Why did you come down the mountain so suddenly? You didn't inform us, so we could send someone to meet you. It's fine. The next morning, Xiao Qiao woke up early and prepared a delicious meal. Taking a spoonful, She savored the flavor with a satisfied hum. Xiao Lulang emerged, surprising her. "You're up early. Weren't you studying late last night?" He looked at her without speaking, then finally replied, "The exam is today." "I know," she said. To ensure he could travel comfortably to the exam, Xiao had spent a considerable sum hiring a carriage. "I've already paid for the carriage and made all the arrangements. Second uncle will take you directly to the academy." Xiao Lulang didn't seem surprised, simply responding with a quiet, He quickly ate 8 bowls of hot soup. She sighed, closing her eyes briefly. With his leg like that, even if I wanted to accompany him part of the way, he probably wouldn't want me to. As he limped towards the carriage, he noticed a small crowd gathered there. "Are you here for the exam, Lulang?" Just as he was about to board, a woman came rushing up, bumping into him and shouting, "Out of the way! Shunzi, hurry up!" The impact left him momentarily disoriented. The woman already in the carriage spoke to the newcomer apologetically. Shunzi's mother, Lulang, was here first. He paid in advance. Didn't he, second brother? Second uncle nodded in confirmation. Young Lulang has to go to the exam. He thought about Xiao Qiao's recent transformation. The foolish girl seemed to have changed her ways. She had specifically instructed him repeatedly to ensure Lulang, with his injured leg, reached the academy safely. She had even given him an extra 2 taels of silver. She used to clash with Lulang so much. What's come over her? Hearing this, the woman flew into a rage. "My son, Shunzi, has to take the exam. What does it matter if he arrived first? Just because he was here first doesn't mean my son should be late for the exam. My family has Master Gu, who values the shun above all else. If there's a problem, go reason with him." Second uncle, seeing the situation, grew apprehensive. Master Gu, whose surname was Li, was the village head. He was influential and not someone to be trifled with. Lulang was in a difficult position. The woman beside Shunzi continued to urge, "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Let Shunzi get on." Gu de Shun chimed in with a sneer. "Lulang, you haven't been to the private school for half a year, and you still plan to take the 1,000 Fragrance Academy exam?" The woman added with disdain, "When you first came to the village, you were just a blade of green grass. My son has already passed the Shotsai exam, while you're still just a blade of grass. You haven't been to the private school for half a year, so what's the point of taking the exam? Go back to that fool, Gu Qiao. A fool and an idiot, truly a match made in heaven." Under the woman's relentless pressure, second uncle had no choice but to return the carriage fare to Xiao Lulang. "I'm so sorry, Lulang. Your leg isn't convenient, and you've made this trip for nothing." The shrill voice rang out again. "You won't pass the exam anyway. Just take the money and leave. Don't delay Shunzi's important matters." He stood there watching them, his face filled with resentment, but he could only climb down from the carriage. Gu Shun Zi couldn't resist adding another taunt. "A cripple who can't even get on the carriage by himself wants to block my way. He doesn't even know his place." But in an instant, someone grabbed him by the collar from behind and threw him to the ground. He landed on top of his mother. The woman, panicked and furious, demanded to know who had done that. Xiao Qiao stood protectively in front of Xiao Lulang, a staff gripped firmly in her hand. She spoke to second uncle, her voice filled with anger. "I booked this carriage yesterday. If you want to go back on your word, fine. Return the fare to everyone." Seeing this, the woman continued to yell, "Xiao Qiao, what do you think you're doing? If you're having one of your episodes, find a deserted place to have it. Don't embarrass yourself here." The onlookers, enjoying the spectacle, began to murmur amongst themselves. The fool, she really dares to do anything. But didn't she used to despise Xiao Lulang? Why is she now confronting the Gu family for him? This was the first time he had seen Xiao Qiao defend him like this. His hand, gripping the staff, trembled. Gu de Shun tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Come on, mother. Don't argue with the fool. It's pointless. Don't be late for the exam." Thanks to Xiao Qiao, Xiao Lulang made it to the examination hall without further incident. As he wrote, his mind was filled with images of Xiao Qiao's struggle. "Why am I thinking about these things?" he thought. He quickly composed himself and continued with the exam. After the exam, everyone complained. This exam was so difficult. Yes, it was. Feng Lin found him in the crowd and called out, "Lulang, I just heard many people complaining that the questions were very difficult. You guys were unlucky." The headmaster himself set the questions this time. "It would have been great if you could have taken the exam with me like last time." It's all right. If not this time, there's always next time. It's all because of that wicked woman. Has she been bullying you these past few days? I was so worried you wouldn't make it today." At that moment, he was also thinking about Xiao Qiao. She must have gone back already, he thought. But when he looked up, he saw her waiting for him outside. He was surprised. She was truly different now. Their eyes met. Xiao Qiao rushed to his side. You finished the exam? Have you been waiting long? Seeing her, Xiao Lulang asked curiously, shouldn't you be at the market? Why haven't you gone home? She fumbled for an excuse. I just happened to have some business nearby. A sarcastic voice interrupted them. What business could you possibly have? Lulang, don't mind her. Your leg is more important. We should go see Dr. Zhang together when you have time. Dr. Zhang is here again? Remember the trouble last time? All the injuries were healed then. Dr. Zhang must be from the capital. We don't have such miracle workers here. Feng Lin's faith in the doctor was absolute. Even so, if Dr. Zhang could save your leg, he can certainly cure this. He then glanced at Gu Qiao with open disdain. This doesn't concern you. When Dr. Zhang makes his diagnosis, I'll ask him when you should leave. Feng Lin exclaimed in exasperation. Why should I tell you? On their way home, Gu Qiao peppered Lulang with questions. When you came out, were you checking to see if I was there? Were you waiting for me? But Xiao Lulang avoided her gaze, stubbornly denying it. Really, no. I don't need to lie to you. Unbeknownst to them, Nie Qingxiang stood watching their exchange from behind a tree. It's brother Xiao and that fool Gu Qiao. She stood there, clutching the tree trunk, teeth gritted, powerless to intervene. Watching them laugh and talk, doubt gnawed at her. Since when were they so close? Or, am I mistaken? Late that night, as Xiao Lulang diligently copied texts, a knock echoed from the door. Gu Qiao entered, carrying a brazier. It's me. He didn't send her away, simply murmuring in acknowledgement. Seeing her, he gestured for her to use the brazier. But Gu Qiao refused. I won't be cold once I'm asleep. Her words were immediately betrayed by a sudden sneeze. She had caught a cold. Rubbing her nose, she asked him, could I warm up in your room before I go to sleep? Xiao Lulang agreed. She inquired about his earnings from copying texts, suspecting the Gu family was taking a significant portion. He closed his eyes wearily. You have to contribute food supplies to the Gu family for your meals. Gu Qiao suddenly leaned closer to his face. You don't need to give money to the Gu family anymore. I'll eat at home from now on. His expression remained unchanged, his voice indifferent. All right. The next morning, the marketplace bustled with activity. Gu Qiao found a spot and laid out the mushrooms she had gathered from the mountain. Customers quickly flocked to her stall. You're here. Do you have any more of those cloud ear mushrooms like last time? My grandson loves them. Could I trade you for some? I have radishes. Another chimed in. I'd like some for soup too. She cheerfully agreed to everyone's requests. Inside a nearby tavern, two men observed Gu Qiao. The apothecary owner asked his steward, is it the girl you mentioned? He seemed incredulous. Why would she trade such valuable mountain goods for cheap vegetables? Is she a fool? Are you sure you haven't mistaken her for someone else? The steward affirmed, I was standing right there when she saved that man. I saw with my own eyes how she stitched up such a deep and long wound. I couldn't be mistaken. The apothecary frowned. How could such a young girl possess such advanced medical skills? How old is she? Suddenly, a squad of soldiers appeared, scattering the crowd. Make way! Make way! Disperse! Gu Qiao looked up bewildered. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I heard the leper from the mountain escaped. The authorities are searching everywhere. Fear laced their voices. Oh dear, a leper! What if we accidentally touch him? This disease is contagious. If it's severe, it's incurable. Gu Qiao's mind raced. Leprosy was a highly contagious skin disease. In this era, it was still considered incurable. Xiao Lulang's brother had apparently succumbed to the same illness. Then someone shouted. Someone collapsed. Terror gripped the crowd, and everyone backed away. Is it the leper? Heavens, stay away! Without careful examination, the soldiers rushed forward, covering their faces. Move aside. Seize him first. Ask questions later. Let's see if it's leprosy. Suddenly, a voice intervened. Hold on. Who are you? The apothecary owner pushed past the soldiers. His steward followed, explaining hurriedly, Please don't be angry, young master. Let us assess the situation. Apprehending him can wait. He sat down and observed the man. Not leprosy. This was angina, the same symptoms as the patient who died in our pharmacy a while back. Just then, Gu Qiao suddenly spoke. Even if the pharmacy's physician came, they wouldn't be able to cure him. Who are you? Her voice startled the apothecary owner. A guard stepped forward to stop her. You can't come in. The apothecary owner turned and saw her. He frowned, worried. It's useless. Even if you're skilled, this illness won't wait for you to ponder. Before he finished speaking, the man's condition worsened dramatically. White foam frothed at his mouth, his face contorted in pain. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ignoring the protests, Gu Qiao rushed forward like a divine healer. She swiftly lifted the man's shirt. Under the apothecary owner's astonished gaze, he stammered, "What are you doing?" "He's beyond saving." Ignoring his words, she produced a silver needle. Adjusting the pressure in her hand, she precisely inserted it into an acupoint on the man's chest. The apothecary owner gaped, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" She gently twirled the needle. A moment later, Gu Qiao withdrew the small needle. The man's chest ceased its heaving. In the blink of an eye, the man could move, coughing weakly. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned, utterly incredulous. "He's breathing. It's a miracle. This young lady is truly gifted." Gu Qiao asked the man how he felt. The manager clapped the apothecary owner on the shoulder. "I told you, she's a divine healer." The apothecary owner finally looked at her with different eyes, nodding. Indeed, his eyes suddenly lit up. "If our pharmacy had a physician like this, we wouldn't have any more fatalities." Finding a quiet corner, the pharmacy's representative proposed to Gu Qiao, "We'd like to invite you to be our pharmacy's physician." "Which pharmacy?" The apothecary owner spread his arms wide. "In Qingchuan town, only our Dan Duong can be called the pharmacy. So, what do you say?" Considering their enthusiastic offer, she stroked her chin thoughtfully. "We won't treat you poorly." Gu Qiao stood silently, calculating. After a moment, she agreed cheerfully. "All right, I was actually looking for you. We can cooperate. But let's be clear." She held up a finger towards the two men. "I'll only see patients once a month." The apothecary owner was taken aback. "Only once?" Gu Qiao crossed her arms, firm in her decision. "I'm very busy." He immediately scoffed. "Oh, busy selling vegetables at the market, I suppose." But for the sake of the pharmacy's reputation, he gritted his teeth and accepted. "Once a month it is then." He had his own calculations. Though once a month seemed little, after they established a relationship, he could renegotiate. Then, Gu Qiao added, "And another thing." The apothecary owner waited anxiously for her to continue. "I have one more condition." With everything agreed upon, Gu Qiao quickly picked up her basket and headed home. It was already nearing midday. Nie Qingxiang had witnessed everything Gu Qiao had done that day. She had been secretly following Gu Qiao, unnoticed. What has she been up to lately? Waking up earlier than the roosters to go into town to trade, she saw Gu Qiao turn her head and quickly ducked behind a wall. Gu Qiao, seeing no one, assumed she'd been mistaken. Nie Qingxiang breathed a sigh of relief, the tension easing from her shoulders. She was grateful for not being discovered. However, she was still burning with curiosity about what the girl was selling in her basket. Lost in her suspicious thoughts, someone suddenly clapped her on the shoulder from behind. She turned to see a group of ruffians leering at her. Well, what have we here?" "A pretty lady. Come and play with us." Terror seized Nie Qingxiang, her eyes widening in sheer panic. She raised her hands to her chest, trembling as she confronted the men before her. "What do you want, you bastards? Get away from me." The ruffians ignored her pleas, their laughter echoing cruelly. One of them lunged forward, striking her hard across the face. "Still acting tough, eh? You won't be so loud in a minute." He grabbed her roughly by the hair, his grip tightening painfully. Several others surged forward, tearing at her clothes. "Come on, play with us." A cry of pain escaped her lips, fear choking off further words. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Get lost!" The ruffians paused, their anger momentarily checked. Still clutching Nie Qingxiang, the leader roared, "Who are you? Get out of here!" Gu Qiao didn't move. Instead, she lifted her chin and repeated, "Get lost." The ruffian turned to face her. "What did you say? Say that again." They jeered. "Sorry, we didn't quite catch that." "You've got some guts, lady." One of them leered. "Or maybe you want to join in the fun?" His words were met with a stinging slap that echoed sharply, startling the others. Gu Qiao moved swiftly, her foot connecting with the ruffian's chest. He crumpled to the ground, groaning, My arm's broken." Seeing their comrade fall so easily, the others, fueled by rage and confusion, charged forward. "You little bitch! You think you're tough? We'll teach you a lesson." One of them roared, his fist clenched, Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Fist. Gu Qiao sidestepped the attack with ease, landing a swift punch to his face. Within moments, the ruffians lay scattered and bruised. Gu Qiao looked down at them, her voice calm. What kind of fist was that? She smirked. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Her gaze swept over them. Want another round? The ruffians, drenched in cold sweat, shook their heads vehemently. No. Helping each other up, they scrambled away, their fear propelling them into a panicked retreat. Nie Qingxiang stared at her, bewildered. Oh! But Gu Qiao's attention was focused on Nie Qingxiang's torn clothing. She removed her own jacket and offered it to Nie Qingxiang. Put this on. Nie Qingxiang looked at her with a flicker of gratitude. You're giving me your jacket? Won't you be cold? Gu Qiao turned away, her voice cool. If you don't want it, give it back. Nie Qingxiang quickly put on the jacket. I'll wear it. Finally regaining her composure, Nie Qingxiang stammered. You. Then, with a hesitant look, she asked, Are you simple-minded? Gu Qiao, unsure how to respond, simply remained silent. She turned and walked away, leaving Nie Qingxiang standing there confused. Nie Qingxiang thought she must be simple-minded. Why else would she save me after I bullied her so much? The scene shifted to a grand estate. An elderly man sat basking in the sun. A figure rushed towards him from the distance. Master! Clutching an examination paper, the man exclaimed, It's extraordinary. Look at this, master. He spoke excitedly. This Xiao Lulang is no ordinary student. The exam questions concern flood control and court strategy. The other candidates offered superficial answers, avoiding the core issues. Only he was different. He offered both praise and criticism, providing concrete solutions instead of empty rhetoric. He even dared to point out flaws in the imperial court. He possesses true knowledge and talent. But he intentionally left 2 questions blank. Such a pity, master. Why do you think he did that? The elderly man took the examination paper, sighing. This young man is too astute. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, his voice filled with urgency. Master, we've found him. The benefactor who saved you in the mountains is currently residing in Qingchuan village, tending to domestic affairs. At home, Gu Qiao held a worn garment, scrutinizing it for a long moment. She decided her clothes were far too threadbare, and she needed to sew some new ones. A sudden, strange thud from outside startled her. Curiosity piqued. She hurried to the door. What was that noise? She muttered to herself. She found an elderly woman lying unconscious on the ground. How did someone collapse right outside my door? Unguarded, Gu Qiao approached. Which family does this old woman belong to? She wondered aloud. Turning the woman over, she saw that her face was covered in bumps, or rather, horrifying blisters. Gu Qiao recoiled. This is... Just then, Xiao Lulang and the others returned. Gu Qiao heard Xiao Xiaoshuan's voice from a distance. Sister, we're back. He was about to approach when Gu Qiao cried out in alarm. Don't come any closer. They all stopped, staring at her in bewilderment. Hey, what's going on, Xiaoshan? Gu Qiao shouted again. It's best if you all stay back. Sister, what's happening? Xiao Lulang remained silent, his brow furrowed in concern. He quickly moved forward, Feng Lin close behind. Xiaoshan, left behind, was utterly confused. Hey, why are you all going over there? Gu Qiao scolded him. I told you not to come here. Feng Lin, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked Lulang, Is it leprosy? Xiaoshuan's face paled at the word. Feng Lin, already 100 meters away, yelled back, What are you still doing there? Get away! Xiao Lulang, though apprehensive about the disease, refused to leave Gu Qiao alone. He stepped closer and asked, Did you touch her? Yes, Gu Qiao admitted, her face etched with worry. Just a little. Xiao Lulang was about to speak when a hand suddenly yanked him back. It was Feng Lin, his face a mask of panic. Come here, he hissed, pulling Lulang away. You heard her. Feng Lin continued to berate him. She touched the leper. We have to take her away now, or the whole village will be infected. Lulang, what are you hesitating for? Feng Lin's voice was sharp with urgency. Xiao Lulang simply stood in silence, his gaze fixed on Gu Qiao. Feng Lin grew more agitated. Don't you want to be rid of that poisonous woman? She touched a leper. 8 or 9 out of 10 people who touch a leper get infected. According to imperial law, she has to be taken to the leprosy mountain. Fear hung heavy in the air. Xiao Lulang's voice was firm. No one is going to the leprosy mountain. He then commanded, Bring me a dry cloth. Ignoring Feng Lin's stammering protests, Lulang took the cloth and quickly covered the old woman's face. Let me do it, Gu Qiao offered. Xiao Lulang refused curtly. No need. He looked up and said, Carry her inside. Gu Qiao didn't hesitate. Together, they carried the old woman into the house. Xiaoshan, no longer afraid, rushed to help. I'll help too. Only Feng Lin remained rooted to the spot, staring after them in disbelief. You. He looked around wildly. You're all crazy. You've all gone mad. A moment later, he ran after them. Wait, Xiao Xiaoshan asked, bewildered. What do we do now? Gu Qiao worried about how to treat the early stages of leprosy. She had the necessary medicine in her kit, but it needed to be administered immediately to prevent the disease from progressing. Lost in thought, a piece of paper was suddenly placed in front of her. I've written it down, Xiao Lulang said. Gu Qiao looked at the paper confused. What is this? He calmly replied, a prescription. Everyone asked in surprise. A prescription? Gu Qiao asked skeptically. How do you know a prescription for leprosy? Xiao Lulang was silent for a long moment. After a while, he explained, my older brother also contracted leprosy. A wandering physician gave him a family remedy. I saw with my own eyes how his condition improved after taking it. Hearing this, Gu Qiao questioned, if he improved, why did he die? His hands clenched, a flicker of anguish in his eyes. My brother's leprosy, it had spread. A shadow of grief passed over his face. The soldiers, they chased him to Leprosy Mountain. He died there not long after. Gu Qiao murmured sympathetically, I see. After a pause, he added with conviction, this woman's case is mild, much milder than my brother's. It's treatable. She can recover. Feng Lin, now eager to contribute, declared, understood. I'll go fetch the medicine. Xiao Lulang instructed. Remember to visit different apothecaries. Avoid raising suspicion about leprosy. But then Xiao Xiaoshan piped up, I'll go too. The two scrambled for the door. I want to go too. Neither was willing to give way. What are you doing? Xiao Xiaoshan, still smarting from the earlier rebuke, retorted, don't think I'm deaf. You are going to let brother-in-law take my sister away. Gu Qiao sighed, exasperated by their bickering. What is this, a time for arguments? Finally, the medicine was procured. The first decoction was quickly prepared. With the combined efforts of traditional medicine and Gu Qiao's modern knowledge, the old woman's condition began to improve. Gu Qiao opened her medical kit, a thought dawning on her. This woman's leprosy is indeed in its early stages, and a less virulent strain at that. Minimal skin damage, low risk of transmission. With proper treatment, she'll make a full recovery. The reason for the collapse was likely exhaustion. Her clothes and shoes were tattered, and then it struck Gu Qiao. This old woman, she's an escapee from Leprosy Mountain. An elderly leper, likely with little time left. Is it truly worth it for the officials to hunt them down like this? From outside came Feng Lin's frantic voice. Lulang, I know you have a good heart, always ready to help those in need. But I have to tell you, this madness can't be cured. While the villagers are still unaware, once she wakes, we have to send her away. And what about that poisonous woman? She had even more contact with the sick. Gu Qiao, standing behind the door, heard everything. Before he could finish, a frown creased Lulang's brow. He pulled his arm away from Feng Lin's grasp, his voice laced with displeasure. She has a name. Feng Lin stared at him, dumbfounded. Truly, that poisonous woman has him bewitched. Blinking back tears, Feng Lin wailed dramatically, Lulang, you've changed. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaoshan was on his way home. Suddenly, the whinny of a horse echoed from behind him. He spun around, startled. A man with a handlebar mustache, perched atop the horse, called out, Hey, you there? Are you from this village? Xiao Xiaoshan, seeing the unfamiliar face, hesitated. Yes. What do you want? The man's expression was grim. We're looking for someone. He produced an umbrella, thrusting it towards the boy's face. Xiao Xiaoshan recoiled in fear. The man growled, Have you seen this umbrella? Xiao Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in recognition. That's my sister's umbrella. How did you get it? Another man, clearly impatient, placed a hand on Xiao Xiaoshuan's shoulder. Have you seen it or not? Terror gripped the boy. What has my sister done? Why are these frightening men looking for her? A man thrust out a rough hand, his voice a menacing growl. Hey kid, I advise you to tell the truth. If you don't, we'll just ask someone else. Xiao Shun felt a cold sweat break out. Squeezing his eyes shut, he blurted out, summoning all his courage. It's mine. The umbrella, it has the character Xiao carved on it. The man's voice turned sharp. And the one who stepped on our master's face, was that you too? And the one who fixed our master's hand? Xiao Shun was completely bewildered. But, driven by a fierce loyalty to protect his sister, Gu Qiao, he confessed to everything. Yes, it was all me. The questions continued, relentless. And the one who stuck needles in a goo? Tears welled in Xiao Shun's eyes. Yes, all of it. If you don't believe me, ask anyone in the village. Who else would do such things besides me? Xiao Shun. He braced himself for a beating, his mind racing. Sister, why did you have to stick needles into goo? But instead of the expected blows, the menacing figures suddenly dropped to their knees, their voices filled with reverence. Benefactor, we finally found you. Xiao Shun stared, utterly dumbfounded. He heard hurried breathing outside the door and ran back to his sister. Before he could speak, Gu Qiao frantically shushed him. Brother-in-law is studying. Understanding, Xiao Shun lowered his voice. Sister, you won't believe this. He began to recount the events, gesticulating wildly. They followed me here. They're right outside. Gu Qiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. Tianxiang Academy. I see. Xiao Shun's voice was filled with remorse. Did I cause trouble for you, sister? But Gu Qiao smiled reassuringly. You did well, Xiao Shun. Wait here for me. Before leaving, she added, her voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry. I've got this. Outside, Xiao Shun hid behind the door, anxiety gnawing at him. I have to see what happens. I hope those men don't hurt her. The two men stood outside, their faces still grim. Xiao Shun paled. They're still so scary. But as Gu Qiao emerged, their expressions transformed into beaming smiles. From his hiding place, Xiao Shun watched, bewildered, a fresh wave of sweat beading on his forehead. They seemed to be chatting amiably. He could just make out his sister's voice. All right. Confusion swirled within him. What is going on? A short while later, the men mounted their horses, their voices respectful as they rode away. We'll take our leave, Mississippi. We'll be sure to carry out your instructions. Xiao Shun finally dared to step out, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Sister, they're gone? What did you say to them? Gu Qiao simply smiled enigmatically, patting his shoulder. Mother will get your school bag ready. The scene shifted to the Gu family home. The large gates of the Chao residence swung open. Gu Yuna, the eldest daughter, yawned as she emerged, a basket slung over her shoulder. A man's voice called out, "Excuse me, is this the residence of Chao Li-jung?" He introduced himself. I'm the steward from Tianxiang Academy. I'm here to deliver the acceptance letter for young Master Gu. Oh, she stammered. The steward continued, would you kindly inform the family? Gu Yuna hurried inside, calling out, Deshun, the academy sent an acceptance letter. Inside the study, Deshun, the eldest son, and Gu Chonghai looked up from their books, surprised. An acceptance letter delivered directly to our home? They rushed out to greet the steward. This is our son, Deshun. He's a diligent student. His results must have been exceptional for you to personally deliver the letter. The steward chuckled awkwardly. So, there is another candidate in this esteemed household. I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. The letter I carry is not for this young master, but for another, a young Master Gu Xiaoshun. I may not have been clear earlier. Is young Master Gu Xiaoshun present? The two Gu family members stared, their faces falling, disbelief etched on their features. What? Gu Chonghai stammered, bewildered. Sir, you must have made a mistake. Xiaoshun didn't take the exam. He gritted his teeth, fuming inwardly. That rascal. He couldn't pass an exam in 8 lifetimes, let alone even sit for one. Suppressing a smile, the steward emphasized, I assure you, there's no mistake. It is Gu Xiaoshun, personally recommended by our master. He is exempt from the entrance exam and all tuition fees. Furthermore, his books and uniform have already been prepared. Please deliver them to young Master Tai immediately. The news rippled through the Gu household, sparking a flurry of excited chatter. Without Xiaoshun, they wouldn't have been able to save the woman. Lu Shi, the second wife of the Tai family, seethed with envy. Why wasn't the first wife's family informed? He mumbled in response, I didn't know. I just saw someone who needed help and helped. He recalled his sister, Gu Qiao's warning, you mustn't tell anyone. But how can I possibly go to school? Everyone says that studying leads to a bright future. So, I can become someone important too? A thrill of joy coursed through Xiaoshun. Sister, I'll take you to eat delicious food someday. I'll really make something of myself. He daydreamed of holding his head high, lording it over others. Who's the educated one now, huh? Do you have any learning? But such pleasant fantasies were short-lived. Gu Chonglu, the second branch's son, coughed, jolting him back to reality. With his feet propped up casually, Chonglu addressed the room. Since there's no tuition to pay, let Xiaoshun go. It'll keep him out of trouble. A sharp voice cut through the air. Absolutely not. Zhou Shi, the first wife of the Tai family, declared. Who will do the chores if he leaves? What if he causes trouble outside and disgraces the Tai family? We can't let him run wild. Gu Dashun, standing beside her, caught her meaning. His eyes gleamed, a sly smile playing on his lips. Feigning earnestness, he said, Mother, having another educated person in the family is a blessing. I can help with the chores when I return from my studies. Zhoshir feigned sympathy. Oh, no. We wouldn't dream of making a child work. Then, with exaggerated concern, she cried, Just think. This would disrupt Dashun's studies. One played the good cop, the other the bad. Dashun fanned the flames. It's just that Xiao Xiaoshuan's temper needs some work. What if he causes a ruckus at the academy? See what I mean? He glanced at the child from the second branch. If anyone should go, it should be Shun. At the mention of her own son, Zhou Shi's face lit up. Why, yes. Let Shun go to the academy. She winked at him. He took the cue, puffing out his chest. Exactly. I'm smarter than him and more obedient. Let me go. I can bring honor to the family with a scholar's title. Zhoshir chimed in. Yes, that's an excellent idea. Dashun is very bright. The second wife patted her son's shoulder. Shun, you must study hard. Of course, mother. Xiao Xiaoshuan's face paled as he watched the scene unfold. Gu Shun sneered, cutting him off. Such a good opportunity, wasted on someone who spends all their time with a fool. What a shame. Xiao Xiaoshuan's anger flared. Don't you dare. My sister is not a fool. Shun pressed on, his voice dripping with mockery. Everyone in the village knows Tai Qiao is the biggest fool for 10 miles around. She even married a cripple. His words grew increasingly cruel. Damaged goods. No wonder no one wanted her. Without a word, Xiao Xiaoshun lunged forward, grabbing Shun by the collar and landing a punch. Shut up. Gu Chang Lu quickly intervened. Enough. Stop fighting. The second wife patted her son's shoulder, beaming at Shun. There. Let's not talk about her on such a happy occasion. We have a celebration to attend to. They held a lavish feast, reveling in their perceived triumph. Gu Xiaoshun sat dejectedly in the corner, helpless and frustrated. It's not fair, he muttered. If it weren't for my sister, you wouldn't even have this opportunity. At Tianxiang Academy, Gu Erzhan struggled to put on his uniform. This academy is so stingy, he complained. This robe is tiny. The surrounding students snickered and whispered behind their hands. Look at him. How ridiculous. Gu Dashun, walking ahead, pretended not to know him, his face a mask of indifference. Oblivious to his older brother's embarrassment, Erzhan peppered him with questions. Where's our classroom? Where's our classroom? He chirped, tugging at Dashuin's sleeve. Take me to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, Urshuin's eyes widened. Wow! Bright bookcases, impressive shelves, he exclaimed. He swaggered to a seat and propped his feet up. Not bad at all. Tianxiang Academy, he declared, glancing smugly at Xiao Lulong who sat nearby, much to Gu Dashuin's dismay. Shame I have to study with a cripple, he added with a sneer. Gu Dashun frowned, his face a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment. Erzhan, his chest puffed out with pride, continued, I'll have to find that old master Gu Xiaoshan saved and tell him to transfer me to Dashuin's class. A cough echoed through the room, silencing the chattering students. The master is here, someone whispered. The master addressed the class. Before we begin, I will take roll call. He opened his register and began. Zhao Changfu. Present, a voice called out. Lu Xianglian. Present. Gu Erzhan fidgeted nervously. Dasun hadn't told him about roll call. Gu Xiaoshun, the master called. Silence. He repeated the name. Panicked, Erzhan thought. Xiaoshun, Erzhan, what's the difference? Present, he blurted out. His hesitant voice drew the attention of the other students. Xiao Lulong, seated near the front, turned to look. A student spoke up, pointing at Erzhan. Hey, you're not Gu Xiaoshun. You're Gu Erzhan, aren't you? Another student chimed in. Flustered, Erzhan stammered. You're mistaken. I am Gu Xiaoshun. More students joined the chorus of disbelief. I've met Gu Xiaoshun before. This isn't him. Really? Then why is he saying he's Gu Xiaoshun? Urshuin's face paled, his mind racing. He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. It's not because... He stood up abruptly, sweat beading on his forehead. It's because Gu Xiaoshun is sick, he blurted out. He couldn't come, so he sent me instead. The students erupted in a cacophony of accusations. Claiming to be Gu Xiaoshun, but sending his brother? Something fishy is going on here. He's asking for trouble. One student realized the truth. He's definitely family. Isn't he Gu Xiaoshuan's brother, taking his younger brother's place? How shameful. Does he think the master is a fool? Does he think Tianxiang Academy is so easily tricked? Ershun, overwhelmed by the onslaught, could only shake his head. I'm not. I didn't. The master slammed his hand on the desk, his voice cold and sharp. Anyone who is not a student of this class leave. Humiliated and exposed, Gu Ershun was ejected from the classroom on his first day, a mixture of shock and despair washing over him. He stood outside, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, Gu Qiao studied the medicinal herbs laid out on her table, deep in thought. Combining them with her modern medicine kit, she worked diligently in the kitchen, preparing a remedy for the old woman suffering from leprosy. She had to be careful with the modern medicine, using it sparingly to avoid suspicion. Covering her nose and mouth with a cloth, she stood over a large pot simmering on the stove. Modern medicine is so much more convenient, she sighed. This smell. After a while, she lifted the lid, and a pungent aroma wafted into the air. Ugh, that's awful, she grimaced. It must be terrible to drink. A wave of concern washed over her. How will the old woman ever drink this? She worried. Even a child would struggle, let alone an elderly person. Her gaze fell upon her modern medicine kit. Wasn't I out of anti-inflammatories? She wondered aloud. And how did I get more antibiotics? I don't remember putting these in here. She stared at the mysteriously replenished kit, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. When did this get refilled? Gu Qiao peered at the contents, her eyes wide with bewilderment, then leaned closer for a better look. Her eyes suddenly lit up as if a thought had struck her. Could it be that the medicine inside was constantly replenishing? Could it truly refill so much at once? How long would that take? Gu Qiao sat before the medicine box and sighed. I've been watching you for a while now. Aren't you going to say anything? Does it have anything to do with how I got here? She murmured to herself before drifting off to sleep without realizing it. In her dream, Gu Qiao found herself standing before the gates of Tianxiang Academy. This time, she was prepared. This dream, just like the last one, was surely a harbinger of misfortune. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Help! The academy dormitory has collapsed. There are people inside." Hearing this, she rushed to the scene. Her fellow students chattered amongst themselves. How could it collapse out of the blue? I hope they're all right. This place feels cursed from the moment you step inside. Someone spoke with a trembling voice. Crushed by bricks, stones, and timber, they'll be lucky to survive. When Gu Qiao got closer, she saw only a pile of rubble. Many students were trapped, among them her crippled husband and younger brother, filling her with a burning anxiety. Xiao Lulong, Xiao Shan. Gu Qiao jolted awake from the nightmare, startling Xuan Ningxiang, who had slipped into the room unnoticed. Flustered, Xuan Ningxiang explained, I came to return your clothes. I didn't see you, so I came in to check. Are you all right? Gu Qiao tried to say she was fine, but her body betrayed her. A wave of abdominal pain forced her to her knees. Xuan Ningxiang, standing beside her, asked with concern, What's wrong? And rushed forward to help Gu Qiao up. Does your stomach still hurt? It was then that Xuan Ningxiang noticed the red stain on Gu Qiao's clothes and realized she had started her period. Let me help you to your room. She urged Gu Qiao to lie down. Lying in bed, Gu Qiao's mind raced. If this was like the last time, the events in her dream wouldn't happen immediately, and the dormitory collapse happened when Xiao Shun and Xiao Lulong were together. In other words, she just needed to figure out when Xiao Shun would be at the academy and then make sure they weren't there at that time. Just then, Xuan Ningxiang rushed back in. Cover yourself with the blanket. Don't catch a chill. The commotion in the room piqued Xiao Lulong's curiosity from outside. He pushed the door open. What's wrong? Is someone else in here? His eyes fell upon the two of them in close proximity. Go to sleep, he said to Gu Qiao. I'll bring you some rice gruel later. When did they get so close? After Gu Qiao had settled back into bed, Xuan Ningxiang turned and saw Xiao Lulong. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. You're back, she said to him. She was in a lot of pain just now. I happened to be passing by, so I came in to help. Do we have any brown sugar? Make her a bowl. Xiao Lulong stood at the door, stunned for a moment before replying, I'll go borrow some from the neighbors. She urged him to hurry, leaving him bewildered and unsure of what was happening. In a small room next door, a hurried knock echoed. The neighbor woman opened the door. Who is it? Then she recognized him. Oh, it's Lulong. What brings you here so late? He replied with an uneasy expression. I've come to borrow some brown sugar. A moment later, a bowl of brown sugar water was brought out. The neighbor woman beamed. I never knew Lulong was such a doting husband. Your wife is a lucky woman. Xiao Lulong accepted the bowl awkwardly and took his leave. Thank you. I'll be going now. The neighbor continued to tease him. A woman's monthly cycle is a good thing. It means she'll be giving you a son soon. Xiao Lulong, looking as if his soul had left his body, nearly tripped over a stone on his way back. Back at home, Gu Qiao lay in bed, writhing in pain. He gently helped her sit up. Drink this first. If it's not enough, let me know. Thank you. Gu Qiao weakly sipped the brown sugar water her husband, Xiao Lulong, brought to her lips. He watched her intently, his face still devoid of expression. Once she finished, feeling much relieved, he turned to leave. Rest, he said. The next morning, Gu Qiao awoke early. She poured the decocted medicine for the elderly woman and, taking the opportunity, asked, "What should I call you? Where is your home? Do you remember what ails you?" The woman answered curtly, "How should I know?" Gu Qiao grew suspicious. Could it be memory loss? The old woman bristled, firing back a volley of disjointed questions. Who are you? Is this your house? Why are you alone? Seeing the woman's irrationality, Gu Qiao decided not to argue. Drink your medicine, she said. The old woman turned her head away, her expression making it clear she found the medicine unappetizing. I won't drink it. The old woman's attitude ignited Gu Qiao's frustration. This old woman is truly difficult. I can't be bothered to treat you anymore. Gu Qiao paused, then pulled 3 candies from her pocket. Look what I have here. You get these after you finish your medicine. The old woman's eyes lit up, but she still feigned stubbornness. Too few. Only 3. Gu Qiao remained unmoved. Candy is expensive. Don't eat it then. Finally, the old woman relented. I'll drink it. She grimaced at the smell as she brought the bowl to her lips. With the patient attended to, Gu Qiao's thoughts drifted to her brother. I wonder how Xiao Shun is doing. Meanwhile, at the calligraphy class, Gu Xiaoshan was back in school. His laziness, however, remained unreformed. Seeing him snoring, a classmate shouted, "Gu Xiaoshan! Hey, Gu Xiaoshan, it's time to eat." His snoring ceased abruptly. He shot up, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. "Is it time to eat?" he asked loudly. Laughter erupted around him. Realizing he'd been tricked, Xiaoshan's face darkened. The teacher intervened to restore order, then announced the dormitory assignments for students to a room. Those whose names were called were to collect their keys. One student rushed forward, a look of disgust on his face. "Teacher, I don't want to share a room with him." "Why?" "I refuse to room with an idiot like him." Hearing the insult, Gu Xiaoshan bristled. "What did you say?" Just then, Xiao Lulong stepped forward. "I'll switch with you." He looked at Gu Xiaoshan, who was speechless. The other students began to murmur. "He's actually willing to room with that idiot. A cripple and a fool. Perfect match." Another voice chimed in, more cuttingly. "Don't bring trouble on the rest of us. What if he causes problems? We don't want to be dragged down with him." Gu Xiaoshuan's anger boiled over. He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. "Are you all itching for a beating?" As they walked back to the dormitory, Xiao Lulong, hoping to encourage Xiaoshan to study, pulled out a satchel Gu Qiao had sewn. "Your sister made this for you. She hopes you'll study hard and not disappoint her." Gu Xiaoshan held the satchel, a flicker of shame in his eyes. He followed Xiao Lulong, trying to ingratiate himself. "Brother-in-law, wait for me." "Brother-in-law, are you tired? Let me help you." Xiao Lulong refused curtly. "No need. Brother-in-law, let me carry your bag." Gu Xiaoshan continued his fawning. "Brother-in-law, I understand now. You're the only one worthy of my sister. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't even look west. If you tell me to hit someone, I'll hit them." I said, "No need." When they arrived at their assigned room, they found it covered in cobwebs, the rafters cracked in several places. Gu Xiaoshan complained, "This place is awful." Xiao Lulong sighed. "This was the only room left when I got the key." The rafters looked as if they might give way under the weight above. He was about to unlock the door when a shout echoed from outside. "Xiao Lulong! Is Xiao Lulong here?" He startled. "Your family is here, waiting outside. They said it's urgent, and they need to see you immediately." Both Xiao Lulong and Gu Xiaoshan turned their heads towards the library door. Gu Qiao had been waiting there for some time, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she greeted them. Xiao Lulong stood beside her, his expression unreadable. Gu Xiaoshan, curiosity piqued, asked, "Sister, did you need something?" Gu Qiao offered a gentle excuse. It's your first day at the academy, Xiaoshun. I was worried, so I came to take you both to lunch. The three made their way to the market for a midday meal. Gu Xiaoshun slurped down his noodles with gusto. Gu Qiao, noticing her husband staring blankly at his bowl, inquired, "Isn't this the noodle dish from your hometown? Don't you like it?" He shook his head. "It's not as good as yours." Witnessing their sweet exchange, Gu Xiaoshun suddenly felt his own noodles lose their flavor. Overwhelmed by their affectionate display, he declared, "How strange, I'm full." Gu Qiao blushed crimson at his words, murmuring shyly, "I'll make some for you tonight." Xiao Lulong nodded in agreement. "All right." Suddenly, the table beneath them lurched violently. A deafening boom echoed from the distance. Someone shouted, "It's terrible." The dormitory collapsed. People are trapped underneath. Their meal forgotten, they rushed back towards the library. Which dormitory collapsed? When did it happen? Anxious classmates bombarded Xiao Lulong with questions. "Yours," someone answered grimly. "It happened shortly after you left. Everyone was worried you were buried inside." Xiao Lulong's mind raced. This was the second near-death experience after the incident at the clinic. He glanced at Gu Qiao, suspicion gnawing at him. She had been the reason they'd avoided both disasters. Could it truly be just a coincidence? With their dormitory destroyed, the two had no choice but to return to their village. On the carriage ride home, Gu Xiaoshun chirped excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you must be so happy." Xiao Lulong raised an eyebrow. "Why would I be happy?" the naive young man blurted out. "Well, now you can sleep with my sister." The words nearly sent both Gu Qiao and Xiao Lulong tumbling from their seats. Xiao Lulong, regaining his composure, cautioned his young brother-in-law against such inappropriate remarks. Gu Qiao joined in, adding a playful threat, "That's right. Your brother-in-law is about to have his leg examined. Xiaoshun, you need to be well-behaved and not cause trouble." Gu Xiaoshun attempted to defend himself. "But wasn't it you who arranged it the last few times?" The sounds of domestic violence erupted. "Ow! Sister, I was wrong. It hurts. I won't say anything inappropriate again." Back at their home, Gu Qiao prepared to take Xiao Lulong to have his leg examined. Patting her brother's shoulder, she instructed, "I'm taking your brother-in-law to the town today for his appointment. Stay home and look after grandmother for me." Gu Xiaoshun nodded obediently. "Yes, sister. Don't worry. I'll take good care of grandmother." Gu Qiao added one last instruction. "If anyone asks, tell them I want to find your brother-in-law's uncle." Okay. A few steps later, Gu Qiao suddenly remembered something and turned back. "I've warmed up the food in the pot. Remember to leave a portion for him." "Don't worry, sister. I won't forget." Just then, the two ruffians who had previously called Gu Xiaoshun boss finally caught up with him. "We heard you're going to school now," one sneered, "and that you taught Deshun a lesson. Come on, let's go get some tickets." But Gu Xiaoshun had changed. He waved them off dismissively. Go away. I have important things to do." Internally, he wrestled with himself. While he longed to join them, his sister's instructions were absolute. Gu Qiao and Xiao Lulong quickly arrived at the Huichun clinic. Feng Lin was already waiting, a disgruntled expression on his face. "Why is she here?" he grumbled upon seeing Gu Qiao. Gu Qiao offered a professional smile. "I just happened to be passing by." Feng Lin stared at her, dumbfounded. Hadn't he heard that this venomous woman was interested in someone else? Why was she still clinging to Lulong? He couldn't understand it. Such an important matter, and he brings her along, he muttered under his breath. What if she ruins everything? Turning to Gu Qiao, he warned, "I'm warning you, don't say anything stupid in the clinic, and don't touch anything. Don't cause trouble for Lulong and delay his treatment." The three entered the clinic, where the manager greeted them warmly. "Master Feng, you've arrived. I am Manager Wang of Huichun Clinic." "Greetings, Manager Wang," Feng Lin replied. This was Xiao Lulong, her husband. His gaze swept over Xiao Lulong from head to toe, a continuous stream of compliments flowing from his lips. "Young Master Xiao is truly remarkably handsome, with an extraordinary air about him," he declared, his noble bearing undeniable. Xiao Lulong offered a curt reply, "You flatter me." When he saw Gu Qiao, Feng Lin didn't bother with introductions. Xiao Lulong spoke up, "My wife, Gu Qiao." This pleased her immensely. The manager gestured towards the front, saying, "Young Master Feng, please come and rest in the main hall. I will take young Master Xiao to see Dr. Zhang." Feng Lin, standing to one side, also wanted to go in. "Can I go in too?" "I'm afraid that wouldn't be proper," the manager replied. "Rest assured, we will do our utmost to treat young Master Xiao." He emphasized his words, a deeper meaning implied, "We will do our very best." Gu Qiao led Xiao Lulong into the examination room through the back door. She planned to secretly treat his leg. "Miss Gu, you're here?" "Yes," she replied, then cautiously inquired of the manager. "This incense, there's nothing wrong with it, is there?" "It's just a calming incense," he assured her. "Concocted by our own wikiofficialteam. It won't harm the body." Gu Qiao rolled up Xiao Lulong's trouser leg, gently touching his injured leg. "Does Miss Gu wish to examine his leg?" the manager asked. "Yes," she murmured. A moment later, she suddenly realized the problem. Just as she suspected, his ankle had been broken before. The previous physician hadn't diagnosed it properly, only applying a simple bandage. The fractured bone hadn't been set correctly. That was why he had been enduring this pain. Looking at the sleeping man before her, she couldn't help but sigh. Poor thing. The two men waited outside for Manager Wang. "It's a good thing we didn't ask for a Hui Chun Tang physician. It seems Miss Gu doesn't want outsiders scrutinizing her medical skills." "Indeed," the other agreed. "It's been almost an hour. Could young Master Zhao's condition be particularly unusual?" A while later, Gu Qiao emerged, meeting their expectant gazes. "Miss Gu, you're out." "Was young Master Zhao's injury very complicated, given how long you were inside?" Gu Qiao nodded. "It is quite complicated. I'll need to perform surgery on him." But in truth, it had been a moment of diagnosis and half an hour of admiring a handsome face. Second steward, hearing the word surgery, was astonished. "Are you certain?" Surgery is a medical technique typically reserved for the battlefield. Hui Chun Tang's physicians haven't touched a knife in 50 years, and he's a descendant of a renowned medical family. Gu Qiao cheerfully told them, "Yes, I'll inform you once I've set a date. As for the necessary instruments and medicines, I'll provide a list during the next consultation." He immediately asked, "Can you cure all ailments?" She considered this for a long moment before replying, "Not necessarily. It depends on the situation." Gu Qiao spoke confidently. "It would be best if you could find me some difficult cases. Don't let this diagnostic opportunity go to waste." Hearing this, the two men from the clinic murmured to each other. "Old Wang, with her skills, do you think she could cure that person in the capital? The one in the capital city? Are you referring to the young master of the Marquis's household?" Yes, that's the one." Miss Gu's medical skills seemed quite impressive. The manager, overhearing their conversation, immediately objected. No, absolutely not. That's the capital's nobility we're talking about. Moreover, it's a congenital illness. Ordinary physicians can't handle it. If anything were to happen, both our heads wouldn't be enough to appease them." He then had an idea. "How about this? Let Miss Gu treat young Master Zhao's injury first. If she truly cures him, then we can consider having her try at the Marquis's household. It won't be too late then." The scene shifted to the Warm Springs estate. The sounds of smashing and crashing echoed throughout the manor. A man's voice cursed incessantly. "Damn it, what's the point of drinking this stuff?" Nearby, a young maidservant cowered, pleading for forgiveness. "Young master, please calm down." He was the prince's son, Gu Yin, born frail and sickly. No amount of tonic seemed to improve his health. "Haven't you heard what the physicians said? I'm not going to live past 50. What good is this medicine?" He spat, fury rising in him as he swept his arm across the table, sending objects crashing to the floor. "Damn it!" He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. A servant girl, alarmed by his outburst, rushed to his side. "Young master, are you all right?" A searing pain ripped through him, leaving him trembling. Gu Yin finally succumbed, collapsing onto the floor. "Young master!" The servant girl rushed forward to support him. "Young master, what's wrong?" His consciousness began to fade, the pain in his chest intensifying. His eyelids fluttered closed. "Someone, quickly, come here! The young master has fainted." His mother, alerted by the commotion, burst into the room. "Yania, what's happened? Why has he fainted?" She rushed to his side, her voice frantic. "Physician, how is Yin'er?" The physician shook his head, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. This time, the young master has been overly agitated, compounded by his continued use of potent medications. "At this rate," he continued, his voice grave, "I fear he has but a few months left." The words hung in the air, leaving his mother stunned. Guyen lay weakly in his bed, his voice a faint whisper. "Mother, am I going to die?" Tears streamed down his mother's face as she clutched his hand, her heart breaking. Yin'er, but as a mother, she couldn't bear to let her son go. "Yin'er, don't be afraid. Mother is here. I will find a way to cure you." After Xiao Lulong awoke, the innkeeper, following Gu Qiao's instructions, brought him his medicine. He eyed the meager package, skepticism etched on his face. These few herbs wouldn't even cost a sliver of silver. Is there a mistake? Sensing his doubt, the innkeeper adopted a serious tone. No mistake, no mistake. This is correct. Master Xiao, apply these herbs to your leg as a poultice, and return next month for a follow-up examination. Did physician Zhang really say that? Xiao Lulong probed. Fearful of revealing too much, the innkeeper stammered, keeping his response brief. Of course. You can rest assured and make your preparations. He added, with a slight bow. Manager Wang, second young master, we bid you farewell. As they turned to leave, the second young master gestured discreetly to Gu Qiao. The medicine is 5 taels of silver. Add it to the account. She nodded, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Deducting the consultation fee, of course. Feng Lin has some business to attend to and is left ahead of us. I'll be heading to the study now. Safe travels. Now alone together, under the soft glow of the night sky and the gently falling snow, Gu Qiao's spirits lifted. Let's go to the market and buy some things, she suggested cheerfully. She paused at a fruit stall, her eyes scanning the colorful display. Remembering her recent stomach pains, Xiao Lulong lingered near the brown sugar vendor. The merchant, noticing his interest, called out, Sir, are you interested in some brown sugar? He was about to reach for his purse, intending to buy some for Gu Qiao, when she approached from behind, causing him to sheepishly tuck his money away. Xiao Lulong bought her many things. Uncle La, would you mind taking us home? Certainly, the old man replied. Load the goods onto the cart. Uncle La, glancing at the young couple, remarked with a jovial tone, time to start stocking up for the new year. It's almost upon us. At the mention of the new year, Gu Qiao's expression clouded over. New year? I've always spent it alone, she murmured, a flicker of sadness in her eyes as an unpleasant childhood memory surfaced. Sensing her sadness, Xiao Lulong, standing beside her, reached out and gently took her hand, unmindful of the sticky residue of brown sugar clinging to her fingers. The warmth of his touch sent a comforting wave through her. Let's go home, he said softly. Gu Qiao blushed, momentarily stunned, before nodding with a small smile. All right. Meanwhile, the despicable second Madame Gu was stirring up trouble again. The old woman, afflicted with palsy, finally lost her patience and confronted her. Second Madame Gu, enraged, jabbed a finger in her face. You dare speak to me like that again? The old woman, clutching a handful of melon seeds, pulled a chair to the doorway and settled into it, leaning back against the frame. Who's like tofu brain, needing to hear things twice? Are your ears filled with wax? She retorted. The members of the main family branch watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Xiao Lulong's stepmother is truly insufferable, one commented. I wouldn't put up with it. He's giving me a tale of silver tonight. No one in the neighboring villages would dare treat the old woman like that. Not one to be easily intimidated. The old woman spat a melon seed shell directly into second Madame Gu's face. Get up and fight me, you shrew. I wouldn't take a single grain of rice or a drop of porridge from your house. Even prostitutes are better than you. Don't even talk about a single coin. I wouldn't give you a single copper. The old woman, second Madame Gu, fearfully brushed the melon seed shells from her face, exclaiming, Ugh, how filthy. And another thing, don't you dare talk about my Qiao Qiao. How much has she eaten from your family? And now you come here demanding money from Lu Lang. The elderly woman launched into her performance. My Qiao Qiao was in the process of choosing a husband from the Gu family. How could you go back on your word and kick both of them out? The gathered villagers, witnessing the spectacle, were indignant. One of them spoke up, so that's how it is. How outrageous. Second Madame Gu became flustered. It was just a matter of separating the family, kicking them out or not. If this gets out, what will happen to second Madame Gu's reputation? Hearing this, the elderly woman crowed triumphantly. Oh, so you admit they were separated from the family, and after separating them, you still demand compensation from Lu Lang to save face? Your face is thicker than a city wall. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, leaving second Madame Gu humiliated and seething. She shrieked, You damned old woman, do you know who I am? I'm her aunt. The elderly woman, quick-witted, retorted, and I'm the emperor's mother. Second Madame Gu's face darkened with fury, her whole body trembling with speechless rage. You. The two remaining members of the Gu family intervened. Mother, let's not talk to her anymore. Let's go. Yes, mother, let's not lower ourselves to her level. They worried that if the old woman continued, second Madame Gu would lose all face. The more they spoke, the angrier second Madame Gu became. She picked up a stone, muttering, You damned old woman, I'll chase you out of this village today. With that, Second Madame Gu lunged forward. At that critical moment, a sickle whirred through the air. Second Madame Gu stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the object before her. Gu Qiao and her group had returned. Second Madame Gu collapsed to the ground in fright. Upon seeing them, Second Madame Gu immediately started wailing. "You animals! You have the gall to throw a knife at me. Why didn't you just kill me outright? Lu Lang, look at the good deeds your wife and mother-in-law are doing. They're both old women. If something were to happen..." Xiao Lu Lang, transformed by his time at the academy, observed the scene with a newfound composure. He spoke coldly. "If you're old, then stay home and don't cause trouble. If you come here and cause trouble again, we will report you to the authorities. I will personally go to the magistrate and file a complaint." His transformation startled Second Madame Gu and her companions. Their mouths agape. They knew they were in the wrong, but left unwillingly. Gu Qiao looked at the elderly woman, who was putting on an air of haughty indifference, and felt a surge of gratitude. She asked, "Were you pretending all this time?" But the old woman continued her charade. "Is that any way to talk to your mother-in-law?" Xiao Shun, realizing he'd caused trouble, tried to slip away unnoticed. Gu Qiao's sharp eyes caught him. "Where are you going?" "Xiao Shun, come here," he stammered, barely daring to breathe. I explained things to grandmother. What am I supposed to say when she asks brother-in-law about it later? I told her that brother-in-law doesn't have anyone else in the house because they separated the family. I didn't say anything I shouldn't have, really. Gu Qiao sighed, exasperated. Wherever Xiao Shun went, gossip followed. As her brother lamented about the old woman's unstoppable chatter. "Sister, what am I supposed to do now?" Gu Qiao thought to herself. "It takes a month for leprosy to become non-contagious. I can only let this mother-in-law stay here for now." Meanwhile, at Xie Ningxiang's house, someone pounded on the door. "Open up! The magistrate is here!" Startled awake, she clutched her child and hurried out of the room. The constable stood at the door, questioning her. "What's going on?" she asked. "Do you know when the old woman next door arrived?" "The wife of the student from Thousand Fragrance Academy." The constable nodded, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "I heard it was 10 days ago." Xie Ningxiang responded calmly. "Who told you that?" "I live right next door. How could I not know?" She thought to herself. 10 days ago? The constable is looking for the leprosy patient. I was home then. How could I have not heard anything? A realization dawned on her. But remembering Gu Qiao's kindness in saving her life, she kept silent. The constable pressed further. "Is there anything else?" Getting nowhere with their questioning, the constables turned to leave. This time, before departing, they announced to the surrounding villagers, "If you discover anyone with a red rash, report it immediately. We will certainly let everyone know. Do not conceal it, or the penalty will be increased." After the constables left, Xie Ningxiang sighed. "She saved my child's life. This is all I can do." News of Second Madame Gu's tirade at Gu Qiao's home spread quickly through the Gu family compound. Old Master Gu was furious. "The families have been separated. Why are you still demanding things from Gu Qiao? Lu Lang is going to the academy now and will manage his own money. Stop trying to control him." Unrepentant, Second Madame Gu scoffed. "What use is education for a useless boy like him? That money should go to Deshan. When Deshan makes his fortune, he'll certainly be more successful than him." Old Master Gu slammed his hand on the table. "Enough of your nonsense. You and Chi and Air Chi are forbidden from bothering Gu Qiao. I can't afford to lose her." Gu Deshan seethed with resentment. Damn it, he was envious of Xiao Lu Lang. Why is it always Xiao Lu Lang, that weak, bookish boy? How did he become the headmaster's disciple? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a cunning glint entered his eyes. Wait a minute. That day, the headmaster was praising my essay, and then he showed up, and the headmaster stopped paying attention to me. He ground his teeth, convinced that Xiao Lu Lang was to blame. Lu Lang must have said something to the headmaster to turn him against me. Why else would the headmaster always choose him as the top student? He looks so innocent and honest, but he's so vicious, using these tricks to steal what's rightfully mine. Xiao Lu Lang, just you wait. I'll make sure you never get ahead. At Gu Qiao's home, she was mending clothes. The hour was late, and she yawned as she stitched, surprised by how much time had passed. But as she glanced at Xiao Lu Lang, her eyes lit up. A moment to admire her very own, exclusive, beautiful man. He, however, didn't even look at her, simply holding out his hand. "Finished? Give it here." He took the garment, his expression dark, as if on the verge of despair. Good heavens, the stitching looks like a centipede. He blushed looking at Gu Qiao. She stared back, momentarily stunned by his gaze. A A subtle shift came over Xiao Lu Lang, and he spoke softly. "Let me help you." Gu Qiao, utterly charmed, immediately agreed. "Thank you, kind sir." But he couldn't resist asking, "But why are all the stitches showing on the outside?" "Habit, just a habit," she mumbled. Mentally, she cringed. "Damn it, I only realized the stitches were inside out after I finished." "Don't worry about the clothes you're wearing. Cough, cough, they're, passable. They're mended, at least." Gu Qiao quickly drifted off to sleep. She dreamt of Gu Deshun plotting against Xiao Lu Lang. He planted evidence, leading to Xiao Lu Lang's arrest. "I only saw him on the second floor of the study. There was no one else there." But Xiao Lu Lang quickly spotted the inconsistencies. Using the evidence left at the scene, Lu Lang, mid-investigation, easily uncovered the real thief. "We'll escort the thief back to the yamen. Please check if any silver or books are missing." "Yes, that's wonderful. It seems the culprit has been found. It's just that it was very dark that night. There was a blizzard outside." Worried, Xiao Lu Lang hired a carriage to return home, venturing alone through the cold winter night. At a bend in the road, the horse was startled and the carriage overturned. Xiao Lu Lang was thrown to the ground, unconscious. Gu Qiao jolted awake, crying out Lu Lang's name in a panic. She sighed. "It's him again, of course. What kind of cursed youth is this? Why such bad luck?" Unable to go back to sleep, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As she made noodles, she worried. Will this injury affect his handsome face? Absolutely not. If it weren't for Gu Deshun falsifying the evidence, my husband wouldn't have needed to clear his name, wouldn't have missed the time to return to the village, and wouldn't have had that accident in the heavy snow. His handsome face wouldn't be injured either. A mischievous glint entered her eyes as a plan formed. Since he likes it this way, I'll take this opportunity to win him over. After finishing breakfast, she prepared to head into town. Gu Xiaoshun asked suspiciously, "Sister, why are you going too?" Gu Qiao ignored her younger brother and carefully dressed her husband in his coat. "Wear extra layers today." "Thank you." She then turned to her brother. "I'll buy you a meat bun. I have some errands to run at the market today, so let's go together." The small bribe was enough to silence her brother, who was so moved he nearly cried. "Sister, you're my true mother. Even our real mother wouldn't buy me meat buns." Finding him still too talkative, Gu Qiao reminded him, "Quiet down. Learn from your brother-in-law." "Where are you going, sister?" "It's grown-up business. Don't ask." She then arrived at the pharmacy. "Welcome, Miss Gu." Seeing her, second Uncle Dong greeted her enthusiastically. "What brings you here today, miss?" "Nothing major. I just wanted to invite second Uncle Dong to the calligraphy studio." She needed his help and also wanted him to arrange a meeting for her. Second Uncle Dong pondered for a moment before agreeing to Gu Qiao's request. "You don't need to say anything. I'll definitely send someone to pick up young Master Xiao when the time comes." "Thank you for your trouble, second Uncle Dong." As soon as the words were spoken, a knowing glance passed between them. Understanding each other perfectly, they exchanged a smile. After making all the arrangements, she went up the mountain to gather mushrooms. On the way, she encountered the mother and daughter from the eldest branch of the family. "Good morning, Cousin Yuna." "Good morning, Aunt." The woman greeted her with feigned enthusiasm. "Oh, Xiaonyang, so early. Where are you off to?" "I'm going up the mountain to gather some wild produce to sell at the market." "Xiaonyang, could you take me with you? I see you can't gather much on your own. Let me help you." She smiled sweetly, but her mind churned with scheming thoughts about Gu Qiao. Later, seeing how much Gu Qiao had collected, she thought, this little wretch must be making a good profit selling these wild goods. Gu Qiao didn't refuse and readily agreed. At this point, the second aunt chimed in eagerly. "We're going too. If others find out," she thought, "there won't be anything left for us." "Xiaonyang, let's take this path." Gu Yuna was left standing there dumbfounded. "Fine, she has nothing to do with me anyway." After foraging on the mountain for a while, all three women had their baskets filled with mushrooms. Arriving at Qingchuan town, the eldest aunt, still in disbelief, asked again, "Are you sure these things can really be sold for money?" "Don't worry, aunt. These sell very well." While Gu Qiao went to meet someone, the two women whispered behind her back, "Do you think that girl is tricking us?" "No way. We're watching her. She wouldn't cheat herself. Just wait until we split this lot, we'll show her. The East Market offers better prices. Let's sell them there." "All right, let's follow eldest aunt's lead." Gu Qiao then led them down a narrow alley. The eldest aunt, sensing something amiss, spoke up. "Xiaonyang, this isn't the way to the market, is it?" Gu Qiao, preoccupied with her surroundings, didn't register her words. "This is the place, just like in the dream." She stopped abruptly, causing the woman to ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" Just then, a thief, clutching stolen silver and letters, came running towards them, trying to escape. Gu Qiao swiftly pulled out her sickle and aimed it at the fleeing figure. "You framed Lu Lang. I'll take you to the authorities." As he approached, he yelled, "Get out of my way, you damn woman." Undeterred, she leaped forward and knocked the bag from his shoulder. Silver and documents spilled onto the ground. Seeing the scattered silver, the eyes of the eldest and second aunts lit up. So much silver. Gu Qiao continued to pursue the fleeing thief. "Stop!" But the other two greedily clutched their findings. "Someone's already taken some. What I saw first is mine. These all belong to our great Shun family. What are you taking them for? Hand them over." The two squabbled in front of everyone, making a spectacle of themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulang arrived at the bookstore to purchase some books. As he was paying, the young assistant informed him, "The owner isn't here right now. Please go upstairs to the accounting room on the second floor and wait a moment." "All right, I will," Lu Lang replied. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a servant from the Hui Chun Tang pharmacy called out, "Hold on. Young Master Xiao, please wait." Xiao Lu Lang recognized him immediately. "You're from Hui Chun Tang." "Yes, sir. We accidentally gave you the wrong herbal medicine last time. Manager Wang asked me to find you, young Master Xiao. Please come back to Hui Chun Tang to exchange it." Lu Lang, finding himself with some free time, turned and followed the servant. "Lead the way." Gu Deshun, hiding behind the bookstore door, seethed with resentment. "Why did I run into this useless fellow? I need to get upstairs and see what he's up to." By the time Xiao Lu Lang returned to the bookstore, the place was abuzz with gossip. "Have you heard? The study was robbed. The thief is the new student in Class A of our academy." "What's the new student's name?" A crowd had gathered to watch the commotion. Everyone was saying it was Gu Deshun, much to Lu Lang's astonishment. The constables arrived and apprehended Gu Deshun, who was lurking on the second floor. He protested his innocence. "I didn't steal the silver or the 2 letters. What right do you have to arrest me? Someone saw you go upstairs. You were the only one up there at the time. If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Xiao Lu Lang was utterly shocked. "If it weren't for the Hui Chun Tang servant calling me over," he thought, "we would have both been upstairs together." Gu Deshun continued to try and explain himself. "It really wasn't me. An old gentleman asked me to bring some books up to him. He said he wanted to discuss poetry with me. Everyone assumed he was making excuses. A miser like him? What old gentleman would seek him out?" The surrounding students were skeptical. "What old gentleman? Have you met him before?" "No, I've never met him. You can keep the silver, but you must return the letters in the envelope. Otherwise, you'll be taken to the magistrate. The victim is a servant of the general's household." Xiao Lu Lang moved closer and heard Gu Deshun's continued pleas. "Your Honor, I've been wrongly accused." Just then, women's cries echoed from another direction. "Your Honor, we've been wronged." Those two were acting suspiciously in the market. When they were searched, the missing silver was found on them. "It's that thief, not us." "That's right, it was her. She can testify that she cut the thief's purse strings." Xiao Lu Lang starred in disbelief. "Gu Qia? Could it be her again? It's Gu Qiao's fault. She was chasing the thief. We only picked up what fell on the ground." "Your Honor, she framed us?" The group of scholars watching burst into laughter. "Who would believe you? Gu Qiao from our village is just a fool. How could a fool frame you?" The constable, tired of the Gu family's second branch's incessant whining, gave them a kick, muttering, "One of you is talking about meeting some old gentleman. The other is blaming a fool. I think you're all lying." Another constable came forward to report. The Tianxiang Academy student, Gu Deshun, stole silver from the study this afternoon. His mother, Zhou Shi, and his aunt, Lu Shi, deliberately picked up the stolen goods. The 3 of them are covering for each other. After being discovered, they tried to twist the facts. Take all 3 to the magistrate and lock them up for interrogation. As usual, Gu Qiao went up the mountain to gather herbs. She brought the collected herbs back to the pharmacy. "I gathered a lot of valuable herbs this time. I must make some delicious food for Lu Lang." As soon as she entered the door, she saw a maidservant clutching a man's hand and pleading, "Uncle, please give me these herbs. My young master urgently needs them to save his life." The man sighed and said, "Child, it's not that I don't want to give them to you, but the elderly in my family also need this medicine to save their lives. You see, you come from a noble family. Why would you want to steal medicine from us poor farmers?" But the nearby pharmacy only had a little. Seeing the maidservant so worried she was about to cry, Gu Qiao spoke up. "What medicinal herbs do you need?" She poured out the herbs she had just gathered, giving the maidservant a flicker of hope. "These are The maidservant rushed over, her eyes bright with emotion. "We have these, and these too. The young master is saved." Gu Qiao glanced at her. "What illness does your young master have that requires such potent herbs?" The little maidservant lowered her head, composing herself. "The young master's illness stems from his mother's heart ailment. These past few years, he's been taking medicine to nourish his health. But recently, his fainting spells have become more frequent." Hearing this, Gu Qiao pulled out some mushrooms. "Give him some of these wild vegetables too. They'll help ease the heart ailment." The maidservant was surprised by Gu Qiao's gesture, her face full of gratitude. "I thank you on behalf of my young master." At that moment, second Uncle Dong emerged from inside, looking cheerful. The shopkeeper standing beside him was puzzled. "That business at the bookstore earlier, helping that girl harm someone, and you're happy about it?" He calmly held up 3 fingers. "Though I only led Guda Shun to the second floor of the bookstore, it harmed 3 people." The shopkeeper leaned in, whispering discontentedly, "How did that girl know the thief was a gambler and deliberately intercepted him there, even scheming with his family? Shouldn't we be more careful in the future?" But second Uncle Dong disagreed. "You understand nothing. I suspect she did it 8 parts out of 10 for young Master Xiao. Makes sense. Never advise someone who hasn't suffered." He even laughed, praising Gu Qiao. "I really like that girl more and more each day." Meanwhile, at the bookstore, news that Gu Shun was the thief who stole from the library reached the headmaster. He summoned Xiao Lu Lang for questioning. "Headmaster, you called for me?" Looking at the handsome young man before him, the headmaster said, "Did you see Gu Shun when you went to the bookstore?" Xiao Lu Lang, who had been called away at the time, answered truthfully, "I saw him, but I returned to Hui Chun Tang within less than 15 minutes. I don't know what happened after that." The room fell silent. The headmaster asked again, "Did you see Gu Shun talking to anyone in the back courtyard?" "I didn't go to the back courtyard," he replied flawlessly. Seeing he couldn't get any further, the headmaster waved him away. "I understand. You may leave." "I take my leave, headmaster." He'd taken a few steps when the headmaster spoke again. "Do you think Gu Shun really stole the books?" "They've already been taken to the magistrate. It's not appropriate for me to comment." Outside the bookstore gates, Gu Qiao waited anxiously for him. She remembered that in her dream, it had indeed snowed, and something had happened on the way home. Today, she had to find a way to keep the young general here. Lost in thought, she saw Xiao Lu Lang emerge, leaning on his cane. She brightened, limping towards him. Class dismissed. His gaze held a new warmth as he looked at her. As they passed a stall selling sweet osmanthus cakes, rice wine, and glutinous rice balls, Xiao Lu Lang asked, "Would you like some osmanthus cake?" She readily agreed, happy for the excuse to delay her return to the manor. A fragrant osmanthus cake quickly appeared before her. "Miss," she realized Xiao Lu Lang had taken off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. It was the first time he'd shown such care, and she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. She gratefully accepted it. "Thank you." He too flushed, glancing at his wife before quickly looking away. Gu Qiao, feeling emboldened, called out for more. "Shopkeeper, 2 more flasks of rice wine, please. It's snowing. Something warm would be good." Gu Qiao picked up a piece of fried egg and offered it to Xiao Lu Lang. "This is for you." He paused, surprised. It was her only piece. His fondness for her grew. He couldn't let her go hungry. "Shopkeeper, another serving of fried egg, please." Watching her husband's solicitousness, she thought to herself, "Actually, I don't really like fried egg." After finishing their meal, they walked down the street. Gu Qiao broke the silence. "I couldn't wait for you, so I told second uncle and Xiao Shun to go ahead. It's all right, we can take a carriage home." She'd barely finished speaking when Xiao Lu Lang pulled her to a stop. "The snow is falling heavily," he said, his brow furrowed with concern. "It's not safe to travel by carriage. Let's find an inn and stay the night." Looking into Gu Qiao's determined eyes, he immediately agreed. And so, they stepped into the nearest inn. The innkeeper wrung his hands apologetically. "Honored guests, I only have 1 room left. With the end of the year and this sudden heavy snow, many travelers are staying the night. I'm afraid you were too late to secure separate accommodations." His words painted a picture of their predicament. Assuming they were a married couple, the innkeeper added, "Sharing a room shouldn't be a problem for a husband and wife." He was eager to secure their business for the night. To convince Xiao Lu Lang to stay, Gu Qiao put on a pitiful expression. "Husband," she murmured, her voice trailing off. The innkeeper, hovering nearby, chimed in impatiently. "So, will you be staying or not, honored guests?" Xiao Lu Lang sighed, resigned. It seems we have no other choice. We'll stay. But now, Gu Qiao feigned worry. Does that mean we have to share? The innkeeper, relieved, quickly led them to the room. This room is a bit chilly, so I'll add some more firewood, no charge. I won't disturb your rest any further. Although married, they had never been intimate, so the sight of a single bed filled them both with a strange awkwardness. Seeing Gu Qiao's hesitation, Xiao Lu Lang considered sleeping on the floor. But before he could suggest it, Gu Qiao climbed onto the bed and patted the empty space beside her. "It's nothing," she said with a forced casualness. "We're husband and wife. Sleeping together is perfectly normal." Outside, the snow fell harder, blanketing the world in white. Despite the close proximity, Xiao Lu Lang remained stubbornly on his side of the bed, each of them wrapped in their own blanket. But in the middle of the night, the fire died down. Gu Qiao shivered beneath her covers, murmuring in her sleep as the cold seeped into her bones. Fragments of her past life flickered through her dreams. Her mother's harsh words echoed in her ears. "You're a monster. Get out, and don't ever show your face in front of me again." The phone calls to her father followed, equally cruel. "Gu, take your daughter away." Her father, remarried, had no room for her. "Daughter," he'd said, his voice laced with guilt. "I have a son now. There's not enough space. I'll send you to your grandmother's." Curling into a tighter ball, Gu Qiao trembled. Xiao Lu Lang, awakened by her distress, looked over at her. He reached out to adjust her blanket, but she suddenly turned and clung to him. The warmth radiating from him chased away the chill. "So warm, husband," she murmured, realizing she'd been having a nightmare. Xiao Lu Lang's heart ached. He held her close, and they slept soundly until morning. The next day, they journeyed home together. Along the road, they overheard snippets of conversation. "The heavy snow last night was treacherous. My old man nearly slipped and fell." Another voice added, grimly, "I heard a carriage from the neighboring village went over into the lake. The driver barely survived." The words reached Xiao Lu Lang's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. He looked at Gu Qiao, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. "This is the third time," he thought to himself. "If it weren't for her suggestion to stay the night, we might have been in that accident." Upon arriving home, they were met by constables. "Are you Gu Qiao?" one of them asked. "Your aunt claims that the money fell to the ground after you chased away a thief. Is this true?" Gu Qiao feigned innocence. "Oh, is that what happened?" The constable, suspicious, pressed further. "Then why did you chase the thief?" "He touched me, and he bullied me, and he called me names," Gu Qiao exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. The constable thought to himself, she's supposed to be simple-minded. A fool's actions can't be judged by normal standards. Best to ask directly. "Do you remember what he looked like?" he asked. Gu Qiao launched into a detailed, if somewhat rambling, description. Still unsure, the constable sketched a clumsy figure. "Was he like this?" Unable to watch any longer, Xiao Lu Lang stepped forward. "Was he like this?" he asked, swiftly sketching a lifelike portrait of the thief. The constable stared at the drawing, astonished. "That's incredible. Xiao Huindi, you're putting us artists out of business." Satisfied, the constable thanked them for their cooperation. "We'll take our leave now. No need to see us out." Just as he reached the door, a hand stopped him. "Wait a moment, officer," the servant asked respectfully. "Is this Miss Gu's residence?" Xiao Lu Lang eyed the stranger with suspicion. "Who are you?" he demanded. "And what business do you have here?" The servant gestured behind him. "This is Master Qin." Just then, Gu Qiao rushed out, greeting the newcomer warmly. "Master Qin, what brings you here?" Gu Qiao suddenly remembered. This was the wealthy young man who had relentlessly pursued her predecessor. Xiao Lu Lang watched her, a pang of jealousy twisting in his gut. "Master Qin," she'd said, so familiarly. Master Qin, in turn, recognized her. He pointed at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Aren't you the one who used to follow me everywhere? Are you Miss Gu?" "So you do remember me," Gu Qiao said, a playful pout on her lips. Her predecessor had pursued him for so long, and he hadn't even known who she was. Xiao Lu Lang misinterpreted the smile she directed at his rival. Jealousy burning so fiercely he saw spots, and turned abruptly, retreating into the house. She watched his retreating back, a prickle of concern telling her he was upset. "I came to ask if you happened to find a letter," Master Qin said, noting that she seemed different somehow, not as vacant as before. Gu Qiao retrieved the letter. "Is this what you're looking for?" Zhao Noyet asked from beside her. "Yes, you did find it. Thank you." She looked at him, a teasing glint in her eyes. Such an insincere thank you. Perhaps something a little more tangible, like silver, would be appropriate. He remembered then. He thought she wasn't interested in money. Unwilling to lose face, he effected a grand gesture and produced some silver. Gu Qiao took the coins, a small smile playing on her lips. The mountain behind the house was one step closer to being hers. They left. Returning to the house, she found Xiao Lu Lang pointedly ignoring her. She asked if he was angry, but he remained focused on his writing. She placed the silver on the table, her voice laced with playful flattery. "Husband," she cooed, "why didn't I notice how handsome you are before?" She beamed at him. "What do you think? How does he compare to you? Tell me, am I blind already, even at my young age?" His face remained dark, his thoughts a whirlwind of, "He's not even remotely handsome." She promised, no longer teasing, "I won't look at him again. You can look all you want." She insisted firmly that he was far more handsome. Seeing her like this, Xiao Lu Lang's jealousy finally subsided. Gu Qiao was in excellent spirits. Even carrying a heavy bucket of water didn't dampen her mood. The weather was perfect. Xiao Lu Lang watched her, a question mark etched on his face. She hummed a cheerful tune as she walked ahead, thinking how good her mood had been lately. His gaze caught hers. "What?" she asked, startled. "Why do you keep staring at me?" she asked. Just then, her ailing aunt, sitting nearby, came to his rescue. "Perhaps he's just wondering why you've been so happy these past few days. Worried something strange is going on." Little Shun, his mouth full of food, looked up. "What's wrong, brother-in-law? Don't you know? My mother and big aunt, for stealing from others, were taken to the magistrate and given 30 lashes. They were even blaming each other there. She took the silver first. Just beat her." "What?" Not only were they beaten, but they were each fined 20 taels of silver. Such a heavy penalty. I suppose they won't be causing any more trouble for a while. Understanding dawned on Xiao Lu Lang. That explained why Shun hadn't been at the academy lately. This incident would likely ruin his reputation there as well. Gu Qiao cheerfully placed a chicken leg in her aunt's bowl. "Here you go, aunt. Eat this." Then, turning back to the others, she asked, "By the way, what do you plan to do with this silver?" She didn't hide her intentions. "I want to buy the mountain, the one behind our house." Xiao Lu Lang stared at her, stunned. "You mean Second Uncle's mountain?" Her aunt spoke up, a smug smile on her face. "I give you permission to buy it." Gu Qiao smiled. "Yes, there are quite a few things on that mountain. If we buy it, we can gather wild plants and medicinal herbs. We can also chop wood and hunt." Thinking of the abundant resources, Gu Qiao felt a surge of satisfaction. "Everything will go smoothly, I'm sure of it." As usual, she set off to gather herbs on the mountain. Breathing heavily from the climb, Gu Qiao was surprised to discover a temple nestled amongst the trees. Gu Qiao held the silver, a thoughtful expression on her face. The young master's need for mountain herbs required a substantial sum, but she wasn't sure if this would be enough. Within the tranquil Guanyin hall of Ning and Temple, a woman knelt in prayer, tears welling in her eyes. "I pray to the Bodhisattva," she whispered, "for the safe and healthy growth of my son." Just then, Gu Qiao arrived, witnessing the scene. Hidden behind the doorway, she admired. "How beautiful." Suddenly, a maid shrieked, "Where did you come from? How dare you spy on my mistress?" Startled, the young novices cried out, "Run, run!" Two small boys tumbled to the ground in front of Gu Qiao. "Are you all right?" she asked. One boy sat up, rubbing his head, his fair skin making him look utterly adorable. Gu Qiao's fondness for children flared. "Such a sweet little dumpling," she exclaimed. The maid continued to yell, "Who is that over there?" She looked Gu Qiao up and down, sneering. "What's a pauper like you doing here? And that birthmark on your face is truly hideous." Seizing the opportunity, the novices scurried away. In stark contrast to her servant's hostility, the lady herself was gracious. "Have you also come to pay your respects, young miss?" she inquired. "Not exactly," Gu Qiao replied calmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I've come to see the abbot." The woman approached her. "The abbot has gone down the mountain," she informed Gu Qiao. "Is that so?" Gu Qiao responded. "Then I shall wait for him." At that moment, the maid carrying a tray of ginseng tea stumbled, nearly spilling the hot liquid onto her mistress. Quick as an arrow, Gu Qiao darted forward, skillfully catching the bowl. Though the tea splashed out, she shielded the bowl with her own body, her clothes becoming soaked. "Are you all right, young miss?" the lady asked, filled with remorse. "I'm fine," Gu Qiao assured her. "It's not hot, just a bit uncomfortable." The lady, still concerned, helped her up. "It's my fault for not training my servants properly," she said. "Please come with me and change your clothes. You can wear my daughter's clothes for now." she offered. My maid will wash yours and return them to you shortly. Gu Qiao simply thanked her, offering no further protest. After Gu Qiao had changed, the lady observed her with a thoughtful look. They suit you well, she remarked. How old are you? 14, Gu Qiao replied. A shadow of sadness crossed the lady's face. The same age as my daughter, she murmured. She was born right here in this very temple. Gu Qiao paused, a reflective expression on her own face. What a coincidence, she said softly. So was I. The lady warmly offered her some pastries. Try some of these, she said. As Gu Qiao reached out, the lady noticed the numerous cuts and scrapes on her hands, her eyes widening in surprise. She gazed at Gu Qiao, her heart filled with a pang of sympathy. Such a sweet girl, she thought. It's a blessing my daughter was born into comfort and doesn't have to endure such hardships. It would break my heart to see her like this. Gu Qiao, tasting the pastries for the first time, exclaimed, "These are delicious." A while later, the lady drifted off to sleep. Thinking the abbot might have returned, Gu Qiao went in search of him. A lamp burned in the abbot's room. He looked up in surprise as she entered. Seeing him momentarily speechless, Gu Qiao addressed him. "Abbot," she said. He cleared his throat and stroked his beard. "You mentioned wanting to purchase a mountain, did you not?" The abbot peered intently at Gu Qiao. "May I ask how old you are, benefactor?" he inquired. Gu Qiao looked at him, puzzled. "Is there an age restriction on buying mountains?" The abbot quickly shook his head. No, Amitabha, please don't misunderstand." He then explained, "My disciple, Jing Xian, who manages the temple's finances, is away at the moment. He won't be back for 2 or 3 days. Perhaps you could return then." Gu Qiao stepped outside, rubbing her head in slight disappointment. "My timing seems to be off," she muttered. Just then, she noticed a group of young novices peeking at her from behind a corner. A smile touched her lips as she approached them. "What were you little ones doing just now?" she asked playfully. The novices jumped, their voices a chorus of denials. "We weren't looking at you." "No, we weren't." Their adorable attempts at deception were no match for Gu Qiao's playful spirit. With a twinkle in her eye, she pressed them. "Why were you looking at me then?" A little monk, eyes bright and sparkling, declared, "Because you're beautiful." Gu Qiao, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, was momentarily speechless. The little monk then pointed to the birthmark on her face. "The flower here," he said, "is very beautiful." Looking at the innocent young monks, a bittersweet feeling washed over her. "It's funny," she mused. "The original owner of this face endured so much torment because of this birthmark. Yet these little monks who've never left the mountain think it's beautiful." Gu Qiao pulled a few sweets from her pouch and offered them to the little monks. "Would you like some candy?" But they were well behaved and quickly declined. "We cannot accept things from female benefactors." Seeing their hesitation, she offered a solution. "Don't monks need to beg for alms? You can beg from me. If you beg for these sweets, then they'll be yours." The logic seemed sound, and the little monk's eyes lit up like headlights. She sat with the little monks on the temple steps, chatting away. "Weren't there 4 of you? Why are there only 3 now?" A bright little monk piped up. "You mean Jing Kong? He's going down the mountain soon." A couple down the mountain, married for 10 years without children, want to adopt him. Gu Qiao teased them gently. "He must be sad to leave here, right?" Secretly, she thought to herself, so the little dumpling who fell earlier was Jing Kong. The little monks told her he's not sad at all. He's been wanting to go down the mountain for ages. "They have meat down there," Gu Qiao replied. "Actually, he might not get to eat meat even if he goes down the mountain." The little monks countered, "He doesn't know that. It's better for him to leave. He eats so much he finishes all our rice." The abbot, standing at the doorway, watched Gu Qiao's retreating figure. Suddenly, someone approached and addressed him. "Abbot, what's wrong?" He became lost in thought. "Nothing. Just remembering something from many years ago. On a dark night with a crescent moon, I had a bit too much to drink. Unexpectedly, I became quite drunk. As a result, that night, I applied the cinnabar mark to a newborn child. My hand trembled, and I marked the child's eye socket. Before I could fix it, I fell asleep. The next day, I woke up and rushed to apologize to Madame Ho. But the baby's face in Madame Ho's arms was fair and clear, which surprised me greatly. There was no trace of the cinnabar. Returning to the present, he looked in the direction Gu Qiao had gone, wondering, could it be that I applied the cinnabar to the wrong child? But when I applied the cinnabar, didn't the young miss of the home mansion say she was from the village below the mountain? After bidding farewell to the little monks on the mountain, Gu Qiao hurried home. "I'm so late. I need to rush and start cooking dinner." When Gu Qiao's aunt and niece arrived at her house, they were met with a shocking sight. Her aunt was sitting in the middle of the room, while the village girls stood on either side, bowing respectfully. Her aunt declared haughtily, "Is everyone here?" Those around her obediently bowed. "Yes, madam." The girls all bowed respectfully. "Yes, madam." This left Gu Qiao standing at the back, utterly bewildered. What is our old lady doing? What's with all the bowing? They were acting so seriously, some even saying, "Your servant takes her leave." Finally, someone explained to her, "Your aunt is telling stories to everyone. She says people in plays act like this." Gu Qiao asked suspiciously, "Where did she hear these stories?" "I don't remember." Gu Qiao knew very well that people in plays didn't always act like that. Clearly, her aunt was tricking everyone into bowing to her. "Do you remember anything else?" "No." "Well, could you please ask her not to trick people like that anymore?" "No." At the medical clinic, the day for Xiao Lulang's follow-up appointment arrived quickly. Physician Zhang, seated in the center, inquired, "How has the medicinal fumigation been going at home these past few days?" "I've been doing it every night before bed." Feng Lin anxiously asked Physician Zhang, "Is Lu Lang's leg almost healed?" Stroking his beard, the physician replied, "Whether it's healed or not, we'll only know after the surgery." Hearing this, Feng Lin exclaimed in alarm, "Surgery? You didn't mention that before." Physician Zhang explained thoughtfully, "Well, the conditions weren't right before. Now that he's undergone fumigation therapy for a while, and his meridians are cleared, surgery is possible." However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Lulang, standing beside him with an impassive expression, spoke up, "Then operate." "Will trouble Physician Zhang." Gu Qiao looked at him thoughtfully. Wasn't he afraid the surgery would fail? Or was he completely indifferent to his own life? Having reached an agreement, Physician Zhang produced a piece of paper. "Then you look at this," he asked, surprised. "What is this?" The physician stroked his beard in explanation. "Agreement to surgery requires a family member's signature." "I'm only following orders," he continued, "and I have many questions myself. Miss Gu's request leaves us with no other option. But in my decades of practice, I've never encountered such a thing." Gu Qiao stepped forward eagerly. "Let me." But her brush paused mid-stroke. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear, I don't know how to write my name in this script." Xiao Lu Lang sighed in resignation, then reached from behind her to guide her hand in writing. The proximity allowed her to feel the beat of his heart. It brought a blush to Gu Qiao's cheeks. The two shared a moment of unspoken intimacy. She slipped in through the back door, concealing her husband's presence. "How is he?" "He's been sedated inside," Physician Zhang replied, watching her enter alone. He dabbed at his eyes, having wished to observe the surgery closely. It seemed Miss Gu had no intention of allowing that. Inside, she quickly opened her medicine box. A shot of anesthetic was administered to his leg. Then, with practiced ease, she donned a mask and gloves. She glanced at him once before beginning the procedure. Second master and the accountant waited anxiously outside. Why hasn't she come out yet? Just wait a little longer. Finally, Gu Qiao emerged, opening the door. He rushed to ask her, "How did the surgery go?" She answered calmly, "Very successful." Gu Qiao's expression suddenly clouded. "It's just that the injury to his leg is quite old. Even though the surgery was a success, it will take a long time for his leg and calf to fully recover." Guilt gnawed at her. Knowing how much pain he was in, she shouldn't have provoked his pride by making him do chores. Following Gu Qiao's instructions, the accountant relayed her words to him. "Remember, no strenuous activity for 10 days. Bed rest, no spicy or bitter foods, and no alcohol." But Xiao Lu Lang misheard "no alcohol" as libations and looked up in surprise. Seeing his confusion, the accountant chuckled and emphasized, "I said no alcohol. That means no drinking. You're young. You shouldn't be drinking even if you weren't injured." A melancholic expression settled on his face. "I misheard just now." He suddenly remembered his former identity as a wine master. It no longer belonged to him. A painful memory surfaced. The door to the room burst open. Feng Lin, frantic with worry for his friend, rushed in. He blurted out a nonsensical question the moment he reached Lu Lang's side. "Lu Lang, are you alive? Does it hurt?" At this, he tried to get out of bed, supporting himself with crutches. But his legs still pained him, causing him to lose his balance. His body pitched forward. He could only close his eyes, bracing for the fall, and cry out, "I'm going down." Fortunately, Gu Qiao reacted swiftly, catching him. She breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lu Lang found himself falling against her. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, meeting her gaze. Feng Lin, witnessing the scene, went pale with shock. Gu Qiao laughed brightly. "I've got you." His face flushed crimson, speechless. He managed a single, Later, the two rode home in a carriage. Gu Qiao held out her hand, testing the air. "It's going to snow soon," she remarked. She suggested, "Let's not eat out. Let's buy some scallion pancakes and eat at home." He nodded in agreement. She hopped out of the carriage to buy the pancakes. Just then, a ruffian bumped into her, hurrying past. She observed the man clutching a money pouch, a sly look twisting his features. She knew instantly he was trouble. A mischievous grin spread across Gu Qiao's face. With a swift, practiced move, she kicked a loose stone from the roadside, then leaped gracefully, sending it hurtling towards the man with a powerful kick. A direct hit, the thug crumpled to the ground, caught completely off guard by the unexpected attack from behind. "He's down," she thought. Just then, someone approached from the distance, parting the small crowd that had gathered. "He's the one who apprehended him. Search him." The newcomer was none other than young Master Qin. He, too, seemed surprised to see Gu Qiao. In a flash, a servant located the stolen goods on the thief. "Young Master, we've found it." Young Master Qin stepped forward, offering a courteous bow. "My deepest gratitude, Miss Gu." Gu Qiao responded with a touch of sarcasm. "Why do you keep getting robbed? Perhaps word of your wealth has spread a bit too far." Dismissing him with a flick of her wrist, she turned to leave. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going." A servant hurried after her, holding a delicate handkerchief. "Young Master," he said, "we also found this handkerchief. Could it belong to the young lady?" Gu Qiao, already back at her carriage, spoke to her driver with a touch of embarrassment. "Sorry to keep you waiting, second uncle. Let's go." But young Master Qin was already catching up. "Miss Gu," he called, "you dropped your handkerchief." Gu Qiao glanced at the offered cloth, her brow furrowing in confusion. "That's not mine." As he reached out, a scroll slipped from his grasp. "Oh no, my yuan painting." Gu Qiao's eyes fell upon the painting, curiosity piqued. "What is that?" Young Master Qin's eyes lit up with an almost feverish excitement. "This," he declared proudly, "is a painting by the little Marquis himself. It's called Spring Mountain Rain Scene." He continued, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "He painted it when he was just 12 years old, during his travels in Jiangnan. His paintings are incredibly rare. I had to pay a small fortune to acquire this from an acquaintance." Gu Qiao offered a polite. He was quite talented at such a young age. But Xiao Lu Lang from beside her uttered a single, cutting word, "Fake." Young Master Qin bristled, offended. "Nonsense. What would a penniless scholar like you know about art? I had this appraised by an expert. It's authentic, a genuine work from the little Marquis's youth." Ignoring the outburst, Xiao Lu Lang remained steadfast. "He never painted this." Young Master Qin, incredulous, challenged him. "How could you possibly know that? Do you know him personally?" A sneer played on his lips. He couldn't imagine this crippled villager having any connection to the illustrious little Marquis of Zhaodu. He puffed up his chest, eager to flaunt his knowledge. The little Marquis of Zhaodu is the eldest son of the Marquis of Xianping. His mother is Princess Shenyang, a favored royal. At the age of 4, he entered the Imperial Academy. By 5, he had mastered the national classics and was fluent in 6 languages. At 12, the emperor appointed him libationer of the Imperial Academy, an honor celebrated by envoys from 5 nations. A truly remarkable individual. His voice dropped, a note of sorrow entering his tone. Tragically, the little Marquis perished in a great fire at the Imperial Academy. They say he was burned alive at only 14. Gu Qiao, having examined the painting, rolled it up and handed it back to young Master Qin. He pleaded with her, "Don't listen to him. This painting is real." But Gu Qiao crossed her arms, her expression firm. "If my husband says it's a fake," she declared, her voice filled with unwavering conviction, "then it's a fake." Her gaze, fixed on Xiao Lu Lang, held only adoration for her handsome husband. Love, it seemed, had blinded her. Beside her, Xiao Lu Lang offered a sincere piece of advice. "If you intend to gift this painting to someone," he warned, "I suggest you reconsider. You'll only embarrass yourself." Young Master Qin's face darkened with fury. "You!" Xiao Lu Lang, unwilling to prolong the argument, turned to their driver. "Second uncle, let's go home." After the surgery, the two returned to their modest home. Gu Qiao, ever attentive, brought him a bowl of steaming broth. Lu Lang, she said softly, drink this ginger soup. You must be exhausted after such a long day. Rest a while. Xiao Lu Lang looked at her, a question in his eyes. What is it? She produced a letter. Could you read this for me? It's from Xianing Xiang. She asked me to give it to you. She can't read, and she's waiting outside. He nodded readily. Certainly. At that moment, Gu Qiao noticed a stack of red paper on the table and asked, What's this? He replied indifferently, Red paper Feng Lin brought. She asked curiously, What's it for? He answered, To cut out paper flowers and paste them on the door, and to write spring festival couplets. Her eyes suddenly lit up like car headlights. Oh, I see. She thought happily to herself, I've never cut paper flowers, and I've never written couplets before. But her joy was short-lived, quickly replaced by melancholy. In my past life, I didn't have a home to celebrate with, nor did I have the opportunity to do these things. He looked at her, assuming she wanted to write, but she shook her head. I don't know how. Xiao Lu Lang still wanted to teach her. Do you want to learn? She crossed her arms defensively. No, I don't want to. I don't know what to write. Ignoring her protests, he quickly spread the red paper out on the table. Seeing her husband's enthusiasm, Gu Qiao couldn't bring herself to refuse any longer. Meanwhile, Xue Ningxiang was outside, massaging the elderly woman, feeling quite anxious. It's been half an hour. Why haven't they come out yet? Seeing her worry, the old woman clasped her hands behind her back and offered, I'll go and see. She gently pushed open the door. Inside, the two were completely engrossed in each other. Your grip on the brush isn't quite right. Raise your right hand a bit more, and don't hold your wrists so stiffly. He patiently instructed her. Your index finger should be like this. Just then, the old woman's sudden voice startled them. Are you writing spring festival couplets? The old woman continued. You should get writing. You won't finish in time otherwise. Once you're done, call me. Remember to write a few for Xianing. Flustered, Gu Qiao could only nod in agreement. Half an hour later, Gu Qiao emerged, her hands full. Spring festival couplets, candied chestnuts, and fragrant sachets. She presented them to Xue Ningxiang, who asked in surprise, For me? But I already troubled young Master Xiao to read the letter. Why all this? It's almost New Year, Gu Qiao explained. The old woman told me to give these to you. Gu Qiao felt bad for making Xue Ningxiang wait so long. She stammered, Just now. An image of the two of them playfully chasing each other flashed through Xue Ningxiang's mind. It's nothing. I understand, she said with a knowing smile. Remember to close the door next time. You're still living at home, you know. Gu Qiao stiffened at her words. What does she understand? As soon as she finished speaking, Xue Ningxiang cheerfully took her leave. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. Feng Lin sat by the lamplight, reading, and sighed. It's so cold. Before, with a friend here, I didn't feel a thing. Now, well, the northwesterly wind cuts right through me. It's all right if I can't go home for New Year's. My sister and younger sister, who let me come here to study, are both married now. For their sake, I must pass the imperial examinations and return home in glory. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Opening the door, he saw Gu Qiao, her hair dusted with snow, and immediately panicked. Without waiting for her to speak, he rushed out ahead of her. Gu Qiao coming to find me must mean something's happened to Lu Lang, he thought, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he ran. Gu Qiao hurried after him. Upon arriving, Feng Lin burst through the door, shouting anxiously, Lu Lang, are you all right? But his eyes fell upon the three of them sitting around the table, looking quite cheerful, drawing and cutting something. He glanced at Gu Qiao in surprise. Isn't something wrong with Lu Lang? That's what you thought, she replied. I didn't say anything. Soon, red lanterns were hung, steaming hot buns were brought out, and the table was laden with food. Gu Xiaoshan was ecstatic. There are even spring rolls. Feng Lin was moved to tears. It tasted just like home. So delicious. Gu Xiaoshan, sitting beside him, sympathetically pushed his portion towards him. Here, have mine. Everyone, eat up. You're not from around here, are you? Feng Lin asked, wiping his tears and sniffling. How can you make such delicious New Year's cakes? He swallowed and continued. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's late at night. Since Feng Lin was taking up a room, they had no choice but to share. Each person had their own blanket. Xiao Lu Lang was quite embarrassed. Gu Qiao's voice was soft. Has this past year been good? Her hand brushed lightly against his beneath the covers. Leaning closer, she whispered, Next year will be even better. Drifting off to sleep, an unpleasant memory flickered through Xiao Lu Lang's mind. He saw an image of Gu Qiao, her face cold, harboring no affection for him. "Xiao Lu Lang," she said, her voice sharp, "let's be clear. We are husband and wife in name only. We're only sharing a bed tonight because we have guests. Don't you dare touch me," he retorted. "Who will want to touch you? Can you guarantee that?" she challenged. "You men say one thing and do another. As a precaution, I'll place this bowl of water here. If you so much as touch it during the night, you're a beast." The next morning, the bowl of water remained undisturbed. The image shifted, showing them both naked. Gu Qiao, furious, slapped him hard across the face. "You're worse than a beast," she hissed. Xiao Lu Lang's eyes snapped open. He bolted upright, heart pounding, a wave of disorientation washing over him. "Just a dream," he breathed, relief flooding through him. He glanced at Gu Qiao, sleeping peacefully beside him, a flicker of puzzlement in his eyes. Strange, he thought. On New Year's Eve, he hadn't dreamed of the fire. 3 days later, Physician Zhang arrived for a visit. "Is young Master Xiao still asleep?" he inquired. "My brother-in-law usually rises early. Why has he been sleeping so soundly lately?" Gu Qiao explained. "Feng Lin has been staying with us for 3 days. Lu Lang hasn't slept well." An older woman, her face etched with the wisdom of experience, offered an explanation to Gu Xiaoshan. "You'll understand when you're married, child," she said knowingly. The noise around him finally stirred Xiao Lu Lang from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes. "Brother-in-law, you're awake!" Gu Xiaoshan exclaimed. "I didn't want to disturb you while you were sleeping so soundly." "Young Master Xiao," Physician Zhang addressed him, "let me change your bandages." Gu Qiao hurried forward to help him sit up. He blushed, murmuring to her, "Did you do that on purpose?" Physician Zhang carefully removed the bandages. Feng Lin anxiously asked, "Physician, is Lu Lang's leg healed?" "Young Master Feng, patience," Physician Zhang replied. "Young Master Xiao is no longer in pain, which indicates the surgery was a success. However, the injury was quite severe. He'll need careful attention and diligent exercise. Whether he'll fully recover." Having been well coached, Physician Zhang continued smoothly. "As long as young Master Xiao isn't afraid of hard work and persists with his exercises, a full recovery is certainly possible." Gu Qiao, standing beside him, offered words of encouragement. "We'll do this together," she said, her voice firm. At the clinic, Gu Qiao's voice was resolute. She refused to budge, much to the second master's annoyance. Arms crossed, she stated coldly, "It's too far. I'm not going. Tell them if they want treatment, they can come to the Hui Chun Tang clinic themselves." He forced a conciliatory smile and waved his hand dismissively. "It's not far at all. Just in Qingchuan town, next to the Wenquan estate." Gu Qiao remained unmoved. "That's still outside of town. And you say it's not far?" "We agreed to 1 consultation a month. That means 1 consultation, not traveling for consultations." The steward, standing nearby, whispered, "If Miss Gu disagrees, then let it be. Staying here protects our Hui Chun Tang clinic. Otherwise, a few heads won't be enough." The second master shook his head in exasperation. "What do you understand? I've already sent the invitation." The steward's face paled at these words. "What?" He clutched at his master's sleeve. "Master, what did you just say?" "I thought we were just exploring the possibility of her treating the young master. Just sending an invitation beforehand." He continued to justify his actions. "There are many physicians lined up to treat the young lord. If we wait any longer to send the invitation, by the time our turn comes, he might already be." He trailed off, leaving the steward to slap his own face in despair. At the Wenquan estate, a furious roar echoed through the halls. "Get out, you useless fools!" The servants attending the young master cowered in fear. "If anything happens to the young master while the madam is away praying for his recovery, you can all expect to lose your heads." Even renowned physicians had been unable to help. Hey, it's not like we aren't trying," one protested. "The truth is, the young master's illness is beyond cure." Looking at the unconscious figure before them, everyone sighed. Even a great celestial being couldn't save him. A servant covered the young man with a blanket, praying silently. "Young master, you must persevere. Madam only has you, her only son. If you're gone, how will she live?" Meanwhile, on their way home, a carriage stopped in front of their house. Gu Qiao, puzzled, remarked, "Why are there 2 carriages parked outside?" A gentle-looking man stepped down from the carriage and greeted them respectfully. "Might I inquire if this is the residence of Xiao Lu Lang?" "I am," He presented a box to Xiao Lu Lang, continuing, I am Steward Liu from the Thousand Fragrance Library. My master and the headmaster instructed me to deliver this to you. This is a gift from the headmaster for Master Xiao. And this is a gift from my master for young Master Gu. And this, he added, turning to Gu Qiao, is a gift specifically for you, Mississippi. Why me? She wondered aloud. You'll understand when you open it, Steward Liu replied with a smile. Back inside, she opened the box to reveal a calligraphy brush. Gu Qiao held the brush, a jade pendant also in her hand, and mused, this brush is certainly valuable, but this jade pendant seems even more so. I thought I could keep it a secret. Her mood brightened considerably. So, the old master knew it was me all along. Xiao Lu Lang held a piece of paper, his expression troubled. Gu Qiao approached him and asked, What's wrong? Taking the paper, she inquired, What is this? He answered flatly, A registration slip for the headmaster's examination. Is there an exam? She asked. She questioned, suspicion creeping into her voice. Is the whole class taking it? Probably not, he replied. Looking at the information on the paper, her eyes widened. My husband consistently third from the bottom in every exam, she thought, and the headmaster hasn't given up on him. He even sent a personal notice. Gratitude welled up inside her. Truly a discerning eye. A great teacher of the people. Lu Lang's talent cannot be buried. Husband, she suggested, I think we should visit the headmaster and take him some gifts. To her well-intentioned proposal, Lu Lang simply replied, No need. Why not? She asked, puzzled. He turned away, a hint of displeasure in his voice. It's too far. Even near Warm Springs Manor is outside of town. Gu Qiao responded enthusiastically. It's not far at all. Don't worry. Just focus on recovering. Xiao Shun, and I will go tomorrow. Early the next morning, Gu Qiao arrived at the clinic laden with packages of various sizes. The second master, stunned, stammered, Miss Gu, what is all this? Radiant and brimming with energy, she gestured to herself, I've thought it over. Warm Springs Manor really isn't that far. It's just an hour by carriage. Let's get going. I've already arranged for one. Why have you brought another person and so many things? Is it all for treatment? He asked, eyeing Gu Qiao with a mixture of suspicion and bewilderment. Yesterday you said you wouldn't go, and now you've changed your mind overnight. These are gifts for the headmaster, she explained. My husband's headmaster lives near Warm Springs Manor. After we see the patient, we can visit him. The second master was speechless. So, it was a ruse about needing a ride, he thought. Is your conscience clear? They soon set off. The second master took the opportunity to briefly describe the patient. The young master is about your age. Rumor has it he won't live past 15. So, he only has a year left. Gu Qiao asked, concerned. Yes, the second master replied grimly. But he might not even make it to June. Gu Qiao, still finding time to eat, inquired between bites. Is his illness that serious? The second master sighed. It is. Poor Lady Ho. This is her only son. A while later, they arrived at the Marquis estate. Gu Qiao gazed at the opulent mansion, her eyes wide with wonder. Oh my, she breathed. How magnificent. A guard at the gate directed them. Follow this path. Someone will meet you at the pavilion. A familiar voice echoed from behind them. The eldest young master is just ahead. Manager He Changgue of the Hu family bowed respectfully. What a coincidence, eldest young master. Did you know I was bringing someone to examine the young master and come to wait for me? But who are these two? Gu Qiao eyed the stranger with open dislike. Who is this man? She wondered. Second master explained. This is strategist He Changgue from the capital's Huichuntang. He Changgue responded with a sniff, turning his back dismissively. Let us go. Stung by the blatant disregard, He Changgue continued with a sarcastic edge. So, the eldest young master is also here to examine the young master. I wonder if the old master and the first young master are aware of this. Beside Gu Qiao, Jiu peppered second master with questions. Who is the old master? Who is the first young master? He answered quietly, The old master is my father. The first young master is my younger brother. After my mother passed away, my father remarried. Not long after, my younger brother was born. My clever brother became my father's favorite, and the old master gradually forgot about his eldest son, me. He then sent me to the Huichuntang in Qingtuan Town and handed over the family business to my younger brother. Second master said, Actually, I was just summoned here as well. He Changgue scoffed. The young master of the Marquis of Dingan's estate is not some commoner from the town. He'll either die from his illness or be treated to death. He continued his boasting, laced with disdain. Don't overestimate your abilities. You'll bring ruin upon the entire Hu family. Humiliated, second master's anger flared. What did you say? Just then, a woman's voice called out from the distance. What's going on? We're here for the examination. Why are you all just standing around? At the gates of the Marquis estate, He Changgue smiled ingratiatingly. Miss, please take a good look at this token. I'm the one who has come from the Hui Chun Tang in the capital. He glanced pointedly at Second Master and his group. Those people are from the Hui Chun Tang in Qing Twin Town. They have nothing to do with our Hui Chun Tang in the capital. Later, if anything happens, I hope you won't blame our Hui Chun Tang. His words left Second Master speechless with rage. But Gu Qiao wouldn't tolerate such arrogance. She retorted sharply, so fond of crowing, are you a rooster? He Changgue was stunned. Suddenly, the maidservant recognized Gu Qiao. It's her. She rushed forward and grasped Gu Qiao's hand, her face alight with relief. It's thanks to you last time. I can't believe you're a physician's assistant at Hui Chun Tang. The maidservant's excitement bubbled over. If it weren't for those pills, the young master might have. Gu Qiao also remembered her now. So the young master she was talking about is the Marquis of Dingan's son, she realized. The maidservant completely ignored He Changgue, leaving him standing there, utterly humiliated. She turned her attention back to Gu Qiao, ushering her forward warmly. I'll take you to the waiting area. Please come this way. It's so wonderful to see you again. Before they could proceed with the examination, the head nurse stopped them, scrutinizing their credentials. She frowned, puzzled. Why are there two Hui Chun Tangs? The two managers offered awkward smiles. It's not the same at all. So it's just a coincidence of names? He Changgue nodded. You could say that. Go in, the head nurse instructed. Our Marquis estate doesn't associate with irrelevant people. He Changgue preened inwardly. Although the young master's illness has lingered for years, its specific nature has been kept secret due to certain taboos. But the divine physician Liao I've brought is the same divine physician Liao who treated the crown prince of Jiangnan. He's said to be able to cure many strange ailments. The eldest young master certainly couldn't secure such a skilled physician. This time he's bound to fail. It's a good thing I distanced myself from them. At that moment, divine physician Liao spoke. Allow me to examine the young master's pulse. He barely touched the young master's arm before recoiling in alarm. How long has the young master been unconscious? The maidservant replied, 10 days. He Changgue, hovering nearby, quickly asked, What is it, divine physician Liao? Divine physician Liao's voice was heavy with regret. Forgive my inadequate skills. I am unable to treat the young master. Your esteemed estate should seek someone more capable. A voice called out, echoing slightly. Divine physician Liao. Divine physician Liao. He Changgue added impatiently. Where are you going? The renowned physician paused, a flicker of panic in his eyes. This young master's ailment is of the mind. It's beyond my capabilities. He's been comatose for 10 days. Even the greatest of immortals couldn't revive him. With that, the two men retreated hastily. The path was now clear for Gu Qiao to examine the young master. It seems my turn has come, she murmured. The second master, trailing behind Gu Qiao, felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his stomach. He stepped forward, blocking her path. Wait, he urged. Those words, they don't bode well. This situation seems beyond saving. We shouldn't linger. He stammered slightly, grasping for an excuse. I just remembered. There's urgent business back at Hui Chun Tang. Let's return. If there's no hope, there's no need for you to examine him, Miss Gu. I can't bear to put you through this. Gu Qiao opened her mouth to argue, but a sharp cry of pain echoed from within the room. It was followed by the panicked shouts of the second young master. Standing outside the door, Gu Qiao felt a sudden, sharp pang in her chest. Her heart pounded against her ribs, her hands trembling. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She felt strangely unsettled. Anxious voices drifted from inside. Young master, what's wrong? Ignoring the lingering discomfort, Gu Qiao pushed open the door and rushed inside. This feeling, she thought, her brow furrowed. Am I truly this heartless? The thought of leaving a patient unattended gnawed at her conscience, a physical ache in her heart. In a flash, she was at the young master's bedside. The young man lay still, his face ashen. Gu Qiao's breath caught in her throat. No pulse, she exclaimed, all other considerations vanishing in that instant. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the bed, her hands pressing firmly against the young master's chest. No heartbeat, no breathing. We have to act now. The second master, witnessing the scene, was utterly bewildered. "Miss Gu," he stammered, his face pale. Gu Qiao glanced at him, her voice sharp. "Guard the door. I'm trying to save him. Don't let anyone in." Her commands continued, rapid fire. "Physician Zhang, stay and assist me. Bring my medicine box. Light the oil lamps." With practiced movements, she filled a syringe and injected it into the young master's vein. Physician Zhang stared, dumbfounded. "This young woman? What strange instrument is that?" And she just injected it into his vein? Outside the room, a cluster of maidservants waited anxiously. "What's the meaning of this?" one demanded, her voice laced with fear. The second master held his ground. "The physicians of Tang are attending to your young master. If you wish him well, do not disturb them." The maidservant's voice rose in pitch. "Lies! We saw him. He stopped breathing. He's gone." The head nurse's eyes, filled with desperate hope, locked onto the second master's. You must save him," she pleaded. The second master swallowed hard. "They're trying to shift the blame onto us," he muttered under his breath. He cast a worried glance towards the room. "Miss Gu, can you do it?" The supplies in Gu Qiao's medicine box were dwindling. The young master remained unresponsive. Repeating the procedure for the third time, Gu Qiao heard physician Zhang's voice, tinged with resignation. "Miss Gu, give up." But Gu Qiao's grip on the young master's hand tightened, her gaze unwavering. "One more time," she insisted, a flicker of anxiety betraying her resolute facade. "If this doesn't work," she thought, "there's nothing more I can do. Come on, little brother, fight." A sudden commotion erupted outside. The second master, overwhelmed, was pushed aside by the frantic maidservants. One of them shoved him to the ground, bursting into the room. "Let us see the young master." On the bed, the young master stirred. The sudden influx of noise and commotion pierced through the fog in his mind. He groaned, his voice weak but audible. "So noisy." The room erupted in gasps of astonishment. The young master's voice. "It's him. We haven't heard his voice in over 10 days. It's truly him. We thought he was lost to us, but just now." Physician Zhang let out a shaky breath, his hand clutching his chest. On the bed, the young master's hand, still weak, closed around Gu Qiao's. She looked down at him, relief flooding her features. The head nurse anxiously inquired, "How is the young master?" Seeing their young master holding the hand of a strange girl, a ripple of bewilderment spread through the servants. The young master usually kept everyone at arm's length. All eyes turned to Gu Qiao, speculating. Who is this girl? What's her background? A pang of displeasure struck the head nurse as she observed the clasped hands. "And this young lady is?" she asked, her tone laced with disapproval. Physician Zhang hastily interjected. "This is the physician's assistant I brought with me." Understanding dawned on the head nurse. "Ah, so she's a physician's assistant from Tang." Stepping forward, the head nurse asked, "Did our young master just awaken?" Gu Qiao calmly replied. He woke up briefly, took his medicine, and fell asleep again. Throughout his unconsciousness, the young master had clung tightly to Gu Qiao's hand, a detail that hadn't escaped the notice of the onlookers. Murmurs of "how skilled" rippled through the room. Gu Qiao herself marveled. Even in his sleep, his grip is so strong. Now that the immediate crisis had passed, she finally had a moment to properly observe the young man. The urgency of the situation had prevented her from doing so earlier. Taking him in now, she thought, he truly is a striking young man. What illness could afflict someone like him? Lost in thought, she allowed him to hold her hand a while longer, her concern evident. The head nurse, observing this, could barely contain her irritation. Several hours passed, and exhaustion finally claimed Gu Qiao. She drifted off to sleep beside the young master's bed. A maid whispered, "The young lady has fallen asleep." The head nurse, her nose practically held high, retorted indignantly. Letting her hold his hand was a kindness. Who gave her permission to sleep by the young master's bed? As she moved to rouse Gu Qiao, the young master's eyes suddenly snapped open, their sharpness piercing the air. The head nurse froze, fear gripping her heart. Trembling, she stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. The young master's gaze remained fixed on her, a clear command to leave. The head nurse hastily retreated. Yes, I'll leave immediately." Looking at the sleeping girl beside him, the young master felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness. He felt drawn to her. He then succumbed to sleep once more. Unnoticed, a ring slipped from his finger, falling into Gu Qiao's medicine basket. Some time later, Gu Qiao emerged from the room. The second master, his face etched with worry, rushed to her side. "Miss Gu, can he be cured?" Stretching slightly, she replied with a nonchalant air, "I've left him some medicine. It should help for now." To herself, Gu Qiao mused. The imperial physician and the other doctors weren't wrong in their diagnosis. In modern terms, it's a psychological ailment, a difficult thing to treat in these times. He Changue was still nowhere to be seen. He lurked behind a tree, observing Gu Qiao, wondering about the young master's condition and how they could possibly emerge unscathed. Suddenly, a maid appeared, calling out to the Hui Chun Tang representatives, "Please wait." He Chang'e, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "Excuse me, miss, what happened to those three? What trouble did they encounter?" The maid replied, "Our young master has awakened, and he's furious." He Chang'e's jaw dropped. The young master's illness? The maid, her voice brimming with excitement, continued, "Hui Chun Tang is truly miraculous. Our young master not only awoke, but had the strength to tear apart 4 of the Marquis's antique paintings. He hasn't shown such vigor in years." He Chang'e, ever the opportunist, boasted, "Well, of course, Hui Chun Tang sets the standard." Inwardly, however, he seethed with disbelief. Impossible. How could a country bumpkin cure him? It must be some sort of trickery. The maid, however, quickly corrected him. "It has nothing to do with you. That was the second master of our Hui Chun Tang, from the Hu family." The Hu family? Well, it's just a coincidence of names. You're from the Hui Chun Tang in town, and we're from the one in the capital. 2 entirely different establishments. No connection to the Hu family whatsoever. Meanwhile, Gu Qiao and her companions arrived at the dean's house. He had just returned from fishing. "And who might you be?" he asked. She smiled, introducing Xiao Lulang. "This is my husband," she explained. "Today, my younger brother and I have come to visit you." The old man greeted them warmly. "And how should I address you, young lady?" he inquired. Gu Qiao's heart swelled with happiness. The family of her prospective student had come to visit. This apprenticeship was all but settled. "My surname is Gu," she replied cheerfully. "The villagers call me Gu Qiao." "You must be tired from your journey," the hospitable old man continued. "Please sit and rest." Dong, at her side, whispered, "This is Dean Xiang Yuan, the head of the Thousand Fragrance Academy." "Ah," she realized, understanding dawning. "I've heard he never accepts gifts." "Dean, this is a small token from Lu Lang," Gu Qiao offered. "Lu Lang, you're too kind," the dean demurred. "There's no need for such formalities. Surely the dean of the academy isn't lacking for anything." The dean chuckled inwardly, his words belying his outstretched hands. "There's no need, he insisted, accepting the gift nonetheless. "For the apprenticeship ceremony, I shall send a carriage for your wife." At that moment, Gu Shaoshan spoke up. "I also have something for the dean." With those words, the naive young man pulled out a statuette of his sister, leaving the dean momentarily speechless. Having a student's likeness in his room felt somewhat inappropriate. Dong shared the sentiment. "Giving the dean a statue of your sister. Are you sure about this?" Gu Qiao stared at the statuette in her brother's hand, lost for words. That looks like me." "It is me." An elderly woman, seemingly a little disoriented, entered the room and pointed at the statue. "Bodhisattva," she exclaimed. She picked up the statuette. "There's no time to lose," she muttered, then bowed reverently before it. "Fox Spirit, protect us," she declared, leaving everyone else utterly bewildered. After a long and tiring day, Gu Qiao finally arrived home. She thought, "It's already dark. Lu Lang must have finished dinner." But reality proved her wrong. On the table sat 2 blackened lumps. "What is this?" she asked aghast. "Why haven't you eaten?" The elderly woman, her face etched with a pleading expression, looked at her. Qiao, you're back," she said, then complained. "Lu Lang's cooking is terrible. He's grown, but he's like a dog. His cooking skills are nothing compared to Xiao Shan's." Gu Qiao looked at Lu Lang teasingly. "Is that so?" He coughed awkwardly. Gu Qiao thought to herself, "Didn't he say he couldn't cook before?" Setting down her basket, she said cheerfully, "I picked up some chicken eggs on the way, just enough to bring some back." Rummaging through her medicine pouch, she suddenly noticed a ring. "What's this?" she wondered aloud. Holding it up, she brought it to her nose and sniffed. It smelled of medicine. A thought struck her. Could it be him? At the One Xian estate, the madam returned from praying for blessings. The young master's condition isn't good, the wet nurse reported. Fortunately, the divine physician from Hui Chuntang intervened and managed to wake him. The madam breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We must thank them properly when we return. Filled with worry, she rushed to her son's room. Yaner, are you awake? The young master, lying in bed, pretended to be asleep. He was still upset with his mother. I'm not awake, he mumbled. I'm still unconscious. Yaner, you have the strength to talk to me. You were unconscious for so long, but thankfully, the Bodhisattva protected you. He turned away. What does it have to do with the Bodhisattva? Yes, you're right. Yaner is blessed with great fortune and a long life. He whispered to his mother. She healed me. I know it was her. She even left medicine for me. Yaner is right. It was the physician from Hui Chuntang who saved you. I will thank them properly. She took his hand, her voice filled with alarm. Yaner, where is your jade ring? The young master's expression remained unchanged. She took it, he said cheerfully, causing his mother's eyes to widen in surprise. What? He smiled contentedly. She took it by accident. Meanwhile, Gu Qiao pushed open the door to Lu Lang's room. Husband, you should practice, she encouraged enthusiastically. But Lu Lang remained seated, unmoving. I don't want to practice. Gu Qiao, playing the part of the big bad wolf, to Xiao Lu Lang's trembling lamb, declared, Get up. By any means necessary, we're going to get you walking. Xiao Lu Lang, a flicker of fear in his eyes, retorted, Practice? I have no interest. They quickly made their way to the courtyard, crossing from one side to the other. Gu Qiao snatched Xiao Lu Lang's walking stick. No more cane for you, starting today. Xiao Lu Lang grumbled, I can't walk without it. Gu Qiao, practically glowing with the self-satisfied aura of a protagonist, pointed at herself. If you can't walk, I'll support you. I am your walking stick. A smug grin played on Gu Qiao's lips. Don't think I don't know your tricks. Every time you have that cane, you slack off. All your weight goes onto the stick, and your right leg gets no exercise at all. Gu Qiao smiled, pleased with herself, and gestured towards their room. If you want your cane, go fetch it yourself. Xiao Lu Lang imagined the undignified hobble back to the room, Gu Qiao's triumphant smirk burning in his mind. He couldn't possibly hop back for it. A blush crept up his neck. Gu Qiao, not entirely heartless, moved to assist him. Husband, don't lean so heavily. You have to learn to use your own strength. That's it. On the rooftop above, two cats entwined in a furry embrace, mirroring the scene below. Put in some effort, she urged. You're going to break me in half. The close proximity sent a wave of heat rushing to Xiao Lu Lang's face. After a few steps, Gu Qiao exclaimed, How can I, a delicate woman, be expected to do all the work? I was just borrowing a little support, Xiao Lu Lang mumbled, mortified by Gu Qiao's dramatic pronouncements. Can't you just be quiet? Gu Qiao, oblivious, continued her encouraging chatter. It's normal to feel unsteady after giving up the cane. The doctor said you need to walk at least 100 steps a day. I'm just following his orders for your own good. That's it, that's the spirit, Gu Qiao praised. But after only a few more steps, Xiao Lu Lang's legs felt like lead. He panted, the effort evident on his face. Resentment towards Gu Qiao simmered within him. Sensing his struggle, Gu Qiao pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you feeling that all-over ache? She asked solicitously. Like a wagon ran you over? So tired you can barely lift a finger, and your legs are trembling? Xiao Lu Lang, flustered, looked at the woman before him. Then, seizing on a new tactic, he demanded, You're making me practice, but did you practice your calligraphy today? He pressed his advantage. You make me walk every day, but you haven't practiced a single character. Yesterday, for instance, you didn't write your 100 characters. Gu Qiao inwardly groaned. It's not like I'm writing calligraphy. Besides, Zhaoguo's letters are practically endless. If you don't finish today, you'll have to double it tomorrow. 200 characters. Like a feral cat whose tail had been stepped on. She puffed up, feigning bravado. Then you'll have to walk 200 steps tomorrow. Xiao Lu Lang wasn't backing down. If I don't walk, I won't write. See if I care. The next morning, Xiao Lu Lang opened his eyes to find his formidable wife standing over him, arms crossed. He instinctively pulled his leg up to cover his bare chest. What are you doing? Panic edged into his voice. How long have you been standing there? Were you just watching me sleep? Gu Qiao turned, her small face pale, dark circles under her bright eyes. In her hands, she held several sheets of paper covered in messy characters. Husband, she announced triumphantly. Here, is the calligraphy you requested. A smug grin spread across her face. 1,000 characters. Today, you have to walk 1,000 steps for me. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the marketplace outside. A crowd of men gawked, their attention riveted on a single figure. A young woman, dressed in finery, her body adorned with glittering gold and jewels, strode through the throng. Unfazed by the attention, she walked directly into the wikiofficialteam clinic. The men continued to murmur amongst themselves. Whose daughter is that? The Dam family? I don't think she's a dam. Not refined enough. Wikiofficialteam caused someone's death, and people are still going there? They must be pretty good. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young woman slid a hefty pile of silver across the counter. Second Master's eyes lit up, and he greeted her with a respectful bow. I had no idea Miss Gu was gracing us with her presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The cashier beside him gaped, his jaw slack. This is all for consultation fees, the young woman explained. She addressed the physician. My younger brother is very pleased with the old doctor and his apprentice. Please have him attend to him next time as well. I'd also like to meet them to express my gratitude personally. Early the next morning, Gu Qiao finished hanging the laundry. The clothes were washed, the firewood chopped, all her chores complete. She was just about to head to the temple to find the old doctor and his grandson she had met there previously. Her mother-in-law, cracking sunflower seeds, saw her preparing to leave. Off to the temple? Are you going to ask the Bodhisattva to bless Lu Lang for the imperial examinations? Her mother-in-law's words sparked a thought. That's a good idea, Gu Qiao mused. I should also pray for the Bodhisattva's blessing to encourage my husband and wish him good results. She continued walking, lost in thought. I'll decide once I get to the mountain. My main purpose this time is to buy that piece of land. The new year has passed, so the abbot's junior brother should be back by now. It's the perfect time to ask how much silver they want for it. I'll prepare lunch, her mother-in-law called after her. Go on, but be sure to come back early. Gu Qiao ascended the mountain step by step. It was a long climb, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. The exertion started to take its toll. Suddenly, something startled her, her eyes widening in surprise. A figure tumbled from the sky, landing directly on top of Gu Qiao. Too stunned to react, she could only utter a quick prayer. Mother, why is someone falling from the sky? Luckily, Gu Qiao's sturdy frame, strengthened by the climb, cushioned the falling woman's impact. A familiar, gentle voice reached her ears. Fancy meeting you here. The woman expressed her sincere gratitude. Miss, you've saved me again. Gu Qiao sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Why is it that every time we meet, something like this happens? Then, noticing the wound on the woman's forehead, she asked, Your forehead. Gu Qiao ventured a guess. Were you just up there kowtowing? The woman touched the wound on her head, a smile still gracing her lips as she replied, Yes, I was asking the Bodhisattva to bless my son. My prayers were answered, so I went back to give thanks. Gu Qiao thought to herself, the Bodhisattva is rather stingy, making people kowtow before granting their wishes. Miss, are you here to see the abbot? The woman inquired. Yes, Gu Qiao confirmed. You should hurry along. He's in the temple. I'll be heading down the mountain shortly. What about you? Gu Qiao asked, concerned. The woman replied softly, I think I was just a bit dizzy from the exertion earlier. I feel much better now, and it's only a short way down. Gu Qiao, still slightly worried, asked, Do you often get dizzy spells? Is it worse in the mornings or evenings? When you're hungry or full? The woman patiently answered her questions. Mostly in the mornings, just after waking up. And if I haven't eaten anything, I tend to feel lightheaded. Sounds like low blood sugar, Gu Qiao thought. Luckily, I brought some with me today. With that thought, she pulled 2 pieces of candy from her pouch. Here, she offered. Eat one of these when you feel dizzy. It's a local specialty. Consider it a gift. Oh, thank you. The woman accepted gratefully. I'll be going now, madam, Gu Qiao said, taking her leave. Watching Gu Qiao's slender, yet strong figure disappear up the path, the woman couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She's the same age as Yin Er, yet she has to work so hard. Gu Qiao quickly reached the temple. The abbot greeted her with a serious expression. I've heard from my junior brother about your interest in purchasing the mountain land. He said that if you are sincere, the temple is willing to sell. However, the price has increased somewhat. It's a bit more than before. Gu Qiao's heart sank slightly. How much was it before? She asked, thinking to herself. Big expenses are inevitable. I can't give up easily. The abbot held up a finger. 249 taels. Gu Qiao held her breath. And now? He held up 5 fingers, a smile playing on his lips. 250 taels. Gu Qiao's mind raced. Oh no, I don't have enough, and I seriously suspect that the abbot's junior brother swindled me. For the future, Gu Qiao forced a nod and agreed. Abbot, the silver I brought isn't enough. Let me return home to prepare the full amount, and we can discuss this later. As she reached the door, another monk rushed in, panicked. Abbot, Jing Kong, who's being fostered here, has disappeared. He then asked, bewildered, why? Weren't we supposed to take him today? At that moment, a little novice monk sat dejectedly in a corner. The madam is with child. They discovered it last night, felt her pulse. The physician confidently declared it's a boy. It seems there truly is nothing impossible in this world. Gu Qiao returned to the village, her mind racing with calculations. The silver she had on hand was only 200 taels, which, even after the price increase, was still insufficient to purchase the mountain. Suddenly, she remembered her previous treatment. The consultation fee last time wasn't the issue. It wasn't a small sum. It was just that Angeline had used 3 vials of the heart medicine, only a few boxes in total. They were all left here. Never mind, she thought. This time, I absolutely must find the second young master. With that decided, she quickened her pace towards Hui Chun Tang. The manager, seeing her, greeted her enthusiastically. Miss Gu, what brings you here? I'll go make some tea. Pushing the door open, she crossed her arms and said with a touch of annoyance, no need. I'm here to collect the consultation fee. The manager scratched his head, chuckling. Look at my memory. Your 2 family members just came to pay. It's been prepared for you. Gu Qiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the ample silver. Excellent. With this, along with what I already have, it's enough to buy that mountain. He added, Miss Gu, please come in and rest. The second young master said he wants to thank you personally. A luxurious carriage moved through the streets. Inside sat Miss Gu, her face etched with worry. Oh no, my jade pendant is gone. She frantically searched everywhere, near tears. Her maid spoke up. Is it the jade pendant the Marquis gifted you, miss? Weren't you wearing it when we left this morning? How could it be gone? Perhaps you dropped it at Hui Chun Tang, where we just were. It must have fallen somewhere. Gu Qiao immediately ordered. Turn the carriage around. Quickly, back to Hui Chun Tang. The maid rushed inside. Manager, are you there? She called out. The Mrs. Jade pendant is missing. You must have someone search for it. The maid scurried around the clinic, searching high and low. Anxiety gnawed at her. I've looked everywhere, but it's nowhere to be found. Her gaze landed on a room. Without permission, she opened Gu Qiao's fragrant pouch that lay on the table. What's inside this? Even more surprising, inside, along with the jade pendant, was the young master's jade ring. The maid gasped. This is the Mrs. Jade pendant and the young master's jade ring. How did they get here? Gu Qiao entered, asking, What are you doing? It's incredibly rude to touch other people's belongings. Didn't your family teach you any manners? Seeing the situation, the maid angrily rounded on Gu Qiao. Other people's belongings? How could these be yours? She looked at Gu Qiao's simple attire with disdain, convinced that these valuable items couldn't possibly belong to her. Gu Qiao stood there, completely unfamiliar with this haughty maid. Unfazed, she simply walked past. The maid continued to berate her. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Gu Qiao glanced at the maid and scoffed. You stole from my master, and you don't even have the decency to admit it? The commotion drew the attention of the second young master, who came to inquire about the disturbance. Seeing him arrive, the maid became even more emboldened. You've come at just the right time. This thief stole my Mrs. Jade pendant. Return our young master's ring at once. Taking in the scene, the second young master quickly tried to mediate. There must be a misunderstanding. She couldn't possibly be a thief. I trust this young lady. She's always been free to come and go here, surrounded by valuables, and she's never touched a thing. How could she steal? The maid refused to accept his explanation, her voice rising. How can you say she didn't steal? Are you implying I'm falsely accusing her? Who is she that I would go to such lengths to frame her? Repeat that. Are you certain you haven't mistaken it for something else? There are many similar things in this world. Mistaken? Do you think the fabrics my young mistress and master wear are from some common market stall? The second young master began to feel a flicker of unease. This jade pendant was a gift from the imperial court. Even if your Hu family went bankrupt, you couldn't afford it. There are absolutely no copies. He still held a sliver of faith in Gu Qiao. Perhaps Miss Gu's is the genuine article. Gu Qiao calmly replied, "It's not a fake. It's real." The maid's voice sharpened. "You hear that? She's admitted it herself." At that moment, the young mistress, her face pale, stepped forward. The maid, Yu Ru, immediately rushed to her side. "Mistress," she cried, then quickly reported, "I've found your jade pendant. I've also discovered that this woman stole the master's ring as well." With that, she fastened Gu Qiao's pendant onto the young mistress, positioning herself in front of her. "Let me put this on you, mistress," she muttered under her breath. "Look at you, still standing there, not even bowing before our mistress. And you dare to sneeze in her presence? Typical peasant. You'll never amount to anything." The young mistress spoke with an air of haughty disdain. "This jade pendant cannot be replicated. It's made from the jade of a Zhao Kingdom mountain goat. Only the emperor has the right to use it. Counterfeiting imperial items is a serious crime. Besides, it's impossible to make one exactly the same." Gu Qiao listened calmly as the young mistress finished speaking. Then she said, "So, you're the little girl, aren't you?" To flaunt her supposed wealth, she gestured towards her brother's jade ring. "I can give you the pendant," she continued. "Just return the ring to me, and I'll consider this matter settled." The maid beside her moved to intervene. Miss Gu waved her hand, silencing the maid. "The pendant is mine. You can have it if you like, but the ring belongs to my younger brother. I have to wait for him to return before I can give it back." She expected Gu Qiao to be overflowing with gratitude. Instead, Gu Qiao bluntly demanded the return of both the pendant and the ring. "You can take it back and return the pendant to me." Seeing this, the maid, emboldened by her perceived superiority, yelled, "You impudent peasant! How dare you be so disrespectful to our mistress?" Miss Gu stood there, fuming, her teeth grinding together. Then, with a sneer, she said, "She stole them. That jade ring only holds sentimental value for my brother. In terms of monetary worth, it's not even comparable to the pendant." Gu Qiao remained undaunted, her expression unwavering. "I'll return the ring because it belongs to your brother. The pendant doesn't belong to you, so you need to return it to me." The maid pointed directly at Gu Qiao's face and shrieked, "If it doesn't belong to our mistress, then it must belong to you? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy of possessing a jade pendant from the celestial realm?" The second young master, finding the maid's behavior excessive, cautioned her to be mindful of her words. "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me." Gu Qiao's patience had finally worn thin. "I'm saying this one last time. Return the jade pendant." The maid, her face livid, raised her hand as if to strike. "How dare you?" Her hand only made it halfway before Gu Qiao seized it. Ignoring the shocked stares of those around her, Gu Qiao delivered a resounding slap that sent the maid sprawling several feet away. The young mistress, witnessing the scene, gaped, speechless with astonishment. "You!" Gu Qiao used her sleeve to wipe the jade pendant. The young mistress, observing the gesture, interpreted it as a deliberate insult. "She's disgusted by me," she thought, stamping her foot. "I'm reporting this to the authorities." Just then, a voice of authority boomed from the doorway. "Who wishes to report to the authorities?" He addressed the young mistress. "Who are you?" "I am the headmaster of the Tianxiang Academy. What has happened to cause such outrage?" The young mistress, recognizing Headmaster Li, thought to herself, "Headmaster Li's reputation precedes him throughout the capital. Why would someone like him defend a mere peasant?" The argument continued, the young mistress insistent. "She stole from my family." Just then, Gu Qin, arms crossed, stepped forward. "Are you going to return it or not?" Gu Qiao remained defiant. "I didn't steal the jade pendant. It's mine." "And what about the ring?" the young mistress demanded. "You're saying it just happened to fall into your pocket, and you only discovered it when you got home?" Just then, Headmaster Li entered, intending to mediate, but he too was taken aback. The young mistress remained obstinate. "That's not what you said just now. You admitted you stole it." Headmaster Li turned to Gu Qiao. "Show me the jade pendant." Gu Qiao obediently handed it over. He examined the jade pendant carefully. "Don't you know this jade pendant was a gift from my teacher to Little Shun? Little Shun is very fond of his older sister. It's not surprising it would be in her possession." He turned back to the young mistress and explained, "Young lady, you've misunderstood. This jade pendant isn't yours. It was a gift from my teacher to me, which I then gifted to your husband." A hush fell over the room. "Your husband?" the young mistress echoed faintly. Headmaster Li continued, "Your husband is my most prized student." A young man rushed in from the distance. "Miss, we found it! We found it!" He held an identical green jade pendant in his hand. "After searching for half a day, we finally found it in the grass. This is the jade pendant you dropped, Mississippi." Gu Qiao spoke up. "Is the truth clear now? But the maid, Ru, wouldn't let it go. Even if you didn't steal the jade pendant, you still stole the ring." The young mistress, Gu Kandu, feigned magnanimity. "Enough," she said, slowly walking towards Gu Qiao. With a bow of her head, she said, "I apologize. I have misunderstood you." Ru remained indignant, scoffing inwardly. How can our young mistress, the esteemed daughter of the Marquis household, lower herself to apologize to a lowly commoner? She felt the apology was undeserved. Even if there was a misunderstanding, clearing her name should be enough. Why apologize? Gu Kandu then turned to her maid. "You should apologize to this young lady as well." Ru hesitated, but her mistress's tone sharpened. "Now, apologize." Ru reluctantly stepped forward and mumbled an apology to Gu Qiao. Concerned that Hui Chun Tang might refuse to treat her younger brother because of this incident, Gu Kandu approached the second young master with a sincere apology, hoping to smooth things over. The second young master, wiping sweat from his brow, gestured towards Gu Qiao. It all depended on her now. Gu Qiao, understanding his meaning, blinked and nodded in agreement. The second young master breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she wasn't holding a grudge. He could continue the treatment. Having grasped the situation, he replied confidently, "What are you saying, Miss Gu? We at Hui Chun Tang prioritize saving lives and upholding virtue. We would never let personal grievances interfere with a patient's care." "Thank you. I'll take my leave then." After Gu Kandu departed, everyone was left in thought. Headmaster Li mused, "Is that Gu family from the capital?" The second young master, stroking his chin, replied, "Who else but the Gu family of the capital could raise such a refined young lady?" Meanwhile, Xiao Lulong was stealthily packing his belongings. Excellent, he thought gleefully. He was thrilled that the study was finally finished and ready for him to move in. Gu Qiao, upon returning home, went straight to the kitchen. When Xiao Lulong passed by and suddenly saw her, he inwardly celebrated the potential reprieve from his rehabilitation. He carefully carried his bags towards the door. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Qiao Qiao." Lulong froze. The word struck him like a bolt of lightning. A chill ran down his spine. He imagined Gu Qiao waiting for him, cleaver in hand. A hand landed on his shoulder. His world tilted. But contrary to his expectations, Gu Qiao emerged, smiling sweetly. "Here's your cane." He stared at her, dumbfounded. "Qiao Qiao," she added gently, "be careful out there. I've asked little Shun to wait for you at second Uncle L.A.'s place." His astonishment deepened. "What's gotten into her today?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I spoke with Headmaster Li when I visited him last time. You don't need to go to the study for the next few months until you've fully recovered." Xiao Lulong was utterly speechless. At that moment, little Shun ran out. "Brother-in-law, good morning," he innocently asked. "Brother-in-law, why are you carrying your luggage?" Lulong looked at him, puzzled. "Aren't you going to the study?" "If brother-in-law isn't going, then of course I'm not going either. I'll follow you. I can help if anything happens on the way." Lulong was exasperated. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Gu Qiao stood to the side, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Plan successful. Little Shun scratched his head innocently. "Sister wouldn't let me tell you. She said it was a surprise." He asked cheerfully, "So, brother-in-law, are you surprised?" Astonished, Xiao Lulong practically snorted like a bull. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, "Gu Qiao." On the day school started, Headmaster Li said to him, "Lulong," he began cheerfully, "there's no need to be nervous. I didn't call you here about the exam. Have you received the notice for the county exam yet? It's in 10 days. I agreed to Qiao Qiao's request. After school starts, I'll help you review and prepare so you can successfully pass the exam for scholar. Starting today, come to the main hall at noon for lessons." At this point, Lulong felt a surge of resentment towards Gu Qiao. "I haven't even settled the score with her for signing me up for the exam without my permission, and now she wants to take up my lunch break too?" Headmaster Li continued to sing her praises. "Qiao Qiao told me you're very dedicated and study late every night. You're actually not stupid, but for some reason, you never perform well on exams. Perhaps it's due to incorrect study methods, or maybe your mindset isn't right. Let me see what I can do." Lulong trembled with indignation. "Qiao Qiao." In his mind, the images of Headmaster Li and his wife loomed large and menacing, like exploitative landlords. This is just great. He was so frustrated he almost cried. She won't let me stay at the academy, and now she's got the headmaster giving me extra lessons. I didn't realize they talked so much during that visit. Headmaster Lee looked at him expectantly. Shall we begin now? Lu Long stroked his chin, contemplating for a long moment. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he flung his sleeve and stormed off. I won't take the exam. Give it up. He left Headmaster Lee standing there, utterly bewildered. The headmaster sighed. Lu Long, this is from Miss Gu's heart. Lu Long retorted. I think you and she are in cahoots. With that, he swiftly exited the headmaster's study, not even glancing back. In the opulent marquise manner, Gu Kandu nestled affectionately against her mother. Lady Gu stroked her hair with a loving expression. Aren't you a little old to be clinging to your mother like this? Shouldn't you be embarrassed? Kandu replied sweetly. No matter how old I get, I'll always be your daughter. Why should I be embarrassed? Lady Gu chuckled and patted her cheek. You've been spoiled by your father. Kandu grinned. Well, I am his only precious daughter. Suddenly, her mother's tone shifted. How did things go at Hui Chuntang earlier? Did you settle the bill all right? Kandu's smile faltered. Seeing her daughter's hesitation, Lady Gu pressed further. Were they not satisfied? It wasn't about the bill, Kandu mumbled, fidgeting. It's just that, after a long pause, she finally recounted the entire incident. I saw Qiao Qiao treating my brother there, and I wrongly accused her of stealing my jade pendant. It took a while for the truth to come out. Gu Kandu lowered her head. I was wrong, mother. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Lady Gu, ever benevolent, stroked her daughter's hair and offered words of comfort. Then, with a sigh, she began to impart a lesson. In this world, there are only those of higher standing than us. You felt justified in looking down on her because of your superior status. But what if you encounter someone of even higher standing? Will they be justified in looking down on you? Cupping Kandu's face in her hands, she continued, remember that. But Kandu, still confident in her family's prestige, remained unconvinced. I am the daughter of the Marquis, who would dare look down on me? Gu Kandu was still fixated on the jade ring. But what about my brother's jade ring? Madame Ho knows a little, but she didn't feel it was appropriate to pry. My brother said she took it unintentionally. I know my brother wouldn't lie. She was dissatisfied and couldn't accept this explanation. What do you mean, unintentionally? How do you know it was unintentional? Did you see it happen? Madame Ho frowned upon hearing this. I don't know either, she admitted, thinking to herself. That day, Yina didn't want to talk about it much, and I didn't press her. She doesn't have much time left. Why bother with worldly rules? Last time, I also took it unintentionally, but she ignored me for a whole month. Gu Kandu spoke with a hint of jealousy. Am I not her older sister? Madame Ho didn't want to pursue the matter any further. If not you, then who? Could it have been that little girl who took the jade ring? At this moment, Gu Kandu's gaze fell upon a plate of pastries on the table. Immediately putting on her young mistress act, she exclaimed, Mother, where did you get these? They don't look clean at all. Be careful, you might get a stomachache. But Madame Ho picked up a pastry and explained, a kind girl I met on the mountain gave them to me. She held a particular fondness for this girl and couldn't bear to throw them away. At the gates of Tianxiang Academy, Qiao Qiao waited for Xiao Lulong until her legs ached. Anxious, she wondered, why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have been held back by the tutor? Just then, he emerged with Gu Shaoshan, carrying some sacrificial offerings. Qiao Qiao looked at the items in their hands, puzzled. What did you buy these for? Gu Shaoshan reminded her. Today is the anniversary of our parents' death. Qiao Qiao was startled, a wave of guilt washing over her. She had completely forgotten. The original owner's memories did indeed contain this important date. Relieved, Qiao Qiao praised her brother. It's a good thing you remembered. But Gu Shaoshan revealed, Lu Long reminded me. As they walked towards the carriage to return home, Qiao Qiao didn't forget to thank Xiao Lulong for reminding them. He, however, ignored her and climbed directly into the carriage. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, fuming inwardly, colluding with the headmaster. I'm absolutely not going to pay any attention to her today. Qiao Qiao, oblivious, didn't notice the shift in Xiao Lulong's demeanor. She leisurely sat in the carriage, admiring the scenery of the sky, clouds, and river. The next morning, the two woke up early to pay their respects to Qiao Qiao's parents. Looking at the tombstone before her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The original owner's father, Gu Sanlang, had been swept away by floodwaters. By the time his body was recovered, he was unrecognizable. Her mother, upon seeing her husband's mangled remains, had collapsed on the spot, unable to bear the grief. She didn't live much longer. She only held on for a year before passing away on the same day as her husband's death anniversary, leaving behind a 5-year-old daughter. Back in the present, a wave of sadness washed over Xiao Qiao. They had been good parents, taken far too soon. The two began to light candles in front of the tombstone. As Xiao Qiao lit the first incense stick, she thought to herself, "It seems that whether it's my past life or this one, I'm unable to experience parental love. But at the very least, I should help the original owner mourn them." At this moment, Xiao Lulong looked at her, sensing something strange. A gentle breeze brushed against his handsome face. He remained silent, not uttering a single word. Afterwards, the two sincerely performed the memorial rites before the graves of the Gu parents. Then, together they pulled out the weeds in front of the graves. As darkness fell, Xiao Qiao stood up and extended her hand to him, inviting him to wash his hands. He didn't refuse, taking her delicate white hand in his. It was the first time they had held hands so intimately for such a long time. Watching Xiao Lulong walk ahead, a question arose in Xiao Qiao's mind. Theoretically, he shouldn't need to use a cane anymore. The surgery was successful, and he's been working hard on his recovery. Could it be that he still doesn't have enough strength? The scene shifts to the Marquis's manor. The renowned physician's apprentice remained imprisoned, his only crime having voiced that the young master's illness was incurable. Led by a figure cloaked in black, the renowned physician arrived at the cell. He knelt, comforting his trembling apprentice. "Thank heavens you're all right." He then bowed his head, speaking with utmost sincerity. "My gratitude to the Marquis. I will faithfully carry out your instructions." The nobleman before him delivered a stern warning. "You had best remember, if you dare utter a word in the capital that slanders the young mistress of this house, neither you nor your apprentice will leave here alive." Bathed in the full moon's glow, the Marquis's courtyard was steeped in an unsettling quiet. Lady Gu, her anger palpable, addressed her husband coldly. "It is late. The Marquis should retire. I will have a room prepared." The Marquis, ever doting on his wife, reached for her sleeve without hesitation. "Are you still angry with me?" Lady Gu's words belied her true feelings. "I wouldn't dare be angry with the Marquis. You yist." But within, a storm raged. "It was my fault," the Marquis explained, "for being away so long. But I truly had no choice. You know the situation in the capital, with the prince's coming of age." A shadow of worry crossed his face. "The emperor is at the height of his power." Lady Gu turned away dismissively. "These matters of court are beyond me. Do not trouble me, a mere woman, with such things." Then, directly, she asked, "Was there a specific reason for your sudden visit to the mountain estate?" Facing his wife's continued displeasure, the Marquis solicitously draped a cloak around her shoulders. "I sought out a renowned physician in the capital. I brought him here to treat Yenner. His condition has improved greatly." He paused. "I know. Kandu told me. The physician from Huichun Tang is indeed skilled." Pausing at the door to their chambers, the Marquis continued. "But they weren't certain they could cure Yenner, were they? Another physician means another chance." He placed a hand on her shoulder, reluctant to leave. But duty called. "Rest now. I will return shortly." Displeasure lingered on Lady Gu's face, but she acquiesced. From a secluded room within the manor, the Marquis's enraged voice echoed. "Your apprentice treated Yenner, and then he dared to speak such treasonous words. I'm not easily fooled. Do not attempt such deceitful tricks with me." The physician, cowed by the outburst, bowed deeply. "I would never dare, my lord." Days earlier, the physician, following orders, had drawn blood from both the young master and Gu Kandu. Now, the physician reported the results to the Marquis, who, impatient, urged him on. The physician stammered, his voice trembling. I have confirmed the results multiple times, my lord." The results are?" His voice trailed off, barely a whisper, as if he had stumbled upon a dangerous secret, one that could cost him his life. The Marquis's face paled. "Be discreet. Do not breathe a word of this to anyone, especially not my wife. I cannot bear to see her suffer such a shock." The physician clasped his hands in a desperate plea. "My lord, if you will but release my apprentice, I swear this secret will go with me to my grave." The Marquis turned towards the window, waving a dismissive hand. "You may leave. Remain within the manor for now. We will summon you if needed." The physician bowed in retreat. "I await your command, my lord." Alone, the Marquis's face was a mask of anguish. So this was the truth. The daughter he had cherished all these years was not his own. The realization pierced him like a blade. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house, Gu Qiao shivered, the chill of the river water still clinging to her after her fall at court. Xiao Lulong, watching her, couldn't fathom why she would go to such lengths. He replayed the events in his mind, bewildered. After they finished paying respects to their parents, Xiao Lulong squatted by the lakeshore to wash his hands. He turned and eagerly asked Gu Qiao if she wanted to wash as well, suddenly remembering her earlier plunge into the river. He glanced around, checking for shadows along the bank. A flicker of apology crossed his face as he looked at her, but Gu Qiao seemed oblivious, instead suggesting they wash together. She scooped up some water, rinsing her face and hands. "What's the fuss?" she asked. "It's not like we're taking a bath." The cool lake water seemed to amplify the tranquility that had settled over her. But then disaster. The small pouch she kept in her basket slipped out and tumbled into the water. "My money pouch," she gasped. Without a second thought, Gu Qiao lunged forward, diving into the lake. Xiao Lulong, caught completely off guard, could only watch in disbelief. It was just a money pouch, he thought, surely not worth such a desperate act. In a matter of seconds, she disappeared beneath the surface. Panic seized Xiao Lulong. He stared at the still water, a wave of self-recrimination washing over him. "Damn it," he muttered. "Why didn't I stop her?" "Qiao Qiao," he shouted, his voice laced with terror. "Come back. It's dangerous." He couldn't bear the suspense any longer. "No," he choked out, plunging into the lake himself. "I have to save her." The murky water closed in around him. "Qiao Qiao, where are you?" His frantic search was abruptly cut short. Gu Qiao surfaced beside him, her face beaming with triumph. "I found it," she exclaimed, holding the pouch aloft. Relief, exasperation, and anger warred within Xiao Lulong. His emotions had been on a roller coaster. "It's just a money pouch," he scolded. "Why would you risk your life for that?" He assumed it was the money she was after. "How much could it possibly be worth to you?" Gu Qiao looked at him, her expression calm. "It's not about the money," she said, her fingers fiddling with the wet pouch. "I just hope what's inside isn't ruined." With that, she hastily opened the pouch, spilling its contents onto her palm. A waterlogged examination paper fell to the ground, catching Xiao Lulong's eye. "Isn't that?" He trailed off, realization dawning. "That's the one I threw away. She kept it after I cleaned the room that day." So that was it. He finally understood. Gu Qiao held the damp paper out to him, her eyes full of earnest pleading. "Here," she said. "You take it. I am soaked. Don't let it get any wetter." Xiao Lulong bristled. "I don't want to take the exam," he snapped, his voice tight with frustration. He couldn't maintain his anger in the face of her hopeful expression. With a sigh of resignation, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her earnest eyes. "I'll just fail anyway," he mumbled. "Why put yourself through all this?" But Gu Qiao was persistent. "How do you know you'll fail if you don't try?" she argued. "Even if you don't pass this time, there's always next time. And if not next time, the time after that. You'll succeed eventually." Her words hung in the air, leaving Xiao Lulong speechless. He stared at her, dumbfounded. Dejected, he looked down at the ground. "Is passing the exam really that important to you?" he asked quietly. Gu Qiao shook her head. "It's just you're so good at studying," she said softly. "Don't you enjoy it?" Seeing his continued silence, she relented. "If you don't like it," she said, "you can do something else." He remained unresponsive, his gaze distant and melancholic as he sighed. Unable to decipher the source of his sadness, Gu Qiao fell silent, sitting beside him for a long while. A wave of tenderness washed over Xiao Lulong. He gently draped his coat around her shoulders. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them as the distance seemed to shrink. He pulled her close, holding her in a warm embrace. He said nothing, but his eyes, filled with a mixture of affection and exasperation, seemed to ask, "Are you a fool?" Exhausted from the day's events, Gu Qiao was drifting off to sleep. She didn't quite catch his words. "What?" she murmured sleepily. "Nothing," he whispered, not wanting to disturb her further. He gently took her hand, letting her lean against him as she finally succumbed to sleep. The day of the examination arrived quickly. "Don't worry," Gu Qiao reassured Xiao Lulong. Just think of it as practice. Experience is what matters. Despite having caught a chill from her impulsive dive into the lake, she rose early to see him off, her words a constant stream of encouragement. "It's okay if you don't do well on the first try," she said. "There are 4 more papers. I'll be right here with you." Just as she finished speaking, Gu Qiao's illness worsened. She couldn't help but begin sneezing uncontrollably. Xiao Lulong watched her, his face darkening with a flicker of distress, yet he remained silent. He held the examination paper in his hand, hesitant about whether to give it his all. The reason he was even sitting here was because someone had nearly lost their life over a discarded test paper. He suddenly resolved to hand in a blank sheet later. Suddenly, the examinee next to him sneezed. Xiao Lulong remembered Gu Qiao, feverish and waiting for him at home. His hand, as if possessed, picked up the brush and carefully dipped it in ink. Having steeled his resolve, he began the exam in earnest. Meanwhile, at Gu Qiao's home, dinner was underway. Gu Ershun spoke up, mentioning he'd heard Lulong was taking the county exam. Gu Dashun, swallowing his mouthful of rice, added that he was only taking 1 subject. Their grandfather, puzzled, asked why only 1. Weren't there 5? Gu Dashun replied nonchalantly, "Probably failed. If you don't pass the first one, you can't take the rest." The old man's primary concern was whether they'd get the exam feedback. Gu Dashun bluntly stated they wouldn't. He chewed his food thoughtfully. It was like going to a show. He mused, the fee was 2 taels of silver, what a waste. A smug grin spread across Gu Dashun's face, a newfound confidence blooming within him. He thought to himself, not really a waste. The headmaster didn't want to let a brilliant student like me go, placing his hopes on that Xiao Lulong instead, only to be met with disappointment. But on the day the results were posted, Gu Dashun received a stinging slap to his face. Joyful news spread. Xiao Lulong had placed first. Gu Dashun, his face darkening, stammered in disbelief. How is that possible? At Tianxiang Academy, the headmaster's voice boomed across the courtyard. I knew my efforts wouldn't be in vain. Xiao Lulong, ever economical with his words, replied with an impassive expression. I just didn't want to take so many exams. He added with a touch of sarcasm, you could have just handed in a blank paper. The headmaster's face beamed like a star. Admit it, Lulong, you just couldn't bear to disappoint this old headmaster. He preened, pleased with his judgment of character. Xiao Lulong, at a loss for words, decided it was best to leave. Early the next morning, Gu Qiao once again shouldered her basket and headed for the mountains. She muttered to herself, this time, I have enough silver to buy the mountain. There's so many things up here. If I see that madam again, I'll trade for some pastries. She envisioned the future, a thriving agricultural landscape bearing the name Gu's Estates. This mountain would be hers. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes widening in surprise. Was that madam, resting there alone? Soon, the two were seated comfortably on a boulder, enjoying refreshments. Madam Ho spoke softly. Eat slowly. I'll have my maid bring you some more to take home. She gazed at the sky, a nostalgic look in her eyes. So many years have passed. My daughter was delivered by the abbot here. Gu Qiao, listening intently, thought to herself, how strange, she does resemble her. Their conversation flowed easily. Madam Ho asked curiously, the pastries are already wrapped for you. Are you taking so many for your family? Gu Qiao replied honestly, yes, my aunt at home loves them. That's good then. Let me wrap them up for you. Gu Qiao didn't linger, quickly bidding the madam farewell and continuing her journey towards the temple. Gu Qiao had arrived at the temple early that morning, intending to speak with the abbot about purchasing the mountain. She happened upon the young monk, Jing Kong, from the other day. Hadn't he been taken back down the mountain? Seeing him sitting alone, dejected, she felt a pang of sympathy, thinking perhaps he wasn't being well cared for. She walked over slowly and sat down. May I sit here for a moment? The boy didn't reply, only shifted slightly to make room for her. She tried to comfort him. Don't be too sad. Your fate hasn't arrived yet. But the adorable yet proud Jing Kong refused to admit any sorrow. I'm not sad. People down the mountain can have children thanks to good karma from cultivation. I don't want to go down the mountain at all. Gu Qiao sighed. So, you don't want to go down the mountain? Jing Kong nodded reluctantly. That's right. What's so good about down there? I hear they force you to eat meat. I don't want to break my precepts. Gu Qiao gave a cold laugh. Your friends didn't say that. Are you really sure you don't want to go down the mountain? The little monk was resolute. Of course not. I won't go down the mountain in this lifetime. I want to be a monk forever. And I want to be the abbot of this temple. Seeing his enthusiasm, Gu Qiao praised his ambition. She suddenly stood up and sighed. Well, if you're that determined, then so be it. I was going to ask the abbot if he could come down the mountain with me for a few days. The little monk suddenly brightened. He jumped up and said to Gu Qiao, I said I wouldn't go down the mountain, especially not with you. If you don't believe me, ask again. Gu Qiao played along and asked again, do you want to come down the mountain with me? He immediately did a 180. I agree. I want to go down the mountain with you. Gu Qiao was stunned. But you just said you wouldn't go down the mountain with me. Monks shouldn't lie. The little Jing Kong from just now and the little Jing Kong now are not related. The little Jing Kong now agrees to go down the mountain with you. She was still bewildered, unsure if she'd been tricked. Fortunately, going down the mountain required the abbot's permission. The little monk happily ran off to inform the abbot that someone wanted to adopt him. The abbot didn't say much, but instead seemed quite pleased. Such good news! Jing Kong excitedly pointed towards Gu Qiao, who felt a bit cornered. So it's benefactor Gu. Ba. She hurriedly explained. Abbot, actually, I came here to buy the mountain. I understand benefactor Gu's intentions. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. Gu Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the abbot was understanding. The abbot calmly stroked his beard and continued. Jing Kong is actually my junior brother's disciple. By rights, we should get his permission. But I understand benefactor Gu's kind heart. I will decide on my junior brother's behalf. Gu Qiao's head began to ache. Wait, decide on what? The abbot beamed at Jing Kong. Jing Kong, you must listen to benefactor Gu down the mountain, understand? The little boy was overjoyed. I understand. Thank you, abbot. Gu Qiao tried to reason. I think you should ask other people's opinions, like his senior brothers, for example. Just then, a small stool by the door suddenly moved, catching Jing Kong's attention. He turned his head curiously. Several little monks came rushing in from the doorway. Jing Kong, here's your favorite bamboo stool, a gift from your eldest senior brother. Remember eldest senior brother when you go down the mountain, and your favorite spinning top. Don't forget second senior brother. Here's a gift from third senior brother and from fourth senior brother. Jing Kong's eyes lit up. My senior brothers are so good to me. Gu Qiao, however, had different thoughts. Just how much trouble has this little monk caused? Look how eager his senior brothers are to get rid of him. And so, after Gu Qiao completed the formalities, they descended the mountain. The people from the temple waved enthusiastically. Buy one, get one free. Safe travels, benefactor. Gu Qiao was speechless. She thanked the abbot, but felt no gratitude whatsoever. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulong returned home, exhausted. He grumbled along the way. This step was too big. Stuck in the library all day. I heard second uncle say, someone's already come back to the village with the news. Everyone must know about the exam results by now. When he reached his house, he was initially confused. What's everyone looking at in front of my house? Assuming they were there to see him, he exclaimed, what a crowd, and pushed his way through with the strength of a young man. He clapped a woman on the shoulder. Annie Zhao, let me through. She turned around, irritated. Who's this? Don't bother me. Only then did Xiao Lulong speak up, announcing his return. Aunt Gu, seeing him, showed no sign of emotion, merely stating flatly, oh, Lulong's back. She then turned back to her gossiping, leaving him standing there dumbfounded. Aren't you all crowding here because of me? What's with this attitude, he thought. Finally, he managed to push his way through the throng. There, sitting in the courtyard, was a small, fair-skinned monk, obedient and still, his head perfectly round and gleaming. The little monk's large eyes blinked, utterly adorable. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. Some remarked that they had never seen such a young, tender, and beautiful little monk. He was a rare sight indeed. Meanwhile, Gu Qiao was in the kitchen, preparing dinner. A table laden with a variety of dishes awaited, all meticulously arranged. The little monk clung to Gu Qiao, a sight that stirred a pang of jealousy in Xiao Lulong's heart. He sighed in exasperation, then turned to the old woman and asked, tell me what happened? The old woman quickly shook her head. Don't look at me. I didn't bring this child here. Gu Qiao, holding the little monk, spoke up, further fueling Xiao Lulong's annoyance. I told you by a mountain, get a monk free. Believe it or not. Jing Kong, come with me to the back courtyard to wash your hands. I've already prepared the water. The little boy obediently followed Gu Qiao out. Once they were alone, she explained the whole story, adding that the boy was so pitiful she couldn't leave him behind. Xiao Lulong's first thought was that his foolish wife had been tricked, but Gu Qiao vehemently denied it. Absolutely not. He's just a child. How could he trick me? I'm not that stupid, she hesitantly asked. If you don't like him, before she could finish, Xiao Lulong interrupted. No, it's fine if you like him. Hearing this, she happily went back to cooking. He watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. We're not even really married. She wants to raise him, Jing Kong asked in surprise. Are you my father? Xiao Lulong sternly threatened. Quiet. Don't ever say anything like that again. Jing Kong, innocent and confused, didn't understand what he had said wrong. But in that moment, Xiao Lulong silently hoped Gu Qiao was too far away to have heard. A moment later, Gu Qiao bustled back in, a pot of rice in hand, announcing that dinner was ready. Xiao Lulong pointed sternly at his wife, then looked at the bewildered little monk. She is your older sister. You must not have any strange thoughts. But the 6-year-old, still naive to matters of gender, replied, While I may not be her only little brother, you're not her only man either. The boy then puffed out his chest, staking his claim. I'm Gu Qiao's little man too. For the first time, Xiao Lulong felt a pang of jealousy towards the little monk, a strange discomfort settling in his chest. On his first day in their home, the little monk was brimming with confidence. When Gu Qiao entered, Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Is there meat? He asked. Xiao Lulong turned to him, a frown creasing his brow. Aren't you a monk? Monks don't eat meat. Despite the question, Jing Kong cleverly replied, I'm down the mountain now. I'm not a monk anymore. Xiao Lulong glared at the boy's shaved head. Jing Kong, understanding the look, rubbed his head and replied, My hair will grow back quickly. Don't worry. There's no meat, Xiao Lulong said curtly, a hint of disgust in his voice. The little monk's face fell, disappointment evident. Gu Qiao quickly intervened. Brother-in-law is just teasing you. There will be meat for you tomorrow. Jing Kong looked at Gu Qiao, his cheeks flushing like rosy buns, a bright smile spreading across his face. Then, turning to Xiao Lulong, he said with a pout, Brother-in-law is mean. After dinner, the little monk helped Gu Qiao wash the dishes. He brazenly daydreamed about Gu Qiao giving him a bath later. He sat there, chin resting on his hand, grinning like a fool. The sound of the opening door made the little monk's eyes shine like headlights. But it was Xiao Lulong, towel in hand, who stepped inside, causing the boy to flinch and his face to darken. The little monk got into the bath but kept sighing, making Xiao Lulong, who was giving a child a bath for the first time, feel awkward. What on earth was this kid sighing about? After the bath, Gu Qiao prepared bedding for Jing Kong, telling him to sleep with her aunt as her room was the warmest. The little monk obediently nodded in agreement and then knocked loudly on the old woman's door. The old woman shuffled over and opened the door. At this point, the little monk's demeanor shifted, a mischievous glint in his eyes. If you agree to share half your hidden money with me, I'll sleep with you. The old woman was a tough one. How could she succumb to the little monk's coaxing? She slammed the door shut in a fury. A moment later, Jing Kong, clutching his blanket dejectedly, went to find Gu Qiao, tattling that her aunt wouldn't sleep with him. Gu Qiao, believing him, let him sleep with her. Joy spread across the little monk's face. He was just about to climb into bed, but his happiness lasted barely 3 seconds before Gu Qiao's husband grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Xiao Lulong, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes, said, You come and sleep with me. The little monk struggled mightily, but in vain. I don't want to sleep with a bad brother-in-law. He yelled into the night, insisting to Gu Qiao that he didn't want to sleep with Lulong. But Xiao Lulong ignored him, scooping the boy up and carrying him back to their room. He wasn't about to let this little rascal sleep with his wife. Once inside Xiao Lulong's room, the little monk, quick as a flash, claimed Xiao Lulong's side of the bed, sprawling out with his limbs outstretched. His round belly rose and fell gently, and a sleepy haze drifted over his eyes. He looked the picture of innocence. But Xiao Lulong wasn't fooled. Clearly irritated, he said, If you keep this up, I'll throw you out. You're not sleeping, and the door's locked. Behave yourself, and maybe I'll consider letting you squeeze in. Hearing these words, the little monk's eyes widened in indignation. He abruptly sat up, ready to argue even in the dead of night. Those are my words. Gu Qiao said I'm part of this family now, so I'm the one letting you squeeze in. What do you mean, you're letting me squeeze in? I'm part of this family, so the rooms in this house are partly mine too. You and Gu Qiao are married, so you should sleep in one room. That room is yours. The little monk's small finger pointed accusingly at Xiao Lulong. This is my room. Let me tell you, Gu Qiao isn't sleeping with you. I'm taking you in. Xiao Lulong was taken aback, caught between laughter and exasperation. How could children be so precocious these days? A while later, Gu Qiao entered with a lamp. Seeing the quiet room, she assumed they were asleep. Xiao Lulong, who had been tucking the little monk in, whispered, "No, he's asleep." Gu Qiao stepped inside, handing him her oil lamp. "Yours is almost out. Use mine tonight." After a day of feeling overshadowed by the little monk, Xiao Lulong felt a flicker of warmth. Gu Qiao then pulled out a small sachet and offered it to him with a smile. "Here," she said. "I haven't congratulated you on placing first in the exam yet. You've made so much progress. This is a gift for you." Xiao Lulong accepted the gift, muttering under his breath, "I'm not a child. I don't need gifts." Ignoring his grumbling, Gu Qiao explained, "It's filled with dried flowers to help you sleep. With this sachet, you'll sleep better." He was touched. How did she know he hadn't been sleeping well? "Have you forgotten? We used to sleep together." He tried to sound nonchalant, but his voice softened. "Thank you, Qiao Qiao." He instantly regretted the casual address, realizing it was too forward. But Gu Qiao seemed unfazed by his awkwardness. "Did you just call me Qiao Qiao?" Xiao Lulong, realizing his slip-up, blushed crimson. "No," he stammered, quickly denying it. But Gu Qiao brushed him off, concluding, "I heard you. Don't deny it." Then, with a wave of her hand, she turned and left the room. The next morning, the little monk, Jing Kong, woke up groggily to find Xiao Lulong already out of bed, sitting and writing. His sharp eyes spotted the sachet lying on the table. He scrambled out of bed and padded over to Lulong. "What's that?" he asked. Lulong, looking less than pleased to see the little monk, simply replied, "A sachet." Jing Kong picked it up, his eyes shining. "Who made this?" he exclaimed. "It's so pretty." Lulong's tone remained cool. "Your sister made it." Jing Kong's eyes widened dramatically. "Is it for me?" "You wish," Lulong replied flatly. "It's for me." The little monk's face fell. Indignant, he ran straight to the kitchen to find Gu Qiao. The moment he saw her, he burst into tears, throwing himself into her arms. "Why didn't I get a present?" he wailed. Gu Qiao gently stroked Jing Kong's head. "Oh, that," she explained soothingly. "That's a congratulatory gift for your brother-in-law for placing first in the exams. When you grow up and place first, I'll make one for you too, all right?" Just then, Xiao Lulong strolled into the kitchen. He looked pointedly at the little monk. "Not sulking anymore, are we?" he asked, a hint of mockery in his voice. But contrary to their expectations, Jing Kong recovered quickly, his 6-year-old mind already formulating a retort. "So, you're not very smart then," he declared. "Placing first and still needing a present from sister?" Lulong felt a headache coming on, something about that didn't sound right. Jing Kong continued, eager to boast about his own accomplishments. "I always place first at the temple. I'm used to it. I don't need rewards." Lulong couldn't believe he was being looked down upon by a child. Seeing the situation, Gu Qiao made a quick escape. "I have to go out," she announced. "The food's in the pot. Eat when you're hungry. Don't wait for me." The scene shifted to Qingchuan town. Gu Qiao walked down the street, counting the coins in her hand. "Let me see. What do I need to buy?" "Clothes for mother and Jing Kong. Seeds and tools. Well, after buying the house, there's not much left." Just then, she overheard someone mentioning that money could be earned by fighting in the arena. Intrigued, Gu Qiao moved closer to the crowd to investigate. She heard people pointing and discussing the substantial reward, while others expressed fear, saying they wouldn't dare try to earn it. But Gu Qiao needed the money, and this seemed like a good opportunity. Right here, she thought. Well, then I won't stand on ceremony. As she stepped forward, the men around her looked at her with disdain. "What's a little girl doing here?" One scoffed. "You think money grows on trees?" Another man tried to dissuade her. "You'll get yourself killed in there. We can't be held responsible." Seeing the brawny, but dim-witted, fighter, Gu Qiao's confidence only grew. She signed the life-and-death waiver with the owner. Soon, the two of them were in the arena. The fighter sneered at her. "You've got guts, little girl." Gu Qiao didn't waste her breath. "Come on then," she challenged. He still didn't take her seriously. "I'll go easy on you," he boasted. Even the spectators thought Gu Qiao was foolish. "She's as thin as a twig," someone remarked. "She's got a death wish," going up against him. Suddenly, a large figure went flying through the air. Everyone stared at the arena. With a single move, Gu Qiao had thrown the fighter, sending him crashing to the ground, where he lay groaning in pain. Some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. But Gu Qiao had won. She stood triumphantly in the arena. "Anyone else?" she called out. The owner rushed forward, eager to pay her the reward. Gu Qiao happily accepted the money, then covered her face with a cloth, unable to contain her grin. Earning money is so easy, she thought. It's like a blessing from heaven. As Gu Qiao contemplated what to buy with her reward money, a figure clad in black suddenly lunged at her, sword flashing, snarling for her to get out of his way. But he was no match for her. With a swift, fluid movement, she sidestepped his attack. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. What was going on? This sudden assailant, appearing out of nowhere, a thief, perhaps after her earnings? The thought barely formed before she delivered a sharp lesson. Within seconds, the man in black was on the ground, writhing under her hold. Suddenly, a group of soldiers came rushing towards her, shouting frantically about an assassin. "Is the young lady all right?" A curious voice called out, and the curtain of a nearby carriage was drawn back. Gu Qiao looked up, her eyes meeting those of a familiar young nobleman. A wave of relief washed over her. It was her young patient. Recognizing her, his face broke into a delighted smile. He gestured urgently. "Come here quickly, before they see you." Understanding flashed in her eyes, and she nodded reassuringly. With a touch of shyness, Gu Qiao approached the carriage. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "You were attacked by an assassin. There's another one running that way." He spoke calmly. "Those assassins were my guards, pretending. A diversion to get rid of my bothersome entourage." Her eyes widened in surprise. "You mean you came here looking for me?" A rush of concern filled her voice. "Looking for me? Are you unwell? Should I call a physician to examine you?" But the young nobleman seemed unusually cheerful. He looked up at her, a hint of pride in his voice. "I know you were the one who treated me." Panic flared in Gu Qiao's chest. How did he know? Had she been discovered? He continued, undeterred by her alarm. "But no one else knows. Come into the carriage quickly. We must leave." She shook her head, still trying to deny it. "I didn't treat you. It was Physician Li from the Hall of Returning Spring. I was just his assistant, preparing the medicine." "Assistant or not, get in," he insisted, "or they'll see us." Once inside the carriage, Gu Qiao couldn't resist checking his pulse. It was much stronger than before. She rummaged in her bag, then pulled out something and placed it in her ears. He watched her with curiosity. "What is that?" "A stethoscope," she explained, then asked him to remove his shirt. A blush crept up his neck, but he complied. Gu Qiao listened intently, her expression serious. His heartbeat was irregular. The medicine for heart failure was working, but only slowing the progression of the illness. She looked up at him, concern etched on her face. "Are you in much pain?" He offered a genuine smile. "Not really. I feel much better than before." She gazed at him, a pang of sympathy in her heart. Years of suffering with this heart ailment, it must have been agonizing. Even a small relief must feel like a blessing. He suddenly changed the subject. "Oh, about that jade ring, the one that caused you so much trouble. I took it. I should be the one apologizing." A shadow of sadness crossed his features. "Don't apologize. I hate being estranged from you." Gu Qiao, busy all day, hadn't had a chance to eat. Her stomach rumbled in protest. He wouldn't let that go unnoticed. "You're hungry. Let me take you somewhere to eat." He led her to a restaurant, a comfortable familiarity between them. "By the way," he asked, "what's your name?" "Gu Qiao." "Gu? You're a Gu too? Are we related from 500 years ago?" He joked. He quickly guided her to a table laden with food. She looked at the spread, a little hesitant. "Are you sure you can eat this? With your condition, you should be careful." He smiled. "It's all for you. Eat up." He meanwhile ordered a simple bowl of congee. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Seeing her enjoy the food seemed to lift his spirits as well. He watched her, a gentle smile playing on his lips. A while later, the young nobleman went to pay the bill. Gu Qiao remained at the table, opening her medicine box. Sure enough, more heart medicine was inside. She sat alone, carefully repackaging it. Before they parted ways, she handed it to him. "Your medicine has run out. Take this and continue the course." She pretended it was from Physician Li. The young nobleman knew the truth, but didn't expose her. As Gu Qiao stepped outside, she offered careful reminders. "Remember to take your medicine on time. It's good to go out, but you must be careful. Don't sneak away from your guards again." The young nobleman obediently agreed. They waved goodbye. After he left, a pang of sympathy struck Gu Qiao. He was impeccable in both family background and appearance. Gentle as jade, courteous and refined. Why would fate burden such a perfect young man with such an affliction? But the young nobleman's demeanor shifted instantly. He snapped at his soldiers, his voice laced with irritation. "Why haven't you left yet? What are you still doing here? The soldiers responded respectfully. The Marquis is on his way. The air grew heavy. The young nobleman coldly commanded, "Give me the painting." The soldiers quickly presented it. "This is the ancient painting that the Marquis treasures." Without a word, the young nobleman ripped the painting to shreds. His subordinates pleaded with him to calm down. "Ripping the painting is a small matter. Your anger will harm your health. It's not worth it." Meanwhile, Gu Qiao, her spirits high, used her earnings to buy the little monk's favorite foods. "Shopkeeper, please wrap up a portion of candied pig's feet and braised meatballs." She placed the silver on the counter. Happily clutching her purchases, she anticipated taking them home. At that moment, inside a luxurious carriage, Gu Kindu was fawning over her father. Suddenly, they realized her younger brother was missing. Concern was natural, but the Marquis was furious. "When we find that brat, I'll give him a proper thrashing." The coachman yelled for people to clear the way, recklessly whipping the horses forward with little regard for the safety of others. The carriage then collided with a woman on the street. Seeing the impact, Gu Qiao instinctively reached out to help, but her grip faltered, sending her freshly purchased braised meats tumbling to the ground. Ignoring the spilled food, she rushed to the woman's side. "Madam, are you all right?" The woman, pale with fright, stammered, "I'm so sorry, young lady. I didn't mean to." But Gu Qiao wasn't interested in blaming the woman. Her attention was fixed on the carriage. The coachman roared, "Get out of the way, girl, or don't blame me for being rude." Gu Qiao didn't respond. Expressionless, she grabbed the horsewhip. With a sharp yank, she pulled the coachman from his seat and sent him sprawling. Before he could react, she had him pinned against the carriage. The carriage lurched to a sudden stop, its occupants thrown forward. The Marquis anxiously called out to his daughter, "Kindu, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Rubbing her head, she whimpered, "I'm in pain." A red welt was forming on her forehead. Seeing his daughter injured, the Marquis's heart ached. Furious, he stormed out of the carriage, demanding to know what had happened. The coachman seized the opportunity to point the finger at Gu Qiao. "I was clearing the way, but she snatched my whip, pulled me from the carriage, and then used the whip to attack me. That's why we crashed into the Marquis's carriage." The servants bowed their heads in fear. "We are at fault. We beg the Marquis for punishment." The Marquis glared at the girl standing across from him. Gu Qiao met his gaze without flinching. "You've got some nerve," he growled. Gu Qiao calmly extended her hand. He looked at her, puzzled. "What are you doing?" "So, you want money?" Gu Qiao stated flatly. 51 for the carrots, 60 for the sweet and sour ribs, 40 for the braised meatballs. I also have to go back to the shopkeeper and order another portion, and the labor for that is 101. A total of 251. The Marquis, taken aback, blustered. "My people were indeed at fault, but young lady, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Aren't you afraid the Marquis, will punish you?" he threatened. Gu Qiao considered this for a moment, then conceded, "Fine, then I'll take 249 won." The air crackled with tension. The Marquis's face darkened. What kind of logic is this? Just then, his precious daughter, Gu Kindu, emerged from the carriage. Suppressing his rage, he turned and tossed some silver at Gu Qiao, grumbling, "My daughter has pleaded for you. Consider yourself spared this time." Gu Qiao's face remained impassive. "Does having money make you think you can act like this?" She swiftly picked up the silver, carefully separated the excess, and tossed it back. "You gave me too much." A thud echoed from inside the carriage. The Marquis clutched his head, a fresh lump forming on his forehead. "You wretched girl! I will have you punished for this," he roared. Suddenly, a servant rushed up. "Young master, something's happened to the young master." The Marquis's anger evaporated, replaced by alarm. He barked orders to his coachman, and the carriage sped off. By the time they reached the scene, the carriage had overturned, and the young nobleman sat listlessly by the roadside. Gu Kindu rushed to his side, her voice filled with concern. "Brother, are you all right?" She fussed over him, but he seemed to have little affection for his sister, completely ignoring her. The Marquis approached cautiously. "Son, are you injured?" Straightening his clothes, the young nobleman replied coldly, "I'm not dead yet." The Marquis looked around, suspicion clouding his features. The letter suggested something suspicious. "Now I see it's true. If the carriage overturned, he shouldn't be unharmed." The young nobleman's gaze suddenly fixed on the lump on his father's forehead. Seeing this, Gu Kindu quickly chimed in. "You wouldn't believe who we just ran into. The girl who took my jade ring. Father gave her silver, but she refused it, and then she hit you." At her words, a strange glint appeared in the young nobleman's eyes. He asked with sudden interest, "She hit you?" Gukandu nodded miserably. Contrary to his sister's distress, the Marquis's son burst into laughter upon hearing of his father's misfortune. The Marquis exploded, driven mad by a girl in the streets, and now mocked by my own son in my own home. Have you two conspired against me? He raged. Later, at the Warm Springs estate, the Marquis, his head bandaged, still fumed. This is excruciating. If it weren't for Yinner's urgent matters, I wouldn't have had to deal with that wretched girl. Just then, another argument erupted. Why can't I keep the rabbits? Gukandu glared at her younger brother. If I say you can't, then you can't. The young nobleman retorted coldly. That's right. I won't let you. The two had been at odds since birth. Gukandu challenged him. If you're so capable, tell me why. He replied calmly, this is my courtyard. I say you can't keep them, so you can't. She refused to back down. It's my courtyard too. The young nobleman sighed. Your courtyard is in the capital. Go back there. From a distance, the Marquis observed his two beloved children. He realized something he hadn't before. Yenna had never liked Kandu even as a child. He had a fierce spirit, and he'd never been close to his sister. Their arguments over pets were nothing new. Could it be he's known all along that Kandu isn't his real sister? No, that's impossible. I must be overthinking it. Then he waved his hand, dismissing the servants. Gukandu still protested. Rabbits won't cause any trouble. Why won't you even let me keep it? You haven't given me a reason. The young master declared. No reason. Just because I don't want you to. She retorted angrily. How can you just do that? Because you like it? Gukandu trembled with frustration, tears welling in her eyes, but she choked back her sobs, unable to speak. She finally conceded, giving in to her younger brother. Yunyang, please take this rabbit away. He smirked, taunting her. See? You know when to behave. The Marquis watched his beloved daughter being bullied, a pang of sympathy twisting in his gut. Kandu has endured so much under Yinner's hand over the years. I've tried to compensate her in secret, always assuming it was Yinner's fault. He sighed, filled with self-reproach. Now I see. The one who's truly at fault is me. Gu Qiao, with the money in hand, went to buy supplies. As she reached the gate, she heard the little monk calling out. He ran towards her like the wind. Qiao Qiao, you're back. The little monk stretched out his arms, making Gu Qiao call out in concern. Slow down, you'll fall. He kept calling out affectionately. Qiao Qiao, I missed you so much. Sure enough, after running a short distance, he tripped over a stone and fell. Unable to regain his balance, he tumbled several times on the ground. He rolled 3 or 4 more times. Both Gu Qiao and her sister gasped in alarm. She rushed over and asked anxiously, "Does it hurt?" But he stubbornly insisted he was fine, even claiming he'd fallen gracefully. Gu Qiao brushed the dirt off him, scolding gently. Falling and hurting someone else is called skill. Falling and hurting yourself is called getting injured, understand? Then, the three of them happily held hands and went inside. That evening, Gu Qiao called everyone for dinner. She eagerly unwrapped the meat she had bought and placed it in front of the little monk, whose mouth was already watering. Gu Qiao affectionately picked up a large piece of meat and put it in his bowl. Here, try it. See how it tastes. The little monk, overjoyed, immediately popped the meat into his mouth. But suddenly, his whole body swayed. A moment later, he collapsed to the floor. Gu Qiao and her family were dumbfounded. Are there really people in this world who faint at the sight of meat? Someone wondered. I've heard of people fainting at the sight of blood, but this is the first time I've seen someone faint from meat. You live and learn. The next day, near a clear stream behind the mountain, there was a small pit trap. Inside, someone was desperately calling for help. Help! Someone! Save me! Gu Qiao was nearby, gathering herbs. She thought to herself, there are no winter bamboo shoots now, but spring bamboo shoots are also delicious. These can be traded at the market for wood ear mushrooms. Last time I made chicken soup with mushrooms. The young nobleman drank it all up. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard cries for help nearby. Curious, Gu Qiao parted the grass. She suddenly remembered, isn't this the trap I dug last year? After all this time, it hasn't caught a single animal, but it's caught a person. Puzzled, she peered down, wondering who would venture so deep into the mountains. The Marquis, still at the bottom of the pit, hadn't noticed her yet. He continued to yell, is anyone there? Help! Save me! Then he looked up, his eyes widening in shock, rendered speechless. He was so startled he fell back onto the ground. Gu Qiao, standing at the edge of the pit, remained silent. She noticed he didn't look pleased. The Marquis's face was a mask of fear. It's you, that wretched girl who crashed into my carriage, swindled my money, and hit me on the head. Gu Qiao was equally surprised. Isn't this that wretched old Marquis from Bowsher Street, the one whose guards damage my things and then try to cheat me out of my money? Seeing him in such a pathetic state, she burst out laughing. The Marquis felt utterly humiliated, but could only stand there helplessly, watching her. Then, Gu Qiao turned and walked away, feigning indifference. I'm not saving this man. From below, the furious Marquis bellowed, You're just going to walk away? Stop right there. He gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over. You impudent girl. You're nothing but a physician's assistant. This Marquis only overlooked your past transgressions because I needed you to treat Yenner. Now you abandon me to die. With those words, he furiously hacked at the snare with a small knife he carried, muttering, Fine, don't save me. When I get out of here, you'll pay for your insolence. Suddenly, the howl of a wolf pierced the air. A chill of fear ran down the Marquis's spine. He recognized the sound instantly. If he didn't get out soon, it would attract a whole pack. A familiar voice cut through the tension. Don't even think about escaping. My traps aren't that easily dismantled. It was Gu Qiao, casually perched at the edge of the pit, taking a drink from a water gourd. The Marquis sputtered indignantly. Why are you still here? Waiting to see me humiliated? Gu Qiao's reply was enigmatic. You're neither amusing nor particularly humiliated. The Marquis's face turned purple with rage. I didn't ask for your opinion. The howling grew closer, panic rising. The Marquis looked pleadingly at Gu Qiao. What are you standing there for? Get me out of here. If the wolves arrive, you won't survive either. Gu Qiao considered his words. He had a point. She stowed her water gourd. Wait here, she instructed. With surprising agility, she scaled a nearby tree. The Marquis, unable to see her, assumed she had abandoned him. Weapon in hand, Gu Qiao watched silently as a wolf approached the unsuspecting Marquis at the pit's edge. Her gaze sharpened, focused, waiting for the opportune moment. Trapped below, the Marquis clutched his small knife, despair creeping in. That wretched girl. She's run off at the first sign of danger. He braced himself. It seemed he would have to fight for his life. The wolf's eyes, burning with predatory hunger, fixed on the Marquis. In a flash of movement, it lunged, knocking the knife from his grasp. Pinned beneath the wolf's weight, the Marquis struggled against its snapping jaws. He silently prayed that his ancestors wouldn't judge him too harshly for meeting them in pieces. Just as he thought his end had come, a blur of motion descended, and the wolf fell lifelessly to the ground. Gu Qiao stood over the carcass, her appearance so unexpected that the Marquis's spirit nearly left his body. The girl had actually killed a wolf. She made it look as easy as chopping vegetables. Gu Qiao's expression remained serious. She thought to herself, if I couldn't even handle a single beast, I would have died 100 times over on my missions in my past life. Heaving the wolf onto her shoulders, a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. This would fetch a good price at the market, even without the head. It would be a welcome addition to the household larder. Remembering the trapped Marquis, she tossed down a rope. Once he had scrambled out, he turned on her, his voice laced with suspicion. Were you using me as bait? Her silence only fueled his anger. He trembled with indignation. Answer me. Did you use this Marquis as bait? Gu Qiao, still chewing on a piece of unfinished bread, looked up at the irate nobleman and answered matter-of-factly. In that situation, if I hadn't used you as bait, the wolf would have caught me. Besides, you being trapped in the pit made it easier for me to kill it. So you admit you used this Marquis as bait? He exploded. You vicious girl. Gu Qiao ignored his outburst. I'm not a girl. I have parents. The Marquis wouldn't let it go. Then where is your father? Gu Qiao's voice dripped with sarcasm. He's unavailable, but you're welcome to go and find him. The Marquis, oblivious to her tone, nodded. Very well, tell me where he is. He's under the ground, she replied. Understanding dawned on the Marquis, and he fell silent. Having dealt with the wolf, Gu Qiao stood and prepared to leave, but the Marquis called out, You intend to leave me here? Her reply was blunt. What are you to me? Why should I care about you? His fury ignited. This girl clearly doesn't know my standing in the capital. She has no idea how far my influence reaches. His voice dripped with menace. It's fortunate I dislike killing, otherwise you'd already be dead. A sly glint entered Gu Qiao's eyes. She hefted her hatchet, her own threat implied. Anyone who tries to kill me will be dealt with swiftly and cleanly. A cold sweat broke out on the Marquis's brow. He coughed, attempting to regain his composure. Do you know the way to the nearby temple? Let me there. Gu Qiao didn't answer, her gaze fixed on the bound wolf. He wondered if she was having second thoughts about leaving it behind. He quickly offered to buy the wolf. Here, take this. Now lead the way. Gu Qiao accepted the money, but not without a question. What do you plan to do with it? He scoffed. Throw it away, of course. It's just a wolf carcass. Do you think I can't afford to discard it? Now lead the way. Gu Qiao immediately hoisted the wolf onto her shoulders. If you're throwing it away, I'll take it. No takebacks. Watching her stride off, the Marquis fumed. Can you even carry that? Why didn't you say something earlier? Or were you deciding which hand to use? So much for gentle and charming. This girl is utterly unrefined. Thank goodness, she's not my daughter. Nearing the temple, Gu Qiao pointed ahead. Just follow the path up and you'll see it. Clutching his chest, the Marquis sputtered. You're not going to escort me up? Gu Qiao was unequivocal. Why should I? He began to reason with her. Do you know why I bought that wolf from you? And why I didn't even bother keeping it? Because you have money and you're foolish, she replied with an innocent bluntness that struck the Marquis like a dagger to the heart. Finally, he reached the temple, his steps labored and his breath ragged. Seeing his state, the abbot exclaimed in surprise, Forgive my lack of decorum. I didn't come down to greet you, your lordship. Did you walk all the way up? No need for formalities. I came here today to ask you something. The abbot respectfully invited him to speak. Tell me, on the night my wife gave birth in this temple, was there another woman who also gave birth here? The abbot was taken aback. Why do you ask? Your lordship. Never you mind why. Just answer the question. The abbot thought for a moment. Yes, there was. And where is she now? The abbot shook his head. I don't know. She was only here that one time. She didn't give her name. She gave birth to a daughter and left within 2 days. Suspicion bloomed in the Marquis's chest. Did she appear wealthy? The abbot shook his head again. No, not at all. Her clothes were patched and worn. He remembered clearly. That stormy night, both my wife and that woman stayed at the temple. It was my mistake drinking too much. That's how this happened. The Marquis fell silent, the realization of the switched babies dawning on him. He turned to leave, pausing at the door to instruct the abbot. Please don't mention my visit to anyone. Descending the mountain, the Marquis sighed. I'm exhausted. How am I supposed to get down from here? And then he saw her again, the girl he so disliked. Gu Qiao sat astride a large horse, seemingly waiting for him. The Marquis stared, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Isn't that my horse? But Gu Qiao claimed to have found it, leaving him bewildered. You found a horse too? What incredible luck. It's not that I lost it, he insisted. I simply misplaced it. Gu Qiao declared her ownership loudly. This is my horse. How can you prove it's yours? Meanwhile, at the Indin Marquis' estate, his trusted confidant, Huang Zhong, delivered a report. He relayed the midwife's findings. She had inquired throughout the neighboring villages, but no child's age and birth month matched. The only remaining lead was a child in Tan Tuen village. Huang Zhong added, My lord, Tan Tuen village isn't at the foot of the temple, but on the other side of the mountain. It's unlikely. The Marquis had just finished composing a letter to the emperor, requesting an extended leave to attend to family matters. Despite his doubts, he instructed Huang Zhong, go and investigate. If it's not her, return without revealing anything. If it is, I'll await you at the tea house in town. The scene shifted to Tan Tuen village. A carriage arrived at the Le family home. Le Noyette Na called out from the yard. Grandmother, someone's here to see you. They came in a grand carriage. Madame Le, after carefully applying her makeup, emerged. Who are you? What business do you have with our family? Huang Zhong introduced himself. My name is Huang. I heard you have a child born at the temple. I'd like to inquire about her. Lu Nifeng, from the second branch of the family, stood nearby, greed flickering in his eyes. Such information can't be given for free. Understanding the implication, Huang Zhong produced some silver. The eyes of both women gleamed. Madame le Kiki spoke. Ask whatever you wish. Lu Nifeng, seeing the silver already claimed, fumed silently. Damn it, she stole my chance. How old is the child? Huang Zhong inquired. She's a girl, 14 years old. He continued. When was she born? I know it was in the 10th month, Madame Le replied. Which day? The 17th or 18th, I believe. Born at the temple. Just then, Lu Lao Ni, the second son, walked by. Everyone turned to him. Father of Ni Thuan. Was Kyo Nuong born on the 18th or 17th? The 18th. Why? He answered, then eyed the stranger with suspicion. Who is this? Huang Zhong was stunned. Every detail aligned perfectly. There could be no mistake. This was the family that had mistakenly taken the young miss. Don't worry, he reassured them. I mean no harm. I know this is abrupt, but could I meet Kyono? Lo Laoni refused outright. Absolutely not. May I ask where the child's parents are? I have something to discuss with them. Madame Lu folded her arms. They're deceased. I'm a relative, the one who raised her. Speak to me. Huang Zhong suggested they move the conversation indoors. The third son's daughter-in-law married far away. Inside, please. Once inside, Madame Lu began her story. She hid from us, going to visit her sick father. A heavy rain trapped her on the mountain for 2 days. When she came down, she carried Kyo Nuong, a newborn. The child had an unsightly red birthmark. She didn't look like Lao Tam's child. We thought she'd abandoned her own baby and taken someone else's. I specifically asked the abbot about it. He said another lady from the capital also gave birth at the temple that day. Even the bravest woman wouldn't dare bring home a nobleman's child, would she? Huang Zhong listened intently, deep in thought. This child undoubtedly was the one he sought. However, Madame Du seemed genuinely unaware of the switch. And the Gu family, what a coincidence. He then asked if Madame Du and the third son had loved the child. Madame Gu seemed startled, as if hiding something, but replied that while Lao Tam was alive, he'd adored the girl, practically carrying her on his back. Kyo Nuong was both plain and simple. After her parents died, she was ostracized by the villagers. She was even pushed into the lake once. Huang Zhong quickly revealed the truth. I must be honest, the lady who gave birth at the temple that year was my mistress. The babies may have been switched. The room fell deathly silent. Madame Gu's face darkened. I didn't hear you clearly. Say that again. Huang Zhong spoke with conviction. Your third son's daughter is our young miss. My family is the Indin Marquis household. The Gu family members were utterly bewildered. Each one was reeling from the shock. The irritating Gu Kyo was actually the Marquis's daughter. Huang Zhong, still unsure of the situation, suggested, Our Marquis is currently in town. Could I take the child to meet him? The two Gu madams whispered amongst themselves. We haven't treated her well these past years. If the Marquis finds out, will we be imprisoned? The door suddenly burst open. The eldest son of the Gu family strode in. Unaware of what had transpired, he asked what everyone was doing. Madame Gu hurried over and whispered, Where's your father? He replied, He went to see great uncle. He told me to fetch him back. I'll go right away. She urged, Hurry, we have a serious matter to discuss. Sensing the family's unease, Huang Zhong stood and said, I'll send word to the Marquis. Decide how you'll tell her after you've discussed it amongst yourselves. If it's inconvenient, I can tell her. By now, the entire Gu family had gathered in the courtyard. The head of the eldest branch panicked. Father Adashwan, listen, what are we going to do? That Gu Kyo hasn't had a single good day with us. She's done all the heavy work. We even married her off to a cripple. If the Marquis finds out, we're all doomed. He gritted his teeth. We've treated Gu Kyo so terribly. If she meets the Marquis, she'll definitely seek revenge. The second son vehemently opposed this idea. Eldest brother, no. That's the Marquis. If we're discovered, we'll lose our lives. The eldest brother pressed on. If not for yourselves, think of Gu Ershwan. If Noyet Na goes, we can send Ershwan to the capital for his studies. Second brother, you could even buy a shop in town. We could all live well. And so, Gu Noyet Na was chosen to impersonate Gu Kyo and go to the Marquis's estate. The second branch of the family helped her pack, offering empty reassurances. We know you don't want to leave, but your father is doing this for your own good. Go and be a young miss in the Marquis's household. Don't forget us later. Good days will come. On behalf of the Marquis, Huang Zhong addressed Gu Noyet Na. The Marquis will bring you home soon. He'll come to see you today. Fearful of revealing their deception, the family urged her, Go on, Konung, it's getting late. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Gu Noyet Na wept, her voice full of reluctance. I don't want to go to a strange place. I don't want to leave here. Moments later, the carriage departed swiftly. The Gu family breathed a collective sigh of relief. After all, that wretched Gu Kionong wouldn't know the difference. At that moment, Gu Shaoshan was on his way home from school, cheerfully humming a love song. The Gu family saw him as a harbinger of doom. They reassured themselves, It's fine. Why is Shaoshan home so early? He won't see anything anyway. The carriage hadn't traveled far when cries erupted from within. Curious, Gu Shaoshan stopped the carriage. He lifted the curtain to reveal Gu Noyet Na sobbing inside. As Gu Shaoshan stepped forward to speak to the driver, Huang Zhong emerged, blocking his path. Where did you come from, boy? Gu Shaoshan eyed the strange man suspiciously. He knew Gu Noyet Na was of marrying age, and the family was anxious about it. This old man isn't trying to buy my sister as a concubine, is he thought. Gu Xiaoshun declared haughtily. You don't even know Xiao Shuangij. How dare you come to the Gu house and steal someone? He then yelled for Noyet Na to get out of the carriage. He paused, realizing his words didn't quite make sense. How much did eldest uncle take from you to sell his daughter? Huang Zhong, bewildered, replied, What are you talking about? This is the daughter of the third branch of the Gu family. Gu Xiaoshun, no longer arguing, coldly strode forward and pulled Gu Noyet Na from the carriage. Hold on, who are you in the Gu family? Old man, are you blind? This is my older sister. How can I not recognize her? Open your dog eyes and look closely. This is Gu Yuna, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Gu Qiao returned from the mountain, her basket brimming with medicinal herbs. She set it down cheerfully, but Jing Kong, who usually rushed out to greet her with a bright smile, was nowhere to be seen. Where's Jing Kong? She asked. Madame Lu, leisurely cracking melon seeds, replied, someone sulking. He's pouting in the corner, muttering about how he won't eat, and then he'll wake up and Xiao Qiao will be gone. He's declared he's ignoring you today. Gu Qiao walked over and sat down beside him. Are you angry with me? She asked gently. The stubborn little monk insisted. No, I'm not. I don't like you. Gu Qiao offered a soft apology. All right, it was my fault today. I'm sorry. I'll buy you some sweet osmanthus cake later. Will you forgive me? Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Just a little bit more teasing, he said. I want a kiss before I forgive you. Before he could finish the sentence, Gu Qiao leaned down and kissed him on the forehead. He froze, his face flushing crimson. At that very moment, Xiao Lu Lang happened to pass by. Seeing his wife kiss another person, jealousy flared in his eyes. Mortified, Jing Kong scrambled to his feet and ran, his hands covering his face as he shouted, I was only joking. You really kissed me. He left Gu Qiao sitting there flustered. He hadn't run far before bumping straight into Xiao Lu Lang, who glared down at the little monk with a furious expression. Jing Kong, equally indignant, retorted, Bad brother-in-law. Stop guarding your shiny bald head. Don't even think about touching my kiss. Xiao Lu Lang's lips curled into a sarcastic smirk. What do you mean, your kiss? The little monk puffed out his chest proudly. Xiao Qiao gave it to me. You don't have one. Xiao Lu Lang wasn't about to be outdone. They'll fly away while you're sleeping, he threatened. You won't even have to lift a finger. But the innocent little monk remained steadfast in his belief. No, they won't. I'll plant them. They'll sprout tomorrow morning, and then they'll never leave me. Exasperated by the child's stubbornness, Xiao Lu Lang snapped, Just you wait and see. Gu Qiao, watching their bickering from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile. This was good, she thought. At least she wasn't alone anymore. Meanwhile, back at the Gu family home, Huang Zhong questioned Gu Xiaoshun. Little brother, you said she was Gu Yuna, the eldest daughter. Do you know where Gu Qiao's mother is now? The other members of the Gu family, standing nearby, exchanged panicked glances. Seeing his silence, Huang Zhong hastily added, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I don't mean any harm. It's just that my master urgently needs to see her. If that's not possible, could you at least tell me what she looks like? Just to be sure, so no one tries to cause trouble. A wave of terror washed over the members of the main branch of the Gu family. Gu Xiaoshun, seeing the logic in his words, nodded. That makes sense. Gu Erzhan impersonated me before. I suppose I can tell you. Let me find it. He rummaged through the satchel slung across his back, leaving Huang Zhong bewildered. Then, Gu Xiaoshun pulled out a small wooden carving of Gu Qiao. This is what my sister looks like. Huang Zhong stared at the wooden figure, utterly dumbfounded. Gu Xiaoshun puffed out his chest, a look of supreme confidence on his face. Don't worry, I have the best relationship with my sister in the whole family. This wooden carving is exactly like her. Back in the bustling town of Tan Twin, a messenger rushed in with urgent news. My lord, Huang Shi has arrived at the village. The family's name is Gu. The Marquis, already suspecting the truth, felt a jolt of realization. So it was indeed a case of mistaken identity, he murmured, his eyes widening in astonishment. The shock of the revelation caused his hand to tremble, spilling the tea he was drinking. He stared blankly ahead, muttering, I can't believe we found her. Seeing his master in a daze, a guard spoke up. My lord, are you all right? Collecting himself, the Marquis asked, I'm fine. Where are they? The guard replied immediately. They are on their way back. Huang Shi sent his son ahead with the news. He will bring them here shortly. The Marquis paced restlessly, muttering to himself, Finally, I've found her. It wasn't even that difficult. Surely, heaven has ordained our reunion. His face softened into a wistful expression. I wonder who she takes after, he mused. Me or her mother? Lost in thought, the Marquis bumped into a small monk walking along the road. The young monk stumbled, his sweet osmanthus cake scattering across the ground. At that moment, Gu Qiao, holding a candied hawthorn stick, rushed over. Jing Kong, are you all right? She asked anxiously. The little monk, his eyes welling with tears, looked at the ruined cake. My osmanthus cake, it's gone, he wailed. Gu Qiao knelt beside him, offering gentle comfort. Did you hurt yourself? Where are you hurt? She asked softly. You have to be more careful next time. The pampered little monk sniffled dramatically. I'm hurt here, he declared, clutching his chest. My little heart is broken. Gu Qiao stifled a laugh. I waited half an hour in line for that honey cake, she thought. A broken heart is understandable, but does he need to be so theatrical? The Marquis, having collected himself, approached the little monk, only to be met with an accusatory finger. I was being careful, Jing Kong insisted. It wasn't my fault. He bumped into me. He then glanced at the girl beside him and exclaimed, Why do I keep seeing this girl everywhere? Gu Qiao was equally taken aback. Not this old man again, she muttered under her breath. Puffing himself up with importance, the Marquis declared, He was in my way. Why weren't you watching him properly? I am the Marquis. I can't be expected to apologize to a child. He tossed a silver coin dismissively onto the ground. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off, he said. Hands clasped behind his back, he added condescendingly, This is enough to buy 100 honey cakes. There you go. Gu Qiao's jaw tightened. Without a second thought, she lashed out with her foot, sending the Marquis sprawling. You wretched girl, the Marquis roared, scrambling to his feet. Do you want to die? Gu Qiao glared back at him, her voice icy. You were in my way, she retorted. Fuming, the Marquis yelled for his guards. Someone, seize this impertinent girl. Just then, the magistrate's carriage passed by. Stop right there, the Marquis bellowed. Hearing the imperious voice, the magistrate peered out from behind his carriage curtains. The Marquis, he stammered, surprised. What is he doing here? He quickly disembarked and, eager to please, ordered his men, Arrest this commoner who has insulted the Marquis. Bring her to the yamen for questioning. The guards surrounded Gu Qiao. Don't be foolish, they warned. If you resist, you'll only make things worse for yourself and anyone else involved. Gu Qiao stood her ground, fists clenched, ready to fight. But then, one of the guards grabbed the little monk, holding him as a hostage. Release him, Gu Qiao demanded. The guard sneered. If you want the little monk to remain unharmed, he said, then come quietly with us to the yamen. Gu Qiao's mind raced. She could easily escape from this distance, but she couldn't risk terrifying Jing Kong. After a moment's hesitation, she relented. All right, she said quietly. I'll go with you. A wave of worry washed over her. If she was arrested, Lu Lang and the others would be implicated too. And so, Gu Qiao was taken into custody, destined for a few days of complimentary prison fare. Jing Kong, trembling, burst into tears. Qiao, he sobbed. It's all my fault. I wasn't being good. Gu Qiao tried to reassure him. It's all right, she said gently. It was my fault. I wasn't careful enough. With Gu Qiao dealt with, the Marquis was in high spirits. She crossed me one too many times, he chuckled. That will teach her a lesson. Just then, Huang Zhong returned. Marquis, he exclaimed. Huang sure is on his way. The Marquis turned sharply. Where is the child? Why are you alone? He demanded. Huang Zhong, wiping sweat from his brow, recounted his near miss. We were almost tricked, Marquis. Someone tried to pass off their own child as yours. It wasn't the Gu family's daughter. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I ran into young Xiaoshan on the road. Otherwise, I would have brought back the wrong child. He then produced a small wooden carving. He gave me this to help identify the young miss. The Marquis suppressed his simmering rage. Excellent, he seethed. These people clearly have a death wish. I'll deal with them later. He turned to Huang Zhong, impatience gnawing at him. Show me. Composed only moments before, the Marquis's eyes widened in horrified disbelief as he took in the wooden carving. The image it depicted was of a scruffy, unkempt child, utterly lacking in refinement. Huang Zhong continued his report. Young Master Tai, says this is the young miss. The word struck the Marquis like a thunderclap. Isn't that the girl I just ordered arrested? He exclaimed aghast. Unable to comprehend the reality, he questioned, Are you certain there's no mistake? Huang Zhong affirmed resolutely, Absolutely not, my lord. I've confirmed it with the villagers. The Marquis trembled, consumed by self-recrimination. What have I done? He whispered. That girl, she's my own daughter. Alarmed by his master's sudden distress, Huang Zhong asked anxiously, My lord, what's wrong? Where are you going? The Marquis, already hurrying away, called back. Whether I acknowledge her or not is a matter for later, but I fear the plan to use her blood for medicine is no longer feasible. The Marquis reached the magistrate's office in record time. The magistrate, seeing him, greeted him obsequiously. Marquis, to what do we owe this honor? I was just about to punish the girl. Shoving the magistrate aside, the Marquis flung open the cell door. It was empty. Where is she? He roared. The prisoner you locked up has vanished. The Marquis stared at the empty cell, bewildered. The magistrate, ashen-faced, stammered, I saw her with my own eyes. She and the little boy got into the cart. How can this be? Realizing the gravity of his error, the magistrate bowed his head in abject apology. I have failed you, my lord. I'll send men after her immediately. We'll use torture. She won't dare escape again. The Marquis exploded at the suggestion of torturing his own daughter. You imbecile! You dared arrest 2 children? And you speak of torture? Why don't you ascend to heaven right now? The magistrate, his face drained of color, stammered, But you ordered me to arrest them. The Marquis's face hardened. Did I? Just because I said it, you blindly obeyed? You call yourself a magistrate, a protector of the people? All you do is fawn and flatter. What good are you? The magistrate, stung by the rebuke, lamented inwardly. I'm the one who's truly wronged here. Meanwhile, Gu Qiao and the little monk had made their escape. Concerned, she whispered, Were you scared back there during the escape? Jing Kong, surprisingly bold, declared loudly, Not at all. Relieved, Gu Qiao replied, That's good. Though, this whole prison break thing probably isn't the best example for a child. The little monk, his eyes shining with admiration, praised her. Sister, you're so amazing, he added with earnest enthusiasm. I want to be amazing too, even more amazing than you, so you won't have to be so amazing anymore. Gu Qiao stared at him, momentarily dumbfounded. Not so amazing anymore? The 6-year-old, wise beyond his years, explained, Sister, you work so hard, don't you? Master says that amazing people suffer a lot, and they'll suffer even more in the future. Gu Qiao was touched by the child's words. It was the first time anyone had acknowledged her struggles. Her mind drifted back to the harsh memories of her previous life as a special agent in the 21st century. After joining the organization, every day had been a grueling cycle of relentless training with barely a moment's respite. They only cared about whether she could complete the mission. Nothing else mattered. As Gu Qiao lingered in the shadows of her painful past, the little monk's concerned voice brought her back to the present. Sister, are you very tired? Gu Qiao ruffled his shaved head gently. Not at all, she lied, a warm smile gracing her lips. Taking care of you isn't tiring in the slightest. I'm truly happy. Jing Kong's face lit up. Really, sister? Gazing at his innocent expression, Gu Qiao's smile widened. Despite his young age, Jing Kong possessed a surprising amount of martial arts prowess. He made a solemn vow to Gu Qiao. Sister, wait for me to grow up. When I'm bigger, I'll protect you. His eyes, filled with unwavering devotion, held only her image. I'll carry you up mountains, he promised. I'll take on all your burdens. At that moment, Gu Qiao couldn't have known that the promise made by this 3.5-year-old boy would one day become a reality. When he grew up, he truly did protect her. Across 6 nations, across the universe, no one would dare to make her suffer again. With that said, the two quickly held hands and headed home. After walking for a while, the little monk fell asleep in Gu Qiao's arms, drooling and murmuring in his sleep. Gu Qiao sighed. This silly child, asleep after just a few steps. At that moment, the loathsome Marquis appeared. He said softly, I've been waiting for you here. Gu Qiao, a little displeased at being intercepted, asked, What do you want? The Marquis lowered his voice further. I'm not here to arrest you. I mean you no harm. He couldn't help but introduce himself. My surname is Gu. I am the Marquis Dingen. The Marquis Dingen of the Wenquan estate. Gu Qiao listened, unimpressed. If you're here to apologize, she said with distaste, don't bother. I don't want it. He awkwardly denied this. I'm not here to apologize. There's something I need to tell you. The Marquis clenched his hands nervously. You may not believe this, but you and I, we are. The words caught in his throat. How could he say it? Gu Qiao, irritated by his cryptic words, made a sarcastic guess. You and I what? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to us. The Marquis bristled at the suggestion. What do you take me for? He retorted angrily. What kind of father would be so base? He pointed at her, summoning his courage. Do you know who I am? Later that night, under a sky scattered with countless stars and a solitary crescent moon, the Marquis returned, looking disheveled. Huang Zhong, seeing his state, questioned his own sanity. My lord, have you been beaten? Don't tell me it was by the young miss. He continued teasingly. Even the young miss could best you in a fight? The word struck the Marquis like 1,000 arrows to the heart. Too proud to admit defeat, the Marquis spat out a denial. I simply didn't want to lower myself to her level. It's not that I couldn't beat her. Huang Zhong, not daring to argue, quickly agreed. Yes, of course, my lord. I misspoke. Please, get in the carriage and rest. Inside the carriage, the Marquis, still smarting from the encounter, pressed the issue. That girl has a heavy hand. Didn't you tell her I was her father? He sighed in defeat. What was there to say? Huang Zhong, curious, asked. So what did you say? The Marquis clenched his fists, recounting the humiliating experience. I told her I was her father. She accused me of insulting her, and then she hit me. Huang Zhong, exasperated, questioned his approach. Why didn't you tell her you were her benefactor? Did the word father burn your tongue? Back at home, Gu Qiao quickly went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Not seeing her younger brother, she asked curiously, Xiaoshan isn't back yet? The old woman replied calmly. He said he wanted to stay at the academy for a while. Surprised, Gu Qiao pressed further. Why would he suddenly want to stay at the academy? The old woman seemed to know something, but only offered a cryptic response. He returned to thwart his eldest uncle's scheme. Meanwhile, at the Tianxiang Academy, Gu Xiaoshan lay on his bed with his feet propped up, grinning broadly. Although he couldn't go to his sister's for a good meal, with his silver he could stay at the academy for a while without starving. He wouldn't need to endure punishment to get out anymore. Back at home, Gu Qiao worriedly instructed the old woman. I'll give him some silver tomorrow. The old woman replied calmly. I've already given him some. Startled, Gu Qiao asked, where did you get the silver? I didn't know you had such resources. I sang opera for someone, the old woman replied. Intrigued, Gu Qiao inquired about the old woman's past. You know how to do that? The old woman simply replied, and I sold your medicine. Since you weren't using it, I sold it. Seeing her docile demeanor, Gu Qiao continued to question her. Have you done this before? The old woman replied calmly. Selling medicine? Of course not. But the medicine I sold might not have been for healing. Then, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. I believe it was an aphrodisiac, but no one knows for sure now. The old woman possessed a trove of vivid memories. On a lavish bed, a throng of concubines, draped in jewels, presented themselves before her. Their faces etched with desperation, they pleaded, Madam, please sell me the medicine. Please, I beg you. You care for me the most, don't you? According to later records, the empress had indeed sold aphrodisiacs to the concubines and topped the list of manipulative and corrupt officials, known as the coldest heart in the palace. Don't speak to me of affection, she'd said. Dusk had settled. Gu Qiao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Lu Lang was away on official business in the province, not due back until next month, and Xiaoshan had returned to the academy. Their absence left a hollowness in the house and in her. After some time, she drifted off unknowingly. Suddenly, in her dream, she found herself in an opulent room, bewildered, wondering where she was. Ahead, a servant was speaking to a young lady. Today is the day Miss restores her identity as the young mistress of the Gu estate. The servants from the old residence are all waiting to see you. Gu Qiao stared at the figure before her, a wave of emotion washing over her. Is this me? Why am I dressed like this? Confusion clouded her mind, struggling to grasp the unfolding scene. Welcome home, Mississippi. Upon arriving, Madame Ling greeted her with open arms. You've suffered so much outside. Her father took her hand. From now on, be at ease. With your family's protection, no one will dare to bully you again. There, she also encountered her detestable uncle and that spiteful cousin. Turning, she saw a group of young ladies regarding her with cool indifference. Does the young mistress have any interest in the four arts? Most of the ladies in the capital are proficient in these. Before them, her hands fumbled, shame burning in her cheeks. Gu Kandu stood beside them, a smug smile playing on her lips. She boasted, "I invite you all to the poetry gathering in 3 days. Kandu's riddles will surely not disappoint." The group of young ladies flocked around her, showering her with flattery. "We will certainly be there. How could we miss an invitation from such a talented lady?" Gu Qiao was left standing alone, unnoticed. Desolation tinged her voice. "Gu Kandu is so accomplished. Compared to her, I'm just a laughingstock." Their mocking laughter echoed around her. "A country bumpkin, a useless oaf. How can she compare to Miss Kandu? Competing with her is simply humiliating." Panic seized her, and she clutched her head, fleeing. "No, that's not true. I'm not like that." They turned their backs, their disdain palpable. Her figure was pathetic. "Wait, don't go." Then, her eyes, filled with despair, brimmed with tears. She wept bitterly, helpless against the tide of adversity. She believed she had done nothing wrong. "What rightfully belongs to me, I must reclaim." She hadn't foreseen her father's rejection. "Gu Qiao, I brought you back for your own good, and now you've caused this trouble. I am deeply disappointed in you. I was framed because I'm too kind. I only made mistakes because I was provoked. That rightfully belonged to me." The Marquis, consumed by rage, regarded her with disgust. "You dare make excuses? Someone take her to the villa outside the capital. Let her fend for herself. I don't want to see her again." Her own father cast her out with his own hands, despite Gu Qiao's desperate pleas that she was truly not at fault. Amidst a swirling blizzard, Gu Qiao lay in a dilapidated shack, her heart heavy with sorrow, succumbing to illness. She lamented, "If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have been better off never returning to the capital." The present Gu Qiao looked upon the original owner of her body with a pang of sympathy. Her voice faded to a whisper, and she slowly closed her eyes, a weak wave of her hand. Her end was utterly tragic. Gu Qiao abruptly awoke. "Why did I have that dream? What was that all about?" She tugged at her hair, bewildered. Such a strange dream. The person in it wasn't me at all. Gu Qiao couldn't help but scoff, a flicker of envy for Gu Kandu surfacing. Getting worked up over other people's opinions, feeling sad for a lack of attention, she mused, and resorting to such foolish schemes against me. Gu Qiao's gaze hardened with resolve. "Want me dead? I'll show them. I can do much better than this." At an inn in the capital city, Feng Lin lay groaning on his bed, his stomach churning. "This is a disaster," he moaned. 2,000 liang for a room? They might as well be highway robbers. Xiao Lulang entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. "Every candidate in the exam is here," Xiao Lulang sighed. "The prices will go down once we're inside the examination compound." "This is the anti-diarrheal medicine Gu Qiao prepared." Feng Lin accepted the bowl, his face a mask of misery. "I'll never be gluttonous again. I bought some street food to stave off hunger on the journey, and now my stomach is paying the price." He noticed Xiao Liulong's lamp still burning and the books spread out before him. "We've traveled so far," Feng Lin urged. "Get some rest." Xiao Lulang, preoccupied, simply replied, "You go ahead." He walked over to the oil lamp, his mood somber. He missed Gu Qiao. Without her there, sleep felt unfamiliar, somehow. The day of the examination arrived quickly. Tension crackled in the air. "Quiet," one candidate hissed. "Guard your exam papers." A soldier directed the nervous throng. "Line up according to the number on your examination slip." "Xiao Lulang, your position is here." The soldier continued, "There are ample writing supplies. The examination hall will provide 3 meals a day, and bedding will be brought to you. Aside from using the latrine, you are not permitted to leave this area. The first examination is on the classics. Once finished, leave immediately. Under no circumstances are you to return to the examination hall." Magistrate Huang, the chief examiner, oversaw the proceedings. He paced, muttering to himself, "The classics examination requires mastery of at least 3 canonical texts. The classic of filial piety and the Analects are mandatory. Then, one must choose between the classic of poetry and the Book of Rites." He stroked his beard and sighed. Besides the shortest classic, which has only 269 characters, the other 3 books total about 90,000 characters. Even the abridged version of the Book of Rites has over 50,000. He looked around, satisfied at the sight of the candidates shaking their heads. Enough to weed out a good number of them. The scope of the classics examination is vast. Even the fastest riders will be working until evening. We won't see anyone emerge until dusk. But when he reached Shao Yulong Station, he was astonished. The young man had fallen asleep almost as soon as he sat down. Yet, inexplicably, he handed in his paper after only half an hour. The examiner looked at him with disdain. "Who do you think you are? Some kind of prodigy?" He probably left it blank, unable to answer a single question. And he's the top scorer from his district? What an embarrassment to your county. The second examination was the essay portion. Xiao Lulang fell asleep again. The examiner watched from outside, sighing. Must he be so unmotivated? The essay is straightforward. If he can't even write this, how did he become the top scorer? The third examination is the eight-legged essay, which lasts for 2 days. This time, the topic was set by Zhuang Zijing, the provincial governor of the capital. It is notoriously difficult. He was startled when he arrived at Shao Yulong Station. "Hold on, you again? What are you doing?" The young man was calmly writing. The examiner, baffled by his composure, given the difficulty of the exam, questioned, "Why didn't you call for me?" Xiao Lulang looked at the exam question. To his surprise, it had been set by his old teacher. A smile touched his lips as he carefully formed each character, his expression turning serious. Memories of his childhood surfaced. He pictured a little girl beside him, reading aloud, poor without flattery, rich without arrogance, cautious when alone. She then complained, "Why did Master Zhuang give us such a difficult question?" The little girl continued to pester him for help. His writing pace quickened. His thoughts, like ink flowing from his brush, poured onto the page. A complex wave of emotions washed over him. On the fourth day, Feng Lin paced anxiously outside. Lulang still hasn't come out. Should we send someone in to check on him? A moment later, Xiao Lulang emerged, looking slightly unsteady. Feng Lin had been waiting for what felt like an eternity. Feng Lin was even more worried than Xiao Lulang himself. Seeing his friend's unusual pallor, he asked with concern, "How did it go? Are you feeling unwell? Did you do poorly?" "I overheard the other candidates saying it was incredibly difficult," Feng Lin continued, his voice filled with anxiety. "Don't be discouraged. You probably did better than them." Xiao Lulang, seemingly oblivious to his friend's nervous chatter, simply suggested they return to the inn. Feng Lin watched Xiao Liulong's receding figure, a thought nagging at him. Something's different about Lulang. He has this intensity about him, like he could do something terrifying at any moment. Xiao Lulang, leaning on his cane, walked with a surprising swiftness, gradually leaving Feng Lin behind. He passed a man who looked strikingly familiar. The man, equally startled, turned to stare after him. The magistrate, walking beside the man, noticed his reaction and inquired, "Master Zhuang, what is it? Do you know him? Shall we call out to him?" The man's face darkened with a flicker of sadness. "No need," he replied, his voice flat. "I don't know him. Just a resemblance. The young Marquis is dead. I carried his body out of the Imperial Academy myself. That tragic scene, unforgettable." He shook his head, dismissing the thought. "I must be seeing things. Someone with the young Marquis's looks and talent. There's no other like him in the world." The magistrate, concerned, offered, "Shall I have someone confirm?" Master Zhuang shook his head again. "No need. He's gone." The two men quickly returned to the Yulian. Suddenly, someone called out, "Feng Dunzi!" The rustic nickname made Feng Lin jump. A handsome young man rushed towards him, his face alight with recognition. "It is you, Feng Dunzi." Feng Lin, embarrassed, stammered, "I'm not Dunzi anymore. I've slimmed down." The young man was Du Ruhan, Feng Lin's childhood friend. He beamed at Feng Lin. "You've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you." Feng Lin, still stunned by the transformation in his friend, could only manage, "It really is you." He turned to Xiao Lulang. "Lulang, do you remember him? Little Dizzy? The three of us used to study together." Du Ruhan, taken aback, blurted out, "You've mistaken him. He's not Xiao Lulang." "I haven't," Feng Lin insisted. "It's Lulang, your little Lu, right? The one who moved away after a year." Certain he was right, Feng Lin continued. "My family moved 2 years after you. So, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. Du Ruhan pulled Feng Lin aside, lowering his voice. "I recognize you. How can you not recognize him?" Feng Lin remained steadfast in his belief. "Liulong's just changed. He's brave now. He even saved my life." Xiao Lulang, seemingly uninterested in their conversation, said coldly that he was going to his room to rest. Du Ruhan, still suspicious, muttered, "Changed indeed. He even carries himself like a capital city nobleman now." Someone who didn't know him wouldn't recognize him. Noticing Xiao Liulong's limp, Du Ruhan leaned closer to Feng Lin. "What happened to his leg?" he whispered. Feng Lin explained. "He was injured saving me over 6 months ago. He's still recovering." He then asked, "Where did you move to?" Du Ruhan, with an air of casual confidence, replied, "I studied in the capital. Passed the Shotsai exams 2 years ago. I'm traveling with my uncle now, broadening my horizons. You're here for the exams too, right? I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Lu Ling and I will both pass." Du Ruhan scoffed. "How can you be so sure he'll pass? That boy wasn't exactly bright. Remember how often the tutors scolded him?" Feng Lin defended his friend. "Liulong's different now. He was the top scorer in the county exams. This exam was tough, but I believe he can pass the Shotsai." Du Ruhan winked. "I'll bet you he won't." Feng Lin bristled at the jibe. He wouldn't let anyone belittle Lu Ling, not even a childhood friend. Late that night, in the quiet stillness of the magistrate's residence, furtive footsteps echoed. Suddenly, a voice from within startled the intruder. It was Governor Zhuang. "Why are you only returning now?" he demanded angrily. He stammered, trembling with fear. "Uncle, I ran into 2 old neighbors and chatted with them for a while." But Governor Zhuang didn't believe him and threatened. "Do you think I'm foolish? You were clearly out carousing. Confine him to his room. Without my permission, he's not to take half a step outside." Du Ruhan's face paled. He bowed his head and pleaded earnestly, "I really did meet up with friends. They're all staying at the Yulai. One of them is named Xiao Luling. He just finished the exam and looked dreadful. If you don't believe me, go and investigate." Hearing that name, Governor Zhuang froze. Like a bolt from the blue, the implications of his nephew's words struck him. Why does this boy have such good fortune? Rage swelled within him, transforming him into a towering figure of fury. He wanted nothing more than to strangle the young man before him. Du Ruhan could only weep and lament. "I'm finished. Even telling the truth won't save me now." At that moment, the magistrate arrived, drawn by the commotion. Du Ruhan desperately appealed, "Magistrate, please help." But Governor Zhuang, in his fury, struck him several times. "How dare you speak?" he roared. Du Ruhan looked pathetically towards the magistrate. "Magistrate, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." The astute magistrate interjected. "Your Excellency, is there a need to investigate these 2 individuals?" Governor Zhuang shook his head, conceding. The boy spoke some truth. Du Ruhan, thoroughly chastised by his uncle, crouched on the ground, sobbing and stammering. "Uncle, I was wrong. I was wrong." In front of the magistrate, Governor Zhuang stormed off, his anger still simmering. "I apologize for this unseemly display, Magistrate Liu. I shall retire for the night." The magistrate, standing there, felt a cold sweat break out. "Young master, Du said the exam questions were perverse. Now I see he was telling the truth." Meanwhile, at the Hui Chun Tang, second steward began his carefully prepared speech. "Miss Gu, although I know we had a prior appointment, you understand young Master Gu's situation. It's not convenient for him to go out." Before he could finish, Gu Qiao nodded in agreement. Then, she promptly walked out, leaving second steward standing there, dumbfounded. Gu Qiao, beaming, climbed into the carriage and urged, "Well, are you coming or not?" Second steward cautiously followed, muttering to himself, "How could it be this easy? I've been fretting the entire journey for nothing." An hour later, Gu Qiao arrived at the Warm Springs Villa. A servant emerged to greet them. "The young master is currently enjoying the hot springs. Please wait a moment." A maid then added solicitously, "I'll inform the young master of your arrival. We have refreshments prepared. Please help yourselves." Physician Zhang nodded politely. "Thank you." Seeing the lavish spread of food, Gu Qiao exclaimed, "So many delicious treats." Second steward, displaying his worldly knowledge, explained, "The value of things in a marquis's household isn't in their expense, but in their rarity. To be treated like this is not just a snack, Miss Gu, it's an honor." Suddenly, the sound of crying drifted through the air. Physician Zhang looked up, puzzled. "What's that sound?" Second steward, seemingly oblivious, looked surprised. He hadn't heard anything. Gu Qiao, her curiosity piqued, pointed ahead. "Let's go see." Reaching the imperial flower garden, the whimpering grew louder. Parting the flowers, Gu Qiao looked in and discovered a pitiful little dog. "Silly thing," she murmured. Gu Qiao gently stroked the dog's head, comforting it. "Stay still," she muttered to herself. "Hocus pocus. I have to pull the railing apart, then pull the arrow out. Got to move this just a little more, then push it in." Impulsive as ever, Gu Qiao strained against the railing. A maid rushed over, her face panicked. "Hey, stop!" Gu Qiao, her eyes fixed on her task, ignored her. Ignored. The maid glared furiously. Are you deaf? I said stop. She reached out to grab Gu Qiao's hair. I said stop. Didn't you hear me? Gu Qiao spun around, annoyed. The maid's face went white. It's you. With arms crossed and a sneer twisting her lips, the maid declared, there's no need for a doctor's examination. You're just a lowly medicine dispenser. You don't need to tag along every single time. The sharp-tongued maid, Huan, continued to belittle Gu Qiao. Today it's for a dog. Like owner, like dog. Do you even know how expensive the peonies here are? Gu Qiao ignored her, completely unfazed by the maid's disdain. Huan's face flushed with anger. They should sell you in that mutt, she shrieked. Hey, you wretch. Are you even listening to me? She lunged forward furiously. How dare you ignore me? Put that dog down. Gu Qiao sidestepped lightly, causing the maid to stumble forward, losing her balance. Huan landed face first, crushing the peonies beneath her. Her face froze, words failing her. Scrambling to her feet, Huan pointed an accusing finger at Gu Qiao. You ruined the young Mrs. Flowers. Gu Qiao's voice was flat. You ruined them yourself. Don't try to shift the blame. Another maid, the kind one who had always been friendly to Gu Qiao, stepped forward to shield her. You're truly shameless. The first maid, Ru, stubbornly insisted. She did it. She pulled up the fence. She gestured sharply towards two nearby guards. If you don't understand, ask them. They saw everything. The kind maid, seeking fairness, addressed the guards. All right, tell us, who ruined the flowers? A cold sweat broke out on the guards' foreheads. They exchanged nervous glances. Ru was the young Mrs. Personal Maid. Offending her over something so trivial wasn't worth it. Besides, the young master despised cats and dogs. With that thought, they both nodded in agreement with Ru. Ru smirked triumphantly. See? She did it. Unperturbed by the maid's attitude, Gu Qiao continued to gently bandage the puppy's wound. Just then, the wet nurse and second young master arrived. The wet nurse, who already held no fondness for Gu Qiao, put on a haughty air. Well, why haven't you thrown that thing out yet? She muttered disdainfully. This girl only responds to harshness. You have to be firm with her. Seeing the escalating tension, the second young master furrowed his brow in concern. He approached Gu Qiao, extending a hand and whispering, Give it to me. I'll put it in the carriage. Gu Qiao remained motionless, not even acknowledging him. The wet nurse's anger flared, her face darkening. I'll say it again, she snapped. Throw that animal out, or you get out. Suddenly, the young master's imperious voice cut through the air. Who are you telling to get out? Trembling with fear, the wet nurse stammered, Why, your lordship. Those around them swiftly dropped to their knees in respectful obeisance. Only Gu Qiao remained standing, unyielding. The second young master frantically gestured to Gu Qiao. Girl, why aren't you bowing? The young master waved a dismissive hand. Rise, he commanded. Then, turning to the wet nurse, his voice hardened. Nanny Fong, do you want me to ask a second time? Her face a mask of displeasure, the wet nurse slowly replied. Young master, it's just that she damaged the young Mrs. Flowers while saving this dog. Standing behind the others, Ru, the malicious maid, smirked smugly. The young master loathed animals. The young Mrs. Pet Rabbit had been thrown out before. This girl was truly courting death. How could she be so fearless? The young master's voice was impassive. Where did the dog come from? Unintimidated, Gu Qiao answered, I found it. It was injured by the fence. Seizing the opportunity, the scheming maid chimed in. She ruined the young Mrs. Peonies because of this dog. Unable to bear the injustice, the kind maid spoke up in Gu Qiao's defense. She's the one who ruined them. Why are you blaming Miss Gu? The bickering escalated, voices rising in accusation and denial. She did it. No, she didn't. The wet nurse intervened, trying to restore order. Quiet, both of you. Let me handle this. The maid's incessant arguing was giving the young master a headache. He pointed a stern finger at Gu Qiao. You all saw her do it. The two guards, though aware of the truth, remained silent. Only the kind maid continued to defend Gu Qiao, unafraid of the young master's authority. It wasn't her. The young master smiled knowingly and asked. They said she did it alone. You say she didn't? Ru, the seemingly gentle maid, stood firm in her conviction. That's right. It wasn't her. Ru felt a surge of triumph. She thought, after all, the young miss is the young master's older sister. How could he possibly believe a strange girl over his sister's personal maid? He looked at the maid before him and asked softly, What's your name? The gentle-looking girl pointed to herself, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Me? My name is Yuna. As soon as she spoke, the young master casually beckoned two nearby guards. Come here. The two men quickly approached and bowed respectfully. What are your orders, young master? His expression hardened. Except for Dona, everyone else is to be expelled from the estate. The gentle maid, realizing her name had been mispronounced, quickly corrected him. I am Migrekuna. The guards immediately obeyed, seizing the scheming maid and dragging her away. Please cooperate, or we will have to use force. Panic flared in her eyes. Why is the young master punishing us and not them? She continued to struggle, her voice rising in indignation. No, young master, I'm the young Mrs. Personal Maid. He ignored her completely. Take Nanny Fong as well. The nanny, now terrified, pleaded, Let me go. I want to see the madam. I work for the madam. The young master descended the steps, his voice softening as he addressed Gu Qiao. Well, feeling better now? She nodded slightly, confirming that her anger had subsided. The second young master and the others stared, dumbfounded. Wait, they thought, you expelled all those people just to appease this girl? The young master, known for his dislike of animals, now spoke with unexpected tenderness. It's bleeding a lot. Is it badly hurt? Gu Qiao's expression was grave. Yes, I need to find somewhere to stop the bleeding. Looking at the injured dog, he offered, You can come to my courtyard. He turned and, with a touch of eagerness, instructed Dona, Quickly, bring some clean cloths. She bristled at being called the wrong name again. Yes, young master, she replied, while inwardly screaming, I'm Yuna. Tell the whole world. After a flurry of activity, Gu Qiao sighed in satisfaction. There, the bleeding has stopped, and I've bandaged it. She packed away her medical kit. Do you have any goat's milk? The young master confirmed that they did, and called for dough. But before he could finish, she interrupted, stepping forward. I'm Yuna, and I've brought the goat's milk. Just then, the second young master and physician Zhang bustled in. Young master, we've come to check on you. The sight that greeted them, however, was the young master and the girl sitting together, watching a dog drink milk. They both fell silent. Weren't people supposed to be expelled for causing trouble? What's going on here? Physician Zhang got straight to the point. Young master, let me take your pulse. He expressed surprise. It's still weaker than a normal person's, but it's much improved compared to before. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he continued, The young master's pulse is good. Just continue taking the medicine. Miss Gu, where's the medicine you brought? Make sure you give it to the young master later. He knew everything, but didn't let on, chuckling inwardly. She gave it to him weeks ago. Meanwhile, back at the Marquis estate, the steward reported in a panicked voice. Marquis, the young master has dismissed everyone. Yu is from the capital. She never liked the servants at the mountain estate. This will teach them a lesson. Nanny Fong lamented, It's such a pity. She knew her long-lost daughter was being bullied by those servants working together. The Marquis was furious. Pity? They've all been thrown out. I think she's been the head housekeeper for too long. She's forgotten she's a servant too. I don't know this girl, but no servant should be allowed to humiliate a child like that. Then, anxiously, he asked, Where is she? I'll go see what's happening. The steward reported, It seems she's gone to the young master's courtyard. But the matter here hasn't been resolved yet, Marquis. Marquis, the steward continued, What should we do with those people outside? He angrily replied, Keep Nanny Fong confined to her quarters. Dismiss the rest. The dog quickly recovered and could walk around normally. The two of them, now in perfect harmony, played together. These materials would be perfect for making a dog bed. Yes, later, we'll have Don Na bring some straw to put inside. Hidden behind a bush, the Marquis watched his two children playing happily together and sighed. They really are like twins. He stood there lost in thought for a long time. Perhaps bringing her back wasn't such a bad thing after all. Suddenly, a familiar voice startled him. What are you doing here? Huang Zhong asked anxiously. I heard the young miss has returned. I came to protect you, in case she tries to hit you again. He replied awkwardly. It's not that I can't fight her. I just let her win. Huang Zhong stared at him with a disbelieving, dumbfounded expression. The Marquis suddenly asked, Do you have a silver needle? I want to take a sample of her blood. Huang Zhong was bewildered. I do, but why do you need her blood? Don't you believe she's your daughter? Holding the silver needle, the Marquis said with a suspicious look on his face, She doesn't believe it. I need proof to convince her. The Marquis walked over to the two children. Is there anything you need help with? I can lend a hand. But the young master, upon seeing his father, gave him a look of disdain. You're blocking the sun. Don't stand there bothering us. The Marquis cursed inwardly. You little brat, am I not your father? I am your father. Can't you treat me like one? The Marquis resorted to trickery, instructing a maid to bring Gu Qiao a cup of tea laced with sleeping herbs. He held the silver needle, his heart filled with a strange mix of affection and mischief. If I can't do it directly, I'll do it discreetly. Once she's asleep, taking her blood will be as easy as flipping my hand. The maid obeyed, presenting the tea to Gu Qiao. Miss Gu, please enjoy your tea. I'll take my leave now. With her medical expertise, Gu Qiao quickly detected the sleeping herbs in the tea. Surprised, Gu Qiao called the maid back. Wait a moment. Who told you to bring me this tea? Unaware of anything amiss, the maid truthfully answered, the Marquis. Upon hearing the answer, Gu Qiao clenched her fists in anger. He's old enough to be someone's father, and he's still trying to drug people? What a creep. She then kicked open the window and saw him lurking outside, waiting. The Marquis, seeing his daughter, immediately panicked. Let me explain. Actually, Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Qiao delivered a swift, unseen kick to his face. The Marquis's teeth and lips smashed together, his shoes flying off in different directions. A moment later, his confidant arrived and asked, "Why are you hanging from the tree, sir?" The Marquis, battered and bruised, his face swollen like a pig's head, sputtered angrily. "Nothing good ever happens when I meet this girl. She's out to get me, isn't she? I don't want to bring her back anymore." Having finished her work, Gu Qiao, in a cheerful mood, prepared to return home. Today's medical consultations are done. I can hail a carriage on the main road later to go home. Please tell Director Li that I've examined old Madam Li. She's fine, just experiencing some memory fog due to her age. The servant replied happily, "Thank you for your hard work, Mississippi. Here are some sweets from old Madam Li. Please accept them. Don't refuse." Gu Qiao accepted them gladly, offering her thanks. She looked up at the mulberry tree in front of a nearby house and remarked, "Old Madam Li really loves mulberries." After a moment's hesitation, she knocked on the door. "I'll ask if I can pick some for her." The person inside, hearing the knock, hurried to the door. "Who is it?" It turned out to be the Marchioness. Gu Qiao recognized her immediately and said enthusiastically, "Madam, fancy meeting you here." It was the lady she often saw on the mountain. The Marchioness invited Gu Qiao inside. "Come in quickly. My husband's family name is Gu." It was then that Gu Qiao realized the woman before her was the Marchioness, Gu Yan's mother. But she was the only one there. Seeing her puzzled expression, the Marchioness explained, "I wanted some peace and quiet, so I sent the servants to the front courtyard. This is the back courtyard. Do you live nearby, miss?" Gu Qiao shook her head. "I was just passing by. I saw the beautiful mulberries and wanted to ask if it would bother you if I picked some." The Marchioness replied gently, "Not at all. I'll have Nanny Lin pick some for you." Curious, she asked, "What is your family name, miss?" "Oh, and what is your name?" Gu Qiao replied, "My name is Gu Qiao." The Marchioness coughed a few times, then said excitedly, "Your surname is Gu too. 500 years ago, we were family." Seeing the Marchioness's poor complexion, Gu Qiao ventured, "Marchioness, if you don't mind, may I take your pulse?" The Marchioness replied in surprise, "Are you versed in medicine, Miss Gu?" Gu Qiao responded modestly, "I have some rudimentary knowledge." The Marchioness said, "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Gu." Relying on her medical skills, she took the Marchioness's hand and felt for her pulse. Just then, Nanny Lin returned after picking mulberries and reported, "Marchioness, I've picked a large basket of mulberries. They're over there." Gu Qiao spoke up, "The pulse is not good, but the actual situation is worse than the pulse indicates." Seeing the urgency of the situation, she asked, "Marchioness, how are your sleep and appetite?" The Marchioness said with difficulty, "Not good. I have trouble sleeping, and I don't have much of an appetite." Gu Qiao listened and then asked, "Was it like this before you caught the cold? What did the physician diagnose?" The Marchioness sighed, speaking helplessly. "They said I was overthinking things and told me to relax my mind and not think too much. They prescribed medicine, but it wasn't very effective, so I stopped taking it." Gu Qiao pondered after hearing this. Overthinking, in other words, it was depression. After a moment of thought, Gu Qiao took out a small white bottle of medicine and handed it to the Marchioness. She accepted it, but her heart was full of doubt. Even the imperial physician's medicine was useless. So how could medicine casually given by a young girl be effective? Gu Qiao carefully instructed, "Don't throw this medicine away. You must promise me. You have to take it on time." The Marchioness nodded. "I promise." Gu Qiao quickly bid farewell to the Marchioness and left. The mulberries and snacks would serve as payment for the medicine. The Marchioness was also very happy to have met her. "Be careful. Every time I meet you, I feel fortunate. Are you my lucky star?" Back in the carriage on the way home, Gu Qiao asked second young master about the Marchioness. He was taken aback. You want to know about the Marchioness? He stroked his chin and told Gu Qiao that beautiful Marchioness has some stories surrounding her. She was a concubine in the Marquis of Dingen's estate, from a declining family, but a good friend. When the previous Marchioness was ill, she visited a few times, and rumors spread throughout the capital that she was seducing the Marquis. Gu Qiao didn't believe it after hearing this. She doesn't seem like that kind of person. Second young master revealed a crucial detail. The truth is, she never met the Marquis inside the estate. Gu Qiao was surprised and curious. How do you know? He continued, our Huichun clinic has a bit of a reputation in the capital. The imperial physician who examined the Marchioness has connections with our family. And the previous Marchioness once asked Tao Shi to take care of her children. Gu Qiao was astonished. The previous Marchioness had children? Yes, 3. The previous Marchioness wanted Tao Shi to become the Marquis of Dingen's second wife. But Tao Shi refused. The imperial physician, who was behind the screen in the medicine room, heard everything. But somehow, the Marquis met Tao Shi and became interested in her. You can guess what happened after that. Rumors slandering Tao Shi began to spread throughout the capital. Second young master drew the carriage curtains, sighed, and said sympathetically, the Marchioness has been at the hot springs all these years. Firstly, to treat Gu Yan's illness, and secondly, because she wasn't free in the capital. The Marquis of Dingen hadn't held much affection for his previous wife, but he was fond of Tao Shi, and the fonder he grew, the more he suspected her of being a vixen. Gu Qiao listened intently as he spoke. Second young master seems quite taken with Tao Shi as well. I've met Tao Shi occasionally. She's nothing like the rumors. If she's a vixen, then there are no honest women left in the world. The scene shifted to the capital city. Zhuo Ruhan dragged Feng Lin to see the examination results. I'm certain I've won the bet. Prepare to pay up, Feng Xiaodun. He panted, chasing after Zhuo Ruhan, indignantly retorting, I'm not Xiaodun, and I haven't lost to you. Suddenly, Feng Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. He stared at the board and called out to Ruhan in a panicked voice. Look, that name. He passed again. First place in the prefectural exam. Xiao Lulang. He was utterly incredulous. And he's first place? How is that possible? Feng Lin, wearing a triumphant grin, nudged his friend with his elbow. Zhuo Ruhan, his face grim, feigned ignorance. What are you elbowing me for? Feng Lin, unrelenting, reminded him. If you have the guts, hand over the silver. Meanwhile, in the study of the Grand Tutor's residence, Ping Chung was also praising Xiao Liulong's exceptional examination paper. But he remained puzzled. Then why did he submit a blank sheet? The exam paper was completed. Moreover, he finished it in just half an hour. Xiao Lulang, placing first in the prefectural exam, shouldn't make such a mistake. Furthermore, according to the examiner's description, he should have completed the entire paper. At that moment, someone rushed in to report, Your Excellency. This humble servant inquired with Xiao Lulang, who placed first. He said he never submitted a blank sheet. Slamming his hand on the table, he rose in fury. Just as I suspected, someone tampered with Xiao Liulong's exam paper. The magistrate, seated beside him, questioned the guards. When you saw Xiao Liulong's paper, was it blank? They replied uncertainly. Before submission, all the candidates' papers are covered with a blank sheet. This is to prevent us from peeking at their work. After passing through 2 people, the exam papers are anonymized. The names are only matched with the papers after the examiners have finished grading. How could someone successfully switch Xiao Liulong's paper with a blank one? There are 2 possibilities, the person distributing the papers or the person collecting them. Either way, the examiner is definitely involved. Having identified the suspects, the prefectural authorities began to torture the examiner. Will you confess? Unable to withstand the torment, he pleaded in terror. I confess. I confess. The magistrate ordered. Release him. He began to confess. Yes, Your Excellency. That person gave me 1,000 taels of silver to switch Xiao Liulong's exam paper. I was using ink to tamper with it when Magistrate Wang came by. My hand trembled, and I spilled ink on myself. By the time I found more ink, it was too late. Luckily, I had a few blank sheets on hand, so I swapped one in. The magistrate continued to question him. What did this person look like? He covered his face, so I couldn't see clearly. What about his voice? His height? He stammered. I don't remember. I really don't remember. Back in the Grand Tutor's study, the magistrate said awkwardly, perhaps we'll have to hold the examination again. That person probably didn't expect Xiao Lulang to still place first. The Grand Tutor sighed and stood up. He opened the window, his gaze distant and thoughtful. The decision rests with him. Go and ask him if he wishes to retake the other two subjects. Night had fallen. The magistrate hurried to the inn where Xiao Lulang was staying. After hearing the news, he sighed. Those other candidates are innocent. Indeed, since you didn't fail, none of them benefited. Xiao Lulang asked, puzzled. If the exam is reheld for one subject, wouldn't one of them fail? The magistrate responded thoughtfully. If the exam is reheld, that's unavoidable. Suddenly, Xiao Lulang looked up at the magistrate, a knowing smile playing on his lips. And what about you, magistrate? The magistrate's face paled, as if caught red-handed. Xiao Lulang continued, his voice smooth. I hear the magistrate's term is nearly up. The re-examination is a significant matter that must be reported to the imperial court. I believe this will impact the magistrate's promotion. The magistrate instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This official takes the examinations very seriously. If there's a re-examination, my official career is as good as over. Xiao Lulang placed a hand on the magistrate's shoulder, his tone unwavering. Magistrate, how much is your future worth to you? The magistrate's face turned purple. This brat is openly threatening me. As an upright official, the magistrate likely doesn't have much silver, Xiao Lulang mused, but the one bribing officials must have spent quite a bit. I'm the victim here. Shouldn't the magistrate compensate me for that loss? The magistrate nodded eagerly. Yes, 1,000 taels. I'll give it all to Mr. Xiao. Xiao Lulang pressed his advantage. Furthermore, if my exam paper hadn't been tampered with, I would have achieved the Xiao Sanyuan title. The magistrate won't deny that, will he? Desperate to salvage his career, the magistrate nodded. Of course. Both the prefect and I recognize your abilities. Xiao Lulang sighed theatrically. But the Xiao Sanyuan comes with a reward. Now, I can't claim that reward. The magistrate's eyes widened in dawning realization. Oh dear, I feel like I'm being played. Finally, he offered 1,200 taels. He inwardly wept. His purse was about to hemorrhage. Some time later, Xiao Lulang returned to his village. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he sighed. I left here, and in a blink, a year has passed. A neighbor passing by recognized him. Is that Lulang? It is Lulang. The scholar has returned. Xiao Lulang recognized the two people before him and called out, Uncle Zhang, Auntie Zhang. They greeted him warmly. It's been a while. Hurry home and see Gu Qiao and your mother. We wouldn't want you to be late. Xiao Lulang bid them farewell. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Zhang, I'll head home now. Behind him, the whispers continued, someone adding, I hear he was the top candidate for the imperial examination this time. Xiao Lulang quickly arrived at his front door. Gu Qiao was bathing little Monk, while his aunt leisurely reclined nearby, enjoying a slice of watermelon. Little Monk sleepily noticed Xiao Lulang and declared, Bad brother-in-law is back. Hearing this, Gu Qiao turned. Husband and wife, reunited after a long separation. Their eyes met and both blushed. A strange silence filled the air. His mother broke the silence. Lulang is back? Did you bring back anything good? He looked at the scene before him, flustered, and reassured himself before replying. I did. Suddenly his foot caught on the threshold, and he nearly stumbled. He managed to catch himself, inwardly cursing his clumsiness and the disruption to his composure. Gu Qiao fared no better. In her fluster, she scooped up cold water, causing little Monk to cry out and cling to her. Cold! It's turned cold, he wailed. The two exchanged a meaningful glance. His mother, observing this, smiled inwardly, sensing the possibility of a grandchild soon. While dressing little Monk, Gu Qiao asked, Where's Feng Lin? Didn't he return with you? Xiao Lulang replied casually. He went back to the academy. A month in the prefectural city means he's missed quite a bit of coursework. He then noticed the chickens pecking around his feet. Have we started raising chickens? He asked Gu Qiao, surprised. She smiled, placing a hand on little Monk's head. Jing wasn't interested, so I told him beforehand. Feeding and caring for the chickens is all his responsibility. Little Monk puffed up with pride, beaming like a little star. I've even named them all, he declared. All 17 of them. Xiao Lulang raised an eyebrow. How can you tell them apart? While little Monk pondered how to distinguish each chicken, Xiao Lulang pulled out a box of dried apricots. Wife, he said, I brought these back for you. The old woman took the offering, her heart filled with gratitude as she spoke to Xiao Lulang. She knew he was a filial grandson, and this dried seaweed was surely of the finest quality, not easily obtained. He then produced another box, handing it to Gu Qiao with instructions. This is for second brother. Give it to him when he returns. Gu Qiao opened the box, surprise flickering across her face. Zhao states strict control over iron-made wood-carving tools a rare commodity for ordinary people. Xiao Luling coughed lightly. It took some doing to get these. Little monk, perched atop a pile of chickens, fixed Xiao Lulang with a hopeful stare. Didn't you bring anything for me? Gu Qiao, seeing her son's intent, quickly interjected. Little monk's hoping for a present, isn't he? The boy, however, stubbornly turned his head, feigning indifference. I don't need anything. Xiao Lulang, holding a small gift, teased. If you don't want it, I'll give it to the dog. Curiosity piqued, little monk whirled around. He's too small to play with that. He lunged forward, snatching the gift from Xiao Liulang's hand. Having distributed gifts to everyone else, Xiao Lulang finally produced a box for Gu Qiao. This is for you. Gu Qiao's face lit up with anticipation. At least 100 taels of silver, I hope. He had specifically mentioned giving her 100 taels. She was already celebrating in her mind, but upon opening the box, she found a calligraphy brush. Disappointment washed over her. Xiao Lulang, however, looked pleased with himself. Your handwriting isn't quite up to par yet. Besides your posture, the brush you use is crucial. Her face fell. 100 taels gone. And for what? A calligraphy brush. Oblivious to her inner turmoil, he continued, his voice filled with pride. This wolf hair brush was crafted by the most renowned artisan in the city. It's perfect for you. The old woman, observing the young couple, chuckled softly. He then produced a plantain green jade pendant and offered it to her. Gu Qiao looked at it quizzically. What's this? He turned to leave. My wealth is at the money house. If you need anything, go and get it yourself. They quickly entered their room. Gu Qiao examined his leg. Lulang, your recovery seems to be progressing well. She gently rubbed his leg. Does it still hurt? He shook his head. Not anymore. Fearing he was downplaying his pain, as he had before, she looked up at him, asking again. Not even a little? Not bad at all, she thought to herself. It seemed Feng Lin hadn't been slacking, ensuring he kept up with his exercises. I'll go see if your grandmother needs any help. Gu Qiao rose to her feet. All right, go ahead. But seeing him still using his crutch, she wondered. His basic functions had returned. Why hadn't he discarded the crutch yet? Was she being overprotective, or was something else amiss? Looking at Xiao Liulang's retreating figure, a wave of concern washed over her. What has he truly been through? The scene shifted to the Gu family home. Dinner was underway. Gu Ershun's father spoke up. Lulang placed first in both the county and prefectural exams. Just one more, and he'd have achieved the small trifecta. Gu Dashun slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. That's probably because the grand tutor personally tutored him. Of course, he'd improve greatly. Before the county exam, I visited Grand Tutor Li every day, and he invited me to go to the pleasure houses with him. A murmur rippled through the family. Only Gu Xiaoshun remained silent, head bowed over his food. Gu Qiao is so lucky. Gu Yuena, shameless as ever, continued eating. Sister Qiao is truly blessed to have married a scholar. She paid no mind to the others, savoring her meal. Another voice chimed in, filled with resentment. It's all because of that wretched girl. Even after the truth came out, switching people didn't change a thing. It cost the old master his position as Li Jing. Old Master Gu spoke angrily. What blessing is it for Qiaonyang? It's clearly a blessing for Xiao Lulang. Does he even know who he married? The daughter of the Marquis household. The members of the Gu family's main and second branches exchanged resentful glances. The meal ended quickly. When it was Gu Xiaoshuan's turn, the Gu family's second branch hastily piled a large piece of meat into his bowl. Xiaoshun, it's not easy for you to come home. Eat more meat. Old Master Gu forced a jovial expression, saying to the boy, Xiaoshun, your uncle has prepared some delicious pastries and 2 hens. In a bit, I'll go with you to take them to your sister. Xiaoshun asked innocently, I can go by myself. Why do you need to come? He chuckled. Families shouldn't hold grudges. We were wrong before, and now we're making it up to your sister, right? From now on, our family will be harmonious and happy. Although Gu Xiaoshan was usually simple-minded, he saw right through them. You're just trying to cozy up to us now that my brother-in-law passed the imperial exam, aren't you? Where are the things? The Gu family elders hastily brought out the chickens and pastries. They're all here. Your aunt has already prepared them. Once he had the items, the boy's expression changed, and he darted off like a shot. I'm going. Old Master Gu, sensing the shift in the situation, tried to stop him. Gu Xiaoshan, stop, the boy yelled back. As if I'd wait for you. You owe my sister. Get lost. After running outside, he shrewdly locked the door from the outside, leaving old Master Gu sputtering in frustration. Standing inside, he continued to curse. that little brat. Meanwhile, at the Warm Springs estate, the Marquis was reading a letter in his study, his expression strained. Someone asked, "What is it, Marquis? Is something wrong at the manor?" He answered anxiously, "Nothing's wrong at the manor. It's a letter from Consort Shu." The attendant inquired, "Is something the matter with Consort Shu? Her birthday is coming up after this visit. Jinxio's birthday falls on the same day. She's asking when I'll bring Jinxio back to the capital. Jinxio is of age this year, and she reminded me not to forget." Huang Zhong chuckled. Consort Shu must miss the young miss very much. The Marquis sighed. Even though Consort Shu doesn't expect her to participate in the selection, Jinxio's talent has always endeared her to the consort. A headache throbbed at his temples, and Yinner's health has improved. She can return to the capital as well. Huang Zhong reminded him, "Marquis, what about the young Miss's acknowledgement? Isn't that young Miss coming back with us?" The Marquis said helplessly, "Yu Dim is her confidant. There won't be any problems. And Chun Tang's medicine is working for now, so a little delay won't matter. It's just that the child grew up in the countryside. Her manners and speech aren't refined. Compared to the elegant Jinxio, his lost daughter was a source of embarrassment. Returning to the capital with her would undoubtedly invite criticism. He needed to find someone to properly educate her before they went back." Huang Zhong poured cold water on his plans. "Are you overthinking it? What if the young miss doesn't want to return?" The Marquis crossed his arms smugly. "Even if she doesn't want to, she has to. I am her father. Whether she believes it or not, I will bring her back. What can she do to resist?" Huang Zhong turned away without a word, inwardly sighing. Who was it that got kicked up a tree by the young miss before? At Xiao Liulong's house, one of the Gu family elders suddenly appeared, dressed plainly. She seemed to have stumbled upon something unexpected. Little Monk was enthusiastically commanding his flock of chickens. The elder greeted him. "Little Monk, out playing chicken fights again?" Little Monk replied smartly, "I'm training my formation so I can protect the house and keep bad people from bothering Sister Chiao." The little monk's innocent words left her speechless. She thought to herself, Gu Chonghai really made such a fuss that even the children know. How embarrassing. Unaware that she was considered a bad person, Little Monk waved and said, "Auntie Zhang, I'm going to continue my training now." She stared, dumbfounded. Other people's chickens run around everywhere, but his little chickens can actually line up? Little Monk walked ahead cheerfully. They're all lined up nicely. I can even tell if anyone cuts in line when I turn around. Meanwhile, Gu Dasan was reading aloud outside. King Liang Hui wrote, "I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the governance of my kingdom. To the north, I know there is no peace, and it troubles me like a ringing in my ears. To the south, there is stability, and I have no worries. If this is the case, how can the kingdom endure?" Little Monk, venturing out, spotted him and thought, is that Xiaoshuan's brother? Why is he reading here instead of at home? Little Monk, curious, toddled closer to Gu Dasan, observing him intently. Then, suddenly from behind him, he piped up, "This character is red as Zheng." Startled, Gu Dasan exclaimed. Gu Xiao picked up a Little Monk. "What's he doing here?" He then feigned authority, saying, "If you don't understand, little brat, don't spout nonsense." Little Monk quickly retorted, "I'm not spouting nonsense. I've studied this before. It's the Diamond Sutra Heart Mantra. I memorized it a long time ago." Gu Dasan, wanting to test the Little Monk, pointed to another character. "Then how about this one?" Without missing a beat, Little Monk recited, "Gate, gate, Paragate, Parasam gate, Bodhi Svaha." Astonished, Gu Dasan muttered, "This kid actually understands." Little Monk, now brimming with confidence, began to tease. "How do you even read? I heard you're a scholar. Are all scholars this dim?" A sudden worry clouded his face. "Oh no, brother-in-law is a scholar too. I wonder if he's this stupid. Can he even raise children properly?" Unable to bear the blow to his pride, Gu Dasan crouched down, muttering, "Stupid." Little Monk, meanwhile, had already begun to marshal his flock of chickens. "Little one, little seven, line up. We're going home to test brother-in-law." Back home, Little Monk immediately called for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang, puzzled, asked, "What do you need me for?" Little Monk rummaged around for a moment. "Wait a minute," he said, and then, having located a book, looked at Xiao Lulang with an expectant gaze. I found it. How do you read this? Little monk pointed at several characters, all of which Xiao Lulang recognized instantly. This one. And how do you read this last one? What does it mean? Xiao Lulang read clearly, the price of Meidan. It refers to furniture made from the white sandalwood of plum trees. Curious, he asked. Why are you suddenly so interested in characters today? Little monk, satisfied, declared, All right, I'm content for now. Xiao Lulang, looking at the little monk, thought to himself, Normally, children start learning at 7, but this little monk already has some basic knowledge from the temple. Sending him to school might be a good idea. It would also stop him from clinging to Gu Qiao all the time. Meanwhile, at the Marquis residence, Gu Kandu was playing Go with the Marchioness. A servant interrupted, reminding the Marchioness that someone had arrived. Startled, the Marchioness exclaimed, Someone has arrived? Let's see what it is. Seeing her distraction, Gu Kandu said gently, You must be tired after playing for so long. Why don't you rest for a bit and have something to eat? The Marchioness agreed and immediately had the Go board cleared, replaced with a selection of fruits and sweet osmanthus cakes. Looking at the Marchioness, Gu Kandu inquired, You've been looking well lately. The Marchioness thought to herself, It's true. After taking Miss Gu's medicine, I've been feeling much better. I just don't understand why I've been thinking about her so much recently. Thoughtfully, Gu Kandu draped a shawl over the Marchioness's shoulders. It's windy. Be careful not to catch a chill. A pang of guilt struck the Marchioness. Kandu is so thoughtful, yet I, as her mother, feel so ashamed. When she was 9, I favored Yenner and kept my distance from her. When she was 3, Yenner poured hot water on another child. Kandu, in her anger, pinned the child down, almost suffocating her. When I found out, I slapped her without a word. There was no need to hit her, but back then I even considered abandoning her. Kandu was such a good child, and yet I, her mother, thought of giving her up. Overcome with emotion, the Marchioness began to weep. Surprised, Gu Kandu asked, Mother, why are you crying? The Marchioness then asked, Do you think I haven't been good enough to you all these years? Gu Kandu quickly replied, Of course not. You've been wonderful to me, just like father and grandmother. You and my brother are the most important people in the world to me. I'll love you both forever. At that moment, a servant girl rushed in. Miss, a new batch of peonies has arrived. They're waiting for you to inspect them. Gu Kandu quickly excused herself. I won't keep you any longer. Be careful on your way, and don't catch a cold. Elsewhere in the Marquis estate, a group of servants were gossiping. Do you have a death wish? How dare you spread such rumors? Be careful. Someone might overhear and report you to the Marquis and Marchioness. They'll have your head. The maid was still arguing. I'm not lying. I heard it with my own ears. Madame recognized them as Mama Fong and her niece, Tui Tui. Isn't that girl supposed to be sweeping the Lord Marquis' study? What's she doing here in the middle of the night? Mama Fong hissed at her. You must have misheard. But the little maid was insistent. I didn't. The Lord Marquis said it himself. Our young miss was switched at birth. She's not the Lord Marquis and Madame's real daughter. The Marchioness, having overheard, was utterly stunned, unable to believe her ears. She could contain herself no longer. What did you say? Switched at birth. Both Mama Fong and Tui Tui jumped, their faces paling as they saw the Marchioness standing there, trembling. Repeat what you just said. What do you mean? Switched at birth. Mama Fong rushed to deny it. Madam, please don't listen to her nonsense. But the Marchioness was past reason. Silence, she roared. The terrified maid stammered. The young miss, she was switched at birth. She's not your and the Lord Marquis' daughter. The real young miss grew up in the countryside, ugly and foolish, always being bullied. When the Lord Marquis found her, before she could finish, the Marchioness, unable to bear the shock, collapsed to the ground, unconscious, leaving the maid petrified with fear. The Marquis, upon learning of the incident, thundered, Useless fools! How could you attend to the Marchioness so carelessly, leaving her alone in the courtyard? The maids wept and pleaded, Lord Marquis, spare us. Madame hasn't wanted anyone following her lately. We dared not disobey. Mama Fong rushed in. The imperial physician has arrived. The Marquis immediately commanded, Forget the formalities. Attend to the Marchioness at once. The imperial physician hurried forward and began to take her pulse. The Marquis hovered anxiously. How is she, imperial physician Shun? Imperial physician, Chun shook his head. Strange, very strange. The Marquis pressed him. Strange how? Is her condition serious? Not serious, the physician replied. May I see what medicine the Marchioness has been taking recently? Bring it to me. Mama Fong looked puzzled. Isn't it the medicine you prescribed? She quickly retrieved a small jar. This is what Madam has been taking. He picked out a pill and sniffed it, then sighed. Ginseng, jujube, lingji, cinnamon bark, amino acids. How can these be formed into this shape? Imperial physician, Chen turned to Mama Fong. Where did this medicine come from? I never prescribed this. Mama Fong stammered. I don't quite recall. It's been a while. Madam wasn't taking any medicine before. Then suddenly she started. I thought she finally heeded your advice. Imperial physician Chen. The Marquis, his worry evident, asked. Imperial physician, was it this medicine that caused the Marchioness to faint? Imperial physician Chen replied. I cannot say for certain. The calming ingredients in this medicine are harmless to the body. However, I've never encountered this particular concoction before. I dare not speculate. The Marquis's face darkened. Who gave her this medicine? He demanded. His anger flared. Who gave the Marchioness this? Mama Lin trembled. This servant doesn't know. While I attend to Madam, Mama Fong is with her most often. The Marquis's face was etched with worry. Go, bring Mama Fong to me. Seeing this, Imperial physician Chun hurriedly advised the Marquis not to worry. The Marchioness's pulse is much stronger now. This medicine may be harmless after all. The Marquis snapped. Then how do you explain her sudden collapse? Imperial physician Chen stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. The Marchioness may be regaining consciousness soon. We can ask her then. For now, continue with the medicine I prescribed. Mama Lin stared grimly at the unconscious Marchioness, fear gripping her heart, silencing her tongue. Just then, Tui Tui entered. Mama Lin, startled, whirled around and demanded, What are you doing here? Tui Tui replied. Huang Zhong suddenly came looking for Mama Fong. Has something happened? Madam's condition has improved greatly since she started taking the medicine. The maid wasn't just unhappy, she was terrified. Words that shouldn't be spoken? A little agitation and I'll die. She glanced at the simmering medicine, a malicious glint sparking in her eyes. Consort Shu sent a letter, urging the Marquis to bring the young miss back to the capital for her coming-of-age ceremony. The young master's illness has also subsided. The Marquis will certainly bring the Marchioness and young master back as well. We can't wait any longer. Early on the third morning, Mama Lin found an excuse to dismiss the other maids. All right, I'll look after things here. You go to the kitchen and see how the Marchioness's nephew is doing. They didn't understand, but obediently followed her instructions. She crept in, carrying a bowl of steaming medicine, her face a mask of cruelty. Marchioness, don't blame me. Blame those who don't want you to return to the Marquis's estate. With that, she poured the medicine down the Marchioness's throat, muttering, I'm so sorry. At the same time, Gu Qiao arrived to examine the young master. Before leaving, she cautioned the maid, the young master's condition is stable. As long as he continues taking his medicine, he should live for another 2 or 3 years without issue. Yuna accepted the medicine, cheerfully replying, I'll definitely make sure the young master takes it. Gu Qiao then took her leave. After a few steps, she paused abruptly. There's moaning coming from over there. I should check it out. She approached a room with the door slightly ajar, the scent of medicine heavy in the air. Gu Qiao entered and was shocked to discover the Marchioness lying on the bed. Stepping further inside, the pungent smell of medicine intensified. She noticed residue on the blanket. Picking it up and sniffing it, she realized with horror it was aconite. Aconite could dispel cold, but it was inherently toxic. The Marchioness had a constitution prone to coldness, and she needed to induce vomiting quickly. Thinking this, Gu Qiao reached into the Marchioness's mouth, first using a straw. Seeing her lying there, barely clinging to life, Gu Qiao urged her, Hold on, Gu Dim needs you. Suddenly, several maids burst into the room. Uncomprehending, they cried out, Who are you? What are you doing to the Marchioness? Startled, Gu Qiao turned, unable to explain. One maid lunged forward. Stop! You're trying to kill the Marchioness! The maids inadvertently stumbled and fell, creating a commotion. They screamed, Someone help! Someone's trying to harm the Marchioness. Hearing the noise, the Marquis rushed in. What's going on? Who's trying to harm the Marchioness? Seeing Gu Qiao, he spat out venomous words. What's this wench doing here? She remained silent, focused on saving the Marchioness, and didn't bother to explain. The Marquis's face darkened as a thought took root. Is this girl poisoning her own mother? His face turning purple with rage, he strode forward to stop her. Stop this instant. He brutally raised his riding crop and lashed out. I said stop. He whipped Gu Qiao's back mercilessly. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she shielded the makeshift for she'd rigged for the Marchioness. She gasped, just a little longer. The Marquis, unreasonable, continued to berate her. Will you stop or not? Gu Qiao's patience snapped. She looked up, her gaze locking with his. If you don't want her to die, get out of the way. The Marquis, taken aback by her intensity, recoiled. A moment later, Gu Qiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, the infusion is done. The Marchioness stirred slightly, but her face remained ashen. Gu Qiao helped her sit up, preparing for the next step, inducing vomiting. She then reached into the Marchioness's mouth and began guiding her to take deep breaths. Her movements were practiced and efficient. Soon, the Marchioness vomited the poison. Gu Qiao gently laid her back down, finally allowing herself to relax. Thankfully, we were in time. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. Just as she was gathering her things to leave, Imperial Physician Chen entered. He exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the little apothecary from the Hall of Returning Spring? Let me check the Marchioness's pulse." He examined her, then exclaimed in alarm, "The Marchioness has been poisoned with aconite." The Marquis's face paled. "What?" he roared, the word a thunderclap in the tense room. Physician Chen continued, "Fortunately, the Marquis had the foresight to send this young apothecary who promptly induced vomiting. If not for her quick thinking, the Marchioness would have lost her life. It's remarkable how skilled such a young apothecary from the Hall of Returning Spring can be." The Marquis watched Gu Qiao leave, disbelief etched on his face. Regret gnawed at him, and he started after her, muttering, "Why didn't she say anything? Why did she just endure the beating?" He followed, intending to call her back, but pride held him back, preventing a full apology. "It wasn't my fault," he reasoned internally. "She should have explained herself. I wouldn't have misunderstood otherwise." He stopped, his pursuit abandoned. Gu Qiao hurried away from the Marquis's estate, tremors running through her body. Her slender frame looked heartbreakingly fragile against the backdrop of the bustling street. Meanwhile, a maid knelt, pleading, "My lord, please spare me. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I've been wrongly accused." The Marquis sat calmly, sipping his tea. "Wrongly accused?" he asked, his voice deceptively mild. "Then tell me, how did the Marchioness collapse?" The maid stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. His face darkened, a storm brewing in his eyes. "It seems your tongue is useless. Perhaps it should be removed." Terror seized the maid. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything," she blurted. "It was Mama Lin. Mama Lin told me to do it. She told me to eavesdrop and then deliberately tell the Marchioness what I heard." The Marquis's eyes widened in alarm. "What did you tell the Marchioness?" The maid sobbed. I told her that the young miss wasn't her real daughter, that she had been switched at birth." The Marquis's face turned a mottled purple. "Damn you," he raged. He rose, hand raised to strike the cowering maid. "How dare you?" "My lord, spare me," she shrieked. "Mama Lin forced me. She said if I didn't obey, she'd have her niece beat me to death." The Marquis ground his teeth, his mind racing. "I feared this would happen," he thought. "Better I hadn't acknowledged the child than to have her suffer this, and to have these two wretches expose the truth." He addressed the maid again. "The Marchioness has never mistreated her. Why would she do this?" The maid wiped her tears. "I don't know," she sobbed. "Mama Lin told me to do it, but she never let me ask why." A cruel smile twisted the Marquis's lips. "You obey her more than you obey me and the Marchioness? Her word is law." He gave his command cold and final. "Drag her away. Beat her to death." Guards entered, and the maid's screams for mercy echoed through the halls. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the Marquis turned to Huang Zhong. "Is she dead?" Huang Zhong nodded. "Yes, my lord." Huang Zhong continued, "Murdered. Mama Lin's body was staged to look like a suicide by hanging." The Marquis's face hardened. "I understand," the Marquis said, his voice tight. "Double the guard at the estate. No one, aside from Mama Fong, is to go near the Marchioness." Night had fallen, and a heavy silence settled over the estate. The Marquis dismissed Huang Zhong. "You may retire. You needn't stay tonight." Mama Fong spoke, her voice hesitant. "My lord, must you take the Marchioness back to the capital?" He didn't answer. She continued, I know the Marquis's household dotes on her, but I fear that aside from you, my lord, no one in the Marquis's household will welcome her back, not even the old dowager or the current Marchioness. The Marquis's expression darkened. She is my wife, he stated firmly. I will protect her. You needn't worry. He approached the bed and gently took his wife's hand. I won't let anything happen to you. The Marchioness's eyes fluttered open. Relief flooded the Marquis's face. You're awake, he exclaimed. Are you feeling all right? But a look of panic filled her eyes. My child, she whispered. Where is my child? Guilt flickered across the Marquis's features. She was just here. The Marchioness bolted upright in bed, agitation etched on her face. The Marquis, his voice soothing, attempted to calm her. Don't get upset, he pleaded. Let me finish. They are healthy, and I've found them. When you're fully recovered, I'll take you to see them. But the Marchioness, her voice firm with conviction, insisted, I am recovered. I know. It's just that it's late tonight. You going now would only disturb their sleep. Tomorrow, I promise you. A note of reproach crept into the Marchioness's voice. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The Marquis remained silent, offering no immediate reply. Sensing his hesitation, the Marchioness pressed on, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Don't tell me. You don't want them back? Surprise flickered across the Marquis's face. That's not true at all. Don't even think such a thing. It's just, having lost them once, I didn't want to risk losing them again. He explained his plan. I had intended to have your blood and Yinner's tested for compatibility before telling you anything. But Yinner and you get along so well. I thought if there wasn't a blood connection, Yinner wouldn't speak so highly of them. The Marchioness's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Yinner has met them too? The Marquis, no longer seeing the need for secrecy, nodded. Yes, it's the little apothecary at the Hall of Returning Spring. Overwhelmed with joy, her face alight with hope, she asked, Do you have a drawing of them? Her voice thick with emotion, she pleaded, Please, my lord. His love for his wife compelled him to pick up a brush and begin to sketch. But a shadow of resentment lingered in his heart. The first time you begged me for something, he thought bitterly, and it's for a picture of that brat. He quickly produced a perfunctory drawing and handed it to his wife. The Marchioness's face fell as she looked at it. What is this you've drawn? He coughed, feigning embarrassment. Well, they're not very attractive. Indignant, she threw the drawing back at him. Clearly, it's your drawing that's unattractive. Finally, she conceded defeat and asked someone else to draw a portrait. The servant standing nearby could barely contain their laughter. She even asked Yinner to draw, but declared that Yinner's drawing was even worse than her own. Meanwhile, at Gu Qiao's house, everyone was diligently working. The little monk came running in, his face etched with worry. Xiao Qi isn't eating, he announced anxiously. I don't know if it's sick. Xiao Lu Lang, who had a playful rivalry with the little monk, teased him. I told you don't know how to raise chickens. See? You've gone and killed it. The little monk bristled. No, Xiao Qi won't die. I take good care of it. Gu Qiao intervened, her voice calm. Let me have a look. She gently poked Xiao Qi's belly, then turned to the little monk. Silly, it's just full. It can't eat any more. The little monk frowned, scolding the chicken. You've been stealing food again, haven't you? As Gu Qiao straightened up, a wave of dizziness washed over her. She stumbled, falling into Xiao Lu Lang's arms. He looked at her with concern. Are you all right? She quickly reassured him, insisting she wasn't ill. Gathering an armful of firewood, she headed inside, adding, Dinner's almost ready. Go and call Xiao Shun and her mother back to eat. Xiao Lu Lang watched her, his brow furrowed with worry. Are you sure you're okay? Gu Qiao forced a smile. I'm fine, she said, her voice a little weaker than usual. Just a little scratch. Back at the Marquis's estate, the Marchioness gazed at the portrait of her child, tears streaming down her face. It's them, she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. At Gu Qiao's house, everyone was enjoying a cheerful meal together. Outside, thunder rumbled and rain lashed down, showing no sign of stopping. Gu Qiao shivered beneath the covers, her face flushed and sweat-soaked despite the cold weather. Worried about her, Xiao Lu Lang quietly opened her door in the middle of the night. He stopped short, his eyes widening in alarm at the sight of the basin and white cloth stained crimson with blood on the table. Is she injured? He wondered. He approached Gu Qiao's bedside and gently called her name, but she didn't respond. He hesitantly reached out and touched her forehead, recoiling in shock at the burning heat. Suddenly, Gu Qiao's eyes flew open and she grabbed his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Startled, Xiao Lu Lang froze. Gu Qiao's head throbbed. Though her voice was weak, it held a sharp edge. Trying to take advantage of me? Flustered, Xiao Lu Lang quickly denied it. No, I just wanted to see how you were doing. In her delirium, Gu Qiao pushed Xiao Lu Lang's arm away, turning to her side. Don't hog all the space, she mumbled. Xiao Lu Lang froze, realizing she was dreaming. He turned his head and let out a soft sigh of relief. Suddenly, the old woman appeared behind him like a ghost, startling him. Flustered, Xiao Lu Lang stammered, "Please don't misunderstand." But the old woman remained silent, placing a small blue bottle on the table. Finished, she turned towards the door and said gently, "Aren't you husband and wife? What's there to misunderstand?" With an impassive face, the old woman quietly closed the door, leaving the two of them alone. Despite her outward indifference, curiosity burned within her. The old woman didn't leave, but instead stood outside the door, peeking in for a moment. She muttered to herself, "That boy should understand my hint." Xiao Lu Lang looked at the bottle on the table, his expression pensive. He approached Gu Qiao and gently rolled her over, a strange feeling of wrongdoing creeping into his heart. With a neutral expression, he slowly opened the bottle in his hand. It was the first time he had seen her body at such close proximity. His hand trembled as it touched Gu Qiao's skin. He slowly lifted her shirt, chanting silently, "Don't look, don't look." Xiao Lu Lang's gaze remained fixed on the task at hand, but his cheeks flushed crimson. He reassured himself, "It's just applying medicine." Gu Qiao's back was exposed before him. A long, still bleeding wound stretched across her skin. His eyes drifted to her face, and a wave of tenderness washed over him. Who had she fought with to sustain such a serious injury? The thought of her enduring the pain until now filled him with anger. "Damn it," he muttered. "Who did this to her?" After cleaning and bandaging the wound, he carefully pulled Gu Qiao's shirt back down. He thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. His hand brushed a stray strand of hair from Gu Qiao's face, revealing her innocent features. A pang of sympathy struck Xiao Lu Lang. She had endured so much hardship throughout her life, but it wasn't fair that she should constantly face such unpleasantness. Having finished, he quickly returned to his own room. But on the way, he accidentally bumped into Gu Qiao's medicine box. Curiosity piqued, he sat down and picked it up. "What is this? Why is there so much?" Xiao Lu Lang held the medicine box, pondering its contents. She hadn't had this box before she fell into the water. He looked at the woman beside him, suspicion swirling in his mind. And that wound on her back, just how many secrets was she hiding? He accidentally knocked some of the contents out of the box again. Strangely, it seemed as though the box produced whatever one might need. He picked up one of the items and froze. Like a curious child, he closed and opened the box again. Unsure of its purpose, he wondered if he, like Gu Qiao, was experiencing dizziness and seeing things. He chided himself for entering her room in the middle of the night and opening her box. Dismissing his thoughts, he quickly placed the box back where he found it. Outside, the old woman's face was flushed, as red as the legendary flames of anger. "That clueless boy," she muttered impatiently. "When will I have a grandchild?" Then, all fell silent as everyone returned to their homes and to sleep. Early the next morning, the Marquis and Marchioness arrived at Gu Qiao's house. They brought with them a large carriage and a troop of escorting soldiers. The Marchioness called out urgently, "Is anyone home?" The little monk, his eyes bright and sparkling, skipped to the door. Seeing the strangers before him, he asked, "Who are you?" The clever little monk quickly recognized the woman before him as the beautiful lady who had come to the temple to burn incense. Then he looked at the man beside her, his expression filled with disdain. "It's the bad man who captured me and Xiao Qiao. Why are you two together?" The innocent little monk asked the Marchioness, "Did he capture you too?" The Marchioness replied gently, "I miss you. You're the little monk from the temple, aren't you? What's your name?" The bright-eyed boy answered smartly, "My name is Jing Kong. I'm not a little monk anymore. I've left the mountain." She affectionately stroked his head and said, "I'm here to see Qiao Qiao. Is Qiao Qiao home?" At the mention of Qiao Qiao, the little monk's eyes lit up. "You know Qiao Qiao too?" The Marchioness nodded gently. "Yes, I do." The little monk said sadly, "You can't see her today. She's ill and can't receive visitors." The Marquis's heart sank. That girl wouldn't be injured because of the whipping yesterday, would she? He thought to himself. Seeing that her daughter was ill, the Marchioness became very worried. "Could you let me in to see her? I promise I won't disturb her." The little monk was very understanding. He replied, I'm not sure if Xiao Qiao wants to see you. Wait a moment, let me go ask her. Inside Gu Qiao's simple home, the Marchioness had now made her way in. She looked at her own daughter restlessly lying in bed, her heart filled with worry. She gently caressed her daughter's hands, her heart aching. They were covered in wounds and calluses. Looking at the daughter before her, she couldn't hold back her tears. How much you've suffered all these years, she lamented. Little Jing Kong was still standing outside with the marquis. Seeing the old woman come out, he politely greeted her. Hello, Auntie. The old woman yawned and said in surprise, Why aren't you out playing today? Although only 6 years old, little Jing Kong was very sensible. He said seriously, Xiao Qiao is sick. I want to stay and take care of her. The old woman looked at the man in front of her suspiciously. Who is this? Little Jing Kong thought hard for a moment. Loyal to his word, he reassured himself he couldn't tell. He had promised Xiao Qiao not to tell her family about being captured, so as not to worry her grandmother and the bad uncle. Hearing the old woman's voice, the Marquis felt a jolt of surprise. I remember Huang Zhong saying she had an aunt living with her. He sighed, scoffing, Poor as they are, and they taken an old woman? Why not pick up a minister or the Empress Dowager while they're at it? Curious, he turned to see who the old woman was. The result was utter shock. His eyes widened, his jaw dropping open. It was her, the ruthless Grand Empress Dowager. The Marquis's face paled, fear rendering him speechless. The old woman glared at him, her voice flat and reproachful. What a strange man. He tried to step forward, but his legs suddenly gave way, sending him crumpling to the ground. The old woman took a step back, sighing. There's no need for that. Little Jing Kong said intelligently to the old woman. They came looking for Xiao Qiao. The lady benefactor has already gone inside. I'm here to guard and keep him from entering. The old woman praised his cleverness. Jing Kong, you've done well. I find this man very strange. Beaming at the praise, the little monk's eyes shone like headlights. Yes, I'll continue to stand guard. The Marquis struggled to his feet, squinting at the old woman. He straightened up, craning his neck to peer inside for a moment. Dressed like this, she doesn't really look the part. Besides, how could the Empress Dowager be here? Just then, the old woman was leisurely eating cookies, the rustling sound catching the little monk's attention. He turned and exclaimed, Annie, are you sneaking sweets again? The old woman, a plate of cookies in hand, turned away, feigning innocence. Don't be silly. Andy isn't eating anything. Flustered at being caught, she quickly stood and hurried off. The clever little Jing Kong immediately chased after her. Annie, don't run. When Xiao Qiao gets better, I'll tell her. The old woman panicked. Don't you dare. The Marquis, still stroking his chin in thought, muttered, See, I told you. This gluttonous old woman couldn't possibly be that ruthless Empress Dowager. Gu Qiao stirred, slowly opening her eyes. Xiao Qiao, she murmured, her head swimming with dizziness. Suddenly, she felt a presence by her bed. Reflexively, she drew the knife hidden beneath her pillow. Gu Qiao's movements were swift and practiced, the blade pressing against the Marchioness's throat in a heartbeat. The Marchioness gasped, Xiao Qiao, it's me? It's Mother. Recognition dawned in Gu Qiao's eyes. Seeing it was the Marchioness, she immediately lowered the weapon, breathing a sigh of relief. You almost scared me to death. She politely apologized, her mind still foggy from her illness. The Marchioness, ever gracious, spoke softly. It's all right. How are you feeling? As she spoke, she reached out to Gu Qiao in a gesture of affection. But Gu Qiao, feeling a strange disconnect, instinctively flinched away. The Marchioness sadly withdrew her hand. I'm so sorry. I frightened you. Gu Qiao thought to herself, my fever is still high. I can't control myself. I've already hurt her. Composing herself, the Marchioness offered a warm smile. Fine. How are you feeling? Xiao Qiao. Gu Qiao was perplexed. The Marchioness's first reaction wasn't to her own injury, but to Gu Qiao's well-being. I'm all right, she replied. What brings you here, madam? As she spoke, the Marchioness drew back the curtains, letting the bright sunlight stream into the room. Nothing in particular, she replied gently. I just came to see you. Gu Qiao squinted against the sudden brightness. But madam, you were poisoned. You should be resting. The Marchioness's eyes shone with anticipation, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I know. There's something I need to tell you. She placed a hand on Gu Qiao's face, gazing at her intently, lost for words. Then, tears welling in her eyes, she trembled as she spoke. I'm your mother. A short while later, the door to Gu Qiao's room opened, and the Marchioness emerged. The Marquis, waiting anxiously outside, rushed to her side. "Are you all right?" he asked. She assured him she was fine, then inquired about the pastries she had sent. Retrieving the box of pastries, she presented it to the old woman. "Here you are," she said. "I must be going now. Qiao, please try these. I made them myself. I hope they suit your taste." The old woman accepted the pastries, her expression unreadable. The Marchioness departed, a look of disappointment clouding her features. "She only responded to me when she saw the pastries," she thought sadly. Once inside the carriage, the Marquis pressed her. "What did she say to you?" Rewinding 2 hours, Gu Qiao hadn't been surprised by the Marchioness's revelation. "You should have told me sooner," she'd said. "Even just 6 months ago would have been better." The Marchioness, completely bewildered, was filled with regret. "My adoptive parents died 9 years ago," Gu Qiao continued. "The family split up a year ago. Why would you want us to have come 6 months earlier?" the Marchioness asked, her heart aching. "Did something happen then that we don't know about?" Her voice was filled with anguish. "Were you hurt?" At that moment, Xiao Lulang was on his way back. Their carriages passed each other by chance, and he caught a glimpse of the Marquis's carriage returning to the estate. His eyes widened in recognition. "The Marquis of Zhaodu," he exclaimed. He leaned out of the carriage, staring after them in disbelief. "I must be seeing things," he muttered. Scratching his head, he still seemed dazed. "First, I see someone who looks just like the Grand Empress Dowager, and now a scholar who looks exactly like the Marquis of Zhaodu. I'm definitely hallucinating." Xiao Lulang, too, had noticed the opulent carriage. "That's the Marquis's carriage," he remarked. "But they certainly weren't here for me." Urgency filled his voice. "Uncle, hurry! Qiao is ill." Meanwhile, Gu Qiao lay in bed, lost in thought. "So I misunderstood him that day. When he said he was my father, he meant it literally. I thought he was just trying to cause trouble. But that doesn't matter. He's still obnoxious. I was right to hit him. The dream was what mattered," she told herself. Her family had all come to find her now. If she could have told them sooner, perhaps she could have seen them. In her previous dreams, the only familiar face here was his. Dao Shi and Gu Yin never appeared. Without the protection of blood ties, she was like a drifting duckweed in her dreams. Nominally a young mistress, but living like an ordinary person, an outsider. Dao Shi couldn't have been abandoned because of her connections. Perhaps Gu Yin had died of a heart ailment before. Unable to bear the blow, Dao Shi had died of grief or taken her own life. Little Jing Kong suddenly hopped in, a cut on his hand. Seeing the adorable little boy, Gu Qiao worriedly asked, "What happened to you?" He said petulantly, "I hurt myself shelling chestnuts." Gu Qiao gently applied medicine and comforted him. "It's all right, it's not serious. I'll put medicine on it. Be careful next time." Little Jing Kong held up his finger coquettishly. "Qiao, blow on it for me." His face, round like a steamed bun, and his bright, teary eyes looked utterly charming. Gu Qiao immediately obliged, blowing on his finger a few times. The little monk, his eyes sparkling, said with satisfaction, "Amazing! Qiao's breath makes it all better." After the little monk cheerfully left, she checked her medicine box and exclaimed in surprise, "How did I suddenly get so much medicine?" Picking up 2 bottles, she froze. Kidney-nourishing Yin pills and 7-step yang-boosting tea. Gu Qiao stared at them, suspicion swirling in her mind. She then turned and slammed the box shut with a thud, wondering, "Who touched my medicine box? How did it suddenly become such a mess?" Meanwhile, at the Marquis's residence, he was trying to persuade his wife. "Why are you in such a hurry? Kandu won't be happy." But the Marchioness was determined to bring her biological daughter back soon. She retorted angrily, "Won't Xiao be heartbroken? Xiao just found out she's not the 3rd Master Gu's daughter. How can that compare to being the daughter of the Marquis's household?" The Marquis, realizing his slip of the tongue, corrected his address and continued, "Xiao might be very happy to learn about her true identity, but Kandu will be shocked." But thinking of her biological daughter, she said, "I don't think so." The Marchioness remained firm in her decision, adding, "Both Xiao and Kandu are my daughters. Xiao must know the truth, because she has to return to the Marquis's household. If Kandu doesn't want to know, then there's no need to tell her." Hearing this, the Marquis's expression shifted. He had no affection for this biological daughter. That girl was too lazy. What if the Gu family wanted Kandu back? That wouldn't be fair to Kandu. The Gu family would surely want Kandu back just as much as he wanted Xiao. Xiao. At this thought, the Marquis wanted to shout, "I don't want that girl. What's the point of bringing her back? To start fights?" Having thought this, he immediately countered, "I don't think that family is suitable. They even tried to use their own daughter to replace Xiao Xiao's identity. We'd better stay away from them." The Marchioness was startled. There was such a thing? Did Xiao Xiao suffer in that house? He hastily added, "Don't worry, my dear, I've already dealt with them. Just look at the state of the Gu family. We can't let Kandu go back there to suffer." The Marchioness said resolutely, "Of course not. Whether Kandu returns or not, she's still my daughter." At this point, they decided to explain the situation to Gu Yin and Gu Kandu children. You know about the baby swap. It's the little medicine boy at Wu Chun Tang. But the two children reacted completely differently. Gu Kandu was indignant, having been sulking for a while. Gu Yin, on the other hand, was thrilled. Gu Kandu couldn't accept it. She burst out angrily. "How could this be? So I'm not your real daughter? And that girl, the one everyone looks down on, is—" The Marchioness gently suggested, "Kandu, I want to arrange a time for you to meet the Gu family." Gu Kandu's face remained cold, and she stayed silent. That night, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Kandu opened the door and stepped outside. She looked up at the sky, a melancholic expression on her face. A maid hurried over, her voice laced with concern. "Miss Kandu, why are you out here? The wind is strong. You'll catch a cold." Kandu's face remained impassive. "I couldn't sleep," she replied softly. "I wanted to take a walk." The maid, hearing this, quickly offered a solution. "But it's so late. Wait here, miss. I'll fetch you a cloak." A moment later, the maid returned. "Miss, I've brought it. Please put this on." Such beauty, yet her heart felt as if gnawed by a dog. Kandu found herself reciting a verse aloud. "A fine steed, clothes of gold brocade. Call the boy to trade them for fine wine." The maid, standing beside her, asked curiously, "Miss, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Do you wish to compose a poem?" Kandu's voice was cold. "Do you know what clothes of gold truly means? There are people who could toil their entire lives, and several lifetimes more, and still not afford a single such garment." The maid nodded, a smile on her face. "Of course, Mississippi. You are the cherished daughter of the Marquis's household. You cannot be compared to the common folk." Kandu turned to look at the maid beside her. "Shaoli, you seem younger than me. Why are you working as a servant for others?" The maid answered honestly, "Miss, you jest. To work as a servant in the manor is something people like me can only dream of. I have 3 sisters and 1 brother," she continued. "I'm the most capable of working. My brother needs to marry, and we are saving for his betrothal gifts. Later, my younger brother will also need to marry, and we must save for that as well. But after we sisters marry," the maid added, "the money we receive will go towards their weddings." Kandu listened, a confused expression clouding her features. She huddled in a corner, sadness washing over her. She had grown up in the lap of luxury, with 3 older brothers and a younger one. While she didn't particularly cherish her family, she had never had to sacrifice herself for their future. Seeing her downcast mood, the maid asked anxiously, "Miss, what's wrong?" Tears welled in Kandu's eyes. "My parents," she choked out, "are the best parents in the world. I don't want to leave here. I absolutely don't want to leave." The next morning dawned bright and clear. In the Marquis's household, a maid rushed in with a worried report. "Marquis, madam, Miss Kandu cried all night." The Marquis and Marchioness, frantic with worry, hurried to Kandu's room. She threw herself into the Marchioness's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mother, don't abandon me. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave home. I don't want to go anywhere. I want to stay and be filial to you both forever." The Marquis, standing beside them, felt his heart ache for his daughter. "Silly child," he said tenderly. "When did we ever say we didn't want you? Your mother and I have discussed it. The decision rests with you. If you want to stay, we won't stop you." The Marchioness gently wiped away Kandu's tears. "Even if you don't return to your birth family," she said softly, "you should still offer incense to your birth parents." Kandu readily agreed. "Yes, mother." Then, her face brightening, she said, "I'm going to find my brother." She took her mother's hand, her voice thick with emotion. "I haven't been good. I've taken my sister's place for so many years, and I've even stolen her parents. When she comes home," Kandu vowed, "I will love her as you have loved me all these years." The Marchioness hurried to find Gu Yin, excitement bubbling in her voice. "She likes you. I'm so happy, do you know? I like her too." Gu Yin, his spirits lifted, said he wanted to go find Kandu. The Marchioness stopped him, saying she needed time to adjust. Although reluctant, he agreed. Meanwhile, Xuan Ningxiang, overhearing the news that Gu Qiao was the true daughter of the Marquis, felt a dark shadow fall over her. She pointed at Gu Qiao accusingly. The Marquis is your father. You were switched at birth. But as she looked around, she noticed everyone's silence. Why aren't you happy? She demanded. Each person present was lost in their own thoughts. The old madam, ever the calmest among them, finally spoke. We used to talk about male dominance being supreme, she remarked dryly. Turns out, it's all just about being a marquis. Xiao Lulang remained calm. To him, this second-rank marquis held a title, but lacked true power. The little monk was equally unfazed. What's so impressive about a bully who preys on women and children? He scoffed. Xuan Ningxiang's eyes widened, a flicker of realization dawning across her face. A knock echoed at Gu Qiao's door. She looked up, inquiring, "What is it?" It was Xiao Lulang arriving with her medicine. He offered the bowl solicitously. "The medicine is ready. It's for your fever." He also couldn't help but notice the box she was using. Without hesitation, Gu Qiao took the bowl and drained it in one gulp. "Thank you," she murmured. Xiao Lulang puffed up slightly. "It was nothing," he replied. "I'll change your bandages later." Gu Qiao shook her head, clarifying, "I wasn't thanking you for the medicine. I meant for last night, for applying the ointment." At her words, Xiao Lulang froze, the memory of the previous night flooding back. A blush crept up his neck, and he stammered, feigning composure. It was nothing. He stood there stiffly for a moment before making a hasty retreat. Gu Qiao, seemingly aware of his discomfort, muttered to herself, "It seems you've seen quite a bit." Just then, Xuan Ningxiang entered, curiosity piqued. "Seen what?" she asked. Xiao Lulang practically bolted from the room, desperate to splash some cool water on his burning face. Suddenly, Xuan Ningxiang's voice drifted out from Gu Qiao's room, making him jump. "Such a serious wound. Who applied the medicine before?" Flustered, Xiao Lulang called back, "I'm just getting some water." While Xuan Ningxiang tended to Gu Qiao's wounds, another knock sounded at the door. "Someone's at the door," Xuan Ningxiang announced. "I'll go see who it is." She opened the door and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The man introduced himself respectfully. "I am the headmaster of the Tian Xiang Academy, surnamed Li." He bowed slightly. "Might I inquire if this is Xiao Lulang's residence?" Xuan Ningxiang returned the gesture. "So it's the headmaster. Are you looking for Xiao Lulang?" "He's just fetching water." Headmaster Li looked surprised. "I just came from the village entrance and didn't see him." "One moment," Xuan Ningxiang offered. "I'll go find him." Headmaster Li quickly waved his hand. "There's no need. May I ask if Miss Qiao is at home?" The headmaster was quickly ushered inside. Gu Qiao offered him tea. "What brings you here today, headmaster?" she asked. He smiled. "I've been meaning to visit and thank you. The peach tree behind the academy has borne fruit, and my mother insisted I bring you some." He sighed. "My mother is getting on in years. Sometimes she forgets how many children she has, but she always remembers you." Gu Qiao looked puzzled. "Children?" He scratched his head sheepishly. "I have 4 older brothers. I'm the youngest. They all live in the capital. I haven't seen them in a long time." Gu Qiao accepted the peaches graciously. "I see," she said. "Thank you for making the trip, headmaster. Please give my thanks to your mother." Then he addressed the real reason for his visit. "I actually came here today about Lulang." Gu Qiao's curiosity was piqued. "What about my husband?" The headmaster continued. "You've heard about him taking the provincial exam, I presume, but there's something you might not know." Gu Qiao paused, waiting for him to continue. He had the chance to achieve the little tripartite first place. Someone bribed the chief examiner to change his exam questions, forcing him to submit a blank paper for the 3rd exam. Gu Qiao's face darkened at this news. "Retaking the exam is important, but I don't understand why Lulang chose not to. Perhaps he didn't want the officials involved." "Did he tell you about this?" the headmaster asked. Gu Qiao turned, basket of peaches in hand, and shook her head. "No." The headmaster shared a puzzling detail. "His behavior is rather strange. Last time I mentioned the provincial exam, especially the prospect of going to the capital for the imperial exam, his face became quite gloomy." Gu Qiao pulled up a chair and sat down, listening intently. "I don't know if I'm right," the headmaster mused, "but it's almost as if his previous lack of serious study was a deliberate attempt to avoid going to the capital for the exams." Gu Qiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Why wouldn't he want to go to the capital?" Headmaster Li quickly excused himself. Sighing in disappointment, he muttered. Asking Xiao Nuong yielded nothing. Lulang is such a talent. Is he truly meant to suffer such a setback? Just then, Xuan Ningxiang's child, who had been playing nearby, tumbled into the headmaster's legs. He chuckled, bending down to pat the child's head. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? The child didn't answer, only stared intently at him. This unnerved the headmaster slightly. Why is this child staring at me so? The child's eyes shone bright as stars. Suddenly, the child giggled and called the headmaster father, startling the old man so much his eyes widened. Xuanlingxiang rushed out from inside the house, flustered with apologies. The child doesn't know any better. Please forgive him. The headmaster forced a smile and said it was all right. Xuanlingxiang felt a wave of shame wash over her for her son's behavior. Scooping him up, she hurried back inside, lamenting inwardly. Where did he learn this talent for recognizing people? Even if his father wasn't dead, he couldn't possibly be the headmaster. She rushed into her room, quickly shutting the door. Inside, the child continued to call out Baba. She hushed him. Go Dan, don't say such nonsense. She sighed sadly. I'm afraid I'll never be able to be a father in this life. Back home, Godin not only continued to call out Baba, but did so with increasing frequency, exasperating Xuanlingxiang. He's not your father, she snapped. She couldn't understand the child's persistence. I told you don't have a father, so don't call anyone that. She snatched a pillow from his hands, threatening, if you call another man father again. At that moment, a jade pendant fell out of the pillow. Xuanlingxiang stared at it, bewildered. Picking it up, she saw an intricately carved character, Ho Marquis, etched into its surface. A flicker of recognition, then shock, crossed her face. Meanwhile, at Gu Qiao's house, Xiao Lulang had returned with water. Gu Qiao quickly told him, Headmaster Li was just here. He replied quietly, I saw him at the edge of the village. Gu Qiao pressed him. Aren't you going to ask what he said to me? He turned, prompting her to tell him. Gu Qiao teased. He said you have a concubine in the capital. He looked genuinely alarmed. I haven't even touched my wife. How could I have a concubine? He hurried closer to Gu Qiao, eager to explain. I don't have a concubine. Gu Qiao smiled inwardly, triumphant. Didn't you say you'd never been to the capital? And you don't have a concubine? She countered his denial. Hearing that, your first reaction should have been, I've never been to the capital. How could I possibly have a concubine? You only denied the second part. So, that means you have been to the capital. He looked at her, surprised. So, what if I have? Gu Qiao's expression turned serious. Why do you have a map of the capital? Xiao Lulang decided to voice his own question. And what about you? He leaned in close, his voice insistent. What really happened that day? The proximity made Gu Qiao blush. He pushed her against the wall, his demeanor shifting, almost angry. Like any good domineering CEO, Xiao Lulang demanded, tell me where you got that box. Then I'll tell you why I have a map of the capital. He stared at her, silent and waiting. Their eyes locked for a long moment, each harboring secrets they were reluctant to reveal. Gu Qiao smirked inwardly. He's learned to use his secrets against me. Suddenly, her gaze turned playful, drifting down his body. Unflinching, she poked him in the chest, a teasing lilt in her voice. Feels pretty good, doesn't it? This sent a wave of crimson up the pure and innocent Xiao Lulang's neck. At that very moment, Xuanlingxiang walked in, her face beaming. She stopped dead, taking in the intimate scene before her. Realizing her blunder, Xuanlingxiang blushed crimson and stammered apologies. I really didn't mean to intrude. Xiao Lulang, flustered, excused himself. I have something to attend to, he mumbled, hurrying away. Gu Qiao watched his awkward departure with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. I've never seen him like this before, she mused aloud. Dismissing her husband's odd behavior, she turned to Xuanlingxiang and asked directly, what did you want to see me about? Xuanlingxiang suddenly produced a small token, offering it to Gu Qiao. I found this where Xiao Lulang collapsed that first time, she explained. I was so worried about getting him home, I didn't notice it fall out in the grass. I kept it, thinking I could sell it at the market. She hesitated, but it wasn't gold or silver. It wouldn't have fetched much, so I put it aside. A blush crept up Xuanlingxiang's cheeks. If it hadn't fallen out of my pillow today, I would have forgotten all about it. I'm not even sure it's his. Maybe you should ask him. Gu Qiao took the token, her fingers tracing its intricate design. A thoughtful silence descended. Then, a slow, knowing smile spread across her lips. It was the smile of someone who had just stumbled upon a delicious secret. Let's see who exposes whose secrets first, she murmured to herself. Back in her room, Gu Qiao glared at the wooden box sitting on the table. It was usually locked tight, but last night, inexplicably, she'd forgotten. And so, The tonics and family planning items had been laid bare after he'd rummaged through it. Gu Qiao slammed her hand down, her voice laced with a dangerous edge. "If I ever see this messy stuff in front of me again," she seethed, "I'll burn you to a crisp." The inanimate box seemed to tremble under the force of her fury. Elsewhere, a luxurious carriage glided smoothly along the road, its occupant carefully shielded from the outside world. Kendu peeked through the curtains, her voice filled with innocent curiosity. "Master Huang Zhong," she inquired, "have you met my sister? What is she like?" Huang Zhong considered the delicate question. He could hardly tell the young miss that her sister had a fiery temper and a penchant for wrestling the marquis to the ground. "I have met the eldest miss," he finally replied, choosing his words carefully, "but we haven't had the opportunity to converse." Kendu nodded understandingly. "Me neither," she admitted. "We've barely spoken. If I had known she was my sister, I wouldn't have treated her that way. I was so foolish, not even recognizing my own flesh and blood." Huang Zhong shifted uncomfortably. Not flesh and blood, hence the lack of recognition, he thought to himself. The young master, however, had taken to the eldest miss instantly. Blood truly was thicker than water. Kendu, visiting her birth parents' graves to offer incense, happened upon Gu Qiao performing the same ritual. "Sister," she called out warmly, causing Gu Qiao to startle and look up. Kendu rushed forward, her face beaming. "It really is you, sister. Let me help you." Gu Qiao ignored her, continuing her task, her voice cool. "I am not your sister, and you cannot help." Before the graves, Kendu burned expensive offerings, the silence between the two women thick with unspoken tension. Finally, Kendu spoke softly. "I heard they were good people. They treated you very well." Gu Qiao turned sharply, her voice tight with irritation. "Does calling them father and mother burn your tongue?" Kendu's face fell. Gu Qiao knelt down, gathering the scattered joss paper and coins, while Kendu sat weeping softly. Gu Qiao finished tidying, her voice laced with a mixture of sadness and resentment. They were good parents. If they knew about the mix-up, they would have been heartbroken. They would have longed to hear their real daughter call them father and mother. She sighed, her frustration evident. "You don't even need to burn these offerings. Let me do it." Kendu sobbed, her words muffled. "Sister, do you hate me? I know I'm not good. I stole your identity, your parents, everything that should have been yours. It's only natural that you hate me. I don't blame you." She wiped her tears. "But I have to stay in the Marquis estate, to repay my parents for raising me, and to make up for what I've taken from you all these years." Ignoring Kendu's rambling, Gu Qiao calmly rose to her feet. With a cool glance back, she turned to leave. But Kendu wasn't about to let her go, her cries laced with a theatrical sorrow. "Sister, don't worry," she said, her voice thick with feigned magnanimity. "I won't fight you. You are the true young mistress of the Marquis' manor. Come back with me. I'll agree to anything." Gu Qiao remained unmoved by this display of sisterly affection. A flicker of sarcasm touched her lips. "Even if it means you leaving the manor?" she asked, her voice sharp. "And never showing your face at the Marquis' estate again?" Kendu froze, her words catching in her throat. Gu Qiao's pace quickened. "If you're not even willing to offer that much as a gesture of goodwill, then don't bother trying to persuade me." Kendu persisted. "If you want me to leave." Gu Qiao cut her off with a dismissive wave of her hand. "I'm not interested in your games. Do as you please. Just don't bother me." Just then, little Jing Kong came running, clutching at her robes. "Qiao Qiao," he cried. Surprise flickered across Gu Qiao's face. "Jing Kong, what are you doing here?" The little monk's eyes shone. "I miss Qiao Qiao." He peered curiously at the two strangers. "Who are they?" His gaze then fell upon the graves before them, and he asked about them. Gu Qiao gently explained that they belonged to her parents. Jing Kong's face lit up with understanding. He stepped forward eagerly. "Qiao Qiao's parents are Jing Kong's parents too. Anyone at the temple is Jing Kong's family." With a solemn air, the little monk knelt down and began to pray for her parents. "Spirits in the underworld, please protect Qiao Qiao." His voice, clear and innocent, carried to Kendu, who stood some distance away. The words parents seemed to stiffen her. This family, the one she had never wanted to acknowledge. Beside her, her maid noticed the shift in her demeanor. "Miss, are you all right?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. Kendu's jaw tightened. I'm fine, she replied through gritted teeth. Let's return to the manor. Inwardly, she scoffed. How could I ever call them my parents? As they reached the carriage, Kandu frantically searched for something. Huang Zhong, noticing her distress, approached. Miss, is something the matter? Kandu explained that she had lost something important. Panic edged her voice. It's the letter Consort Shu gave me. The secret techniques within are meant for the princes, given to them by the emperor himself. The fifth prince's exam papers. I've solved them all for him since he was a child. Consort Shu's favor rests on the emperor's regard for the fifth prince. After we return to the capital, the truth about the swapped babies will inevitably come to light. Consort Shu is my only protector. If I can't solve these, no one can. I have to find it quickly. Anxiety gnawed at her, her face a mask of worry. Meanwhile, Jin Kong was helping Gu Qiao tidy the area around the graves when he noticed a stray piece of paper. Curious, he unfolded it. It was the mathematical problem Kandu had been searching for. Back at the carriage, Kandu fumed over the lost problem. The consort instructed me to solve it for the fifth prince as soon as possible. I'd already worked through half of it. Her thoughts returned to where she had been. Turning to her servants, she said, could it have fallen in the village? I was kneeling there, burning the paper offerings. It might be there. Back at Gu Xiao's home, she busied herself preparing a meal. Jin Kong played happily in the courtyard. He pulled out the paper he'd found, spreading it out on the ground. He studied the symbols, the A's, the B's, the C's. His brow furrowed in concentration. He figured it must be a math problem, but it looked far too complicated for him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. An outlandish thought struck him. Maybe my parents left it for me, he reasoned. Perhaps I didn't have a chance to tell them about my studies, so mother overestimated my abilities. Clutching the paper, he ran into the kitchen. Qiao Qiao, I don't know how to do this one. Gu Qiao, stirring a pot over the fire, asked absently. Is it one from your teacher? She continued to cook, her tone casual. Let me see. In a flash, with her 21st century intellect, Gu Qiao saw the solution. It was a simple Pythagorean theorem problem. I've solved it, little monk. Take a look, she offered. Jin Kong accepted the solution with a delighted grin, thanking her enthusiastically. He scurried to his parents' graves, placing the solved problem under a small stone. Kneeling before the headstone, he prayed earnestly. I could only solve this thanks to Qiao Qiao. The scriptures I just recited are all I know so far. Next time, I promise to recite them properly from beginning to end. The innocent little monk rose, waving a farewell to the spirits. Rest well, father, mother. I'm going now. I'll visit again soon. At the same time, Kandu returned to the gravesite. Her maid, anxious, urged, Miss, please wait in the carriage while we search. Kandu, impatient, replied, search thoroughly. The maid spotted something beneath the stone in front of the grave. Look over there, she exclaimed. There's something under that stone. Hurrying over, she lifted the stone. Beneath, the object had been reduced to ashes, leaving only a few charred fragments of paper. She stared, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Jin Kong, his face smudged with ash, ran back home. Qiao Qiao, he called out cheerfully. I'm back. Gu Qiao gently wiped the grime from Jin Kong's face. What were you burning to get so dirty, like a little soot sprite? He didn't hesitate to answer, his innocence shining through. I was burning offerings for my parents. The little monk puffed out his chest with pride. Test papers are like joss paper. You have to burn them for your parents to receive them in the afterlife. I'm so clever. Just then, the maid presented the remaining paper scraps to Kandu. Miss, this is all we could find. Kandu's fingers trembled as she touched the fragments. Her face darkened, a wave of dizziness washing over her, leaving her speechless. Miss, are you all right? Her maid asked anxiously. Gu Qiao prepared her basket for a trip up the mountain. Jin Kong, gazing at her adoringly, asked, Qiao Qiao, can I go with you? She turned to him, teasing gently. Do you want to visit your master and your senior brothers? The mischievous little monk clung to her arm. Yes, I'll visit them too, he replied, a hidden thought flitting through his mind. Mostly, I want to be with you, but that sounds good too. Hearing this, Gu Qiao packed him a generous portion of food to take back to the temple. Here are some vegetarian meatballs and sweet osmanthus cakes. Take them to your senior brothers. The old woman, sitting nearby, snuck a cake. Jin Kong suddenly ran over, proudly displaying the basket. Grandma, look at all the food Qiao Qiao packed for me. The old woman gave him an approving thumbs up. You're such a good boy. Xuanningsheng arrived, carrying Godan. Jin Kong's eyes lit up like a K-pop star. He held out the basket Gu Qiao had prepared. I'm going up the mountain with Qiao Qiao. The two quickly set off. Jin Kong skipped energetically ahead, urging Gu Qiao. Qiao Qiao, Hurry up. Half an hour later, exhausted and trembling, he collapsed onto Gu Qiao's back. Qiao Qiao, he whined, clinging to her. I can't walk anymore. Gu Qiao, her heart melting, held him close. You did well to make it halfway up, she soothed. They finally reached their destination. Jing Kong's face brightened, and he put on his most obedient expression. Go ahead with your work, Qiao Qiao. I'll go find Jing Fan, Jing Xin, and Jing Shan. Gu Qiao found a healthy-looking ginseng root. Another one, she thought. Perfect for chicken soup. She looked around with a sense of proprietorship. This mountain is teeming with medicinal herbs and wild game. It's all mine. She moved towards the pit she'd dug previously, hoping she wouldn't be chased by men in black like last time. But as she approached, a rustling sound nearby sent a chill down her spine. Could it really be happening again? Gu Qiao hurried forward, her heart pounding. Pushing aside the bushes, she told herself, I'm probably overthinking it. Maybe it's just a big tiger, or even a wolf, as long as it's not the alpha. But when she saw what was below, Gu Qiao's face darkened, and she sighed heavily. It was another bald monk. She called down indifferently. Another one? This time it's a person. The monk, who had delicate features and clear eyes, looked up at Gu Qiao pleadingly. Benefactor, could you pull this humble monk up? Gu Qiao stared, a mischievous thought flickering across her mind. Even monks are this handsome nowadays? Maybe he's a demon from the forest, disguised as a human, here to bewitch innocent young women. Despite her suspicion, she kindly lowered the rope. He beamed as he grasped it. Many thanks, benefactor, for saving my life. As Gu Qiao hauled the rope up, she asked curiously, did you fall down here saving this rabbit? Beside him lay a dead snake. The monk nodded calmly, not attempting to hide anything. She turned, about to praise him. How kind of you. But the words died in her throat. Gu Qiao stared, stunned by his savage action. Without a flicker of hesitation, he pulled out a small fruit knife and slit the rabbit's throat. Swiftly, the creature in his hands went still. The monk, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred, smiled and asked, what were you saying, benefactor? Gu Qiao gaped at him, her face darkening once more. Within seconds, the rabbit was transformed into salt and pepper roasted rabbit, sizzling over a crackling fire. Staring at the handsome man before her, Gu Qiao thought, killing and eating meat. He can't be a real monk, can he? The monk offered her a piece of the meat. Would you like some? You deserve a share. Gu Qiao hesitated, then took it. Shouldn't you be thanking me for saving you? He offered casually. Want some snake meat? If so, fetch it up. Gu Qiao eyed the sly man before her. Why don't you fetch it? Why ask me? Chewing on the rabbit, she asked, full of suspicion. What did it do to you that you had to kill it? The monk gave a sheepish grin. I didn't kill it. I bit it to death. Gu Qiao stammered. You bit it to death? Why? At this, he quickly rolled up his trouser leg, revealing a large bite mark. It bit me first, he said indignantly. Gu Qiao's jaw dropped. A snake bit you, so you bit it back? What are you, some kind of... She stared at the wound, her eyes widening in alarm. Look, it's already swollen, and you're calmly roasting a rabbit after being bitten like this? Don't you know you're about to die? The monk, his head swimming, mumbled, I know. Before he could finish the sentence, his whole body began to tremble, his face turning a dark, purplish hue. Gu Qiao gasped, speechless with shock. He swayed for a moment, then collapsed to the ground. Gu Qiao could only shake her head. What kind of monk is this? I can't understand him at all. Thunder rumbled, and the storm intensified, showing no signs of stopping. The monk, lying at the base of a tree, slowly came to. He looked at Gu Qiao anxiously. There's a lot of lightning in spring. You shouldn't shelter under a tree. Don't you know that? Gu Qiao, enduring the cold rain, replied coolly, you were bitten by a snake and still roasted a rabbit to eat. You're the one who doesn't seem to fear death. The monk gave a weak smile. I thought I wasn't going to make it, so I wanted to be a full-bellied ghost at least. Noticing his wound was carefully bandaged, he thought, she can even cure snake venom. Could she be some kind of hidden expert? He looked at her. Did you save me? What's your name? Gu Qiao pulled her hood up and turned to leave, uttering a single word. Gu. Having escaped death, he brightened. This humble monk knows a little about face reading. May I read Benefactor Gu's hand? But Gu Qiao brushed him off. No need. His gaze fell upon the token in Gu Qiao's hand. Recognition flickered in his eyes. So, young miss is from the Marquis of Xuanping's estate, he exclaimed in surprise. Gu Qiao whirled around. The monk gave his characteristic gentle smile. It's the token in your hand. Gu Qiao, surprised, asked the man before her. Do you recognize this? The monk, leaning casually against a tree, replied, Indeed, I do. Gu Qiao, curious, lingered. The two sat beneath the falling rain, talking. The monk, puzzled, asked her, So you don't know? Then how did you come to possess this token? Gu Qiao explained that she had found it while saving someone. His eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration. You are fortunate indeed to stumble upon such a precious item. The monk straightened, adopting a more formal posture. The Marquis of Schwamping's estate. 100 years of prestigious lineage, one of the most prominent noble families in the capital. 3 generations of imperial advisors, and they even produced an empress. He paused, looking at Gu Qiao. Would you like to hear more, Miss Gu? Gu Qiao nodded intently, but the monk abruptly changed his mind. While you may wish to hear more, the tales of the Xianping Marquis' estate could fill 3 days and 3 nights. Perhaps you'd like to ask about someone specific, or hear an interesting story, master or servant. Gu Qiao replied calmly, As you wish. The monk stared at her, dumbfounded. Heavens, you're clearly inquiring about information, yet you say as I wish? Very well. You truly don't understand anything about them, do you? Well then, to continue. The Marquis of Xianping is the eldest son, the rightful heir. He inherited the title from the old Marquis, carrying on the family legacy. He has a younger sister and a half-brother. His sister is the current empress, and his half-brother is a renowned general. He also married Princess Xinyang, and they had a son, a handsome and talented young man, sadly deceased. He paused, brushing off his robes before continuing. They also have a second son, but he's not worth mentioning. The monk's expression turned serious. Young lady, the token you found, do not wear it carelessly, and do not associate with anyone from the Marquis of Schwamping's estate. You will only bring trouble upon yourself. Gu Qiao looked down at the token in her hand, murmuring, They say the Marquis of Schwamping's estate is very powerful. Why did Xiao Lulang have their token? What is his connection to them? Lost in thought, she didn't notice when the monk slipped away. I didn't even realize he was gone, she mused. It seems I've encountered someone quite skilled. The Xianping Marquis' family name is Xiao. Xiao Lulang is also Xiao. What a coincidence. Meanwhile, back at the mountain temple, Jing Kong's fellow monks were gathered, sharing snacks and listening to him excitedly recount his adventures down the mountain. The food was so delicious, and there were so many interesting things. But kind people like Sister Qiao Qiao are rare. I'll visit you all often from now on. Don't be jealous. One of the monks spoke up. Enough already. The abbot and the elder monks won't be pleased. We'd like to live in peace for a few more days. The abbot's image flickered into view, looking dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Jing Kong's brother monk asked curiously. Who did you say your brother-in-law was? Your father. Jing Kong put on a dramatic air, sighing theatrically. Father, for now. Sister Qiao Qiao could change him at any moment. Somewhere else entirely. Xiao Lulang, suddenly mentioned, sneezed several times in a row. Gu Qiao arrived at the temple gates, and Jing Kong cried out joyfully, Sister Qiao Qiao, I'm here. The two quickly headed home. Jing Kong didn't forget to call out a polite farewell. Abbot, I'm leaving. We'll continue that discussion another time. The abbot's face darkened. Please don't come back, he prayed silently. On their way home, Gu Qiao asked the little monk, Did you have fun today? Jing Kong hopped along beside her. Lots of fun. I even saw Brother Jing Fan, Brother Jing Shan, Brother Jing Chun, and even the abbot. I didn't know he was your master. He added innocently. That old man appears and disappears. He's rarely on the mountain, so I was lucky to see him today. Gu Qiao's eyes widened. Were there any handsome monks in the temple? Like really handsome? Jing Kong, his face flushing, pointed at himself confidently. Me, I'm handsome. But Gu Qiao wrinkled her nose. Besides you. Jing Kong sighed. Well, then there aren't any. I'm the most handsome little monk down here. Except for me, none of them are handsome. Gu Qiao thoughtfully stroked her chin. Could it be that he wasn't a monk from this temple? In front of the house, Xiao Lulang was struggling to carry a heavy bucket of water. Seeing this, she went to help, much to his surprise. But Xiao Lulang insisted he could manage. Gu Qiao took the bucket anyway. You go start the fire. I'll cook later. I'll carry the water now. Little Jing Kong eagerly volunteered. I want to help Sister Qiao Qiao too. A few minutes later, Jing Kong sat proudly beside the water bucket. There's water here. I fetched it. Xiao Lulang walked by astonished. What are you doing? The little monk replied confidently. I'm working. Xiao Lulang turned away, feigning ignorance, and scoffed. You know how to work? What can a 3-year-old do? He began to enumerate his accomplishments. I can do more than you. I know how to fetch water. I know how to feed the chickens. I even know how to help Sister Chow Chow wash clothes. All the clothes in the house are washed by me. Sister Chow Chow is too lazy to carry water, so I go and carry it. I do much more work than you. I'm not a child, you are. Xiao Luleng looked at him with an empty, disdainful gaze. So, you're quite diligent, huh? He said with a smirk. The little monk was furious. His eyes flashed, and steam practically poured from his ears, like a character from a legend. He stumbled over to the basin of freshly changed clothes and proceeded to jump in and stomp around wildly, letting out excited shrieks of laughter. Xiao Luleng stood there, dumbfounded. Are all the clothes in the house washed like this? Gu Qiao emerged, equally startled. She spoke suddenly. Not just the clothes, but your daily meals too. He prepares them the same way. Xiao Luleng was utterly shocked. He covered his mouth with his hand, stammering in horror. With his feet, Gu Qiao chuckled. What do you think? How could I possibly let him do that? Xiao Luleng felt an itch crawl across his entire body. Gu Qiao sighed, continuing as if it were nothing. He's so weak. He can't even stomp properly. Xiao Luleng still wore a bewildered expression. But he still has to stomp? Doesn't that mean if the feet aren't clean, we can't eat? After stomping for a while, the little monk, dripping with sweat and utterly exhausted, ran off to find some water. Xiao Luleng advised Gu Qiao, you don't need to indulge him like this. She looked up at him, her eyes full of affection. I indulge you too, you know. She stood up and continued, I don't normally wash clothes like that. He only saw it because you threw them in the basin yourself today. Gu Qiao slowly wrung out the clothes. This kind of fabric isn't as coarse as other materials. It has to be washed separately in a tub because it's quite valuable. At this point, Xiao Luleng could barely hear what she was saying. Only the phrase, I indulge you too, echoed in his mind, his heart suddenly pounding. He grew anxious, reassuring himself internally. No, we're only husband and wife in name. There absolutely cannot be anything inappropriate between us. Evening quickly approached. Xiao Luleng, eating his dinner, looked worriedly outside. It looked like it was about to rain. He hurriedly finished his meal, and then left silently, without a word. Gu Qiao sadly thought, he's angry with me today. Jing Kong anxiously told Gu Qiao, the roof is leaking. There's a big hole. Water is dripping in. The little monk frowned, pointing at Xiao Luleng. Sister Chow Chow, look, he's getting wet. Gu Qiao thought for a moment and then said, sleep in my room tonight. I'll fix the roof after the rain stops. Hearing this, he nodded happily in agreement. He quickly climbed into bed, rolling around with a contented expression. It's so nice to sleep with Sister Chow Chow. She turned to him, lie still and go to sleep. He obediently complied, spreading his arms wide with a blissful sigh. Sister Chow Chow's mattress, Sister Chow Chow's pillow, so comfortable. But suddenly, a strong hand grabbed him. It was his aunt. She said sternly, you're sleeping with me tonight. The little boy was startled. The other two were also taken aback. The little monk Jing Kong frantically struggled in his aunt's grasp, wailing, I don't want to. Why? His aunt calmly replied, unfazed by his protests. Because you're my nephew. The door slammed shut, leaving Jing Kong's helpless cries echoing behind it. Mean old aunt. I don't want to. Quiet. No arguments, his aunt threatened. Xiao Luleng watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smirk. This little monk clinging to Gu Qiao all day was becoming a bit much. And besides, the child wasn't so little anymore. Perhaps I should find a tutor for him tomorrow, he mused aloud. Gu Qiao readily agreed. That's a good idea. I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. The thought sent a shiver down Jing Kong's spine. Xiao Luleng suddenly became flustered, his cheeks flushing crimson. Feigning a cough, he excused himself to take a bath. An hour later, he returned to find Gu Qiao fast asleep. Gazing at her, he sighed softly, even more beautiful when she sleeps. He thoughtfully adjusted her blanket, then quickly extinguished the flickering oil lamp. Xiao Luleng lay down beside her, tense, telling himself there was nothing to be nervous about. Then he suddenly turned to face her, a movement that sent his heart racing. Their lips brushed, a fleeting, accidental touch. The proximity left him breathless. He bolted upright, stammering, just now Panic set in. No, I need to move away. Gu Qiao, oblivious, slept soundly, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of her mouth. His hand slipped beneath the covers, his face burning as he felt something soft. Xiao Lulang felt a wave of heat wash over him, his mouth agape. I just touched it. It's so soft like cotton. Not daring to move further, he retreated to his original position, destined for a sleepless night. The next morning, Gu Qiao awoke feeling refreshed. Thanks to your aunt's ointment and the medicine you brought back, my back feels much better after a good night's sleep. Xiao Lulang, lying beside her, looked dazed, dark circles under his eyes. You're awake, he mumbled. Gu Qiao, noticing his weary appearance, asked with concern, Did you not sleep well? At the breakfast table, Xiao Lulang abruptly set down his chopsticks, a look of exhaustion etched on his face. We need to go into town and find a private school for Jing Kong. We can take him today. Gu Qiao looked up in surprise. Why so suddenly? He coughed, feigning nonchalance. I forgot to mention it. I just forgot to say yesterday. Jing Kong, listening intently, bit his lip, convinced this was another one of his devious brother-in-law's schemes. Xiao Lulang continued. Wealthy families usually hire tutors for their children at age 5. Once they reach 6 or 7 and have mastered the 1,000-character classic, they attend clan schools or primer schools. Although he's young, he's very intelligent, and he's already studied at the temple, so it shouldn't be a problem. Jing Kong fumed, certain this was a plot against him. Gu Qiao, intrigued, asked, So, where is this primer school? He smiled, pleased with her interest. Taking a slow sip of soup, he explained, It's near the Tianxiang Academy. It's a primer school that's been running for over 15 years. It has structured classes with a similar schedule to ours, so you can finish school around the same time we do. Jing Kong listened with growing apprehension. Here it comes, he thought. That sneaky brother-in-law is trying to separate me from Gu Qiao. Gu Qiao turned to the little monk with a bright smile. Jing Kong, would you like to go to school? He turned his head away, conflicted. I don't want to go. But saying so would make him seem like a child who hated learning. It was a trap. After a moment of thought, he replied, But if I'm at school all day, I won't be able to see you, Gu Qiao. He thought he'd made a reasonable point, but Gu Qiao quickly reassured him, Don't worry. I'll take you to school in the morning and wait for you at the gate in the evening. And if we have time, we can meet at our secret spot. Relieved and wanting to please her, he readily agreed. All right, if you want me to go, Gu Qiao, then I'll go. The three of them quickly prepared to leave for school. Jing Kong no longer let Gu Qiao attach the fragrant sachet to him. Jing Kong, you want to wear this, don't you? It's so pretty. Xiao Lulang, sitting in the cart, fumed silently, forced to watch his wife fuss over another while he could do nothing about it. Jing Kong puckered his lips and said to Gu Qiao, I'm a big boy now. I can handle things myself. But since I won't see you all day, Gu Qiao, I want a kiss. Gu Qiao indulged him, lifting him up and planting a resounding kiss on his shaved head, causing him to squeal with delight. Wow! Gu Qiao kissed me. The old man, standing nearby, felt just as indignant as Xiao Lulang, his wife stolen away by a child who still hadn't lost the scent of milk. The pair quickly departed, Jing Kong not forgetting a playful farewell wave. Bye-bye, Gu Qiao. After they left, Gu Qiao promptly set about fixing the roof. This was the perfect opportunity. If anything went wrong, at least the house would be in good repair. It would also be a usable space when Xiao Shun returned. She took out the token she had been holding and decided to sell it. She needed to find out how much it was worth. Arriving at the market, she found a reputable pawn shop and stepped inside. Placing the token on the counter, she inquired, Where is the shopkeeper? Could you please tell me how many taels of silver this is worth? The shopkeeper picked it up enthusiastically. Greetings, Mississippi. Please wait a moment. Gu Qiao stood outside, anxious, her mind racing with numbers, remembering that someone had once told her it was very valuable. But the price the shopkeeper offered made her eyes widen in surprise. Did you miscalculate? She asked. Gu Qiao took the token back, a bright smile spreading across her face. She thought to herself with joy, he really did go to take the exam. He truly wasn't going to the prefecture capital to build a career. Xiao Yulong's previous expertise was said to be copying books. Headmaster Li was the one who mentioned cheating on the exam. The reason he supposedly stopped taking the exam was because there was silver involved. Looking at the token, Gu Qiao continued to think, I even resented him for giving me that writing brush before. It seems I need to reciprocate with something equally good. Meanwhile, at the Marquis's estate, Gu Candu had suddenly fallen ill. Her maid sat beside her, weeping and wailing. It must be something unclean near the grave. Otherwise, Miss wouldn't be this sick. The Marquis, deeply fond of his daughter, blamed himself. I shouldn't have let Kanda go to pay respects at the grave. Gu Kanda coughed a few times, then sat up weakly. I'm fine, she said, but how is my younger brother? Upon hearing mention of his good-for-nothing son, the Marquis's demeanor changed completely. He's perfectly fine. He'll be up and about in a few days. Gu Kanda feigned gentleness. It's good that he's all right. The Marquis sighed worriedly, unable to refuse anything to this sweet, albeit not blood-related, daughter. He personally attended to her. You're sick like this and still worried about your brother. Gu Kanda replied cheerfully, he's still my only brother. The Marquis suddenly roared in anger. Is that girl even half as understanding as you? I heard from Huang Zhong that she only glanced at you. Is that right? I think you didn't encounter anything unclean. You got sick after seeing that girl. Gu Kanda pretended to intervene. Father, don't talk about elder sister like that. She grew up in the countryside. That family wasn't bad to her. It's just that she's had a hard life and doesn't know how to greet people properly. Gu Kanda continued, feigning sympathy. If it were me, I wouldn't be any better than elder sister. The Marquis, his heart aching, stroked his pitiful daughter's head. He said softly, my child, you are too kind. She continued her charade. This time, my illness wasn't caused by elder sister, but by my own doing. Your aunt has high hopes for you, but you pushed yourself too hard, only managing to solve half of it before falling ill. The Marquis asked anxiously, silly child, why did you rush? Even if you couldn't do it, your aunt wouldn't dare to blame you. Hearing this, she looked up and asked, really? The Marquis comforted his daughter. Of course. Your aunt has prepared a grand gift for you in the capital. When we return to the capital, once you come of age, His Majesty will personally bestow upon you the title of County Princess, the official proclaimed. Gu Kanda's face instantly blossomed like a flower upon hearing the news. Elsewhere in the estate, Jing Kong lay in bed, feigning sleep. He peeked through narrowed eyelids, scanning his surroundings. Seeing his mother fast asleep, he bolted upright with a mischievous grin. He quickly threw on his outer robe and, taking 3 steps at a time, dashed out of the room. The coast was clear. It was time to make his escape. As he tiptoed through the back courtyard, a servant girl spotted him. Young master, she called out. What are you doing? The servant girl continued her interrogation. Didn't madam tell you to rest? Why are you out here without your shoes? Jing Kong coughed a few times before replying. What if I told you I wanted to go out and play? Would you believe me? The servant girl stepped forward, seeing right through his lie. You're trying to run away, aren't you? With that, she swiftly tossed a blanket over the young master's head and planted herself in front of the door, blocking his path. No, you can't go. Annoyed by her incessant chatter, Jing Kong threatened, do you believe I'd kill someone? The servant girl remained resolute. Even if you kill me, I won't let you leave. Jing Kong furrowed his brow, thinking, how troublesome. I helped her out before, and now she dares to block me in the back courtyard. I need to see Gu Qiao. His eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed there was only one way. Changing tactics, he put on a pitiful expression. I just want to go out and get some fresh air. The naive servant girl fell for it. Just for a little while? Jing Kong nodded vigorously, flashing a charming smile that made the servant girl blush. All right then, you can go. I'll stand guard here. Then, unable to resist, she added, no, wait, I want to pat your head. Young master. His plan a success. Jing Kong smirked. You're still so gullible. Reaching the waiting carriage driver, he was asked where he wanted to go. Quelqu'un village, Jing Kong repliait chefouille. To see Gu Qiao. Meanwhile, at Gu Qiao's house, neighbors had gathered at her door. Qiao Nyang, they said, we've come to help you fix your house. Don't forget us when your husband gets promoted. Gu Qiao gratefully accepted their offer. Thank you, everyone. Looking up at her house, she thought to herself, it's quite spacious. With a few repairs and some new furnishings, it will be much better than before. Lost in thought, she was startled by a poke in her back. Turning around, she saw a familiar face. The young boy blinked his large, innocent eyes, looking as sweet as a puppy. Gu Qiao couldn't help but smile. You're here, she greeted him warmly. He excitedly grabbed her arms. I came to see you. Here, let me pour you some tea. Gu Qiao led him inside, telling him to sit down. The young boy nodded obediently. As soon as she was out of sight, he glanced around, taking in his surroundings. His eyes filled with sadness and disbelief. The storage shed at the estate is bigger than this place. Do you really live here? A moment later, Gu Qiao returned with tea. Have some tea, she offered. Jing Kong remained silent, his face clouded with sorrow. He placed a hand over his heart. It hurts here, he murmured, then suddenly threw his arms around Gu Qiao in a tight embrace. She, in turn, was bewildered, unsure what had brought this on. Gu Qiao gently stroked his head, trying to comfort him. "I'm doing well here." Suddenly, overcome with emotion, tears welled up in her own eyes. Wiping them away, she teased him gently. "You're crying." Jing Kong stubbornly denied it. "No, I'm not." She smiled, sighing at her sweet, silly little brother. His mouth said no, but tears streamed down his cheeks. A mixture of pity and love for the child swelled in her heart. "You're crying," she repeated softly. Wiping his tears, Jing Kong looked up at her with a pout. "I am hungry." Happy to indulge him, she replied, "I'll make you something to eat." He wanted to explore inside. Gu Qiao cautioned gently. "Auntie is sleeping in there. Just try not to make any noise." Xiao Lulang, curiosity piqued, pointed at various rooms and asked, "This room looks empty." Gu Qiao, while picking vegetables, explained, "That's Xiao Xuan's room, newly built. He's at the academy and will be back later." He inquired, "Is that Gu Qiao's younger brother?" She replied, "Yes, that's him." He pointed enthusiastically at the chicken coop. Gu Qiao patiently explained, "Those are Jing Kong's chickens. He's raising a few chicks. He's at school and will be back tonight." The young lord pouted. "Xiao Shun, Jing Kong, who is actually your younger brother?" Gu Qiao, still oblivious to his jealousy, asked, "Do you want to stay here? If you do, you can share a room with Xiao Shun." The young lord shook his head indignantly. "I don't want to stay here at all." She agreed that it might be a bit crowded now. He trailed behind her, and as they passed the room opposite, he asked curiously, "And whose younger brother's room is this?" Gu Qiao replied casually, "My actual younger brother's." He scoffed at this, a hint of mockery in his tone, but then he stopped abruptly. "Actual younger brother?" The young lord's voice was tinged with panic. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Actual younger brother, as in your brother?" She nodded. She began. "If you don't want to—" Before she could finish, his attitude did a complete 180. He nodded vigorously. "I do. I want to now. I want to right now." The guard sitting on the roof was speechless. Gold room or silver room, look how excited he is. With an estate like this, there's no need for double standards. The young lord strode happily into his designated room, a thought taking root in his mind. Now I'm going to put down roots here. Meanwhile, back at his own home, the Marquis was having a room prepared for the return of his daughter. He gestured expansively, instructing the workers to make the room even bigger. A servant anxiously intervened. "If it's any bigger, it will encroach on the young lord's pear tree." The Marquis declared stubbornly, "What can the tree say about it? As long as it's for her, she wouldn't say a word even if I tore down my own room." Huang Zhong, standing behind him, also tried to reason with the Marquis. "Isn't it too early to renovate? Is the eldest miss even coming to stay? What if she doesn't come? Won't destroying the young lord's pear orchard be a waste?" The Marquis replied with a cunning smile, "Just send word and she'll come. They're so close. She can't refuse dinner." Just then, the guard returned to report. The Marquis asked anxiously, "Did Diener send you with a message? Remind me to prepare for her return." Contrary to the Marquis's expectations, the guard delivered news like a bolt from the blue. "You misunderstand, my lord. The young lord didn't send me. He's too busy to bother with me. I came to inform you that the young lord won't be returning." Upon hearing this bad news, the Marquis froze. "He's not coming back again?" The guard continued slowly. "He's staying at the young Mrs. house, at your daughter Gu Qiao's." The Marquis was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe his ears, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "I told you to bring him back. Who allowed you to let her lead him away?" In the Marchioness's room, the nanny was also remonstrating with her mistress. "The conditions in the countryside are poor. The young lord is accustomed to a life of luxury. How can he adapt?" But the Marchioness didn't share her concerns. She was confident that Xiao Qiao would take good care of him. The nanny continued, "But the food, he won't be used to it." The Marchioness, busy packing clothes for Xiao Lulang, said gently, "Xiao Qiao is a doctor. She understands these things better than we do. She knows what Diener can and can't eat. Besides," she added, "as long as it's something she cooks, Diener will eat it all, even if he's not used to it." The nanny persisted, "She's just a small-town doctor. She's only treated Madam twice. You can't say her medical skills are that advanced." Still trusting her daughter, the Marchioness explained, "Nanny, you don't understand Xiao Qiao. Once you do, you'll come to like her." However, a flicker of worry crossed the Marchioness's mind. "What's with the red birthmark on her face? I don't remember it being there when she was born." The nanny, standing behind her, had her own thoughts. If she truly is Madam's daughter, I'll confess my wrongdoing later. It's just that the girl's heart seems so cold. I'm afraid she's not sincere. The Marquis, arriving home, found his wife's maidservants carrying bundles large and small. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" The Marchioness didn't hide anything. "I'm packing some fresh clothes for Yenna," she said frankly, "and some other things." The Marquis was taken aback. "You're sending clothes to Yenna? Do you intend to let her stay there?" She pouted playfully. "Is that not allowed?" The Marquis, unable to summon any real anger, nodded repeatedly. "Allowed, allowed. I'm just worried Yenna won't be used to being away from you." The Marchioness paused, a thoughtful expression on her face. "That's true." Seeing this, the Marquis inwardly rejoiced. But his joy was short-lived. A moment later, his wife said brightly, "Or perhaps I should go too." The Marquis felt his world crumble. His face paled. The image of the three of them living happily together, while he was left alone in the cold, empty mansion, sent a shiver down his spine. Fearful of losing his wife, the Marquis took a step back and feigned concern. "That child has suffered for so many years," he said. "We've only just appeared in her life. It must be difficult for her to accept us. We might frighten her. Let Yenna try to persuade her for a few days. If you miss her, you can always look at her portrait." His wife turned to him, her brow furrowed. "What about that birthmark on Xiao Xiao's face?" she asked. "Is she ill?" The Marquis's expression darkened. "No, she's not ill. I was told it was a birthmark," he continued. "She had it when she was brought back from the palace. It wasn't noticeable when she was small, but it grew larger as she did." The Marchioness shook her head. "That's not right. I saw her when my sister-in-law gave birth. The baby was perfectly normal. If there truly was a birthmark," she said, her voice tinged with sadness, "I would have remembered, being pregnant myself at the time. Xiao Xiao is my daughter. I must have simply been a concubine. I don't understand how her face could be like that. There's only one person who can confirm this, the abbot. We must go to the temple and get to the bottom of this," she declared. At the temple, the abbot was aghast. "What are you saying? Was there truly a mix-up? The girl with the birthmark is the true daughter of the Marquis's household." The Marchioness pressed him. "Abbot, have you seen the child? She's been to the temple to see you twice." The abbot looked bewildered. "Could it be that I was drunk that day and dreamed it all? That I drew on the baby's face with a trembling hand?" He bowed his head apologetically. "Amitabha," he murmured, my sin, this poor monk was drunk, my hand trembled, my hand went limp, and I marked the wrong place. Then I collapsed, and when I awoke, I thought it was a dream." The Marquis frowned, suspicion in his eyes. "What about Consort Du? Didn't she notice anything unusual about the baby's face?" The abbot bowed his head. "After giving birth, Consort Du was unconscious. She didn't awaken for 2 days. This humble monk ventures to guess that when she finally saw the baby, the switch had already been made." "If that's the case," the Marchioness mused, "then on that rainy day, when Madame Wen left in such a hurry, it must have been then." The abbot bowed low. It was all this old monk's carelessness that caused such a grave mistake. But the Marquis, magnanimous in his relief, waved a hand dismissively. "It was a coincidence. Now that the child has returned, this Marquis will not pursue the matter further." Unseen, a handsome monk listened in on their conversation from afar. The abbot quickly ushered the Marquis and Marchioness out, then turned a furious glare towards the eavesdropper. He roared at the handsome monk, who was lounging nonchalantly. "It was you! You caused me to make such a terrible mistake." The handsome monk raised an eyebrow, unrepentant. "You can't blame me. You know what you're like when you're drunk." The abbot sputtered with rage. "Don't you dare! You tricked me. You told me it wasn't wine." The handsome monk calmly picked up his hat. "Who was I back then?" he said mildly. "Just a child. If you were bewitched by a child, isn't that your own foolishness? Besides," he added, "it wasn't intentional. I truly didn't know how strong it was. I was a child. I couldn't drink it myself. You had to test it first." Smoke practically poured from the abbot's ears. His eyes blazed. "Test it," he bellowed. "Was I testing wine or poison? It's not just your master's indulgence that's made you so reckless." One fine morning, at Gu Qiao's house, the Marchioness arrived early. She handed a bundle to Gu Qiao. "Please give these clothes to Yenna," she instructed. "There are enough for her to change every day." The Marquis stood dumbfounded at the doorway, his path blocked by a flock of Jingxiu's chickens. They looked like valiant warriors clad in golden armor. Annoyed, he furrowed his brows. "Even these chicks dare to block my way?" He thought about kicking them. Hearing the commotion outside, the Marchioness turned her head, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Not wanting to upset his wife, the Marquis forced a smile and even praised the chick's cuteness. Inwardly, he lamented, to think I'd be outdone by a bunch of chickens. Seeing Gu Qiao busy cooking, the Marchioness hesitantly approached her. Qiao Qiao, she began. Could I stay here? Gu Qiao looked up in surprise. The Marchioness quickly added, I can help you with the housework. Looking at Gu Qiao's weary appearance and calloused hands, the Marchioness felt a pang of guilt. I may not have done these kinds of chores before, she thought, but how could I have been so oblivious to the hardships my daughter has endured? Gu Qiao's reply was curt. There's no need. I can manage. Disappointed, the Marchioness offered another suggestion. Then perhaps I could cook. I'm quite good at it. Didn't you praise the pastries I made last time? I could make them for you every day. Gu Qiao shook her head. That's not necessary either. The Marchioness persisted. Then how about the laundry? Look at how many people are in this household. How can you possibly handle it all alone? Gu Qiao turned, her gaze sharp and unsettling. The Marchioness flinched under her cold stare. Clasping her hands together, the Marchioness spoke, her voice trembling with a mixture of shame and hurt. It's not that you don't need my help with the work, is it? It's that you don't want me to stay. Without another word, she turned to leave, adding as an afterthought, Please take care of Yinner then. It's getting late. You attend to your duties. I'll be going now. Even though she had anticipated this outcome, she couldn't help but wonder if she had been too hasty. Gu Qiao suddenly looked up. It's not your fault, she said. It's mine. The Marchioness paused at the doorway, stunned. A long silence stretched between them. Gu Qiao stared at her reflection in the water basin and sighed. The Marchioness asked hesitantly, Do you still miss your birth parents? Or is there something else? Outside, the Marquis called impatiently. My lady, it's getting late. Let's go. We can visit another time. There's no need for Qiao Qiao to see us out, he added. The Marchioness left, her disappointment evident. Gu Qiao watched them go, her heart aching. She had her own reasons, her own burdens to bear. Things she had once dismissed as trivial, like her parents' constant arguing in her previous life. Why should I bear the brunt of your mistakes? She remembered her mother shouting. It's clearly your fault. Just leave. They had parted on bad terms, but it was Gu Qiao, left alone and abandoned, who had cried in the streets, snapping back to the present. Gu Qiao saw Gu Dim peeking out from behind the door. Are they gone? He asked. Gu Qiao smiled gently as she prepared his food. Yes, they're gone. I made soup for you and grandmother. Come and eat. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good riddance, he muttered under his breath. Grandmother looked at the boy before her, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. He seemed familiar, as if she had met him before, only much younger. She coughed a few times, then subtly switched their bowls of soup. The soup Gu Qiao had ladled for herself was noticeably less sweet. His undoubtedly was sweeter. Grandmother, with her sweet tooth, took a sip and was so moved she teared up. Pleased with Gu Diem's obedience, she said, Very good. From now on, I will take care of you in this house. Remember to be even more filial to me. Meanwhile, back at the Marquis estate, the Marchioness stared blankly at Gu Qiao's portrait, worry etched on her face. Seeing his wife's distress, the Marquis grew anxious. The abbot said the birthmark on Xiao Jiao's face was a sign of a difficult labor, he recalled. But Xiao Qiao is already married. Why are they? Could it be that their relationship isn't good? We should marry Xiao Qiao off as soon as possible, the Marchioness mused. If she were still in our household, I would definitely keep her for a few more years. The Marquis sat beside her, fuming, his displeasure with his daughter's husband evident. That penniless wretch, what does he have to offer? He's clearly up to no good. Give him some silver and send him packing. Once we're in the capital, no one will know she was ever married. Then we can find her a proper gentleman of suitable standing. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulang, on his way to pick up Jing Kong from school, was intercepted by a mysterious figure. The man swiftly removed the cloth covering his head and said, Don't be alarmed. My surname is Liu. I've been sent by my master to find you. He then produced a token and presented it to Xiao Lulang. Do you recognize this? The scene shifted to the classroom. Noticing the little monk gazing longingly out the window, the teacher asked, Jing Kong, hasn't your brother-in-law arrived yet? Inwardly, the teacher wept. 10 rivers couldn't wash away his misery. Finally, this one was almost gone. He kept asking these peculiar questions, trying to shorten my lifespan. His brother-in-law was Headmaster Li's prized disciple. He couldn't afford to offend him. The teacher suggested to the little monk, Shall I take you to the gate to see if he's there? Jing Kong, feigning indifference, hid his face behind his book. If he wants to come, he'll come. I'm not waiting. Despite his words, a flicker of worry betrayed his facade. That mean brother-in-law? Doesn't he want me anymore? He thought, just like all those grown-ups who say they'll pick you up and then never do. Just then, the teacher bustled back in, beaming, and patted the little monk's head. Jin Kong, your brother-in-law is here. A mixture of excitement and forced composure washed over Jin Kong. I must remain calm. Jin Kong is not a child anymore. He then feigned nonchalance, slowly rising to his feet. Well, I'll be going then. Goodbye, teacher. The teacher, outwardly cheerful, felt a drumbeat of relief in his chest. Finally, he's gone. My daily nightmare is over. By the time the two arrived home, dusk had settled. Upon entering, Jin Kong noticed an unfamiliar presence. Curious, he asked, "Who are you?" Gu DM, with an air of self-importance, pointed to himself. I am Qiao Qiao's real younger brother. Her real younger brother. The word struck Jin Kong like a thunderbolt. Xiao Qiao had a real younger brother? Didn't that mean he outranked even Xiao Shun? Not to be outdone, Xiao Lulang ruffled the little monk's head, teasing him about who was Qiao Qiao's favorite little brother. Jin Kong, indignant, swatted his hand away. Mean brother-in-law? Stop ruffling my hair. Jin Kong quickly regained his composure. Don't panic, he thought. So what if he's the real brother? I got here first. I'm younger and cuter. I'm not afraid. Just then, Xie Ningxiang arrived, bearing gifts. I brought you some freshly harvested sweet potatoes. Gu DM greeted her warmly. You must be Miss Xie. My sister has told me about you. The sight before her, adorable, clean-cut, radiating a K-pop star aura, was utterly disarming, sending her heart aflutter. Xie Ningxiang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, her gaze fixed on him adoringly. I had no idea Gu Qiao had such a charming younger brother. Standing beside them, unnoticed and forgotten, Jin Kong seethed. Big-headed and acting cute. How embarrassing. Dejected, little Jin Kong retreated to his room, placing a warm cloth on his head as he pondered his predicament. His round face, a mask of frustration, muttered, I must be better than him at something. I can't lose. Suddenly, an idea sparked. I'm a monk. I can chant scriptures for Qiao Qiao. Determined to present his offering to Qiao Qiao, he rummaged through his old wooden chest for his chanting tools. But as he approached, a melodious flute tune drifted through the air. It was Gu DM playing. He looked elegant and refined, lost in the music. His carefree, passionate posture was mesmerizing. Jin Kong, awestruck, approached, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He can play the flute too, he whispered. Gu Qiao, sitting beside him, listened with evident delight. Magnificent, she exclaimed. Jin Kong, clutching his wooden clapper, his eyes welling up, sighed. That is the most beautiful music in the world. 1,000 times better than my chanting. Gu DM had won the second round. Jin Kong, utterly defeated, slumped and mumbled, I lose. The next day, the little monk was undeterred. He furrowed his brow, a determined glint in his eyes. Bring it on, he declared. Your trump card. The chirping of chicks filled the air. Jin Kong, brimming with confidence, thought, I know how to raise chicks, 7 of them no less. I bet you can't do better than me. But his smugness was short-lived. Just as he proudly presented his chicks, reality struck. One of Gu DM's servants arrived with a puppy. Young master, the servant announced, your dog has been delivered. And as if that weren't enough, Gu Qiao was instantly smitten. Oh, how adorable, she exclaimed. From now on, you'll live with us. Jin Kong was speechless, stunned into silence. He could only manage a bewildered. He knows how to raise dogs too? The puppy frolicked on the ground, a fluffy ball of energy, yipping playfully. Gu DM, with a mischievous grin, tossed a bone towards Jin Kong and commanded the puppy, fetch. The puppy, quick as a flash, darted towards the little monk's feet, startling him and sending the chicks scattering with panic squawks. Gu Qiao, delighted by the scene, patted the puppy's head. Good boy. Such a good boy. And with that, Jin Kong had lost the third round completely. As night fell, Jin Kong's sighs echoed through the house. Lying in bed, he lamented his woes. Oh, I'm so miserable, he muttered. The door creaked open, and Xiao Lulang entered. He looked at the small figure in the bed. I must make Xiao Qiao like me, Jin Kong murmured in his sleep. Xiao Lulang shook his head with a chuckle. This little guy is even talking in his sleep. He gently tucked the blanket around Jin Kong. Half asleep, the little monk continued to mumble. This time, I was just careless. Next time, I'll definitely beat you. After tidying up, Xiao Lulang quietly slipped out of the room. Gu Qiao was waiting outside. Is Jin Kong asleep? She asked softly. He is, Xiao Lulang replied. And Gu DM? she inquired. He nodded. Asleep as well. With everything settled, Gu Qiao encouraged him to practice his walking. Xiao Lulang sighed wearily as he sat down. Even if I practice, I can't go anywhere. Gu Qiao gestured towards his legs, explaining, at least your muscles won't atrophy. There might be a day when you want to walk. They'll be ready to support your wish, to take you wherever you want to go. He looked down, lost in thought. A wish? I don't have any wishes. If I wanted to go. He trailed off, realizing she was speaking hypothetically, assuming he would eventually leave. Before he could respond, Gu Qiao extended her hand. Her eyes sparkled. Come on, she urged. Patiently, she helped him to his feet. Offering words of encouragement, she continued to support him. As they walked, Xiao Yulong's heart was heavy. This little path will soon reach its end, he thought. Will she and I be the same? The next morning, as Gu Qiao prepared to go up the mountain, Jing Kong trotted after her. Xiao Qiao, he chirped. I've finished my training. I'm going up the mountain with you. As they opened the door to leave, a luxurious carriage pulled up and a stranger stepped out. Excuse me, the man inquired. Is this the residence of Xiao Lulang? Gu Qiao eyed him suspiciously. Who are you? She asked. The man produced a token. Are you Madame Xiao? He continued. My master has a matter to discuss with you and requests your presence in town. Gu Qiao studied the man before her. He didn't seem to be one of the Qing Tong, and the token Xianing Xiang had found wasn't from the local authorities. Could this be someone even more powerful than the government? Intrigued, Gu Qiao agreed. Very well, she said. I'll go with you. Jing Kong, beside her, was worried. Gu Qiao turned to him. Jing Kong, she instructed, go find Grandma. But the little monk shook his head vehemently. No, I've been going to private school every day for the past few days. I finally have a day off, and I want to be Qiao Qiao's little tail. Seeing his determination, Gu Qiao relented and allowed him to come along. The man gestured towards the carriage. Please get in. Soon, they arrived in town, bustling with activity and throngs of people. The man spoke respectfully. Madam Xiao, if you'll please wait a moment, I'll go and fetch Steward Chu. Gu Qiao de Jing Kong Asnak. Go play outside for a bit, she instructed gently. I need to talk to them. Jing Kong, ever obedient, took the offering. Yes, Qiao, he replied. This calligraphy scroll is quite large. Just then, a middle-aged man entered. He was refined in appearance and spoke respectfully. My name is Chu, he announced, bowing slightly. I present myself before Madame Xiao. Madam, I represent the Lin family of the provincial city. Have you heard of the Lin family? He inquired. Gu Qiao shook her head, indicating she had not. The steward appeared taken aback. He thought to himself, this woman is a local, yet she doesn't know the Lin family? A salt merchant family pacified by the imperial court, so influential that even the regional governor holds them in high regard. Recovering his composure, Steward Chu continued. The Lin family's fortune was built upon the salt trade, its transport, sale, and management. Even now, the salt operations in this region are overseen by the Lin family. However, he added, a hint of concern in his voice, despite our pacification by the court, generations of descendants have failed to produce a single successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Fortunately, this year, our young master Lu finally passed the Shiotsi examination. He is the Lin family's sole hope. Without achieving official status, the Lin family will be left with nothing but money. Gu Qiao pondered this information. A rich kid who doesn't indulge in pleasures, but instead insists on racking his brains for the imperial examinations? Interesting. At that moment, a maidservant entered, carrying a silver mirror. Steward Chu resumed speaking. My visit to Qingchuan town is actually motivated by admiration. Young Master Xiao achieved the rank of Tongsheng, and I haven't yet had the opportunity to congratulate Madame Xiao. This is a small token of our esteem. Please accept it. Gu Qiao, sensing his ulterior motive, cut to the chase. Steward Chu, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. Steward Chu calmly poured a cup of tea, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Madame Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. I won't hide it from you. Young Master Xiao placed first in both the county and prefectural examinations. A truly outstanding achievement. My master reviewed his essays and was deeply impressed by young Master Xiao's talent. He wishes to invite young Master Xiao to the provincial city as a guest of the Lin family. Steward Chu bowed respectfully as he offered the teacup to Gu Qiao. He continued, my master sincerely desires to build a connection with young Master Xiao. I implore Madame Xiao for your assistance. Gu Qiao accepted the tea, her curiosity piqued. Why didn't you approach him directly? She asked. Or did you already try, and he refused? A look of embarrassment flickered across Steward Chu's face. Gu Qiao seemed to understand. So he refused, she stated coolly. With that, Gu Qiao rose and turned to leave, leaving Steward Chu standing there, dumbfounded. So blunt, not even a chance to bargain. He quickly regained his senses and hurried after her. Madame Xiao, please wait, he called out. Do you find my offer insufficient? This silver is merely a gesture, he added hastily. Everything is negotiable. The provincial examinations are fast approaching, Steward Chu pressed on. Sooner or later, he will have to go to the provincial city. Why not have young Master Xiao offer some guidance to my young master on his essays? Gu Qiao raised an eyebrow. So, you want him to be a tutor for the Lin family? But if he's already refused? Steward Chu quickly interrupted. No, he hasn't refused. He stumbled over his words, attempting to clarify. To be precise, he refused the 2,000 taels of silver offered as a reward, on the condition that he guarantee our young master's success in the Jiren examination. Perhaps our request was a bit excessive at the time, but we sincerely wish to invite young Master Xiao to tutor him. My master has said that as long as young Master Xiao agrees to come to the provincial city, everything else is negotiable. Gu Qiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. So, you're saying that even if your young master doesn't pass, you won't blame us? Steward Chu thumped his chest reassuringly. No blame. The expenses for the trip to the provincial city will be covered, of course. We absolutely won't go back on our word. He and the maidservant bowed deeply. Madame Xiao, please grant me this opportunity. Please keep this silver, regardless of the outcome. Gu Qiao took the silver, her voice soft but firm. The silver is not the issue. I will consider your proposal. Upon returning home, she quickly relayed the events to Xiao Lulang. No need for lofty pronouncements, she said. I'm just the messenger. Gesturing towards the 100 taels of silver before them, Gu Qiao looked directly at him. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Xiao Lulang, meanwhile, was breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking they've actually come to our home. He spoke with a mix of complex emotions and reproach. In the future, if someone comes looking for you again, don't just go off with them so easily. This time, dealing with Steward Chu wasn't too difficult. Gu Qiao touched her cheek thoughtfully, a puzzled expression on her face. Are you worried about something? It's true, coming to our house like that isn't really proper. What if someone came looking for you? Xiao Lulang evaded her question. I'm just saying you should be careful, no matter what you're doing. Inwardly, however, he was screaming, I'm worried about you. Gu Qiao, oblivious to his true feelings, replied cheerfully, I know, don't worry. So, what about the Lin family matter? If there's no obligation, going there once wouldn't be a problem. No matter what he said, Gu Qiao's eyes remained glued to the chest of silver. Understandable, it was 2,000 taels after all. She suddenly remembered to ask him, will this interfere with your studies? No. Then it's settled, she declared. That night, as Gu Qiao drifted off to sleep, a strange dream unfolded before her. At the Lin family residence, a young woman presented a bowl of medicine to Xiao Lulang. I brewed this medicine myself. When your older brother and cousin were hurrying on their journey, they encountered a heavy downpour and haven't been seen for 15 days. Such bad luck. As she spoke, she reached out to touch him, but he coldly brushed her hand away with a book. I am merely here as a hired tutor, he added, his gaze sharp. Miss Lin needn't concern herself. Undeterred, she continued to press closer. Young Master Xiao and cousin, please rest well. Don't worry about anything else. I'll ensure you're well taken care of. Darkness fell swiftly. After drinking the medicine, Xiao Lulang suddenly felt a burning sensation coursing through his veins. He dropped the bowl, shattering it on the floor. Miss Lin, waiting outside with a sinister look, knocked persistently. Young Master Xiao, are you unwell? Shall I come in and see to you? His body trembling, his face flushed crimson, he struggled to reply. I'm fine, Miss Lin. Please retire for the night. With that, he stumbled towards the bathing chamber and plunged himself into the cool water. She still wouldn't give up, calling out from beyond the door. Young Master Xiao, let me in. Otherwise. But Xiao Lulang ignored her completely, focusing on the icy water, willing himself to remain lucid. Gu Qiao jolted awake, her face grim. How can even tutoring involve such schemes? She muttered, bewildered. Drugged with an aphrodisiac and still maintaining his integrity? What a miserable fate! Fury surged through her. She slapped her thigh. That damned girl! How dare she have designs on my husband? This wasn't just about his happiness. It was about hers too. She wouldn't forgive this Lin woman. She absolutely couldn't let him go. Dawn finally broke, heralded by the familiar sounds of barking dogs and clucking chickens. At breakfast, she noticed Xiao Liulong's pack bags. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to him. About the Lin family matter, have you reconsidered? He looked at her quizzically. Why? Gu Qiao slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising. You'll be gone for so long. What about the house? He countered. We don't have crops to tend. No crops, she retorted. But we have elders and a child. It's a lot of work for me to manage alone. And I still have to go up the mountain sometimes. I can't keep bothering Xuening Xiao. Xiao Lulang paused, taken aback. But you usually do everything yourself. Logically, shouldn't things be easier for you when I'm not around? Perhaps we could hire a maid while I'm away, he suggested. Gu Qiao sighed dramatically. I'm not comfortable having strangers in the house. I heard Gu Diem say the Lin family has many beautiful daughters. Who knows if you'll be tempted to stray while you're there? You might even bring back a few new sisters for me. It took him a moment, but finally, he realized she was jealous. Gu Qiao mumbled, Can we just drop it? A smug grin spread across Xiao Liulong's face. All right, I won't go. This surprised Gu Qiao. No way, she thought. Was it really that easy? A little flustered, she piled more food onto his plate. She even brought up the 2,000 taels, wondering if he regretted it. Xiao Lulang teased. It seems like you're the one who regrets it. She fluttered like a startled sparrow. Is it that obvious? Truthfully, the money wasn't the main point. She mainly wanted to save a young man with such promising prospects. He hid a smile behind his hand, charmed by his adorable wife. Gu Qiao feigned indifference. Well, there's no use talking about it now. The scene shifted to the Thousand Fragrance Academy. Steward Chu had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Xiao Lulang appear, he waved him over. Steward Chu eagerly brought up the previous discussion. Have you considered it? Xiao Lulang answered frankly. I can tutor your young master, but I have one condition. The steward readily agreed. Don't mention one condition. Even 10 would be fine. Xiao Lulang stated firmly. I will not go to the provincial city. If your young master truly wishes to learn from me, he can come here. I will arrange for him to attend the academy, in the same class and at the same table as myself. Steward Chu looked troubled. That will be a bit difficult. He then tried to tempt Xiao Lulang with the silver. But Xiao Yulong's response was resolute. More money won't change anything. If he comes, I will teach. If not, you'll have to find someone else. At that moment, Marquis Dingen also arrived, looking for someone. He asked the students at the academy, Is Xiao Lulang of your academy here? One of them pointed towards him. That's Xiao Lulang. The Marquis stared, astonished. This young man looks exactly like the young lord of the Zhao capital. How can it be him? No, their demeanor is completely different. Just their appearance is similar. He stood there lost in thought for a long moment. One of Xiao Yulong's classmates spoke up. Xiao Lulang, someone's looking for you. Recognizing the vaguely familiar face, Xiao Lulang wondered, what is Marquis Dingen doing here? The Marquis looked at him with disdain. You are Xiao Lulang? Without waiting for a reply, the Marquis went straight to the point. Stay away from my daughter. Sign this banknote, and it's yours. Xiao Lulang glanced at it dismissively. That's a paltry sum. The Marquis bristled. 5,000 taels is enough for you to live on for several lifetimes. You could even marry a few beautiful concubines and live a life of comfort and leisure. Don't think that passing 2 imperial exams means your future is limitless. I've seen plenty like you. Not many actually make it to the palace examination. With bad luck, you could even fail the provincial exam. Every year, the court's top graduates all come from the noble families of the capital. Competing against their dark political machinations isn't something poor scholars like you can even imagine. High and low status is predetermined from birth. You're not worthy of being my son-in-law. Be smart. Take this silver and disappear from my sight. He then ordered his subordinate. He thinks it's too little? Huang Zhong, give him another 1,000. Xiao Lulang calmly replied. Has the Marquis forgotten something? Confused, the Marquis asked, What? Xiao Yulong's expression remained unchanged. She's not your daughter. He continued, and if you're referring to your current daughter, then even less so. I have no interest in her. 5,000 taels is nothing to me. The person I love is not the Marquis's daughter. The Marquis sputtered, speechless with rage. This arrogant brat, countless noble sons in the capital, would be honored to marry Kandu, all 1,000 times better than him. I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he roared for Huang Zhong. just as the Marquis was bellowing for his guards. Gu Qiao appeared from behind him like a vengeful goddess. Before he could react, she grabbed him by the collar, sending him sprawling. Nearby, Huang Zhong lay on the ground, bruised and battered, unable to get up. Gu Qiao demanded, her voice laced with fury, "What business do you have with my husband?" The Marquis, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, declared, "Of course, I'll make that good-for-nothing divorce you. You'll be unwed. Once we're back in the capital, just say you've never been married. I'll find you a much better match." Gu Qiao bristled with indignation. "What right do you have to interfere in my affairs?" The Marquis boomed. "Because I'm your father." Stepping closer, Gu Qiao pressed him. "Did you raise me? Even for a single day?" Unaware of his own failings, the Marquis blustered. "That wasn't my fault. It was a mix-up at birth. I'm making it up to you now. Come home with me, and you'll be the cherished daughter of the Marquis household. My wife, and I will shower you with affection." Gu Qiao crossed her arms. "You're not showing a shred of sincerity." The Marquis sputtered. "How can you say that? I am being sincere." Her voice was ice. "If you truly want me back, you'll cast out the imposter who's occupied my place for over a decade. That would be sincerity." The Marquis finally lost his composure. "How dare you speak such venomous words? Kandu even defended you, saying her illness wasn't your fault. Look at you, acting like this, as her elder sister. Just look at you." Gu Qiao turned her back on him and walked away. "I have no younger sister, and I'm not coming with you." The Marquis roared after her. "You insolent girl, get back here." Consumed by rage, he lashed out, grabbing at Gu Qiao. But she was no fragile flower. The sounds of a scuffle erupted from behind the library. Half an hour later, Gu Qiao emerged, dusting off her hands. Xiao Lulang was waiting for her, seemingly having materialized out of thin air. Her demeanor softened instantly. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said with a smile. "We've finished our conversation. He won't bother us anymore." Huang Zhong, having regained consciousness, cowered against the wall, pleading with the Marquis. "Why do you insist on provoking the young miss?" The Marquis, bruised and trembling, retorted, "She provoked me." Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoshan arrived home. He was stunned by the news. "My sister was switched at birth?" Jing Kong chimed in. "That's right. He likes Gu Qiao, and Gu Qiao likes him. It's not a good thing. You have your own room now, so stay home." Jing Kong hurried inside. "Gu DM, we're back." Gu Xiaoshan stared at the elegantly dressed, radiant young man before him. He thought to himself, the little monk never mentioned he was this handsome. Gu DM put on a friendly facade. "You must be Gu Xiaoshan." Inwardly, he assessed his competition. "He's not as tall as me. Doesn't seem like much of a threat. But I hear he got into a fight for Qiao Qiao. He must have strong feelings for her." Gu Xiaoshan replied sullenly, "Yeah, you're my sister's real brother." Hoping to diffuse the tension, Gu DM clapped him on the shoulder. "From now on, we're brothers." Gu DM's face contorted in pain. He winced internally. "Ow! What's his shoulder made of?" Night fell quickly. As they sat down for dinner, Gu Xiaoshan asked his newfound brother, "Are you settling in all right?" Gu DM, eager to appear at ease, replied, "Our rooms are close by. You can come over anytime." Gu Xiaoshan continued his questioning. "So, what did you do for those 3 days you didn't work while I was away?" Gu DM stammered, I haven't left the house. Xiao Qiao has been busy with work lately, and Jing Kong and Mother have their own things to do." Gu Xiaoshan pressed on, "Weren't you bored?" "Our family doesn't have any help from my sister with her work. It's definitely not easy. You wouldn't be used to it. By the way, you're so handsome. Why aren't you studying?" Gu DM recoiled, his thoughts racing. What does being handsome have to do with studying? I treat you like a brother, and you stab me in the back. Gu Qiao, sitting beside him, also found Xiao Xuan's words reasonable. So she chimed in, "Since you're older now, you should go to school. Why not attend the private tutoring sessions with Jing Kong?" This made Gu DM wail. "I don't want to go to school." "No." Gu DM put on a very sincere expression, clutching his arm dramatically and pleading, "Little brother, can't you refuse for me?" But unmoved by his theatrics, Gu Qiao nodded in agreement. "All right then, let's change the subject." However, Gu Qiao turned back to him with a pointed question. "Tomorrow, will I take you to school, or will your brother-in-law?" Gu Dim, caught off guard, replied, "You'll take me." "Good," Gu Qiao said, a glint in her eye. "I'll prepare your school bag tonight. I'll take you tomorrow." It was only then that Gu Diem realized something was amiss, but it was too late. Wait, something doesn't feel right. The next morning at the Thousand Fragrance Academy, Jing Kong curiously followed Gu DM, asking, "Which class do you think you'll be in?" He replied confidently, "Kid, I'm already 14. I can't possibly be in the same class as you." Due to his perceived noble status, he was led by a tutor into a classroom. The teacher said, "Young master, I'll have you sit here. Your age isn't too different from my other students. This is also a new student. You two should help each other out." Seeing the little monk sitting beside him, Gu Dim asked in astonishment, "How can you be in this class?" Jing Kong replied with a smug grin, "I skipped a grade." Gu Dim's eyes widened. "That's even possible?" The scene shifted to the Marquis household. A sarcastic voice echoed from Gu Kindu's room. "Even if I gifted her the royal zither, she wouldn't want it. Living in the countryside, how would she even know what it is?" Now, her face twisted with malice. Whether she accepts it or not isn't important. What matters is that mother and everyone else see my good intentions. Pack up the other gifts, then follow me to mother's place. In the Marchioness's courtyard, the old nanny asked doubtfully, "If the eldest miss is living in hardship, wouldn't giving her some silver be enough? Why make common clothes that even a maid wouldn't wear?" The Marchioness replied softly, "Qiao Qiao doesn't need my silver. DMR is already looking much better over there. I was right to let him stay with Qiao Qiao." The old nanny agreed. Indeed, the young master's complexion is much improved. Feeling pleased, the Marchioness continued her preparations. Qiao Qiao is busy cultivating the land behind the mountain. I don't have the time to go there myself. While she was still busy, Gu Kindu cheerfully rushed in. "Mother, why are you here so early? Aren't you afraid of getting tanned in this strong sun?" She added sweetly, "I missed you. So, how was it? Did you have a good meeting with my sister and brother?" The Marchioness beamed. "Yes, your brother's school was closed today. I met both your brother and Xiao Qiao. They're both doing very well." Gu Kindu thought, bewildered, "I haven't seen mother this happy in a long time." Seeing her standing there silently, the Marchioness asked, "Is something wrong?" "Du cien du kiki composé d'herself." "Nothing. I also want to see them. Once my sister isn't angry with me anymore, I'll go visit them." She then picked up a set of new clothes lying nearby. "Are these for me?" But her face fell. "They're so long. They're not my size." Jealousy towards her real sister began to fester within her. Feigning concern, she said, "To avoid putting you in a difficult position, the common clothes you made for me are too long. Why don't you give them to my sister?" The Marchioness felt a pang of guilt. Although both sets of clothes were intended for Qiao Qiao, since Kindu had already said so, it would be even more awkward to explain the truth. She forced a smile. "All right, I'll make you a new set. Gucien du Brighton. As long as it's made by you, mother, I'll definitely wear it every day." With that, she turned to leave, not forgetting to take a jab at her mother, intentionally speaking loud enough for her to hear. "I won't be wearing these rags from this house today." As expected, the clothes from Ju Van Kak are still the best. The Marchioness heard every word. She lowered her head sadly, thinking that perhaps the common clothes she made were too old-fashioned, and that Kindu truly didn't like them. At that moment, at the Winshuan estate, the Marquis and his disheveled guard returned home. Gu Kindu was surprised by their appearance. "Father, Guard Huang, what happened to you?" He tried to save face. "I was merely in a carriage accident," he declared. Gu Kindu, skeptical, pressed him. "What about the carriage? How did the accident happen?" Marquis Dingen shot a look at his guard, Huang Zhong, who stammered, It was my fault. I had too much to drink and lost control of the reins." Even he seemed to choke on the flimsy excuse. Gu Kindu, still seated at the table, questioned Huang Zhong directly. "Why were you drinking?" she asked. He replied, "The Marquis, he told me to." Gu Kindu feigned concern. "How dangerous?" "Father, you mustn't do that again. Are you hungry? I'll have some food prepared." The Marquis, visibly pleased, beamed. "Ah, Kindu, you're so thoughtful and understanding." Gu Kindu then presented the gift she had brought for the Marquis and his wife. "What are these for?" Lady Ho inquired, suspicion lacing her tone. Gu Kindu, ever the picture of innocence, replied, "Mother, these are gifts I chose for elder sister." She proceeded to unwrap each gift, explaining, "I wasn't sure what elder sister would like, so I prepared a little of everything." Lady Ho's eyes widened in surprise. "You've put so much thought into this," she murmured, her gaze falling upon a particularly exquisite-looking instrument. "Kindu," she exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. "How can you give away something so precious?" Maintaining her performance, Gu Kindu affected a generous air. "It's nothing, mother. The emperor gifted it to me, and I can do with it as I please." Lady Ho's voice held a note of regret. "The Fushi Moon Shadow Zither. Even a replica is the only one in the entire court. It's far too valuable. The Marquis, standing behind his wife, echoed her sentiment. Indeed, the Emperor bestowed it upon you because of your talent. Your sister knows nothing of music. It would be wasted on her. Gukendu delicately placed her hand on the strings, her eyes welling with manufactured tears. This is the best I can offer, she whispered, her voice trembling with feigned emotion. I want to make it up to elder sister. I would give my life for her. A zither is nothing. Completely taken in by her performance, her parents responded, "Silly child, we can't help you replace this. We'll see if your sister even likes it." As she turned to leave, zither in hand, the Marquis called her back. "Listen to your father's advice," he said earnestly. "Don't do anything so foolish again." Gukendu blinked innocently. "Father, why?" The Marquis's face was etched with worry. "Weren't you afraid your mother would actually accept it? You intended to give it to your sister, but thankfully, your mother refused. It's good that she didn't. Your sister grew up in the countryside. She doesn't understand music. She's better suited to chopping wood. Such a fine instrument would be wasted on her." Gukendu clung to his arm, her voice sweet. "If elder sister wants to learn, I can teach her." He sighed. "We'll see if she's even capable of learning. Keep the Fushi moon shadow zither. Don't give it away so easily again. I must go now. Rest well." Only after the Marquis had departed did her true, malevolent nature surface. "The Fushi zither has long been lost to time," she sneered. "No one could forge a better replica. I never intended to give it away anyway." Meanwhile, with Gu Diem, the young monk Jing Kong cried out in a panic, "Qiao Qiao, where's my abacus?" "Don't worry," she reassured him. "I'll help you find it." Leading him to a cupboard, she said, "I looked here before. It must be in here, probably in this chest." The young monk shook his head. "No, I think it's that one." After a bit of rummaging, they finally found an abacus. But when Gu Qiao pulled it out, she gasped. It was made of solid 24-karat gold. Jing Kong nodded. "That's it. Who gave you this?" Gu Qiao asked, astonished. Jing Kong, in his youthful innocence, replied, "Master gave it to me. He has lots of abacuses. Do you know this is pure gold?" "Of course. I picked the prettiest one." Gu Qiao then noticed something else. "Is this a zither?" The instrument, though old, seemed to possess a rich tone. Seeing his interest, the young monk asked, "Qiao Qiao, do you know how to play?" Gu Qiao didn't answer, instead posing a question of his own. "Do you?" Suddenly, he noticed scorch marks on the instrument. Jing Kong, feigning worldliness, said, "I know a little about it, but I don't like it. This was a gift from my master. Everything in the forest was a gift from his family. Once, when we ran out of firewood, my master threw the zither into the fire, but it wouldn't burn, so he took it back." Gu Qiao was speechless after hearing the little monk's story. "Even if it was broken, you wouldn't use it as firewood. What kind of master do you have?" The little monk generously offered. "If Qiao Qiao likes it, Jing Kong will give it to you, sister." But Gu Qiao frankly refused. "This was left to you by your master. I can't accept it. Clean it up and put it away safely." While cleaning the zither, Gu Qiao noticed some inscriptions carved into it. Curiosity flickered within her, but she dismissed it as unimportant and didn't examine them closely. A moment later, Gu Qiao finished tidying up, breathing a sigh of relief. "That's better. A monk being so wealthy is quite frightening." The next morning at Hui Chun Tang, a man carrying a sword entered the medicine shop, his voice sharp with impatience. "Where's the shopkeeper?" "This is Hui Chun Tang, isn't it?" Second steward Dong hurried out, his face etched with alarm. "Yes, it is. We are the best medical clinic in town." The man opposite him barked out a command. "Everyone out! Our master needs to see a doctor." The clinic was instantly emptied. Second steward Dong rushed to find Gu Qiao. "Miss Gu, I finally found you," he asked anxiously. "I just went to your village, and your aunt said you went to the county office. Are you all right?" Gu Qiao calmly replied, "I've fine. I just wanted to buy some iron tools for clearing the land and get permission from the officials." "Why did you go to my village so early?" Second steward Dong seemed hesitant, so she cut to the chase. "Tell me, where's the patient?" He gave a strained smile. "Follow me." Second steward Dong instructed a servant. "Later, go to the ironmonger's and help Miss Gu order some tools." As Gu Qiao stepped through the door, a sense of unease settled over her. The air crackled with the presence of skilled martial artists. Second steward Dong sighed. "We have a rather demanding patient. I had no other choice but to seek you out. Consider this a favor I owe you." not one to turn away someone in need. Gu Qiao replied, no need to mention favors. Just consider this my patient for the month. A richly dressed man inside called out impatiently, Doctor, have you found someone? Second steward Dong gestured towards Gu Qiao. This is her. The man looked at her with disdain. A mere child? Second steward Dong quickly interjected. Yes, it's her. She's the most skilled physician at Huichuntang. If she can't cure him, no one in this town can. The man seemed doubtful, staring intently at her for a long moment. Gu Qiao remained calm and composed. Finally, the man relented, leading her inside. Behind Huichuntang, numerous figures were positioned on the rooftops. A chill ran down Gu Qiao's spine. Experts everywhere, she thought. Such tight security. This patient must be someone important. Our master is in this room. The man was cautious, stopping second steward Dong from entering. Wait outside. Gu Qiao, equally assertive, addressed the richly dressed man. You too. Wait outside. The man gaped at her, astonished. Then, she firmly closed the door. Watching this, second steward Dong chuckled. That girl hides her inexperience well. Inside, others remained. They made an absurd request. Miss, please put this on. Gu Qiao reacted sharply. How can I examine a patient blindfolded? One of them, arrogant, replied, you can take their pulse. She stood firm. In traditional medicine, we emphasize observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. If I rely solely on the pulse, do you take me for a deity? Her words silenced them. A voice from within the room, the mysterious patient, finally spoke. Let her in. Only then did the two men step aside. Gu Qiao, undaunted, began her work. Sir, please extend your arm. I need to take your pulse first. The man within the room complied, extending his arm. He appeared to be around the same age as her father. Parting the curtains slightly, he said, Young lady, examine whatever you need to examine. But Gu Qiao's next request was startling. I don't need to see your face. Please remove your trousers. To herself, she thought, this is such an important person. If I see his face, who knows, I might be silenced. That's not quite appropriate, he demurred. Gu Qiao, however, was insistent. How can I examine you properly otherwise? Take them off. Outside, the two men eavesdropped nervously. The examination complete, Gu Qiao fell silent. The man inside, though embarrassed, addressed her. Those outside are trustworthy. You needn't be so guarded. Tell me plainly what you found. No need to hold back. She replied calmly, You have syphilis. The servant outside burst in aghast. What nonsense are you spouting? The mysterious man parted the curtains fully, ordering his subordinate to withdraw. His face now visible, he continued, Young lady, please continue. You've had this for some time. It's reached a dangerous stage. Without treatment, it will progress to the final phase. Can you cure it? Gu Qiao thought to herself, irritated, such a prominent figure, revealing his face so easily. Outwardly, she projected confidence. Why else would I be here? She then produced a syringe, a starkly modern instrument from the 21st century. The guard outside paced anxiously. Seeing the two men emerge, he panicked. Why are you coming out? The servant stammered weakly. The master told us to leave. There was nothing we could do. Hearing this, the guard furiously charged towards the room. The others scrambled to restrain him. She's just a young girl, barely a teenager. Frail-looking, she clearly knows no martial arts. She can't possibly harm the master. But before he could reach the door, Gu Qiao's foot connected with his face, sending him flying backwards 100 meters. Those who witnessed it were utterly dumbfounded. He lay there, battered and bruised, still trying to comprehend what had just happened. But they said she couldn't even hurt a fly. The mysterious man, pointing to the swelling on his arm, anxiously asked Gu Qiao, Is it cured now? Gu Qiao glared at him, her eyes practically shooting daggers. The examination shows no issues. Have a little patience. He cried out in alarm. There's more? Without hesitation, Gu Qiao plunged a supersized syringe into the man's buttock. That's it, she instructed coldly. Isolate yourself properly. Come back in 7 days. The mysterious man, now lying on the bed, trembled, a picture of utter misery. The scene shifted to warm spring mountain manor. A servant rushed in, announcing, Miss, a letter for you. Gu Kandu quickly opened it, recognizing the handwriting of Consort Shu. The letter read, Kandu, you must handle this matter well. while His Majesty is away from the palace. Then the fifth prince will achieve great things. Your aunt will certainly put in a good word for you with His Majesty. I will personally arrange your coming-of-age ceremony. You will become the most distinguished young lady in the capital. No one will dare look down on you again. Gu Kandu's eyes widened as she considered the implications. If His Majesty favors me, even though I'm not the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's household, I can still secure my position in the capital. Before returning to the capital, I must quickly resolve that matter. At the gates of Clear Stream Village, someone greeted Xiao Lulong. Master Xiao, what a coincidence. It's fortunate your wife insisted on staying here a few more days. The roads to the prefecture city have been flooded in several places recently. If you had hurried on your journey and encountered the floods, who knows how much you would have been delayed. Xiao Lulong was startled by the news. Another instance of good fortune, thanks to her? Once or twice might be a coincidence. A madman slashing someone, saving a life, then the Jiang dormitory collapsing. That's where you two lived. It collapsed not long after you left. Everyone was worried you were still inside. Putting all these things together, Xiao Lulong felt deeply suspicious. It couldn't be a coincidence. Just then, Gu Dafeng and his wife arrived, carrying baskets both big and small. Gu Dafeng said with a forced smile, "Xiao, you're about to leave for the provincial capital, aren't you?" Gu Qiao, worried, stood protectively in front of her husband. "What are you doing here?" The woman put on a thick face. "Look at you talking like that. My nephew is about to go to the provincial capital for the imperial examinations. This is just a small token of our sincerity." Her husband chimed in, "Qiao, the journey to the provincial capital is long and arduous. Lulong's legs aren't convenient. Why not travel together? You can help each other along the way." Gu Qiao retorted, "His legs and feet have always been perfectly healthy. Who would be taking care of whom?" Gu Dashwan, standing beside them, shifted uncomfortably, speechless. Gu Dafeng pressed on. "Qiao, I admit we haven't always been fair to you in the past, but your elder brother has offended you. Your parents loved him dearly when they were alive. How can you bear to see him suffer?" At this, the surrounding neighbors began to murmur amongst themselves. Gu Dafeng's wife added fuel to the fire. "That's right, Qiao, just let Dashwan go with you. The carriage is so spacious. One more person won't make a difference. Just let Dashwan sit inside." Gu Qiao's face darkened as she recalled the past. Her parents had indeed loved Dashwan, but when their daughter was bullied, had Dashwan ever spoken up? At this point, a frail old woman, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward. "There's plenty of room in a coffin. Why doesn't he go lie down in one?" Gu Dafeng's wife snapped. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The old woman, sharp-tongued, retorted, "I'm speaking with my mouth. Are you speaking with your backside? Looks like you're no longer part of the Gu family, yet you still have the nerve to cling on." She sneered at the woman. "If you really want to bring someone along, then let Lulong be your beast of burden." Gu Dafeng's wife was left speechless. She then resorted to crocodile tears. "Look everyone, this isn't about caring. They clearly want to use our Dashwan as a servant." The old woman continued to argue with the venomous woman. "Is today the first day he'd be a servant? You've bullied the third branch for years. I thought this was how the Gu family liked to care for people." Having gained the upper hand, the old woman scolded Gu Dafeng and his wife until their faces turned ashen and they left. They had come to flatter, but now they were driven away in shame. Gu Qiao discreetly handed Xiao Lulong a small pouch, telling him it contained some banknotes. He took it without any change in expression. Gu Qiao watched the carriage depart, waving. "Be careful on your journey." After seeing her husband off to the capital, Gu Qiao quickly returned home. She feigned a melancholic expression. "He's really gone. It feels so empty." Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Startled, she turned to see her husband. "Husband, why are you back?" she exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Lulong replied indifferently, "I dropped something." Gu Qiao's brow furrowed, a hopeful thought blossoming. "Did he drop me?" She boldly stepped closer, her heart affirming, "He must have dropped me." But Xiao Lulong brushed past her like a gust of wind. He picked up his examination papers. "Without this, I can't enter the examination hall." Gu Qiao, slightly disappointed, said, "Take your time. I won't see you out." Xiao Lulong took a few steps, then paused. "If I said, no matter the outcome, I wouldn't go to the capital for the metropolitan examination, would you still think I need to take the provincial exam?" Gu Qiao answered firmly, yes. I hope that if you don't go to the capital in the future, it's because you choose not to go, not because you're not qualified. He hesitated, starting to say but before he could finish, Gu Qiao quickly interrupted. If there's trouble, if there's danger, I'll protect you. But that wasn't what Xiao Lulong meant. He didn't voice his inner thoughts, only standing silently for a long moment. After some consideration, he decided to go ahead with the examination, saying to Gu Qiao before he left, I'm going now. With Xiao Lulong gone, Gu Qiao returned to her room and discovered a letter on the table. Puzzled, she wondered aloud, did he leave this? Quickly, she emptied its contents onto the table, a token and a small piece of paper. Astonished, she exclaimed, how did he find out so fast? I even hid it in my money pouch, pretending to take the examination notice, while putting the token back in was the real plan. He'd also left the small note, which read, don't be jealous. After reading it, she couldn't believe her eyes. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like he's a little smug about this? After a few days of confinement at home, the mysterious man sought out Gu Qiao again. Is my illness cured? He asked. The current situation is quite good, she replied, but it won't be considered fully cured unless there's no recurrence within 2 years. Continued monitoring is necessary. Curious, she inquired. Why? Can't you come for a follow-up? He slowly answered. Actually, I have to leave. If I may be so bold, where did you learn such advanced medical skills? Gu Qiao casually replied, I've had many teachers. They were all professors. After she spoke, the mysterious man looked bewildered, clearly not understanding what she meant. Gu Qiao thought to herself, in my past life, I studied medicine in university, and I had countless teachers. Holding her in high regard, the mysterious man said, thank you for curing my illness. I came today for another reason, to express my gratitude. But Gu Qiao, having just cured him, turned to leave. You've already paid. There's no need for thanks. However, when his subordinate brought out a gleaming silver mirror, Gu Qiao changed her mind. But if you insist on giving me a gift, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it. This made the man across from her sigh inwardly. If you have the skills, you should have some backbone. Don't just say you don't need anything. Then, the mysterious man presented her with a jade fan, asking cheerfully, do you like it? If not, we can exchange it for something else. Gu Qiao looked at the fan, seemingly lost in thought. It's a good fan, but after a moment, she asked, do you have a fan made of gold? The surrounding servants couldn't help but snicker. Such poor taste, wanting to exchange it for gold. This is a 1,000-year-old cold jade fan, truly a country bumpkin with no knowledge. The mysterious man waved his hand, silencing the servants. He said generously, I don't have a gold fan, but I do have other precious metals. Someone beside him advised, this seems rather inappropriate. The mysterious man complained irritably, just get it for her. Why so much nonsense? Your skills haven't improved since we arrived in Jiangnan, but your chatter certainly has. He then generously produced a gold ingot. Gu Qiao took it, her eyes gleaming with delight. The man asked indulgently, do you like the gold? Or, do you like this ingot? She replied honestly, it's not for me, it's for my younger brother. He continued to ask, you have a younger brother? Not one, she replied, but 3. Hearing this, the servants' faces fell, their expressions displeased, but they dared not speak. The man, however, cheerfully responded, well then, take 2 more gifts. Don't be polite. Gu Qiao readily accepted the 3 gifts. He personally escorted her to the door, saying, we'll meet again sometime. She replied nonchalantly, we'll meet again at your next checkup. Do you have some strange ailment? The man beside him pointed at her angrily. Look at her, sir. The mysterious man was also taken aback by this quick-witted young woman. In a flash, he chuckled awkwardly. Yes, do I have a strange ailment? Why would I need to see a doctor again? Is my health failing? This left the servants standing there dumbfounded. He cheerfully ordered, return to the capital. Yes, sir, they replied. After finishing her work at the clinic, Gu Qiao hurried to a shop. She went straight inside to collect an order. I placed an order here last month. Today's the delivery date. The shopkeeper yelled, Old Wong, someone's here to pick up an order. Come out here quickly. Old Wong rushed out, sweat beading on his forehead. Who's here to pick up? Is it you, miss? Gu Qiao quickly produced a slip of paper. Yes, this is the order form. Take a look. Old Wong scanned the form. This customer's order isn't ready yet. We took a large order last month, over 1,000 iron pieces. It'll be another 2 months for this one. Come back next month, miss. He looked up as he finished speaking, but Gu Qiao had vanished. She had slipped inside without him noticing. Gu Qiao launched into an explanation. Currently, these furnaces can only manage 6 ventilations at most. If you switch to using hydraulic bellows, you'll not only save time, but also manpower. Old Wong sighed. I've seen what you're talking about, but those are only available in the Imperial workshops. Gu Qiao spoke confidently. Is there any paper here? Finding some, she spread it out on the table. Gu Qiao picked up a brush and began to draw with focused intensity. Old Wong watched in astonishment. Miss, what are you drawing? She looked up, a playful glint in her eye. What I'm drawing can help you finish those remaining 1,000 iron pieces within 10 days. Aren't you interested? Old Wong's jaw dropped. 10 days? Even working nonstop, it would take us a month. Even with hydraulic bellows, it'd be 20 days. Don't joke with me. Gu Qiao calmly met his gaze. What if I can do it? Old Wong declared loudly. If you can really produce those iron pieces, I won't charge you a single coin. Not only that, but I'll make your size pieces for free. Forever. Not a single penny. Gu Qiao tapped the table, satisfied. Deal. I accept your terms. Now, go find me a carpenter. This left the man utterly bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Gu Qiao prompted him, don't just stand there dumbfounded. Your iron pieces won't get finished that way. Old Wong stared at the drawing, utterly shocked. Impossible. Is this girl joking? How could she understand these things? A carpenter nearby, glancing at the drawing, also gaped. Who drew this? Old Wong glared at him. What? He collected himself, then praised profusely. Exquisite. This is definitely the most incredible thing I've ever worked on. Old Wong, watching from the corner of his eye, thought to himself, what's going on? Could she actually create something from this? Meanwhile, Xia Ningxiang led her toddler, who was learning to walk, to a pawn shop. She spoke cheerfully to her child. We have to manage second uncle's money well so he can get married later. At the same time, 2 scholarly-looking men approached. They bumped into Xia Ningxiang, startling her child, who burst into tears. One of the young men, wearing the uniform of the Tianxiang Academy, snapped angrily. Are you blind? Watch where you're going. Feeling at fault, she bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The other man urged his companion. Forget about it. Let's go. We'll be late for the exam. It won't be good if we're late. After the 2 men left, Xia Ningxiang breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Wait a minute. Where's the money I just withdrew? The pouch on my chest is gone. Xia Ningxiang quickly came to her senses and chased after the 2 men. Wait! One of them turned around angrily. What? Though slightly intimidated, she pointed at them resolutely. You stole the money I just withdrew from the pawn shop. I was careful the whole way, but it disappeared after you bumped into me. The young man retorted furiously. What? You dare accuse us of theft in broad daylight? The other man, looking anxious, said, Come on, let's go take the exam. Don't pay attention to her. The 2 men scoffed and walked away. We're only letting you off because you're a woman. Otherwise, we'd report you to the authorities. But Xia Ningxiang continued to pursue them, shouting, Don't go. Give me back my money. A young man roughly shoved her hand away. With a brazen air of innocence, he accused her. You say I stole your money? Where's your proof? If you keep causing a scene, I'll report you to the authorities. Dragging your child into this. Aren't you ashamed? Xia Ningxiang's face darkened with fury at his humiliation. She gritted her teeth, struggling to speak. The man continued to berate her publicly. Outrageous. Trying to swindle students on their way to the examinations. Have you no conscience? 15 years of hard work, all for you to steal from us? Just because you're a woman and we're in a hurry for the exams, we'll let this go. We don't have time for this nonsense. The onlookers, ignorant of the truth, joined in the condemnation. Look at her. She doesn't look like a decent person. How can someone be so shameless? Overwhelmed, Xia Ningxiang trembled, tears streaming down her face as she bowed her head. I didn't extort them, she sobbed. I really lost my money. By chance, Headmaster Li, whom she had met previously, was nearby. Hearing the commotion and a woman's cries, his curiosity piqued. He glanced over and recognized her. Lulong's neighbor? And why does this child call me father? What are they doing here? Approaching, he inquired about the situation. The young man repeated his lie. This woman is trying to extort us. She claims I stole her silver. Another bystander chimed in, yes, these poor students are on their way to the exams, and this woman is trying to rob them. Such bad luck. Headmaster Lee asked suspiciously, which academy are you students of? The young man lied smoothly. We are students of the prestigious Tianxiang Academy. The headmaster's face darkened. Is that so? I happen to be the headmaster of Tianxiang Academy, and I don't recall having students like you. The two men paled, panic flashing in their eyes. We're doomed. Why is the headmaster here? Headmaster Lee quickly gave orders. Please detain these two. Someone go and report this to the authorities. Tell them there are imposters claiming to be Tianxiang Academy students, swindling women and children. At his words, the two men bolted. Xie Ningxiang watched them flee in despair, crying out, my money! But the villains were apprehended. The headmaster retrieved her purse and returned it, advising her to keep it safe. Xie Ningxiang was overwhelmed with gratitude. The little boy suddenly snatched the purse, a gleeful expression on his face, and called the headmaster father. Mortified, Xie Ningxiang clapped her swollen hands over her son's mouth. Go Den, don't be silly. The headmaster, noticing her injured hands, suggested, let me hold Godan while you tend to your hands. Godan obediently crawled towards him. Flustered, Xie Ningxiang clutched her child tightly. No, there's no need. It's just a small injury. I can manage. He smiled kindly. I'm on my way to the clinic anyway. It's no trouble at all. As Godan comfortably settled in his arms, Xie Ningxiang trailed behind, fuming silently. A piece of meat would have been more grateful, clinging to the headmaster and calling him father, no concern for his own mother. The child's persistent cries of father only made the headmaster chuckle. They soon arrived at the back courtyard of the returning spring clinic. The headmaster said considerately, go and see manager Wang about your hands. I'll look after the little one. Xie Ningxiang thanked him profusely. Thank you, headmaster. I'm so grateful for your help. Old Madame Li happened to be at the clinic, suffering from a recurrence of her old ailment. Godan, wandering off while playing, toddled into her presence. Intrigued by the adorable child, she beckoned him closer. Where did this little one come from? Come here, you're so sweet. Just then, the headmaster emerged with a plate of pastries. Godan, look, sweet osmanthus cakes. The child, overjoyed, hugged his leg and called him father again, startling the headmaster. Instead of anger, old Madame Li's face lit up with delight at the scene. The headmaster trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Mother, let me explain. Madame Lien, radiating health even without the elixir, swept Godan into her arms. Heaven has eyes. The Bodhisattva has answered my prayers. I have a grandson. The scene shifted to the Marquis's mansion. The muffled sounds of a marital quarrel drifted from within a room. Kindu is almost of marriageable age. What if her mother doesn't attend the wedding? It's been so long since we've seen Yin and I. But she refuses to see Yin and I. If I don't return, Yin and I won't either. My lady, what will it take to convince you to return to the capital? Kindu, approaching with a tray, overheard the tense exchange. A firm voice from inside declared, I will return when Xiao returns. Kindu's hand trembled, sloshing the ginseng broth she carried. A fresh blister welled on her hand. A Huan, her maid, bristled with indignation. Why must Madame wait for the eldest miss to return? Is second miss not her daughter too? It's second miss who has shown filial piety all these years. Madame is too biased. Kindu's face clouded with sadness, but she forced a semblance of composure. Seeing her mistress's distress, a Huan pressed on. In this sweltering heat, Miss personally decocted medicine for Madame, even burning her hand. What has that eldest miss ever done? Let this servant carry that. Kindu's expression was etched with disappointment. Say no more, a Huan. Elder sister has suffered much. It's only natural mother dotes on her. Several days later, leaves rustled in the breeze. Guards stood vigilant around an ornate carriage. The Marquis and several servants waited respectfully nearby. Finally, the carriage curtain was drawn aside, and a figure emerged. It was Zhuang Yuheng, the esteemed grandson of Grand Tutor Zhuang, and the prince of an accompanying him was Zhuang Taidai, the Grand Tutor's niece. The Marquis bowed deeply. This humble servant greets the Prince of An. The prince stepped forward with a smile. There's no need for such formality, Marquis Dingen. My cousin and I have been traveling, and we are hurrying back to the capital for the provincial examinations. We were passing through and decided to pay an impromptu visit. Please don't think us intrusive. The Marquis maintained his welcoming demeanor. Your Highness is too kind. It is an honor to receive you and Miss Zhuang. The weather is oppressive. Please, come inside the manor and refresh yourselves. The young woman, Zhuang Taidai, surveyed her surroundings with a haughty air. Brother, she complained loudly, is this really a manor with hot springs? It's not even as grand as our villa in the capital. Her brother, however, was more tactful. He turned to her with a gentle reprimand. Taidai, we're guests here. Mind your words. Standing beside Madame Gu, Kandu murmured. Father says our guest is the grandson of Grand Tutor Zhuang, the Prince of An. He's only 18. Kandu's eyes widened. 18 and already a prince? Even imperial princes and dukes aren't ennobled so young. Madame Gu corrected her softly. Not 18. Kandu, he was made prince at 8. Lowering her voice further, she shared her knowledge with Kandu. 10 years ago, Zhao lost the war against Chun. Chun demanded Zhao's crown prince as a hostage, but the court officials vehemently opposed it. Grand Tutor Zhuang then proposed his own grandson as a substitute. With Grand Empress Dowager Zhuang controlling the court, the Zhuang family's heir was deemed a suitable replacement. The emperor bestowed upon Zhuang Yuheng the title of Prince of An. Zhuang Yuheng had received the emperor's decree and his princely title while still a child, a mark of extraordinary privilege. Zhuang Yuheng had walked a dark and lonely path, a prince sent into captivity. He only returned to Zhao 3 years ago. There are many rumors about him, but I've never seen him in person. Lost in thought, Kandu was startled as the young prince approached. Looking up at him, a wave of admiration washed over her. Could there be a more handsome and refined man in the world? She wondered. The Marquis beamed as he made the introductions. This is my wife, and this is my daughter. The prince greeted Madame Gu and Miss Gu with impeccable courtesy. Suddenly, Zhuang Taidai strode forward, a look of displeasure on her face. You're Gu Kandu, aren't you? I know you. My fourth uncle praised your calligraphy. He said yours is the finest among our peers. With those words, Zhuang Taidai rolled up her sleeves, squatted down, and excitedly commanded, Bring me a brush. I want to compete with you. Write the poem that my elder brother composed in the Tran Kingdom. Marquis Dingen worried silently. Gu Kandu's calligraphy is famous throughout the capital. Miss Zhuang doesn't seem like a generous person. If I actually lose, it will be troublesome. He glanced at the young man across from him. Zhuang Yuheng was leisurely sipping tea, showing no intention of intervening. The Marquis composed himself and ordered, Someone prepare brush and ink for Master Gu and Miss Zhuang. 2 hours later, Zhuang Taidai, brimming with confidence in her calligraphy, declared, I'm finished. Gu Kandu said dejectedly, I'm finished too. The Marquis took the 2 sheets of paper, his mind going blank with astonishment. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Did you truly write this? He stammered. Zhuang Taidi's characters were scrawled like chicken scratches, while Gu Kandu's were elegant and refined. The Marquis wailed inwardly. Daughter, didn't I tell you to let Miss Zhuang win? Zhuang Taidai, full of herself, pressed. Well, who won? At that moment, Princeton spoke up. Does this even need to be said? Of course you won, sister. She beamed with pride at his words. The Marquis breathed a sigh of relief. What a brilliant lie, he thought. Gu Kandu looked a little disappointed, lowering his head to think. So he's a liar too. But Zhuang Yuheng's next action stunned everyone. He stepped forward and said to Zhuang Taidai in a teasing tone, Don't get too cocky. When it comes to blind confidence, who can compare to you? Zhuang Yuheng held up the 2 papers, bluntly criticizing, a 3-year-old could write better than this. If you can't even see that, then there's something wrong with your head. Zhuang Taidi's face turned purple with shame. Brother, how can you say that to me? She cried. He glanced at her. If you still want to continue embarrassing yourself, let's compete again. This time, do you want to compare poems or lyrics? Or both? Zhuang Taidai was so angry she couldn't speak. Knowing she was defeated, she spun around and stormed off. I'm ignoring you. The Marquis, witnessing this scene, was terrified. He then stepped forward and praised Zhuang Yuheng's unique way of teaching his sister. Zhuang Yuheng replied casually, She's spoiled at home. The Marquis forced a laugh. How can you say that? Miss Zhuang is lively and adorable. The other 2 present were also deeply embarrassed. Zhuang Yuheng quickly excused himself. It's getting late. I'll retire for the night. See you tomorrow. Watching him leave, the Marquis thought to himself, This prince is different from other princes. With his talent and appearance, ordinary princesses are no match for him. There are few women in the world worthy of him. Darkness fell quickly. In front of Zhuang Tadi's room, still fuming from the earlier humiliation, she loudly dismissed all the servants, forbidding anyone from entering. Just then, a voice called out, "It's me." Hearing her brother's voice, Zhuang Taidai fell silent. He quickly entered the room and began to lecture her. "When you asked to travel with me, I told you I wouldn't pamper you like our parents, and you agreed. Remember?" She sobbed, her voice thick with petulance. "I'm your sister, yet you sided with an outsider. What's wrong with speaking up for me? I'm ignoring you." He took out a box. Curious, Zhuang Taidai asked what was inside. "Open it and see." Inside was a large, luminous night pearl. Zhuang Yuhing said sincerely, "This is the 5-colored night pearl, a treasure of the Tran Kingdom's ruler. I traded 2 poems for it." Her eyes lit up with astonishment. "The ruler's treasure. You do care about me after all, brother." Zhuang Taidai quickly recovered her spirits and stopped crying. He looked at her, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. But she still maintained her haughty air. "Don't you ever side with an outsider again," Zhuang Taidai declared. "Let's just pretend this whole incident never happened." Zhuang Yuheng responded coolly, "That depends on how you behave from now on." Princeton returned to his chambers, his face etched with tension. A man was waiting for him, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness," he greeted, "you've returned." Zhuang Yuheng's voice was sharp. "Have your men all arrived?" "Yes, Your Highness," the man replied swiftly. "They are all present, concealed just outside the estate. We await your command." The man hesitated. "Your Highness, are you certain she is in Qingchuan town?" Zhuang Yuheng slammed his fist on the table, his voice tight with anger. "The emperor received intelligence placing the Empress Dowager in Qingchuan town. Where that old woman disappeared to afterward is what we must uncover." But the emperor's men searched the entire town and found no one suspicious, the man pointed out. "The Empress Dowager suffered from leprosy. Could she have recovered?" Zhuang Yuheng, consumed by fury, snipped a nearby candlewick with a pair of scissors. The burning ember fell, by chance, onto a piece of paper meant for burning. He watched the flames consume the paper, his expression cold. "Regardless," he commanded, "search the town again." His eyes hardened with a ruthless glint. "Dead or alive, I want her found." Suddenly, a commotion came from Zhuang Tadi's room. She emerged, her expression sour. "What are you doing here?" she demanded of Gu Kandu. Gu Kandu offered a bright smile. "I've come to deliver a calligraphy sample to Miss Zhuang." Contrary to this seemingly kind gesture, Zhuang Tadi's anger flared. "How dare you even mention calligraphy?" she snapped. "Are you here to mock me?" Gu Kandu's voice was sugary sweet. "Miss Zhuang, you misunderstand. I would never dream of mocking you. Yesterday, I saw your calligraphy and realized the problem isn't with you." Zhuang Taidai crossed her arms, her brow arched in a haughty challenge. "Oh, and what do you mean by that?" Gu Kandu continued smoothly. "Your brushstrokes, Miss Zhuang, hold a certain authority. A woman's script is often too delicate, unsuited to your strength. If you were to adopt a different style, I'm certain it would highlight that commanding presence." With that, Gu Kandu produced a sample of clerical script. Zhuang Tadi's expression shifted, a flicker of interest replacing her irritation. "Whose calligraphy is this?" she asked. "It's not bad," Gu Kandu replied demurely. "It's the calligraphy of the young Marquis Jadu." Zhuang Taidai bristled. "You're suggesting I practice a man's handwriting?" Gu Kandu turned gracefully, a hint of provocation in her tone. "Calligraphy transcends gender. It's simply that a woman's strength often lends itself to this style more readily. But truly, the young Marquis Zhaodu's calligraphy is considered the finest." Zhuang Taidai took the paper, a thought crossing her mind. "I practiced this style before. Though I haven't mastered its essence, it's certainly more impressive than the typical feminine script." Gu Kandu pressed on, her voice persuasive. "Why don't you give it a try, Miss Zhuang? Just copy it for now. I'll grind the ink for you." Inwardly, a different thought took root. This calligraphy sample wasn't easy to come by. I had to practically beg Consort Shu for it. The consort herself pleaded with His Majesty for quite some time before he granted her this piece. If it weren't for my desire to win over this Zhuang Taidai. Zhuang Taidai picked up the brush, her voice still carrying a note of arrogance. "You have a discerning eye," she conceded. "I always felt my style was lacking. No matter how much I practiced, it never felt quite right." 2 sticks of incense later, Gu Kandu was showering her with compliments. "Miss Zhuang, you're truly gifted. I could practice for years and never achieve such powerful strokes. With a little more practice, you'll surpass me in no time." Zhuang Taidai, basking in the praise, preened. Naturally, she replied, brimming with newfound confidence. A sudden camaraderie blossomed between the two. You know, Zhuang tie-dye declared, you're rather amusing. Take me for a stroll around the grounds. Of course, Gu Kandu responded readily. Allow me to prepare a carriage for you, Miss Zhuang. Meanwhile, Gu Qiao was out on the streets, picking up some food. She entered a promising-looking shop. 6 meat buns, please, she told the owner. Then, noticing a commotion outside, she asked, what's going on over there? Why is the road to the blacksmith blocked off? The bun seller replied, haven't you heard, miss? A prince from the capital is visiting. The guards have been ordered to secure the area for his protection. At the same time, Zhuang Taidi's impatient voice rang out repeatedly. Why are you so slow? I've already paid you. What's the holdup? Gu Kandu beside her tried to soothe her. Osmanthus cakes take time to bake, Miss Zhuang. Please be patient. Gu Kandu's eyes suddenly paused, as if she had spotted a familiar face. Gu Qiao was preoccupied with thoughts of the jean store. She had left her design 12 days ago. The other party should have delivered the goods by now. Unexpectedly, the road was blocked today. She would have to come back another time. Just as she was about to head home, Gu Kandu rushed over, excitedly calling out, Sister! Gu Qiao said with annoyance, I've told you, I'm not your sister. Don't call me that again. Gu Kandu said timidly, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhuang tie-dye angrily stepped in front of her, her voice rising. Hey, how dare you speak like that? How dare a country bumpkin like you speak to a marquis's daughter in such a way? Gu Qiao ignored her outburst and walked away calmly. Taidi's face flushed with anger. You stop right there, she shouted. Gu Kandu had no choice but to intervene, pulling Miss Zhuang back. Let it go, she pleaded. Let it go. She dared to give the cold shoulder to a noble lady? Who does she think she is? That's my sister. Hearing Gu Kandu's reply, even Gu Qiao looked up in surprise. Gu Kandu, standing behind her, said in a low voice, I'm not lying. She really is my father's daughter. Zhuang Taidi's interest was piqued. Oh, I understand, she said. She's your father's illegitimate daughter. Gu Kandu quickly interrupted. No, Miss Zhuang, it's a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later. She couldn't let tie-dye reveal the truth about the baby swap here. If she did, all her previous efforts would be wasted. But Gu Kandu hadn't anticipated this young lady's competitive nature. Taidi's voice rose again. You don't need to make excuses for her. She's nothing but trash. Why should we show her any respect? Tie-dye continued her tirade, her words dripping with contempt. I've seen her kind before. They rely on their mother's seductive charms and act like they're the mistress of the house. But a chicken is still a chicken. No matter how high it flies, it will never become a phoenix. Gu Kandu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this Miss Zhuang has no filter whatsoever. What am I going to do? I'll just have to play it by ear. Gu Kandu concocted a lie. My father has another child, a son, her twin brother. Tie-dye asked suspiciously, twins? So, he's also illegitimate? Tie-dye went even further, pointing at Gu Qiao mockingly. I heard the Marquis's household had a short-lived child. Your brother wouldn't happen to be that short-lived child, would he? As soon as the words left Taidi's mouth, Gu Kandu's spirit nearly left her body. Is she crazy? How dare she say such a thing? If this gets out, it will implicate me. What will father think of me? My carefully cultivated reputation will be ruined. Gu Qiao, having heard enough, grabbed Taidi's arm. Taidi's face paled, but she still spoke arrogantly. What are you doing? You wretch! Let go! Do you know who I am? Ignoring the other girl's status, Gu Qiao slapped her hard across the face. Tie-dye clutched her cheek, a bright red handprint blooming on her skin. You dare hit me? She sputtered. Gu Qiao's voice remained cold. I hit you? Do you need a special occasion for that? Gu Kandu intervened again. Sister, how could you be so unreasonable? Tie-dye, still defiant, threatened. You little wretch, you've got some nerve. I'll make you pay for this. Without another word, Gu Qiao struck Gu Kandu as well. Caught off guard, Gu Kandu cried out, clutching her face. Gu Qiao scolded her sharply. Would it kill you to speak properly? Do you have a stutter? One sentence shouldn't take 3 or 4 tries. Have you eaten so much of the Marquis's lard that it's clogged your brain? Zhuang tie-dye, thoroughly intimidated by Gu Qiao's forcefulness, sank to the ground. Just then, the Marquis and Princeton arrived. The Marquis thought in astonishment, why is it this girl again? Tie-dye, spotting her savior, cried out, brother. She then rushed to him, her voice laced with accusation. She hit me? Father, ask her what happened. Gu Kandu lowered her head, unwilling to reveal the full truth. There was a misunderstanding between my sister and Miss Zhuang. It's my fault. I didn't explain things clearly. Please, father, don't blame sister. Princeton placed a comforting hand on his sister's shoulder. What misunderstanding? Fearful that Tai-Dai would twist the story, Gu Can-do quickly interjected. I told her that she was my sister, but I didn't explain properly, and Miss Zhuang misunderstood, thinking she was father's illegitimate daughter. Tai-Dai's voice remained shrill. Misunderstanding? Is she not? Marquis Dingen lowered his head. This child is the legitimate daughter of my wife and myself. Gu Can-do stood behind him, frozen, terrified that the secret of their switched identities would be revealed. Tai-Dai, relentless, pressed the issue. If she's your legitimate daughter, then what about Gu Can-do? The Marquis, flustered but resolute, answered. Gu Can-do. Gu Can-do is also the child of my wife and myself. Zhuang Tai-Dai's voice dripped with sarcasm. So, you had triplets then? Your own sister. And you couldn't even explain properly. Gu Can-do said, feigning distress. I wanted to, but Miss Zhuang wouldn't give me the chance. Prince, his face impassive, began his investigation. Because of this misunderstanding about her being an illegitimate child, you were disrespectful to her? Gu Can-do, still playing the victim, added weakly, and Miss Zhuang thought sister was bullying me, so she spoke up for me. He stared intently at his sister. Spoke up how? Tai-Dai stammered. Not much, just a few words. He pointed randomly at a young man in the crowd. You, tell me. The young man, enjoying the spectacle, readily agreed. Let me tell you the truth. I'll only speak the truth. She called this young lady a bastard, a whore, said her mother was a vixen, and cursed her, saying the Dingen Marquis household had a short-lived child. You're not one of those, are you? Prince N's face tightened as he glanced at his now frightening sister. Ever the proper prince, he bowed deeply to the Marquis. My younger sister is ignorant. I will discipline her severely. I apologize to you, Marquis, and to Miss Gu. No need, Your Highness. You were too kind. It's just a squabble between girls. Don't concern yourself. Gu Qiao, wanting no further part in this drama, turned to leave. But Tai-Dai, unrepentant, continued her tirade. I won't let you off. I don't care if you were the Marquis's daughter. You hit me, and I'll remember that. She wielded her perceived power. You better apologize to me right now. Otherwise, when we return to the capital, I'll make you regret this. The Marquis felt a surge of anxiety. His true daughter had already offended the daughter of the Grand Tutor Zhuang before even setting foot in the capital. Her future prospects seemed bleak. Gu Qiao continued to ignore Tai-Dai, whose rage escalated, causing her to lash out and smash nearby objects. How can this be? Do you know who I am? Grand Tutor Zhuang is my father. The Empress Dowager is my relative. When we return to the capital, I'll have the Empress Dowager sentence you to death. Prince N, finally losing his patience, commanded, Sister, be quiet. Take the young miss back to the mountain villa. She struggled against the servants attempting to restrain her. I won't go. That little bitch dared to hit me. Her claws need to be clipped. He lowered his voice, trying to soothe her. Let me see your hand. But the enraged young woman flung his hand away. Forget it. You don't care about me. You promised you wouldn't let outsiders bully me. Princeton continued to try and placate his difficult sister. I'll give you a gift. Tai-Dai continued to rant. No, I don't want gifts. Don't think you can buy me off. I'm going back to the capital to tell father, mother, and the Empress Dowager how you helped outsiders bully me. Defeated, he sighed. I was going to take you to the town for a few days. If you carry on like this, Princeton warned Zhuang Tai-Dai, his tone laced with authority, then you should return to the capital. Fourth uncle is about to return as well. Let him assess your progress. Hearing this, Tadi's haughty demeanor crumbled, replaced by a flicker of fear. She quickly changed her tune, her voice now saccharine sweet. Well, perhaps I'll stay a few more days then. In that case, no more troublemaking. Of course, she chirped, feigning obedience. Despite her acquiescence, Tadi's mind seethed with malicious intent. Once back in the capital, I'll go straight to the Empress Dowager. I'll have my aunt throw that little peasant out of the Dingen Marquis mansion. I'll have her publicly slapped 100 times. The Marquis, his heart heavy with unspoken worries, saw the two off to their carriage. Princeton watched them depart, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. That girl, dressed so plainly yet carrying herself with such an unusual air, and that attendant, clearly raised by her side since childhood. It seems the affairs of the Dingen Marquis mansion warrant further investigation. At that moment, a subordinate approached. Your Highness, he reported, I've confirmed that the wandering old woman in Dinyo village is not the Empress Dowager. She is a distant relative of a scholar in Qing Quan village. Something happened in her family, and she sought refuge there. I'll go myself, Princeton declared. Have someone prepare a map. The subordinate hastily obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. Princeton quickly arrived at the indicated house. A young monk answered the door. Eyeing the stranger warily, he asked, "Who is it?" Princeton spoke gently. "Is this your home? Are you here alone?" Jing Kong, the little monk, replied shrewdly, "Of course it's my home. Are you a broker? Why do you ask?" Princeton couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. This child is remarkably cautious. "Could you perhaps ask an adult in your household?" he persisted. "I'm trying to find a Nyo village, but I seem to be lost." Sensing something amiss, the little monk slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. But not before calling out, "The adults are very busy. You should ask someone else. The 7th house east of here belongs to my second uncle. He's an ox cart driver. Everyone in the village knows him." Undeterred, Princeton slipped around to the back of the house. He was determined to see the old woman today. As he crept stealthily, a large stick seemingly materialized out of thin air, striking him squarely on the head. Caught completely off guard, he crumpled to the ground. The old woman from inside the house stood over him, the stick still clutched in her hand. "Sneaking around, are we? Barging in here in broad daylight. You're clearly up to no good." She leaned closer, her voice a torrent of admonishment. "With a face like that, you can make a decent living. Why resort to thievery?" Turning him over, she paused, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "Now, why does this young lad look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." By now, Princeton had been brought inside and was being tended to by Gu Qiao. He slowly regained consciousness, his eyes unfocused and vacant, causing Gu Qiao to wonder in alarm what had happened. "Has he been blinded?" She coughed, startling him back to a semblance of awareness. Princeton spoke, his voice tinged with panic. "My eyes, they hurt terribly. Don't open them." He's not even asking what happened, just trying to hide the fact that he can't see. How strange, Gu Qiao thought. "I'll find some herbs to make a poultice," she offered. Closing the door behind her, Gu Qiao explained, "We've had a few burglaries recently. You snuck in through the back, and my aunt mistook you for a thief." He sighed, still feigning blindness. "I'm not a thief." Gu Qiao cut to the chase. "Then why," she asked, "would Princeton suddenly appear at our door?" His eyes still tightly shut, he continued his charade. "To be honest," he confessed, "I came here to apologize to Miss Gu on behalf of my younger sister for her impertinence." "The woman who hit me, how is she related to you?" he inquired casually. Gu Qiao eyed him suspiciously. "Why do you ask?" He chuckled weakly. "She's remarkably strong. It seems she isn't the Empress Dowager Princeton thought. If she were, she would certainly recognize me." Just then, the little monk burst into the room, tattling, "Qiao Qiao, Annie's eating the candied fruit again." The old woman scrambled after him, protesting, "I did not. Little monk, don't tell tales." An argument erupted. "You're not a monk," the old woman, still taunting, added. "Bald like you are." She continued, "Didn't we say only 3 pieces a day? And I only ate 3. Princeton jolted awake, his eyes flying open. The voice was incredibly familiar. Could she be the Empress Dowager? This voice, it was truly very familiar. Was she the Empress Dowager? Gu Qiao carefully instructed, "You can only eat the prescribed amount each day. I must put this jam away." The old woman grabbed the little monk, nagging, "It's all your fault." But Jing Kong remained confident he'd done the right thing. Gu Qiao threatened, "If you sneak any more, I'll cut off your aunt's share." Princeton stumbled out of the room. Gu Qiao sighed. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen anyone before?" She asked coolly. "Where is the prince?" "I'll have someone escort you back shortly." But he feigned dizziness. "I'm feeling a bit faint. Could I possibly stay at Miss Gu's residence for the night?" Gu Qiao walked over and placed a medicine jar on the table, thinking to herself, "Is this guy here to freeload?" She replied, "We don't have many rooms." He persisted, "It's all right, I can share." Just then, Marquis Dingen also arrived, his face etched with surprise. "Is this Princeton?" Hearing the familiar voice, the prince's eyes widened in panic. "How did he end up here?" This wretched girl, not only did she hit Gu Kandu, but she also hit Princeton. He rushed forward, bowing repeatedly and respectfully. "Your Highness, my daughter has been disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness." But the prince quickly interjected, "Surely, your lordship doesn't think my injuries were inflicted by your daughter?" He was in a state of bewildered self-questioning. He continued slowly, "I was careless. I didn't expect your daughter to be so skilled in the mystical arts. I must thank her for her treatment." The Marquis immediately switched to a beaming smile. "Your Highness is too kind." She worked as an apothecary's assistant in town for a few days. She doesn't know any mystical arts, just a few basic remedies. Gu Qiao ignored him, sweeping past like a gust of wind. The Marquis continued to urge him, "Come with me. I implore your highness to return to the mountain villa quickly, so the imperial physicians there can treat you." Saying this, the Marquis pulled on his arm, startling him. His mind raced with justifications. Princeton is definitely here to cause trouble. I can't let him stay long. I must get him away quickly, and I can't let Gu Qiao be punished. But needing to maintain his charade, he firmly refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Marquis Dingen, but I'm weary from my journey and wouldn't want to impose." The Marquis chuckled. "Don't worry, your highness. This is the finest carriage in the Marquis estate. I assure you, you won't feel a single bump." He forced the prince towards the carriage. Princeton protested weakly. "There's no need. Truly, there's no need." But he was ultimately ushered inside. The Marquis hurriedly urged Huang Zhong to drive away. Sitting inside, Princeton remained silent, his thoughts churning. Is he so insistent on sending me back because he's afraid something will happen between me and his daughter? Why is his daughter out here in the countryside? Could he be hiding her from the Empress Dowager? The Marquis, for his part, breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Hopefully, that's the end of it. Back at his estate, a servant reported, "Your Highness, the books Marquis Dingen gifted you are here. He hopes you won't be troubled by today's events." He replied coldly, "Very well. Leave them there and withdraw. Don't let anyone in. If she truly is the Empress Dowager, and I didn't recognize her after my unconsciousness, then something strange is definitely afoot. Tomorrow, you will go and apologize again. Then, inform her of the situation in the capital." "Yes, your highness," his subordinate replied, bowing before taking his leave. His attendant inquired, "But if she truly is the Empress Dowager, what does your highness plan to do?" A cunning glint entered his eyes. "What else can I do? Bring her back to the capital, of course. I can't let the Empress Dowager fall into anyone else's hands, no matter who they are." The guard continued, his voice laced with worry. "I fear the capital isn't safe at the moment. His Majesty has suppressed news of the Empress Dowager's disappearance. Wouldn't bringing her back go against his wishes?" He angrily threw down the paper in his hand. For the first time, he felt wary of the Zhuang family. First, he made Xian Ping Ho's younger sister the Empress. Then, he married his most beloved princess to Xian Ping Ho. He used marriage to weaken the Zhuang family's power. Empress Dowager Zhuang's methods were ruthless. Therefore, at that time, His Majesty found it difficult to undermine the Zhuang family's foundation. And the so-called recuperation was nothing more than an excuse for the emperor to conceal his confinement of the Empress Dowager in order to destroy the Zhuang family. He walked over and patted the shoulder of the guard beside him, continuing, "Wu Yang, this is my fate. Going to Chenghua as a hostage is my fate. Facing danger for the Zhuang family is also the Empress Dowager's fate." The scene shifted to Gu Qiao's house. She looked suspiciously at the stranger before her. "Who are you?" The other person quickly introduced himself. "My name is Wu Yang. I'm Prince Ansgard. Today, I've been specifically instructed by the prince to apologize to Miss Gu." She asked suspiciously, "Didn't he already apologize yesterday?" The man was quick-witted and replied, "Yesterday, the prince was injured and there were some things he didn't finish saying, so he asked me to come again today." "Oh well, go ahead then. May I bring in the gifts for Miss Gu first?" Gu Qiao nodded in agreement. He gave a practiced smile and continued smoothly, "These are jewels the prince specifically asked me to deliver to Miss Gu personally. The prince hopes that after Miss Gu returns to the capital, she won't mention to anyone the disrespectful words spoken by our young miss. She's been pampered since childhood, so her personality is a bit unruly. Reputation is rather important for a young woman." Gu Qiao understood, so they were here to silence her. Wu Yang continued, "If this matter gets out, I'm afraid she'll suffer from gossip later on. So we asked for Miss Gu's understanding of the prince's love for his younger sister. He also asked me to apologize to the little monk and the old woman for yesterday's disturbance." But Gu Qiao said, "Jing Kong is at school. My aunt doesn't like to see strangers. I can pass on your apologies." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking, not allowed to see her? Could it really be true? He quickly thought of an excuse to go inside. "Then I'll trouble Miss Gu. Might I use your privy?" Gu Qiao nodded her agreement without suspicion. Wu Yang quickly found the old woman. Looking at the figure before him, he couldn't help but be astonished. It really is the Empress Dowager. Overcome with excitement, he rushed forward and called out, "Empress Dowager!" But the old woman folded her arms, feigning ignorance. "Who are you?" "I'm Wu Yang." The old woman pointed at him in confusion. "What, 5 goats, 6 goats? Never met you. Go away. Xiao Xiao, there's a stranger here again. At this moment, Gu Qiao also came out to the courtyard. He's the guard of the prince who came yesterday to apologize. The old woman's eyes immediately lit up. Are there any gifts? Gu Qiao quickly took out a mirror. Here, someone's here to see you. The old woman was delighted. Let me see. But after looking at it, she said unhappily, this? No cookies? No sincerity. The person before him left Wu Yang utterly bewildered. Is this really the Empress Dowager I know? The old woman quickly pushed Gu Qiao. I want cookies. Get some for him too. Wu Yang stole a dumbundet. This wasn't anything like he'd imagined. She covered her mouth, giggling. That brat's share will be mine too. Wu Yang quickly returned to report. Your subordinate has met her. But even when there were only 2 people in the room, she only cared about eating milk candies and didn't mention anything about the Zhuang family at all. She's completely different from the Empress Dowager before. Princeton was astonished. How can this be? Could it be that the Empress Dowager has lost her memory, leading to such a drastic change in personality? Does this have anything to do with the Dingen Marquis mansion? He continued to ask, what should we do now, Your Highness? Do you still want to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital? He pondered deeply. The Empress Dowager in her current state is no match for His Majesty. But if she's placed under the surveillance of the Dingen Marquis, he thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. It's too dangerous. He asked again, have you ascertained Miss Gu's identity yet? Wu Yang reported. Your subordinate has inquired with the Marchioness. The woman in the village is her twin sister. There was an accidental mix-up at birth with the child of a villager. Gu Kandu is the one who should have remained in the Marquis household. It's just that after so many years, feelings have developed. The truth was discovered a while ago, but they didn't bring Gu Kandu back. As for the real young miss, I hear she doesn't want to return home. Moreover, she's already married. Her husband is a settler from elsewhere. He was even more astonished. So, Miss Gu wasn't intentionally arranged to stay in the village by the Marquis? The other replied, it seems not. Your subordinate surmises that the Empress Dowager, after losing her memory, was taken in by Miss Gu. But how did she become Miss Gu's aunt? Princeton calmly analyzed. Her husband is also a settler from elsewhere. The Empress Dowager must have fallen ill while in Qingchuan village. The Empress Dowager, by chance, encountered Miss Gu and the others. To avoid being taken to Fengshan, she cured the Empress Dowager and introduced her as her aunt. I'm very curious how Miss Gu could cure the Empress Dowager's illness. Could she be more than just a village doctor? It seems the Marquis doesn't know his daughter very well. Wu Yang said excitedly, Your Highness, if she can cure the plague, then perhaps your eyes could also. Before he could finish, Princeton interrupted, I still don't quite trust her. Indeed. So, Your Highness, what do you intend to do about the Empress Dowager? Princeton slowly replied, the Empress Dowager has lost her memory. Even if she recognizes her relatives, she won't leave with me. As for revealing her identity, that's not a wise move. Gather a few more men. Tonight, we'll quietly take the Empress Dowager away. Wu Yang was stunned. Kidnap her? He felt something wasn't quite right about that phrasing. Wu Yang acknowledged the order and carefully instructed. The Dingen Marquis household sent shadow guards to protect the 2 sisters, but they're not here today. We'll take advantage of this opportunity and move swiftly. I'll provide backup. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men flew forward with lightning speed. Wu Yang's gaze was resolute. This time, with 7 shadow guards, there could be no mistakes. But suddenly, numerous objects flew out, startling him. What was that? Very quickly, the assassins were being struck down one after another. Gu Qiao subdued them one by one. Her eyes were incredibly sharp, easily dodging their fists and landing a kick to one's stomach. Wu Yang watched, his worldview crumbling. He'd mistakenly thought she'd been bullying those 2 noble women. Clearly, she'd held back then. He hesitated, then drew the weapon from his back. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. He decided to attack this offending young woman by surprise. The commotion outside woke the old woman, who came out. Xiao Xiao, what's all this noise in the middle of the night? In his panic, his hand slipped as he released the arrow. Damn it, I missed. The errant arrow flew straight towards the old woman. But Gu Qiao swiftly pushed her aside, saving her life. However, her own arm was injured. She quickly pulled out the arrow and yelled, Go back inside. I'll handle this. The old woman obediently listened. "Be careful, child." Then, enraged, she hurled the arrow back in its original direction. It whizzed past Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. He thought in terror, tonight's not a good time to attack. Best to retreat. With that thought, they fled with incredible speed. The old woman asked anxiously, "Xiao Xiao, are you hurt?" She calmly replied, "I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound." The old woman sighed. Life was just starting to get better, and now the thieves are back to haunt us. But Gu Qiao didn't share the old woman's sentiment. She thought to herself, the thieves from before never had such skills or equipment. These men weren't after money. The old woman turned back into the house to fetch bandages for Gu Qiao. "They came straight for us. Could they be here to kidnap someone?" Princeton looked at the wound on his subordinate's shoulder, asking suspiciously, "What happened?" Wu Yang answered truthfully, "Your subordinate failed the mission. I couldn't bring the Empress Dowager back. Miss Gu's skills are extraordinary. Not only did she repel all the shadow guards, but she also caught an arrow barehanded and nearly injured me when she retaliated." He silently marveled to think she would risk her life for an old woman she has no relation to. He gazed out the window, lost in thought. "Miss Gu, just how much more is there about you that I don't know?" Wu Yang began to speak. "Your Highness, tomorrow night, your subordinate will try again." Before he could finish, Princeton calmly interrupted, "There's no need. Now isn't the right time to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital. Since she's protecting the Empress Dowager so fiercely, let her stay by her side for now. I'll return to report to my grandfather and make the necessary arrangements. Then we'll bring the Empress Dowager back safely." A slight smile played on Princeton's lips. "Miss Gu, we'll meet again soon." Meanwhile, the old woman continued to bandage Gu Qiao's wound. The next morning at the Marquis's residence, Princeton respectfully announced his departure. "The provincial examinations are approaching, and I cannot stay here any longer. I must return to the capital quickly. I am deeply grateful to the Marquis and Madam for their hospitality these past few days." The Marquis responded with equal formality, "Not at all, Your Highness. It was we who were remiss in our duties as hosts. We are grateful for your gracious presence." "Madam," Princeton continued, "your daughter is truly exceptional, surpassing countless noble women in the capital. If the opportunity arises, I would be honored if you would bring her to my residence as a guest." She replied softly, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind words." At this, Gu Kandu began to fantasize, believing the prince's compliments were directed at her. Princeton still hasn't mentioned marriage. Could his words be a subtle hint to my parents? Father is completely unreliable in these matters, and mother now has her true daughter. She can hardly be expected to care about me. If mother knew Prince and was interested in a young woman from the Marquis household, would she allow Gu Qiao to marry him? The more she thought, the more she seethed with jealousy. I must return to the capital quickly and have Consort Shu devise a plan. Princeton is a man of such high standing. How could Gu Qiao possibly be worthy of him? Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, old Wang expressed his gratitude. "Young man, could you tell me where your mistress resides? Her blueprints were incredibly helpful. I'd like to thank her personally." The young man replied, "She's not my mistress." Miss Gu instructed that if the tools were successfully crafted, she only required their use in return. Old Wang stared at him, dumbfounded. To give away such valuable blueprints for the mere use of some tools. This girl's generosity has earned me a small fortune. Gu Yan's shadow guards, once again redirected by Gu Qiao, were busy digging ditches in the mountains. "Miss, the irrigation canal on this side is almost finished. We should be done by tonight." She was on her way to deliver food to them. One of the guards said cheerfully, "The medicinal fields and fish ponds are also being tended by the villagers we hired. We'll have a bountiful harvest come spring." Another chimed in, "I told you our mistress is clever." A third guard teased, "It took you long enough to figure that out. Weren't you complaining about getting sunburned while digging ditches up in the mountains?" The first guard scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, I was only getting sunburned because I was working for the mistress. A little complaining is only natural." Gu Qiao eagerly anticipated the fruits of her labor in the forest. By the time the provincial examinations concluded, the area would be transformed. She couldn't wait to surprise him. Meanwhile, at an inn in the provincial city, on the eve of the examinations, a scholar lamented, "Master Zhao's practice questions are so difficult. I've been working on a single problem all afternoon, and haven't made any progress. I'm wasting away. Feng Lin consoled him. You misunderstand. He's not intentionally testing you on these specific topics. Lu Lang had memorized the text like a droning chant, so he basically didn't know where the key points were. Having said that, Feng Lin continued to pore over the recipes. Xiao Qiao had said to use this one if the weather was cold. Then he called out cheerfully, Xiao Linzi, come and give me a hand. Let's start preparing the snacks for tomorrow's exam. The other young man replied with a slight wobble in his voice. Just a moment, I'm coming. The next day, at the provincial examination hall, parents and relatives bustled about, offering last-minute advice and encouragement to their children before they entered. Just then, Feng Lin suddenly pulled out a small green bottle. I almost forgot to give you this, he said. Xiao Qiao said if it's hot, bring this into the exam hall. It can help you stay alert and also keep mosquitoes away and relieve itching. The two of them accepted it with bewildered expressions. It turned out to be modern-day medicated oil. Can we even bring this in? One of them wondered. Feng Lin chattered on. You can apply it to your skin or even drink it. Xiao Qiao said if anyone asks about it, just drink some to show them. Xiao Lu Lang asked, astonished. Are you two that close? Feng Lin's face lit up. I used to misunderstand Xiao Qiao, but she's actually a really good person. Lu Lang, honestly, being able to marry someone like her is a blessing cultivated over several lifetimes. He continued excitedly. Frankly, I wouldn't mind. Suddenly noticing the look in Xiao Lu Lang's eyes, a look that could curdle milk, Feng Lin stammered. Actually, on second thought, I don't. Sorry. Xiao Lu Lang turned the small bottle of oil over in his hands, lost in thought. So, this is one of the strange things from that box. It wasn't there the last time it spilled. Could it produce different strange objects? Is there some special mechanism, some sort of illusion at play? These bottles, they're medicine, aren't they? Soon, the examination began. Xiao Linzi beamed as he received his paper. The classic of filial piety again. This was the very subject Lu Lang had given him 2 days prior. Few people bothered to memorize the classic of filial piety, so this hurdle would eliminate a significant number of candidates. He happily began to write. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. Xiao Linzi murmured, tears welling in his eyes. Feng Lin was also overjoyed. The classic of filial piety. Xiao Linzi quizzes me every day with Lu Lang's practice questions. I know this one. There's no way this can stump me. He wrote continuously, thinking to himself that this exam was nowhere near as difficult as Egui's quizzes. Outside, the heat was oppressive. Even inside the examination hall, Xiao Lu Lang was sweating profusely. He grumbled incessantly about the sweltering weather. Then he quickly pulled out the small green bottle of medicated oil and dabbed some on his temples. Time to test her remedy, he thought. The refreshing scent of the oil filled the air. A pleased expression spread across Xiao Lu Lang's face. Much better, he sighed. It actually works. The other candidates, however, were wilting in the heat. The sun's already setting, one groaned. I'm exhausted. I need something to eat. Just then, a delicious aroma wafted through the hall. Incredible. Is that mandarin oranges? And pickled vegetables? Cakes and dried meat? Who brings a feast to the examination hall? It was Xiao Lu Lang and his group. They were leisurely enjoying a veritable banquet. Envy gnawed at the other candidates. A difficult exam, scorching heat, and they're feasting like kings. Are you lot even here to take the exam? The second day of the provincial examination. A candidate stared at his paper in bewilderment. Discuss the harms of reducing official posts, he muttered. His face darkened. Which official with a death wish set this sensitive question? Regardless of what the examiners think, it's the imperial court stance that truly matters. And right now, His Majesty's approach to the vipers of the Lin family is one of appeasement and forbearance. For this topic, we need to propose a sound policy that maintains the status quo while highlighting its drawbacks. An examiner approached Xiao Lu Lang to collect his paper. He glanced at it, his eyes widening in surprise. Reducing official posts is an absolute necessity, Xiao Lu Lang had written. The examiner, curious, inquired about the scholar's origins, impressed by his decisive and sharp answers. Xiao Lu Lang, seemingly unconcerned, continued packing his belongings. After the examination, they strolled around the provincial city. Feng Lin couldn't contain his excitement. This city is truly bustling, even more so than our county town. The capital must be even more lively. Just to see it once, I wouldn't regret dying. But Xiao Lu Lang responded indifferently. What's so great about the capital? It's nothing but a den of trouble. Nearby, others were gossiping. I hear the Imperial Academy in the capital is reopening. Hear it? It's plastered all over the city walls. Outstanding students with a good reputation have a chance. If you place first in the provincial exam, you can transfer directly. Feng Lin, his face alight with anticipation, turned to Lu Lang. You're one of the top 2 contenders. Knowing this, you shouldn't have demanded that 1,000 taels of silverback. If you'd retaken the exam and achieved the triple first, you could definitely enter the Imperial Academy. The conversation continued. But wasn't the Imperial Academy closed by His Majesty's decree because the young crown prince perished in the fire? Another voice offered information. It was Grand Tutor Zhang. He led the esteemed ministers and knelt outside the Golden Bell Hall for 3 days and nights. Finally, His Majesty's heart was moved by compassion. A true, loyal minister of the Zhao Kingdom. A waiter approached the 2 scholars. A certain Lord Lu has settled your bill. He's hosting a banquet at the restaurant and invites Master Xiao and his friend to join him. Feng Lin looked bewildered. Who is this Lord Lu? Do you know him, Lu Lang? Xiao Lu Lang's face darkened. He stood abruptly, anger simmering. I don't know him. Let's return to the inn. Feng Lin sighed, resigned. I was wondering what was going on. Turns out it's another one trying to become your patron. Meanwhile, at the examination hall, the chief examiner praised this year's candidates. Exceptionally remarkable, quite astonishing. In the exams I oversaw, 2 students perfectly recited the classic of filial piety. A deputy examiner boasted, "What a coincidence! I also had one who flawlessly recited the classic of filial piety." Another chimed in, "I had an exceptional essay analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of reducing official posts, even proposing a mutually beneficial solution." However, this topic was set by His Majesty himself. No one in the entire examination hall could fathom his intentions. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "My lord, I have here an essay advocating for the reduction of posts." Faces paled. The floodgates have opened. How dare this fellow be so blunt? Another responded slowly. I was startled as well. But after reading it, I suddenly realized the Zhao Kingdom is riddled with peril. The first speaker's face was grim. The dangers, should these reductions not be made in the next decade or so, are all condensed within this single essay. Well-reasoned, meticulously detailed. This fellow possesses remarkable talent. It's difficult to advocate for such reductions. While impressive, the language is too sharp. It could offend His Majesty, bringing calamity upon us. Let's set it aside for now. The chief examiner would make the final decision at the end of the examination period. The scene shifted to Qingchuan village. Xiao Lu Lang and Feng Lin had returned. Feng Lin, feigning expertise, remarked, "The wheat in your village is thriving." Lu Lang immediately corrected him. "That's rice." Feng Lin was taken aback, thinking to himself, on our way back, we passed through other villages, all parched from the drought. Why is it so different here? Lost in thought, he heard Feng Lin exclaim, "Lu Lang, look, irrigation ditches and a water wheel. Innovations. My heavens, I'm not seeing things, am I? Your village actually has a watermill." He rushed towards the massive structure, awestruck. The successor has arrived to safeguard. The village doesn't have the spare silver to build something like this. Constructing a watermill and repairing the irrigation ditches would be impossible. And where would the water even come from? As he pondered, a neighbor approached. The middle-aged woman greeted them warmly. "You're back. You were gone a long time." The capital is far, isn't it? Being away from home for so many days, you must miss Xiao terribly. That girl has been busy day and night, leading the villagers in digging irrigation ditches. You should hurry back to your wife. Feng Lin, beside him, couldn't stop praising Gu Qiao. She's truly capable. You're a lucky man to have married her. Gu Qiao was at the doorway of her house, discussing work with someone else. "For the rice husker and the mill we talked about before," she said, her voice conveying expertise. "Which type of wood would be better?" She continued, "Red pine or mountain pine? Any pine would do." At that moment, Gu Qiao noticed her husband had returned and turned to look at him. His expression seemed displeased. She asked, "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you stay in the capital for a few more days?" Xiao Lu Lang responded coldly, anger simmering beneath the surface. "The capital wasn't anything special. I heard from Aunt Zhang that you've brought the watermill out for everyone to use. And what's this about a rice husker and a mill?" Gu Qiao proudly presented her grand invention. "This is a machine that can separate the rice from its husk. It removes the chaff and keeps the good grains." Feng Lin continued to sing Gu Qiao's praises. "You're truly remarkable to be able to create such a convenient device." Everyone quickly went inside. The little monk stared intently at Xiao Lu Lang, who, Lu, sweating slightly, asked, "What are you looking at me for?" The little boy, Jing Kong, said with a worried expression, "I'm checking to see if you feel guilty after the exam. What if you didn't pass? Then our family will have to support you for another 3 years." Xiao Lu Lang teased him. "So you know it's held every 3 years, huh?" At this point, the others excitedly began opening the gifts he had brought back from the capital. Xiao Shun's was a piece of wood. San Lu's was a box of crushed candies and mung bean cakes. Gu Qiao's was a box of exceptionally high-quality ink. Xiao Shun, looking puzzled, asked, "What is this piece of wood?" Xiao Lu Lang quickly explained its origin. "This is ebony wood, transported from the Qing kingdom." He then produced a small gift for Jing Kong. The little boy remained as fierce as ever. "No one except Xiao Qiao is allowed to touch my head. If others touch it, I won't grow taller." Xiao Shun, hearing this, was delighted. Gu Qiao didn't forget to remind Granny, "Don't eat too many sesame candies and only one mung bean cake a day." Xiao Lu Lang, slightly embarrassed, had also prepared a gift for Gu Qiao. He awkwardly presented an exquisitely wrapped gift box and said, "This is especially for you." Gu Qiao, surprised, responded, "Especially for me?" "It's specially made pattern paper. It will reveal a design when held up to the light. It's also called flower paper," Granny teased. A ruler offering paper and flowers to a maiden, beneath the moon, fragrant blossoms on her sleeve. Before she could finish, Xiao Lu Lang pretended to interrupt her. But Gu Qiao still didn't understand the meaning behind the gift. Feng Lin quickly excused himself. "I'll be going now. The wine, rice cakes, and smoked meat are in the kitchen. Remember to eat early." Xiao Lu Lang replied, "Take care, brother." Xiao Lu Lang looked at Gu Qiao, puzzled, and asked, "What are you looking at? You only had a few sips of wine at dinner. You should be fine." Seeing Gu Qiao sitting there dazedly, he thought, "Is the wine starting to affect her now?" Gu Qiao lifted her head, her face flushed, and replied, "I'm looking at the stars." Her proximity made him feel shy. He then checked Gu Qiao's temperature and advised her to go to bed as it was getting late. But Gu Qiao, not quite herself, waved her hands and said, "I'm not going." Xiao Lu Lang, equally bewildered, thought, "Did I just drink myself into a 3-year-old Gu Qiao?" At that moment, she dreamily called out his name, Xiao Lu Lang. He was speechless, unsure how to respond. Pointing into the distance, she asked, "Do you know why the stars in the sky don't fall down?" He, curious, asked why. "Because they're so far away, they have their own positions and orbits." He rested his chin in his hand, listening intently. "If they're really so far away, why can we still see them?" Gu Qiao suddenly stood up, declaring, "Because they're enormous. You might think they're small because they look small, but they're actually massive." She added, a touch of concern in her voice, "Be careful not to fall." Then, clutching his finger, she pointed towards the sky. "Do you know what that star is called?" Xiao Lu Lang, a little bewildered, asked, "Which star?" Gu Qiao, still rambling slightly, leaned against his shoulder. "See it?" she persisted, her words a little slurred. Leaning closer, Gu Qiao whispered in Xiao Lu Lang's ear, "Do you know which star it is? I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. It's Venus. People here call it the long-lasting star." Even through the haze of alcohol, she noticed the flush creeping up Xiao Lu Lang's neck and face. "Why is your face so red?" she asked, her brow furrowing slightly. "So very red. Are you hot?" He couldn't help but grasp her arm, his gaze suddenly firm. "Stop it," he said, his voice low. "I'm a man." Unafraid and a little dreamy, she clung to him. "I know it's not right," she murmured. "You're not quite a man yet. You're not even 18. Not a real, proper man. Still a greenhorn, full of big dreams, but no luck." He gently caressed her face. "Do you want me to prove to you that I'm a man?" Her eyes, slightly unfocused, held only his image. Infatuation colored her words. "Lu Lang," she breathed, "you're so handsome." He held back, his voice strained. "You're mistaken. I'll take you home." Gu Qiao countered, "I haven't bathed." "Let me bathe you." Lying on the bed, Gu Qiao mumbled, "I've always wanted to see the world." He asked, curious, "Where do you want to go?" A note of sadness touched her voice. "I don't know. I've been here for so long. The furthest I've ever been is that little stream." He thought, astonished, she's truly drunk and delirious. She's forgotten she was born and raised in Qingchuan village. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, "What's beyond the county seat?" Xiao Lu Lang patiently replied, "Larger places. The county seat, the prefectural city, the provincial capital, and the capital." He added indulgently, "Don't you want to go to the capital?" The mention of the capital seemed to dampen her spirits. No. What's so good about the capital? Everywhere else is enough. If I ever go back, I'll have plenty to boast about. The next morning, singing outside her window woke her. Jin Kong's voice chirped. Good morning, Qiao Qiao. The song you sang last night was so lovely. I've learned it. Her head pounded. Did I sing last night? She wondered, clutching a bowl of hangover soup, a knot of unease forming in her stomach. Mortification washed over her as fragmented memories of the previous night surfaced. Did I do that with Xiao Lulang? And shamelessly complimented him, clung to him relentlessly, until he practically ran away. The thought turned her to stone. A horrified wail escaped her lips. I spent the entire night making a drunken spectacle of myself, dancing and crying and singing in my room. Gu Qiao slammed the door shut, her face burning. She rummaged frantically in her medicine box for something, anything, to erase the memories. But in the midst of her panic, Xiao Lulang appeared behind her. He cleared his throat awkwardly. The Imperial Academy's enrollment notices have been posted. The county has one allotted spot. I'm going to the magistrate's office to see if there's any news. Gu Qiao looked up, startled. You want to study at the Imperial Academy in the capital? He nodded. Yes, there's only one Imperial Academy in the entire empire. She wondered aloud, her voice laced with guilt, why he suddenly wanted to go to the capital. Is he running away because I embarrassed him so much last night? Impulsively, she blurted, I'll go with you. Xiao Lulang smiled, a hint of relief in his eyes. All right. At the magistrate's office, standing before the magistrate himself, Gu Qiao demanded, Feng Lin is a candidate from another county. Why has he taken our spot? He stammered, unable to meet her gaze. Suspicion hardened her voice. Even if Lu Lang failed the metropolitan exam, his scores were always the highest in the county. Why has Feng Lin been chosen instead? He slowly said to her, Speak. Don't be afraid. The magistrate anxiously replied, I truly cannot say. Please, both of you, spare me. I am but a lowly magistrate. I cannot bear the offense of crossing a nobleman. Gu Qiao stopped arguing and pulled Lu Lang away. Then we'll go to the prefectural office and ask. Lu Lang, let's go. The magistrate, panicked, immediately called after them, his mouth agape. Don't waste your time. I'm telling you the truth. That person is a nobleman from the capital. Going to the prefectural office will be useless. At this point, she still didn't know who it was, this nobleman from the capital, making things difficult for Lu Lang. Could it be? The magistrate, sweating profusely, whispered, a marquis. Don't ask anything more. I wouldn't tell you even if you beat me to death. Gu Qiao immediately thought of her detestable grandfather, the old Marquis of Black Brigade. This Marquis, wearing that same loathsome face, strolled over. He said with a smug grin, Weren't you two coming to see if you got a place after hearing about the Imperial Academy's special admissions for the new year? He continued his taunts, adding insult to injury. Looks like it's not your turn. Gu Qiao's face contorted with rage. I want to speak with him, she seethed. Then he was gone. Only a shrill cry echoed in the air. Gu Qiao, furious, grabbed the Marquis by the collar. Give that spot back. The Marquis, his nose bloodied and face swollen, trembled, utterly bewildered. Was it you who played tricks with the academy spot? Gu Qiao demanded. Just then, the magistrate rushed out. Marquis, he reported, you're a step too late. The Imperial Academy spot has already been assigned to someone else. There's no place left for young Master Xiao. Only then did Gu Qiao realize her suspicion had been a misunderstanding. After giving the Marquis a thorough beating, she brushed herself off and left, leaving the bloodied Marquis behind. He was stunned, thinking to himself, I already informed the magistrate to reserve a spot at the Imperial Academy for Xiao Lu Lang, so this girl could come to the capital with him. It would have been so convenient. He sighed in exasperation. Just who was faster than me? Leaving the magistrate's office, Gu Qiao strode forward resolutely. Lu Lang seemed to have guessed who was behind it all, but Gu Qiao felt it was inappropriate to ask. Just then, a distinguished-looking man appeared before them. It's been a while, young master, he said. Do you still remember this, Lu? Lu Lang looked at the man, his expression a mixture of shock and understanding. So, it was this man who had pulled strings for the academy spot. Since the young master refused to return to the estate with me obediently, the man said slyly, we had to resort to such measures. Why waste good food on a wild pheasant? This young Master Feng is your friend. Better to give the benefit to him. Of course, Lu continued, leaning in conspiratorially. If the young master agrees to return with me, I can change the list immediately. Don't you truly want to study at the Imperial Academy? Tomorrow, the enrollment documents will be submitted to the court. You have only tonight to think it over. Once the documents are sent from the relay station, even the Marquis himself won't be able to retrieve them. Despite Lu's words, Lu Lang continued walking, his expression unchanged. Suddenly he stopped. Turning back to Lu, he said coldly, "I've already told you. I don't belong to any estate. I don't know you. I will not return with you. Give up this idea." The man persisted, stepping forward and clapping Lu Lang on the shoulder. "Why must you be this way? The broad, paved road is right there, yet you insist on walking the single-plank bridge. This is not wise, young master." Lu Lang shrugged off the man's hand. "I'll return on one condition," he stated. "Put both my name and Feng Lin's on the list." "You jest, young master," Lu exclaimed. "Do you know how much effort it took me to secure that spot? The Imperial Academy isn't that easy to get into." "If you're so capable," Lu Lang retorted, "why not just change my exam scores to first place? If I'm the top scorer, I can enter the Imperial Academy without the palace examination." He anxiously replied, "The provincial examination, I'm afraid, is beyond our reach. Only this list is within our control. I advise you, young master, not to waste this opportunity. I'll take my leave now. I'm reminding you one last time, young master. Once tomorrow morning arrives, this opportunity will be gone. A mischance can never be retrieved." Xiao Lu Lang calmly confirmed. "So, you cannot interfere with the provincial examination?" September, at the magistrate's office. The guard outside was startled by a sudden cry and quickly rushed inside to ask the magistrate, "Your Excellency, what happened?" The magistrate, holding a paper, sobbed with joy. "I'm overjoyed. Our county finally has a Zhuang Yuan, top scorer in the imperial examination. It's Xiao Lu Lang, the candidate from Lincheng, Chengyi, ranked 45th. The candidate from Song County, Feng Lin, ranked 17th. The magistrate continued excitedly. "Among the 15 successful candidates, 10 are from the Tianxiang Academy. Our county had none. We only had Xiao Lu Lang, but he's the Zhuang Yuan, one man worth 10. Actually, we should call him Zhuang Yuan Xiao now, shouldn't we? It's only right to call him Zhuang Yuan. Did Zhuang Yuan Xiao register his household in our county because he wants to marry Miss Gu? I don't care. His household registration is here. So he's the first Zhuang Yuan under my administration. Prepare the carriage. I want to personally deliver the good news to Zhuang Yuan Zhao's home." The magistrate arrived at the doorstep and personally handed the news to Lu Lang, joyfully congratulating him. "Congratulations, Zhuang Yuan Xiao." Slightly flustered, Xiao Lu Lang replied with a smile. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for personally delivering the good news." Gu Qiao's eldest aunt was utterly astonished. The magistrate personally came to deliver the good news? This useless boy actually passed the exam? She took the opportunity to ask, "Your Excellency, did our Dashuan pass?" The magistrate bluntly replied, "I didn't see the name Gu Dashuan." She agitatedly rushed forward, ranting like a madwoman. "How could he not pass? Even Xiao Lu Lang passed. How could our Dashuan not? I don't want to hear you. Zhuang Yuan Xiao can't compare to our Dashuan. Go away. Don't block His Excellency's way." "Zhuang Yuan Xiao, I'll return to the magistrate's office to handle official matters. Farewell." "You must be mistaken. Lu Lang, tell your aunt, did Dashuan pass?" At this moment, Lu Lang revealed the truth. "I didn't see Gu Dashuan at the provincial examination." He then decisively closed the door. Gu Qiao's eldest aunt stood outside, dumbfounded. "Muttring, impossible." With that, she fainted on the spot. The surrounding people gossiped amongst themselves. Does Dashuan's mother not know yet? She doesn't look like she knows. Gu Changhai, who had taken Gu Dashuan to the examination, had been swindled out of all their travel expenses along the way. He was now sneaking back from the village entrance. At this moment, everyone was gathered together for dinner. The old woman said sarcastically, "Lu Lang is going to the capital to study. Why didn't you go with him? What did you go for? You don't study, and you're not curious about the capital." Gu Qiao replied indifferently, "Eat more vegetables. Don't be picky." But everyone looked at Gu Qiao with knowing glances. They hadn't forgotten who had cried and begged to go to the capital that night. The old woman couldn't help but ask Lu Lang. Lu Lang must want Xiao Qiao to go with him, right? He might worry himself to death if he goes alone. The others chimed in enthusiastically, asking to go along as well. "If Xiao Qiao goes, I'll go too. Sister can help take care of Dura in the capital. I definitely won't bother her." Gu Qiao's eyes lit up. Slamming her hand on the table, she declared, "Then let's all go to the capital. It's decided, but can one travel pass take our whole family?" Xiao Lu Lang quickly answered her question. "One isn't enough, but we also have Feng Lin's. It should be enough." The pioneer instructed Gu Qiao to take the confirmation documents, saying, "Leave the land reclamation to me." My son also passed the Tongxing exam. He's not completely illiterate. He can understand these documents. Xie Ningxiang also enthusiastically offered her help. "Don't worry about going to the capital. I'll look after everything here at home." With everything arranged, Gu Qiao was brimming with excitement. Suddenly, Xie Ningxiang remembered something and said to her, "Oh right, Goer's second uncle is also in the capital. If you all go there, could you please visit him for me? I have a few things I'd like to send him." Gu Qiao nodded, grateful for the offer. The headmaster asked in surprise, "Do we still need to process withdrawal procedures for these three today? Why the rush to the capital?" "Well, the new term starts in October. If we don't leave now, we won't make it in time," he said tearfully. "All right, no matter where you go, I will always be your teacher. I'm afraid you'll never fulfill your wish of becoming my official disciples in this lifetime." The headmaster murmured, "Speaking of which, I should have had a junior fellow apprentice in the capital. It's a pity he died young. I never even had the chance to meet him." At that moment, Jing Kong also went up the mountain to bid farewell to his fellow disciples. "Jing Kong, are you going away too?" "Yes, my wretched brother-in-law passed the Imperial Academy exam. My whole family has to follow him to the capital." "But why do you say it like that?" Little Jing Kong held the delicious food Gu Qiao had given him. In the box were vegetarian meatballs, 2 boxes of vegetarian duck, and sweet osmanthus cakes. Sitting on the steps to the right of Ning and Temple, he opened the food boxes with the other young monks. "Because we're also going away soon. The abbot is taking us to a Buddhist assembly." The little boy kicked his feet in the air, his eyes sparkling. "That means I'll be living in the capital with Xiao Qiao soon. We both have bright futures." Meanwhile, at the Marquis's mansion, Madame Ho busily packed her belongings. Her husband anxiously asked, "My lady, what are you doing? Aren't you staying at the mountain villa anymore? Are you leaving?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm leaving." The Marquis suddenly lowered his voice and apologized. "I was wrong. I won't bully that girl anymore. I won't try to separate them and force them to divorce. You can hit me, scold me, just don't go." "Marquis, what are you talking about? Who did you bully? Xiao Qiao? Did you go and threaten them, wanting them to divorce?" Realizing he'd misspoken, he quickly explained, "I didn't. I'm saying I was going to do that." Madame Ho angrily questioned, "You still wanted to do that?" "No, not anymore. I'll listen to you. How can I return to the capital if I don't go?" "You're finally willing to come back? You've changed your mind? But what about Yinner and Xiao Qiao?" The nanny beside them spoke up, "Marquis, I'm afraid you haven't heard. Young Master Lu Lang placed first in the provincial exam and is going to the Imperial Academy. The young master and Miss Xiao Qiao are going to the capital with him." Gu Kandu arrived just then. Overhearing this, she was deeply shocked, and a pang of jealousy surged within her. "So the reason Mother is returning is because Gu Qiao is going to the capital. Mother says she treats me like her own daughter, but in her heart, she still loves her own flesh and blood the most." The Marquis suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right, did that Gu Dashwan from the Gu family pass?" The nanny shook her head. "You mean that boy? I heard he took the provincial exam too, but he didn't even pass the Jurin level. Nowhere near as good as our young master. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and rats give birth to hole diggers. Apart from the deceased Gu San Lang and his wife, there's no one decent in that family. Wanting to pass the exam? Maybe in their next life." Hearing this, Gu Kandu, standing outside, felt as if struck by lightning. She stood there trembling, lost in thought, when a maid suddenly came out and noticed her. But Gu Kandu suddenly burst into tears and ran away. At the same time, a servant brought a set of clothes to someone, saying, "This is the clothing Madame made for you these past few days." Madame Ho instructed the servant, "Don't say things like that in the future. Be careful, Kandu might hear you, understand?" "Yes, Madame." Madame Ho continued, "Leave the best carriage and driver in the estate for Xiao Qiao. Yin Air will accompany them. The journey will be more comfortable that way." The Marquis doted on his wife and agreed to everything she said. Sitting in the cart, Gu Kandu seethed with envy. "Mother gives them the best of everything," she thought bitterly. "I get 3 sets of rough-spun clothes, and Gu Qiao gets a carriage." Her anger escalating, she flung the clothes in her hands onto the ground. 1 month later, in the bustling capital city, Xiao Lu Lang and Feng Lin presented their travel passes to the guards at the gate, each harboring their own thoughts and feelings. They quickly bid farewell to Feng Lin there. Gu Qiao and her husband began their search for a house. After some initial bargaining, the seller exclaimed, "So you're a student of the Imperial Academy looking for a place? I can certainly help you with that. Which street are you interested in? I'll give you the best price. Please have a seat." Gu Qiao spoke frankly. "I'm not familiar with the capital. As long as it's close to the Imperial Academy, that's all that matters." It turned out this man was a sort of ancient real estate agent. They registered at the government office, facilitated fair transactions, and helped broker deals for livestock. Lu Lang began to explain to Gu Qiao. The Imperial Academy is located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Chang'an Avenue and Xuanwu Street. It's closer to Chang'an, but Chang'an is a commercial street and very congested. Choosing a house on either street is much the same. The agent listened surprised. "Have you been to the capital before, young sir? You seem remarkably familiar with the city." Lu Lang feigned nonchalance. "I heard about it from the headmaster of my academy. He lived in the capital for over a decade." Gu Qiao spoke confidently. "Do you have any houses on either of those streets? We need at least 5 rooms." The agent paused, then replied slowly, "There are very few 2 or even 3-room houses in that area, and they're not cheap. A 2-room would be at least 10 taels of gold a month. 3 rooms, 20 taels. To be honest," he added, "that's quite steep for just a few rooms. There's a coffin shop nearby. It's not cold or damp, and it's an ideal place for studying." He continued his sales pitch. "I do have a rather nice 3-room house available. 100 taels of gold a month." Gu Qiao clutched her purse tightly. "What kind of house costs 100 taels?" The agent began to explain. 500 paces from the Imperial Academy. Young Master Zhao of the capital used to live there. So did the young scholar Zai. Xiao Lu Lang immediately recognized the agent's blatant exaggeration. His face darkened. "When did they live there?" he asked sharply. "They did live there," the agent insisted. "Living there will bring you their good fortune. You'll pass every exam." Lu Lang stood firm. "They never lived there." The agent, not one to back down, retorted. "How do you know? You're not them." Lu Lang sighed. "The price is too high. 30 taels at most." Jing Kong stumbled out from inside the carriage. "Qiao Qiao," he asked sleepily. "What are you doing?" "Looking for a place to stay," she replied gently. "Did you sleep well, Jing Kong?" The little monk jumped into Gu Qiao's arms. "I slept well. Where are we going to live?" Gu Qiao smiled. "I don't know yet." Meanwhile, Xiao Lu Lang glared at the pair, a look of pure exasperation on his face. The agent, sitting opposite them, seemed to sense the dangerous aura of jealousy emanating from Lu Lang. "This scholar seems promising," he thought, "but that look is terrifying. Don't let this little country bumpkin ruin my sale." Little Jing Kong looked at the man and asked, "What's that?" The agent replied in a low voice, "A house deed." Jing Kong's eyes widened. "I have one of those," he exclaimed. "It's in Sister's box. Wait here, I'll get it from the carriage." Those remaining exchanged puzzled glances. The agent's face twisted in disbelief. How could a country child have a house deed? Is he playing pretend? Moments later, Jing Kong returned, box in hand, and presented it to Xiao Lu Lang, asking him to open it. Everyone crowded around to see. Gu Qiao, astonished, asked if it was really a house deed. Xiao Lu Lang, holding the paper in his hand, was also startled. "It really is. The house deed is in Jing Kong's name. It's this child's house deed. Houses in Chang'an, Xuanwu, and even one in Juke. He's even been to the Imperial Palace." The clearly recorded information on the paper stunned the real estate agent. Gu Qiao asked Jing Kong, "Little brother, how did you get these?" The little monk, not understanding what was happening, innocently replied, "Qiao Qiao, are you talking about these papers? Master gave them to me." Jing Kong added cheerfully, "Master gives me one every year for my birthday. I'm 3 years old, so I have 3. This left Gu Qiao and the others dumbfounded. The real estate agent, incredibly agitated, a mixture of joy and apprehension, thought, "In over 35 years, this is the first time I've seen a plainly dressed family suddenly buy 3 mansions." Jing Kong, still young, didn't quite understand. He held the paper and asked Gu Qiao, "Qiao Qiao, what's a house deed?" She tried to explain it simply. "It's something very valuable. It proves you own 3 houses." Wiping his brow, the real estate agent exclaimed, "Juke is almost exclusively for royalty and nobility. The 2 houses in Xuanwu and Chang'an are also priceless. This little monk's background is extraordinary." Little Jing Kong offered the stack of papers to Gu Qiao, wanting to give them to her. But she refused, saying, "Little sister already accepted your zither. I can't accept anything more." Little sister will rent your house for 30 taels of gold a month. My husband will pay the rent. The little monk happily agreed, thinking, brother-in-law gives it to me, and I give it to Xiao Xiao. Very good, the real estate agent piped up. What about my commission? Xiao Lu Lang turned to the little monk and asked, Little brother, do you have any money? Jing Kong, quick-witted, replied, deducted from the first month's rent. Arriving at the house, everyone was astonished. Gu Qiao urged everyone to quickly move their belongings inside. The old madam, panting, complained, I'm exhausted from these past few days. Gu Qiao suddenly remembered something and said, not only is it close to the Imperial Academy, but there are also several private schools nearby, which solves the schooling issue for the two of you. But Xiao Shun and Gu Dashuan, who disliked studying, looked dejected and said, didn't we already finish school? We finished school back in town. But of course, you have to continue now that we're in the capital. You two are still young. What else will you do if you don't study? The two younger brothers were struck dumb. The joy of the journey had apparently been for nothing. Gu Qiao busied herself arranging clothes, constantly urging them, stop standing there dumbfounded. Come and help unpack. The two looked at each other, exchanging a sly glance. She says we're young? She doesn't seem that old herself. After a long, tiring day, night finally fell. Xiao Lu Lang and Jing Kong shared a room. The little monk slept soundly, while Xiao Lu Lang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In his hazy drowsiness, an unpleasant memory surfaced. He vaguely heard someone calling, Ahung, a very adorable little girl. Mr. Zhuang, the homework is too hard. Can we go out and play? Eng, this rabbit is injured. Can we take it home? Aang, can you buy me some sweet osmanthus cake? The little girl's innocent face suddenly turned terrifying, her entire body covered in blood. Brother Ahung, can you die for me? Xiao Lu Lang woke with a start, his face grim as he sighed. Why am I dreaming of things that are already in the past? He looked out the window, trying to massage his temples to calm himself, telling himself, don't think about it anymore. Early the next morning, Gu Qiao went to the market. She entered a charcoal shop and asked about the prices. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Young lady, do you want black charcoal or silver charcoal? Black charcoal is 5 when a caddy, and silver charcoal is 20 when a caddy. Silver charcoal burns without smoke, and it's much better than black charcoal. After listening, Gu Qiao resolutely said, 100 caddies of silver charcoal, make it 17 taels. Along with the firewood I just bought, deliver it to my house. A convenient transaction for both of us. The shopkeeper readily agreed. All right, I'll have someone send it over right away. Leaving the shop, Gu Qiao found the street teeming with people. Why is it so crowded? She muttered to herself. Her path back was completely blocked. Suddenly, someone bumped into her. The young woman quickly turned and apologized. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Gu Qiao, unfazed, simply replied, It's all right. The woman, curious, asked, From your accent, you're not from the capital, are you? Are you here to see the crown princess too? Gu Qiao, a little bewildered, replied, Crown princess? I don't know her. I'm not here to see anyone. The woman looked surprised. Oh, you came because you know her? Common people like us could never know the crown princess. I thought everyone was here to admire her, hoping to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Gu Qiao, calmly munching on a red bean bun, said, I've never heard of her, and I don't admire her. This red bean bun is quite good, though. The woman beside her was utterly astonished, thinking, how can anyone in the world not know the crown princess of Zhao? Is she from another country? How could she have never heard of the crown princess? Suddenly, a shout rippled through the crowd. She's coming. A wave of excitement washed over the street. The crown princess is here. Gu Qiao paused, half-eaten bun still in hand, seated in a luxurious carriage, surrounded by a throng of guards. The crown princess passed by. Gu Qiao, caught up in the moment, glanced over. The young woman beside her wailed. Why did she go by so fast? She continued to lament. I didn't see her. What a wasted trip. I got up so early for nothing. She abruptly stopped her complaining and turned to Gu Qiao. You really haven't heard of her? Her eyes filled with adoration. The crown princess is the most beautiful woman in Zhao. There isn't a man who doesn't admire her, nor a woman who doesn't envy her. The great scholar, Zhuang Jinji, was once her tutor. Her eyes sparkling, she continued, Do you know the young Marquis of Zhaodu? Faced with the woman's enthusiasm, Gu Qiao responded indifferently. I've heard of him. This answer shocked the young woman. The only time Gu Qiao had heard anything related to the Marquis of Zhaodu was when Lu Lang pointed out that the calligraphy Qin Gongzi bought was a fake. Did you crawl out from under a rock? How could you not know these two? He was the most brilliant young man in Zhao, and she was the most brilliant young woman. Childhood sweethearts, raised together, and even betrothed. After the young Marquis passed away, the crown princess mourned him for 3 years. Only this year did she accept His Majesty's proposal and marry the crown prince. While the woman chattered on, Gu Qiao quietly slipped away, leaving the woman to realize with a start that her audience had vanished. The scene shifts to the Imperial Academy. People are queuing to submit their examination papers. At the front stands the headmaster, informing the candidates that the official start of term is at the end of the 10th month, but they are welcome to browse the library beforehand. He called out, "Next!" Xiao Lu Lang stepped forward. The headmaster's eyes widened in astonishment. He slapped the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Young Master Jizi." Xiao Lu Lang calmly replied, "Master Chao, and I have never met. I fear you've been overworking and your eyes are playing tricks on you." Flustered, the headmaster stammered, "You're right. That person is deceased. How could he be here? I must be mistaken. It's just a fleeting resemblance. The demeanor is completely different. This young man doesn't have a tear mole at the corner of his eye. Clearly, they're two different people." He read the information on the paper. Xiao Lu Lang from Qingchuan village. He paused, lost in thought. Also surnamed Xiao. Could they be related? Then, the headmaster offered lukewarm praise. "Your results aren't bad. You're the top scorer from Yuzhou Prefecture. Formal classes begin on the 27th of October. There will be a placement test after enrollment. Don't let being the top scorer from your prefecture go to your head." He muttered to himself, reassuringly, "Don't overthink it. The Marquis of Xianping's estate wouldn't have relatives in some small village." Master Chao continued, "There are many top scorers at the Imperial Academy. You'll soon realize you're just a small fish in a big pond. Don't wander around these next few days. Spend your time in the library." Xiao Lu Lang replied impassively, "I'll be staying elsewhere." Master Chao tapped his fingers in annoyance. "Why? We're not charging you. Staying at the academy would be more conducive to your studies. The capital is full of distractions. Country bumpkins like you are easily led astray." Despite the headmaster's words, Xiao Lu Lang remained indifferent. "My studies won't be affected." Master Chao sighed in resignation and quickly conceded. "Very well then. Come back in 3 days to collect your student ID. If you're not staying at the academy..." He watched Xiao Lu Lang walk away, a worried thought crossing his mind. Another promising student, I fear, seduced by the glitter of the capital, destined for a life of dissipation. Gu Qiao waited for him outside the Imperial Academy gates. She looked around impatiently, complaining, "It's just the first day of registration. What took so long?" Finally, he emerged, and Gu Qiao's face lit up. "Finished." Xiao Lu Lang nodded, solicitously taking her packages. "I have to return in 3 days to collect my ID." He added, "This afternoon, let's look at private schools for you in Shaoshan." Jing Kong is taking the entrance exam for the Imperial Academy's primary school 2 days after me. Gu Qiao readily agreed with her husband's plan, pleased with the arrangements. When they arrived home, they found a luxurious carriage parked outside. Gu Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. "Why is there a carriage at our door?" A tall man stepped down and inquired, "Might this be the residence of top scorer Xiao?" Gu Qiao responded coolly, "What's the matter? What do you want?" The man pulled back the carriage curtain, revealing a cargo of gold and silver charcoal. He said enthusiastically, "Our steward, knowing of top scorer Zhao's arrival, sent me with a few things. Winters in the capital are harsh. You'll need to start burning charcoal next month, and this is the finest silver charcoal. We also have some fabrics and quilts, the warmest available. Shall we bring these small tokens of esteem inside?" Or, before he could finish, Gu Qiao cut him off abruptly. "No need. We have plenty of charcoal and don't need quilts. Take it all back to your steward." The man scratched his head, looking flustered. But the steward instructed. Gu Qiao didn't let him finish, her tone firm. "No buts. Take it back," I said. She stepped inside, speaking from behind the door. "We only moved in yesterday, and only the Marquis of Ding and's driver and Zhang Bao know where we live. That steward Liu is certainly well informed." Xiao Lu Lang replied calmly, "Don't mind him." Gu Qiao watched him walk away, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. Could someone have seen us? Who would be so bold as to spy on us? Steward Liu waited for his subordinate at a distance. "Well," he asked. The man reported, "Steward Liu, the young master refused to accept the gifts. That young master is more stubborn than I anticipated. Should we inform the Marquis?" Steward Liu shook his head vehemently. No need. This trifling matter doesn't require the Marquis's attention. He quickly mounted his horse and rode off, a smug look on his face. Just you wait. He'll soon learn how difficult it is to be a poor scholar in the capital. He'll come crawling back to the estate soon enough. Even in the capital, Gu Qiao didn't forget her love of working the land. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she said cheerfully, "Weeding done, time to plant the seedlings." Everyone enthusiastically joined in to help. Only Gu Yin, accustomed to a life of leisure, grumbled incessantly about having to work. Little Jing Kong was diligently tending to his flock of chickens. Gu Qiao had cautioned him not to stray too far when he'd asked to take them out to graze. A small puppy, equally devoted, trailed faithfully behind little Jing Kong. Gu Yin flopped dramatically onto a chair, groaning, "I can't do this anymore. I've been working for half a day. I need a rest." Meanwhile, little Jing Kong, leading his feathered charges, chirped, "Let's just go to that little alley and back. Don't wander off too far." A few beggars huddled in the alley. Their eyes lit up with a sinister gleam at the sight of the small puppy. Where did this little dog come from? Oblivious to the danger, the puppy paused to relieve itself. The sight of the plump pup seemed to invigorate the beggars. Fresh dog meat at last. One of them produced a morsel of food. Here, boy. Here, boy. Nice doggy." Suddenly, a flurry of feathers and furious clucking erupted as the chickens descended upon the beggars, pecking relentlessly at their heads. Two of the men found themselves engulfed in a feathered maelstrom. "What the?" they shrieked. "Get off! Get off!" From the midst of the chaos, little Jing Kong's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Xiaobai, don't go near those bad men." The beggars, heads bowed under the onslaught of beaks, could barely see. Recovering somewhat, the remaining two beggars roared, "Stop!" A flicker of worry crossed little Jing Kong's face. He muttered to himself, "Qiao Qiao told me not to talk to strangers." Then, turning back to the beggars with a defiant grin, he added, "Like I'd let you catch me." He bolted, leaving the two men momentarily stunned. "You little brat, we'll get you." Just then, a horse-drawn carriage careened around the corner. Little Jing Kong, having darted into the street, was directly in its path. The driver hauled back on the reins, the carriage lurching violently. Little Jing Kong cried out in terror. In a breathtaking moment, a whip snaked out, wrapping around the boy's small body. He was yanked back from the jaws of death, landing in someone's arms. Trembling, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking up, he saw a handsome, imposing figure in armor, mounted on a magnificent steed. The beggars, witnessing the scene, were petrified. One, sweating profusely, stammered, "Did I just see that? He just pulled that kid out of the way with a whip." The other nodded dumbly. "Let's go. That's someone we can't afford to mess with." 36 strategies. Fleeing is best. Little Jing Kong, regaining his composure, offered a polite, "Thank you." The man looked at him quizzically. "It was just a dog. Don't do that again." He then asked, "Where are your parents?" Little Jing Kong replied innocently, "My parents are gone." "An orphan then?" "No, I have Qiao Qiao." "Where do you live?" Little Jing Kong pointed. "Over there." Moments later, the little monk was safely delivered to his home. He ran to Gu Qiao, exclaiming, "Qiao Qiao, I almost got hit by a carriage, but this big brother saved me." The man addressed Gu Qiao gently. "He's home safe now. Make sure he doesn't run off again." Gu Qiao stared at the man, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Strange. Why does he look so familiar?" Little Jing Kong waved cheerfully. "By Big Brother." Gu Qiao remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Am I imagining things? This should be the first time I've met him, but why do I feel like I've seen him before? Meanwhile, at the Marquis of Dingen's estate, the Marquis and his family finally returned to the capital. "You've both had a tiring journey," he said affectionately to his wife and daughter. Madame Ho replied solicitously, "You must be weary, husband. Are you all right? My poor brother is so frail. I'm sure the bumpy roads were hard on him. I'm so glad you let Kadu and him have the carriage." Madame Ho beamed at her daughter. "You're so thoughtful, my dear." The household servants rushed forward to greet the Marquis, then cast curious glances at the woman beside him. "Who is she? I've never seen her before. Why has she returned with Miss Kadu and the Marquis?" The Marquis frowned. "What are you gawking at? Show some respect to Madam." "Yes, your lordship." "Greetings, Madam." The servants stood frozen, dumbfounded. "Address her as Madam." The order had come. Could she be a woman the Marquis kept outside the manor? The old Madam sat stiffly in her chambers when a maid rushed in. "Old Madam, the Marquis has returned." A A flicker of joy crossed her face. Quickly, have him enter. The Marquis swiftly entered, his wife and daughter in tow. The old madam's face contorted. Her joy vanished, replaced by a mask of fury. "Why has this vixen returned?" she hissed, her teeth grinding together. Madame Ho remained composed, her face an impassive mask. Beside her, Kindu feigned ignorance, her eyes wide and innocent. Mother and daughter performed their obeisances, but the old madam remained unmoved, her disdain palpable. Sensing the tension, the Marquis quickly made his excuses. "Mother, you must be weary from your journey. Allow us to take our leave. We will pay our respects again tomorrow." As they turned to leave, the old madam glared at Madame Ho's retreating figure. "A hateful sight," she spat, venom lacing her voice. "She's bewitched my son, blinded him to all decency and propriety." The three had barely reached the door when a voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. The caller's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Madame Ho. The Marquis's brow furrowed in displeasure. "Concubine Ling, what are you doing here?" Facing the Marquis's sharp question, Concubine Ling offered a sweet smile. "I was bringing ginseng soup for old madam." Kindu shot her a withering look. "Does one need to dress like that to deliver soup? You're clearly here to intercept someone." The former Madame Ho had been the old madam's chosen daughter-in-law. Concubine Ling, brought into the manor by the old madam, had enjoyed a relatively comfortable life. Concubine Ling, never truly favored, had grown closer to Madame Ho after her mother and brother moved to Wenshuan Mountain Estate. Her aunt was also poised to become the official wife of the Marquis. Concubine Ling was, after all, the third young master's stepmother. The Marquis interrupted the tense standoff. "Kindu, why don't you and your mother return to your rooms and rest? I need to speak with my mother." Madame Ho nodded obediently. "Yes, my lord." Back in her chambers, the old madam seethed. "I thought you had left. What brings you back?" Beads of sweat dotted the Marquis's forehead. "Mother," he began hesitantly, "it concerns the children's parentage." The scene shifted to Gu Qiao's home. As she prepared dinner, she mused aloud. Hasn't the Imperial Academy been closed for years? Why is the Kaisen class still operating? Xiao Lu Lang set down a bundle of firewood. Technically, the Kaisen class isn't entirely part of the Imperial Academy. When His Majesty ordered the Academy's closure, he didn't mention the Kaisen class. They've exploited that loophole to remain open. Gu Qiao's eyes widened. Jing Kong is about to enter the Kaisen class. What sort of examination does he need to take? Based on last year's exam, Xiao Lu Lang explained patiently. It mainly focuses on reading, writing, the classic of filial piety, and mathematics. Those shouldn't pose a problem for him. A thought struck him. To be prepared, I've acquired past Kaisen class exam papers. You'll study with him. He'll do the problems, and you'll practice your calligraphy. Gu Qiao's face paled. The prospect filled her with dread. Her husband's tone left no room for argument. "No slacking. I'll check your progress daily." Gu Qiao ruffled the little monk's hair. "Once you've finished your exercises, bring them to your brother-in-law's study. And don't crumple them. He'll be checking them tomorrow." Jin Kong no de d'obedienti. "I understand. Good night, Xiao Qiao." The door to her room clicked shut. Gu Qiao opened the window and gazed out, a contented smile spreading across her face. The celery and fishmen are growing so well, she thought to herself. And the scallions and snow peas that Jing Kong planted too. Her mind continued to wander. I'll build a grape trellis on the right side of the garden and plant some bottle gourds there. Next spring, I'll plant grapes and watermelons. Lost in her gardening reverie, a wave of drowsiness washed over Gu Qiao, and she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Gu Qiao awoke with a heart brimming with hope. She closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting. It's been so long since I transmigrated here. Lu Lang has passed the Imperial Academy exams and will be moving to the capital. Most importantly, she mused, our whole family can finally be together. Though some matters remain unresolved, our lives will surely become better and better. At the breakfast table, her eyes scanned back and forth, but her husband was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Shun spoke up. Brother-in-law has already finished eating. He's waiting for you outside. Little Jing Kong added. Yesterday, he said the exam questions were too easy and that he needed to buy new ones. Old Madam, ever the enthusiastic supporter, seized the opportunity, suggesting, take this chance to stroll around the city and familiarize yourself with the capital. Little Jing Kong, sitting beside her, pouted slightly, thinking to himself, that sly fox, Lu Lang, just wants to monopolize Xiao Xiao. I see right through him. Gu Yin, also tinged with envy, brought over some items, reminding her sister, don't forget anything. A slight frown touched her brow. The thought of Gu Qiao and Xiao Lu Lang going out alone made her uneasy. She felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of her sister and Xiao Lu Lang going out alone. Gu Qiao, with a cheerful smile, patted Gu Yan's face. Your sister and brother-in-law are just going shopping. We'll have Xiao Shun make some toys for you and Jing Kong. Those simple words were enough to fill the young boy with delight. As she stepped outside, her heart light, just a few steps away from Xiao Lu Lang, she suddenly felt a presence behind her. Turning, she saw the figure of the original Gu Qiao. The original Gu Qiao, tears welling in her eyes, smiled. Thank you. Then, she gently pushed Gu Qiao forward. When Gu Qiao snapped back to reality, the figure had vanished, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just then, Xiao Lu Lang appeared, extending his hand. Let's go. She happily placed her hand in his, a ready agreement on her lips. The capital's marketplace bustled with activity. Gu Qiao began, so much has happened this past year. You can continue pursuing your passions now. Our family has a steady income. Hearing her words, Xiao Lu Lang paused, then asked, and what about you? Don't you have any aspirations? She looked up at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Lu Lang stepped closer, his voice filled with a sudden intensity. Don't you have any wishes? I can. He was cut short by the calls of a candy vendor. Gu Qiao, her interest piqued, wandered over to watch. The vendor's voice rang out. Beautiful and delicious sugar paintings. 3 coins for 2. What design would you like, miss? Left behind. Xiao Lu Lang's face darkened. Gu Qiao, captivated by the scene, felt a childish delight stir within her. But Xiao Lu Lang, with a sudden air of possessiveness, called out from behind, 2 sugar paintings, please. Make sure they're freshly made, the vendor inquired. What design would you like, sir? Xiao Lu Lang pushed forward, lowering his voice. My wife likes auspicious symbols. Make this one like this, and that one like that. Gu Qiao, standing behind him, felt a shiver of anticipation. What is he whispering about? She wondered. Impatient, she tugged at his sleeve, then playfully pushed her way forward. Let me see. She pouted playfully. What were you whispering about? It's all your fault? You're making me so curious. The vendor chuckled. Ah, young love. Reminds me of me and my wife back in the day. They walked together to a bridge, enjoying their sugar paintings. Gu Qiao looked at him quizzically. Aren't you going to eat yours? You obviously bought it on purpose. He quickly replied, eating sweets in the morning isn't healthy. Gu Qiao snatched a sugar painting, catching him by surprise. After a bite, she teased, if you're not going to eat it, I will. Xiao Lu Lang's gaze fixed on her lips, now glistening with sugar, his heart pounding in his chest. Then, in a bold move, he pulled her close, his arm around her waist in a decidedly Western embrace, and kissed her. Caught off guard, she yielded to the kiss. Their reflections shimmered on the water's surface, a picture of unexpected romance. Flustered, Xiao Lu Lang broke away and fled.